2025 Latin America International Championships. The first international event of the season is back in São Paulo, where trainers are reuniting with friends, trading cards, battling, and enjoying all the event's activities. But for many, it's all about locking in the automatic invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Since 2017, the International Championships have been a cornerstone of the competitive season, consistently attracting the world's top trainers for thrilling high-stakes battles. Last year, Brazil's own LNDS Rajev made history by claiming the Pokémon Go LAIC 2024 Championship, securing a second consecutive trophy for the region.
That's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Rajev, a smile on his face. He can't believe it, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
And this year, there's something new. Pokémon UNITE makes its debut at LAIC.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champion.
The big question on everyone's mind, who will be crowned the first ever Pokémon UNITE LAIC champion this weekend? In the TCG division, Juho Kalama from Finland secured his first tournament win last year, one of the hardest things he's done in his career.
This event marks like the first big achievement I've ever made. Like I get confidence from this.
And last but not least, Italian Marco Silva beat out the competition to take home the LAIC 2024 VG trophy in a stunning performance.
Takes the final KO. Marco Humberto Caladora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion.
The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
The title of International Champion is a badge of honor, and we can't wait to see who claims the top prize. Stay tuned to find out who.
Huge shield to lead the middle. No! A huge no shield.
Whoa! Whoa! Gardevoir Unite! Magma Basin. Charges up the NTB. That's
Justin
it.
to connect it down onto its target, and Chi-Yu gets another double one.
Bon dia, buenos dias, and good morning to all trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans around the world. I am Sophia, and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon Latin America International Championships live from São Paulo.
I'm Pablo, and we cannot wait to get day 2 underway as we're in for a phenomenal weekend of Pokemon action.
That's right. Day 1 was full of surprises, and you owe it to yourself to rewatch it when you have the chance. But today, the competition is even stiffer. So make sure to tune in here with us today for more Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, Pokemon the trading card game, and Pokemon video game.
In Pokemon Go, Marto Galle and Out of Pocket have secured their spots on the winner's side of the bracket. But reigning LAIC champion LNDS Rajev is looking to defend his title from the loser side of the bracket.
In Pokemon Unite, DreamMax Esports, Fusion, and the 2-times champions Luminosity Gaming have made it to day 2, but competition will definitely be up there when you still have the potential to win the first time for the Pokemon Unite LAIC Championship.
And in Pokemon TCG, we have Fabricio Inga Silva, Jackson Ford, and Brazil's own Leonardo Wallbridge have secured commanding positions in day 2 after going undefeated on the first day of competition.
In Pokemon VG, former international champions Eric Rios and Ashton Cox, as the only 2 undefeated players, made it to day 2, and the reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva is on the path to a potential back-to-back championship.
No one can predict who will survive today's gauntlet and advance to Championship Sunday. But one thing's for sure, everyone watching will be on the edge of their seats, ready to witness every moment unfold.
Let's not forget, championship points are still a major prize as every trainer aims to qualify for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. And this weekend, many will walk away with their share of the $500,000 prize pool.
And a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else whose hard work and dedication have made this event such a great success so far.
Now, I know you're ready to find out who will be taking the title of the Latin America International Championship, but let's get this show underway. Casters, it's with you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are on our first stop of the season, live in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. So much is on the line this weekend. Pokemon Unite will be at our first Championship Sunday tomorrow, but today is going to be absolutely insane. I'm Spreggles, your content cowboy here. Yeehaw! I'm joined by the one and only DreamMax. Hello DreamMax.
I can't wait to get day 2 underway. I said today was the day that the work begins for these teams. We've got top 12 going through, and we're kicking off today Plaga versus Exile team.
Yeah, this is going to be so exciting. Day 1, we had best of ones in a group stage, and the teams that were the cream of the crop made their way through here to day 2. Now, we have a lot of teams coming out of there as first seeds, and they're sitting pretty in their top 8.
They are.
We have a few teams that are battling through this top 12 bracket to get an opportunity to face them, and that's what we're going to start with here today. Again, unlike yesterday, it's not just one bite at the apple. These are best of 3s. Let's talk a little bit about this $25,000 prize pool.
Well, that's just a $25,000 prize pool here on the line. You can see how that's split out with the individual allocations, but something that isn't on this page is that #1 spot, that champion of LAIC will be getting a direct invite to the ACL finals.
Yeah, this is the biggest reward possibly of the season, outside maybe AO's Cup, rewarding someone heading to Worlds, right? This is the opportunity for a Western team to head to ACL and show what they've got. Let's take a look here at our World Championship invitations for the regions that we follow. North America gets 3 teams, Europe gets 3 teams, Latin America North, Latin America South, 3 teams and 2 teams respectively. Brazil gets 2 teams, and Oceania, 1 team heading to Worlds.
That's right. World Championship invitations for the UCS broken down right there. Of course, the ACL is going to bring some other invitations. We've got mainland China with the game release there. Going to be seeing them at Worlds, possibly even AO's Cup and NAIC, depending on how that decides to be shaken out. Uniting the world. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean,
it's in the name.
It's so incredible seeing so many different regions come together. And we have a ton here in this tournament. Obviously, there are a ton of amazing Brazilian teams here. We have Latin America North, South, NA, EU, so many regions here to compete, and we're going to see a ton of them here today. I think some of the big news from this tournament, obviously, is how well Brazil is doing. So many of their teams moving forward. Also, we have huge names that you may know if you've been watching the Championship Series. We have the newly reformed Luminosity that's looking a lot like the World Championship team that won twice in a row. We've got Nouns. We've got Team YT is here. It's just really exciting, DreamMax.
It really is. Let's talk about how yesterday broke down here. In Group A, Tuzy Esports sitting 4-1 on the top of the pile. DreamMax Esports 4-1, Exile team 4-1. And I believe how those tiebreakers worked out between those teams with similar records is actually DreamMax won the head-to-head with Tuzy Esports, and therefore Tuzy Esports has to play in this first round. DreamMax getting that first seed.
Yeah, Tuzy Esports looking absolutely incredible here. We're going to take a look at our bracket. Luminosity sitting pretty in that top 8, as well as DreamMax, Fusion, of course, and Nouns Esports. And we're looking at our decider games right here. The Code versus Bad Dreams, Team YT versus Team Growth, 2 NA teams right there. Plaga, Exile team, which we're going to be watching first, and then Tuzy Esports, Goldenrod Strikers. So you can see how the winner of these games will filter into the upcoming games here. I don't know if there's a side of the bracket that you'd want to be on, but I'm telling you, when you got Fusion and Nouns on that bottom side of the bracket, I'm a little more worried about that, honestly. I'd rather be hanging out up top, I think.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, Team YT, Team Growth, both NA teams, NA eliminating NA. And on the bottom 2 pairs we just saw there, Tuzy and Goldenrod, 2 Brazilian teams, they're going to be self-immolating there, and the next player going on, or next team going on. And I'm with you. I'd rather be in the top half. I'd actually rather be Luminosity Gaming. gaming right now.
Actually, that'd be pretty great.
Because even if you got a first seed, I mean, you're squaring off against DreamMax, so YT or Team Growth needs to square off against, you know, one of the Brazilian favorites, and then you have to go square off about Luminosity. And honestly, the Code and Bad Dreams, we saw them play some games yesterday. Of course, they fought hard to qualify for today, but of the teams that have made into day 2, we can maybe make the argument those were 2 of the more shaky teams throughout the games that they've played yesterday.
Yep, they might make something happen here today. Let's take a look at what our format is going to look like today.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of São Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokémon UNITE trainers are gathering to vie for a share of over $500,000 in total cash prizing and vital championship points that could help earn them a place at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. For the first time ever, Pokémon UNITE's tournament will take place over 3 days. On day 1, the group stage will commence, where up to 32 teams will be placed into groups and battle it out until only the top teams remain. On day 2, the bracket stage will take place, pitting our top competitors in a single elimination bracket until we are left with our 2 finalists. All matches will be best of 3, with the exception of our semifinals, which will both be best of 5. And new this year, LAIC 2025 will be home to Pokémon UNITE's first ever official appearance on Championship Sunday, where our 2 finalists will compete in a tournament deciding best of 5 set. We're about to kick off the inaugural LAIC Pokémon UNITE event, so stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live and find out who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion.
Right past me, we are going to find out who our LAIC champion will be live Championship Sunday tomorrow. So I know you're watching us on Pokemon Unite right now on Twitch and YouTube. Tomorrow we will be on the main Pokemon channel. Just /Pokemon over there. So make sure to be there.
Just /Pokemon. That is great. We have all these lower thirds. You can read. I know you can. I believe in you. What I also believe in, hopefully, is the interview that we have on stage to kick off our day 2 here at LAIC. Let's send it over to the stage.
Fraggles and Dube Snacks, I am here on stage with our first set of competitors. We got an Exile team versus Plaga. Energy's pretty high among these 2 players. I'm excited to get into it. All right, we got Kane Lance here on my left. Kane Lance, it has been a pretty intense day of matches in day number 1. How good does it feel to be in day 2 and, you know, defending your home turf here in Brazil?
I mean, it feels great to be representing our country here in our home turf. We are coming from a triple tie on the group stage. So it just goes to show that the Brazilian teams are coming in very strong, and it just feels very excited to be here.
Okay, a lot of local talent. That's exciting. Now I've also got Texas here from Plaga, a very intense day 1. How good does it feel to be in day 2 for you, Texas?
Pues agotador, estuvo la verdad muy deli y la verdad nos sentimos motivados porque creo que hay mucha raza que nos está apoyando.
So he says day 1 was exhausting, but he feels really excited because he has a lot of support from the players.
Awesome, awesome. Good vibes on this side of the stage. It's good to hear. Kane Lance, this is a very tough opponent in front of you. In terms of choice, this was came down to all that's available, 2 very tough opponents to play in this first round. Any specific strategies to play into Plaga?
So we know that they really like to play in their comfort zone, and we're a team that likes to adapt a lot. So based on that, we're going to try to take some things away from them that they like to play and, you know, throw them a spin that they're not really expecting.
All right, some surprise strategies. That's exciting. Texas, same question for you. Any specific strategies for Exile team?
No hacer que se sientan como en casa y obviamente creer en nosotros mismos.
He said they are not going to let them feel like they are home and play like they are themselves.
All right, home turf being taken away. It's going to be an awesome match. Good luck to our competitors. Back to you, casters.
All right. right, well, there you have it. These two teams squaring off up on the big stage. I cannot wait to get things underway here at LAIC. It's going to be a big day, DreamMax. By the end of today, you will know who is heading into our grand finals. I got there. Oh, I got there.
Oh, you got there. You got there. I love, you know what, we're going to make you feel like you're not playing at home. I loved that energy. We're taking a look here at Plaga, of course. We're taking a look across the way here for this team profile from the LATAM North region.
Yeah, Don Lux, Froy, Jax Forever, Kira, Mexoli. I think these are a lot of players that you've probably seen around the scene. I know they've gone by other names before. This is Plaga from Latin America North, a brutal team to run into so early. But you know, I think what they said on the other side, it's true. Exile is talking about how good that first group was. Multiple teams going 4-1.
Yeah, and that, again, to their credit, there's like, that just shows the strength of our region here. And they had a tough pick that they had, kind of choosing whatever is left over, and they got themselves a stout Plaga squad across the way. Wolf, Kane Lance, we just listened to Kane Lance speak, and you can tell they have some confidence, and they're at least coming up with a plan. Didn't divulge too much, but let us know that they've been thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't think they're on stage. They're gonna, so basically we're gonna like target ban the Mimikyu, but we're actually gonna try to steal that away from them in game number 2. So we're gonna sort of sneak a ban. And like, obviously they're not gonna tell us all of that, right? Yeah. But I love the energy of saying they've got their comfort picks. We're not gonna let them get comfortable. And then from the other side saying, we're not gonna let them play like, you know, it feels like they're at home.
There's no
This is an away game for you, Brazil, right now. So this is gonna be tough.
Which is wild energy to throw out there. But you gotta bring that type of energy if you want to find yourself as the LAIC champion.
Absolutely, and all these teams have something to prove, and more than having something to prove, the winner of this all, we've talked about it a lot, but it is my absolute favorite thing about this tournament. The winner of this entire thing is going to be representing all of the West, heading over to ACL to battle it out. And with how good Japan did when they came to the ALS Cup, I really want us to show up and show out there at ACL.
You know, we know those ACL finals do have a world spot on the line, and it would be so nice to take one of those away from the region with the reigning world champion, you know, potentially involved there. So I love this possibility. I love this cross-pollination that we have between kind of the Eastern Circuit and the Western Circuit, and being able to take away a world spot from the opposing kind of part of the world is huge. And Kabi-chan's almost did it at at EUIC last year.
Yeah, the international competition leading up to Worlds, I think, is so exciting. We get to see the regions individually, and now more and more throughout the season, we have these moments where they clash. Yeah. And it's really cool to see, because I think AOS Cup was a huge wake-up call for NA, for EU, for all of these teams. And we're going to see if ACL might have a big wake-up call. I mean, you possibly will have mainland China teams there. We also will have a Western team there. That tournament will be insane. And this is the start of our season. This is where we start. The journey starts today, as they say, DreamMax. And here we go with our first ban from the side of Plaga being the Zacian.
Zacian is not a bad choice. Miraidon hovered by Exile team and quickly picked. And if you're exiled, you got to be thinking that's probably a heavy selection for Plaga, and they're going to eliminate that right now.
Here we go. Darkrai is our possible final ban from Exiled. We've seen a lot of teams on the second slot here have to pick that. They do not want it to go over to the first pick on the other side. Darkrai does get the ban, and now we're going to see how Plaga wants to start this. I agree, by the way, with Blaziken and Miraidon. Blaziken looked absolutely insane yesterday, and Miraidon, Toon Slim on Miraidon looked like an absolute superstar. It showed why this thing used to have an EX tag, maybe still needs it, as Umbreon goes first.
Umbreon, again, premium defender, but quickly snatched up is that Leafeon. Exile team does not want to let that fall any lower. And the Pikachu, another solid pick. We saw great Pikachu play in day one.
Yeah, day one had some really great attacker play. Great Pikachu, really nice Miraidon. Lots of teams pulling out that Espeon, which I thought was a really good call. Cerulege being taken here, which has been up and down throughout this tournament. I think it was someone who has not watched a ton of the championship series was talking about how unbelievably broken that Pokemon was. And I remember asking, who was playing it? And they said, Overlord was playing it? I said, yeah. I can't tell if it's Cerulege or if it's Overlord. And I need to see more of it here in this tournament. But Blissey also being snapped up by the side of Plaga. Maybe the best support in the game right now.
Yeah, it's hard to make an argument against it, but because of that, Exiled can pretty much slow roll whatever support they want to play. Don't necessarily have to commit to anything now. That might actually become a support Mew, something we've seen literally yesterday out of Luminosity. So,
yeah, we'll see these next picks happening here. We've got Lucario as a possibility from Froy, and Inteleon as a possibility from Jax. You know, Inteleon actually felt like it was doing pretty well yesterday, and we do have the Garchomp locked in. For what Zoinks was telling me earlier, we actually have a lot of Garchomp being banned out in ACL right now.
Yeah, they're actually really hard focusing banning all-arounders in the ACL, really taking a different direction than what we're seeing here kind of slowly developed at LAIC, and maybe what you've seen in the grassroots scene up until this point.
Now we have our players getting ready, switching their items around, moving their Pokemon around for our first game of the day here. In this tournament, Darkrai has seen a whole lot of bans, Dupesnax. One Pokemon that's seeing a blanket ban across the board, of course, is Psyduck. Psyduck just made its way to Pokemon Unite, and the absolute monsters in charge of this tournament have decided to not let it play because players would have had zero time to practice it. But I gotta tell you, man, I love Psyduck. You and I have been playing it a ton.
Yeah, it's a really fun Pokemon to play. Another Pokemon that should have a 100% ban rate is actually Darkrai as well. The fact that it's only at 68% kind of gives me some pause.
I think every team that lets it through regrets it very, very quickly. I don't know if it's lost at all throughout this tournament. I'm sure we'll see some stats on it later. But every time it goes through, it just seems like an absolute monster, especially in the hands of these top pro players. Plaga, Exile team, loading into the game now, getting ready. First one of the day up here on the big stage. All the pressure is on. And of course, this is a single elimination bracket. So this best of 3 decides who goes forward. Plaga, your purple team. Exile team, your orange team. Let's start the day off strong here in Brazil.
Going straight into the middle is that Cerulege. Going to have to get online quickly. Charcadet, similar to like a Zorua, struggles early and really wants to hit their Evo level so they can start making an impact in these paths.
Mamoswine, we've not seen a ton of, and yes, we do see more of this support Mew that we were seeing a little bit yesterday. Obviously, coaching Electro Ball very strong early in path here. We have Leafeon making it to the top path right away, jumping in, looking for this Garchomp, and they are able to take it down. That is the power of that level 4 evolution there on the Leafeon. It's the EV Festival for a reason, everybody, and this Leafeon is showing you why as they move in looking for another score here, continuing to stack in the top path and steal experience and wild Pokemon.
That K opener to Exile team is unsurprising, and I think Plaga took their eye on the ball a little bit. You should know by now exactly what that rotation timer is for Leafeon, and it seems like they kind of either lost sight of what time it was in the game or how far ahead they were, but Jax had no HP and no chance.
Now we have the Cerulege making top Pikachu as well. It's going to be a 4-on-3.
Oh, they're going straight in. Electro Ball's going to secure a ton, but we're pushing in deep. They're going to see if they can get this Chansey. They do, and now it's 4-player push, and there's really nothing the Cerulege can do. They just have to get out of dodge. Hopscotch right into the face of the Leafeon. Electro Ball tracks him down. That's another huge KO, and now Kira sees themselves and their demise happen right in front of their face.
Exile is absolutely on fire here, heading into the central area of Plaga, looking to steal some of this away. Garchomp able to take that. No, it's actually the Blissey with the big hands. They're able to get it. The EXP share, getting Garchomp to evolve. Garchomp in trouble. Cerulege back now. Support Mew trying to help them. Big time surf as they push them away with the E-Ball. We see the Leafeon now moving out. Just a lot of fancy footwork here on the side of Exiles. None of them want to go down. And Lucario's here for the block. Big time Electro Ball. Lucario moves in with the extreme speed and picks up a KO.
Golly, Exile team is covering. Not only are they aggressing well, they're covering each other well. We saw the light screen out of the Mew block the push forward. We saw the surf to create separation. And then you had just the Leafeon leave their Razor Leaf down so they couldn't run through the choke point unless they were going to get willing to take a ton of damage. And doesn't even matter, Kyluke flanks and gets a KO anyways.
Man, I gotta say, Exiled is absolutely on fire right now. They look incredible. Lucario hanging out in the top path here. Have a little bit of a skirmish possibility as we're looking for this Inteleon at some point from Plaga. A little underleveled right now as we already have 8 on Leafeon, which is devastating. They can hit that Unite move and do some real damage.
Yeah, now they're going to go straight and aggress. Don't have quite the support that we've seen before. Donlux gets a nice catch, and Caillou finds themselves in trouble. They're able to just barely slide out, but Caillou is going to have to defend against 5. Here comes Cane Lance, a little late though. Is it going to be enough to sustain this party? We have a solar beam through the light screen for a ton of damage, and actually forces the rest of Plaga to retreat. They decide to pivot on Regieleki, Spraggles.
Yeah, here they go, moving towards Regieleki. Lucario moving in, trying to make something happen. Massive Dragon Claw combo to make sure that they could secure that, and Lucario was nowhere to be found. There's that Leafeon Unite that they needed a long time ago. What a fight from Plaga, getting right back in this game. I think Exile got way too overconfident there in the top half.
Yeah, I mean, Freud doing everything under the sun to make sure they don't lose that Regieleki. You actually saw the solar beam look like it was going to ring true, but it was the snipe shot that delivered a W for Plaga here. And the Regieleki hits because Exile team overpushed, and they let it backdoor them, and now they're able to close that goal zone out. These levels are getting close to similar, and that score lead is shrinking.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some great catches there from Donlux on that Ceruledge as they're heading down to the bottom path right now. It's being ripped apart. Nice secure by the Pikachu. Volt tackle. Here comes the Ceruledge Unite move. Pikachu Unite move. Unite's being thrown back and forth. The Ice Fang onto Ceruledge secures that KO. Now onto the other side. Pika picks up a double here. Snipe shot moving forward, but here comes another massive Unite move from Exile. They're right back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, KO streak of 3 for Wolf, and then you saw the Emerald 2-step to lock up the Blissey KO, which made it open real estate to hammer down on that goal zone.
Exile 217, Plaga 105. I mean, Plaga came back in a big way in the top path, but Exiled with a massive counterpunch there in the bottom path. I gotta give it up to Jax. That Dragon Claw combo early to pull Lucario away from Regieleki was a thing of beauty. We're gonna have to see if they're able to land another big one here as they are being just bullied by Leafeon.
Yeah, that Razor Leaf, you can see exactly how they're using it, right? They're just using it to set traps, set up KOs by 1,000 cuts here. Mew Unite is out, and so is the Mamoswine Unite. We're going straight forward. Garchomp pops theirs to see if they can get a target, and it looks like they're able to. Bliss Assistant's gonna hit the Garchomp, and now Jax needs to push. They want that Mew so bad, they're going to the backline. Caillou gonna be in trouble. Flipping the script on Ricardo now as Texas goes down quickly, and Caillou, when they come in to make an impact, they E-speed for the W.
Caillou there with the Quadra KO. What a beautiful moment. They were hiding in that tall grass, actually split from their team, then threw their Unite move, picked up a KO, I believe onto the Inteleon, then back onto the Umbreon, switched back into the fight, extreme speed in a big way. You know, now that we've seen the buffs on extreme speed, you've got a lot of Lucario players that are excited to pick this thing back up.
We almost had a cataclysmic Dragon Rush poach Ricard out to the side of Plaga, which would have spelled just absolute catastrophe for Exile. Nice Ceruledge Unite rips through. Can we finally see a KO after that? Nice Phantom Force to dip dodge through, get to the back line. We have the Volt tackle, create separation. The chase is on, and all of a sudden Mamoswine goes, no, I'm here to cover. I'm here to offensive line for this Pikachu. Now Wolf Freak is looking for that KO. Cane Lance ends up getting it.
Very beautiful stuff there. Really nicely played by Exile, making sure that Pikachu didn't go down, but continuing to zone the Ceruledge. Obviously worried about the Phantom Force, but at the same time wanted to make sure it couldn't get away. Garchomp Unite move moves in. A lot of pressure on this bottom goal zone, seeing what they can make happen. Garchomp's very deep, using the Dragon Claw combo to get up, but there's the Pikachu Unite move, raining down the Thunderbolts onto the side of Plaga, and this fight's going extremely well for Exile. Mamoswine Unite move, probably the last one we get before Rayquaza, as Leafeon's moving in. Ceruledge back the other way. These fights don't stop.
They don't stop. They want all the action. We're going to take a deep breath here as that basement Reggie looks to be worked on by Plaga. Kira going to peel back. They've done everything. We actually saw them use their Unite move. You called it out, but it gave them just enough sustain to keep standing and pivot back to the rest of the team, which ending up in a big team. And here comes Caillou, ripping through E-speed. Another Unite move. Bone Rush combo goes back in. 2 players down. Caillou wants more. Texas is so low. Can Caillou pick up another one? They're looking for it. Bone Rush actually chips into the wall, but now it's Ricardo that says, no, you take a break. You got a Quadra earlier. I'll clean up the trash.
Insane fights here using the E-speed to chain that KO on the Blissey. I mean, they talked about no one feeling comfortable. They talked about no one being at home. I can tell you who's not comfortable are these two casters, because this never ends out here. Such an incredible back and forth between these two teams. Exile feels like they've had the better of it, but not in every every single moment. We've had huge moments and huge plays from Plaga. This is going to come down to Rayquaza, the game being about 100 points between each other. Even if they peel off, they're still a little behind, but definitely in the realm of possibility. But if I'm guessing, these two teams are planning on fighting DreamMax.
Yeah, Caneland's actually moving up, and they kind of sussed out where Exile team was looking to go.
Yeah, and here we go. Mamoswine just getting some forward positioning right here, as we have all of Plaga positioned really well around Rayquaza. Exile team watching this bottom goal zone. Leafeon pretty far forward, can peel off to score if they want, or move into fight. We know where Inteleon is, and that's going to be a huge target if you can take that down early. Lucario watching the top path right here. Dragon Claw combo, not quite making it. And here comes the engage from Mamoswine.
Ice Fang in, Blitz Assistance goes straight up, and now they're going to have to fight it straight up. Backdooring him is Ricardo. They're looking for a target. Pops the Inteleon Unite and the Mew Unite. Huge Aura Cannon rips through two players, and the E-Speeds are moving. They're looking for the target. We're flipping to the backside, but it's already two players down for Plaga. We have the Dragon Rush goes in. This could be a ton of damage, but a clutch Ice Fang ends those shenanigans quickly. Still standing is the Inteleon. Kira on the Umbreon looking to go in. Nice reset by Lucario. Take a breath. We're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, and here we go. It looks like Mamoswine is going to be trying to base here, but they are repeatedly getting knocked up by Rayquaza. Leafeon making their way in, and they're actually hitting this Ray, putting some pressure on it right now, already at half.
Kyluk going in with another Bone Rush and gets on top of the Inteleon. That's the E-Ball on the Blissey, separating everybody on this team. Rayquaza going to start leashing here. Ice Fang pops up Ceruledge, but now Rayquaza's getting low. Everybody's split up. The attention is lost. Donlux popped off. 3 players down. Rayquaza's going to get clutched up. They take it. Plaga gets it in the minute with a full team wipe. What an absolutely flip of the script.
Insane fight. The Quadra KO from the Ceruledge. Umbreon with the secure. That could have gone either way. Exile felt like they were in total control of that fight, and then things just slowly started getting out of hand. Ray was getting too low. It started getting to the point where either team could take it. I thought Lucario was going to have it right there with how it was E-speeding around, but it was not able to make it happen. 5:37, 2:17, with only 10 seconds left on the clock here, DreamMax. Plaga is going to take game number 1 after, honestly, it felt like Exile had that one.
Yeah, if that's Plaga in their realm of uncomfort, we're going to have a tough time if people don't know what the recipe for success for them is, because they looked very comfortable and cool under pressure.
Yeah, these two teams played phenomenally well right here. Plaga with the big time win there, 595, 217. Finding it at the end, I can tell you, even though they didn't win, for me, the MVP of that game, Kyluk on that Lucario. Unbelievable from Exile.
You can see right there, 12 KOs. Ricardo as well, nothing to slouch at. 10 KOs for themselves. A little less flashy on the side of Victor. I mean, come on.
101,000 on Luca right there. I mean, you saw it. Like, what a game from Exile. What a game from Plaga to come back from that, to find their moment, know what they had to do. A lot of times teams don't pull that trigger. They don't execute when it's time to really make the big play. Well, you saw Plaga do it right here. Player of the game, or the Palka, as we call it, is Donlux.
Yeah, and we saw, I mean, not only a great Ceruledge play to close out this game and help Plaga win the game at Rayquaza on that second engage, but just having moments throughout, getting a nice catch early to really help the team rally back, because it was looking rough in those first 2 minutes. All of a sudden, Donlux gets a great catch on Ricardo, and they're able to push towards that Tier 1 goal zone and make some magic happen.
Here's some big plays right here. We had the Dragon Rush combo, Pikachu Unite move countering right back the other way. Nice push back from Exile as they are looking to take some KOs here. Ceruledge then moving on in, seeing what they can make happen. They pick up the Pikachu KO, and then this is that beautiful moment. Using the E-Speed onto the bird. Once again, boom, catches Blissey. How mean.
And now we're going to see this final fight here. Here comes Donlux. They see their target. They use their big Ceruledge you cut on the right-hand side of your screen. That locks up 2 KOs. We're moving through. The Mew E-Ball comes through, but it is not enough. The chase continues. They go down. KO streak to 3, but we're moving in. Rayquaza is getting so low. Kira gets in the pocket, secures, and that ends up Ceruledge Donlux to clean up everyone else and make this thing a surefire W.
Yeah, what a game. What a start to the day. I mean, that was exciting. Top to bottom, these two teams brawling throughout the entire match. There were definitely moments where it felt like Exile was in the lead there, but oftentimes you saw Plaga come in huge counter punches, huge fights of their own. That Garchomp making big time Dragon Claw plays, and then a few that you know if they would have hit would have just been absolutely devastating. It's scary to see it with that eject button, Dragon combo, tech where they're kind of bouncing forward really quick, throwing themselves back, trying to catch someone on the enemy team. A lot of big plays from both of these teams as we're ready to head into game number 2 here very soon. I wonder if these teams want to switch up too much, because I think they both had pretty great results.
No, I don't think they switch up at all. If I'm Exiled, I am looking back at those last 90 seconds, because I think they actually lost themselves the game by giving the other team a chance, right? We saw the Mammoth Swine unable to reset, and it took multiple times. Well, that whole time that they're not able to reset and the rest of the team has to wait, right? Because you can't send everybody back and leave Ray completely unoccupied. Well, those KO timers are coming back. By the time they got everybody healthy and trying to come back, all of Plaga was ready to go again, except for Don Lux, who was the last one in. But the whole time, somebody is chipping Ray. So the fight actually started with Ray at like 40, maybe 50% HP, and nobody was ready. Plaga was, because they were all coming off being KO'd, so they were all moving together, maybe chatting how they're going to go in, and all of Exiled was resetting and disjointed, and we're like, when are we going to get everybody back here so we can set ourselves up around this Ray pit? And I think that was really the moment of opportunity that was opened for Plaga to win that game.
Taking a look at our stage right here. Exiled on the left there, your purple team. Plaga now going to be your orange team. Feeling pretty good after that victory, but you can't feel too comfortable there because you definitely had a lot of moments in that match you were behind. Things came together at the end, played very well. But yeah, you have to wonder, is this more of a Plaga victory, or did Exiled kind of step on the rake and hurt themselves right there?
Yeah, and that's, we see a lot of unique choices in these support roles, right? Going into that Mew support, even maybe Espeon support. But what that does is you can't just all sit there and let them heal you while you're waiting for these KO timers, right? You have to start sending people back, and that really, unfortunately, for the Mammoth Swine, he said it in the match, like he keeps getting knocked up, it can't get back to base, and that ended up taking like 6 or 7 seconds, and that's a huge chunk of those KO timers that is dwindling down while you're just trying to get some HP back because you have nobody on your team that is that role.
Yeah, and now we're seeing our teams on stage. Obviously, you can feel the difference between the two squads.
Sure.
Plaga, they're not jubilant in celebrating what happened. They know that they got a little lucky there. They played well, and they got a little lucky. And on the other side, Exile a little down about probably how they handled the end of that match. However, how they handled most of that game felt really, really solid. The level of aggression from Exile felt like Plaga was often on the back foot there until some of the decisions around Ray. Obviously, those can be the most important decisions a team makes in a match. I wonder if just hitting Ray in general was the big mistake right there. It's hard to know. Obviously, as you said, the fight started with Ray already pretty low, so it put it into sort of flip territory where you're all fighting in the pit. Things can get really messy in there, giving Umbreon Foul Play the opportunity to get the big secure.
Yeah, draft is ready, so we're going to be jumping into that right into the moment. But to kind of answer the first question that kicked off this conversation about how these teams are feeling, I don't think they switch up too much. I really like how both teams look. I think really what it was execution in different parts of the game. Exile tighten up the start of your game. Plaga tighten up the start of your game. Exiled, when you get that big lead, or if you get that big lead early, don't lose it by overextending like we saw around minute 7.
Yeah, and here we go, the bans. Exile banning out the Leafeon. Plaga with Darkrai, no surprise there. Umbreon with the ban from Exile, truly one of the best Pokemon in the game. And Blaziken finally on the side of Plaga. We're going to see how Exiled wants to handle this first pick, what they prioritize here. They could be trying to snap up that Cerulege for themselves. We've seen a lot of teams have priority on it, but they actually go with the Miraidon, who was banned out game number 1, couldn't be banned here in game 2 because Plaga needed that priority for the Darkrai.
Yeah, that's the difference about banning first versus banning second. Darkrai being banned, Miraidon is open, and we've seen some great Miraidon play. That is a Pokemon that is unanimously popular in the West and the East, as we were watching ACL a little bit last night and this morning. Miraidon getting picked quite a bit. Electro Drift and Charge Beam both being played to success.
Here we go. Mimikyu, Blissey. Feels like Blissey is a difference maker for a lot of these teams. I love the choice. Possible Zacian pick right here, which could be really interesting.
I would love to see a good Zacian play. I mean, it's one of these things with all these EX old EX Pokemon losing that license, it's able to be played more, and we're going to see a lot of it. We actually see a Mewtwo hover now, so we're really getting deep into the EX territory.
I mean, I would love to see it. I mean, they're here, let them play. We'll see what they end up doing. Snorlax being hovered. Mamoswine as well. Felt like the Mamo was very impactful in game number 1. I could see another Mamo. And we do have a Mewtwo now. We're not sure which Mewtwo this is by the look of its picture, but I can tell you what it is by those particular items. That is Mewtwo Y.
Mewtwo Y.
We will see if that if Donlux is the player who's going to be, you know, keeping that Pokemon. But if that is Mewtwo Y, that's probably what you're going to see is the Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf, Slick Spoon, and X-Attack combination right there. Haven't seen a ton of Mewtwo. I'm excited to see it play here.
Yeah, locking back in the Ceruledge, seeing a lot of popularity. And Glaceon, that was the fastest Glaceon pick I think we've seen locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a no doubt about it. This is where we're going. Question for you, Spraggles. Are we going to see the Helping Hand Safeguard Blissey with this Mewtwo Y, or are we going straight eggs?
Well, it's absolutely possible, right? However, if you look to the other side, Exile has one really big, you know, crowd control Pokemon. That's Trevenant. So there isn't a ton that you're too worried about safeguard-wise, right? However, Helping Hand works great for Mewtwo Y, not too bad for Mimikyu, and also really good for Glaceon. So I think we could see a Helping Hand Blissey. The question is whether or not we will see Safeguard as well. You can definitely see it. They both recently got a buff. It's paired with the Mewtwo, and we'll see if that's what they bring into this game. Either way, it's still got that Bliss assistance. It's still got that massive boosted. It still has that incredible secure early. Blissey is just a force as a supporter, and it really, for me, is the #1 in the game right now.
It is incredibly good, and you are being proven right. I would have thought we would have been leaning towards Hoopa. Great teams can over macro, other ones, and it gives teams that might feel a little bit gapped in the skill category to be able to make better and stronger macro plays, right, and cover themselves that way. But here we go.
Here we are. Exiled your purple team, Plaga your orange team. The first set of the day in our top 8 decider match. Plaga up 1 game right now. Exiled needs to win this to stay in the tournament. If Plaga wins, this thing's a single elimination. Exiled is heading home, and they're here in Brazil, so it might not be too far.
Quick engage here. Plaga are 3 wins, 2 losses. Exiles are 4 wins, 2 losses. And the pressure that Kyluk is putting on, I mean, if it's anything like their Lucario and they went off Lucario to pick up Zacian, I'm excited to see what materializes here.
Interesting choice to bring Glaceon up so early. I mean, I've seen a few teams do this. They pull Glaceon up early, about the same time that you would bring up Leafeon. It doesn't have nearly the impact that a Leafeon would have, but at the same time, you're able to take just 1 buff, make it to path, so you could share the buffs with your team there in the bottom path. Ceruledge hiding in the tall grass here, waiting for their moment.
Kane Lance desperately needs to hit Trevenant to at least generate some of that crowd control you were referring to. Ricardo still hiding out. Here comes Kira. We're going to do a 4v3. No, it's sussed out by Wolf. They're going straight in. And now all of a sudden we've got a 4v4 scrap. They're going straight for it. Zacian is lying on top of Kira, but it's the Mimikyu that gets the KO on Zacian. Everybody else retreats to their pad, and ultimately a positive exchange for Plaga.
Yeah, really nice stuff there for Plaga, sending the Mamoswine up to make sure that they could get a KO there in the top path. They don't have a freeze lane necessarily, but it's so dang close with that Glaceon and that Mamoswine. Up here top, Blissey's staying. We have Mimikyu staying level 5 now, so they're able to get some big-time secures there.
Troy working through on this Bunnelby. They're able to take it out of the hands of Exile team, making sure that they are keeping this experienced lead. Caillou having a hard time evolving into Eldegoss.
We were wondering what kind of Blissey we were going to see. That is the safeguard on that Blissey, so the Helping Hand safeguard appears to be the call here as they make their way towards the center.
Nice read by Kira. No shot on Wolf there. Amazing, amazing job by Kira. Uses that Ice Fang reposition and puts them in the absolute kitchen of Donlux and Jax. They're putting the pressure on Zacian. Oh, no chance for Caillou there. And now they're going to crash this goal zone with nobody to defend it.
Yeah, this is really nice here. We've got a great score opportunity, too. The math here is just a little slice of perfect here for Plaga. 109 to 2. Plaga way up here, looking completely different than game number 1.
However, Exiled, did this to Plaga game 1, and we saw how quickly the tides can turn. Charge Beam Miraidon is what we're seeing here. Glaceon Unite, they're going for the action. They're actually trying to get on top of Cerulege, but the Ice Shards find their way all the way back to Wolf.
Yeah, Cerulege with that amazing opportunity to essentially counter the Ice Shard with a move of its own, just hiding under the map there for a moment. A lot of those shards will not hit as we have Regirock being ripped apart already.
Charge Beam on spawn. We're putting the pressure on as all those rocks that cause tons of traffic damage. Regirock is taken by Exile team, which means they're looking to push. It's a 5v2 after Kira goes down. We are pushing. Icicle Spears going into the back line, but that's not really the prime target they want because the damage is coming from the front. Texas runs straight in. Kailu picks up the trash, and the fight rages on. Donlux is trying to make a difference, but ultimately the Cerulege is buckled. Donlux keeps pushing forward. They just hit their Mega Version. They are A-pressing through, and this is the combination you're looking for. Everybody on Exile team is getting pushed back, and they're getting dominated right now, Spraggles.
This Mamoswine is absolutely on fire. Pretty ironic for the Ice type as they are setting up KO after KO after KO. Beautiful plays there by Plaga, losing that bottom Reggie, but winning massive fights.
I mean, what a heck of an exchange. Kira is playing amazing. You mentioned it. Each Ice Fang is perfect. Each engagement delivers. And honestly, credit to Glaceon, Jackson, everybody. They're following up very well. They're not missing a beat. As soon as Kira sets the table for them, they're going to eat.
Yeah, and here we have Mewtwo making their way up to the top path here. 4 members of Exile kind of deciding how they want to play this engagement. They actually all move away from this. Looks like we do have some information here, though. Exile making their way down. Plaga sees that that's happening. Massive Sacred Sword. Not able to get the KO. Big time Bliss Assistant saves them right there. As the fight continues, Cerulege Unite only catches 1 right there. And the Icicle Spears rain in. Glaceon Unite. They are pushing. And they win another big fight.
The Miraidon Unite is popped, but it does not matter. We're going for the score, and that's another gargantuan overdunk. Plaga is humming. This looks rough, and there's still 5 minutes left in the game. I think we've just saw 10 minutes worth of damage in that one exchange.
Yeah, Plaga right here, Doob Snacks, is looking incredible. Game 1, they needed to find their footing. Game 2 right here, they are knocking Exiled around Thea Sky Ruins, and it looks pretty nasty. Reggie Alecki going down, pushing towards Exile. The score line is getting out of control. Cerulege looking to make a play here.
Oh, nice little Horn Leech attempt poach, but it doesn't quite materialize into anything. The rest of Exile team has to go back. You wouldn't think if they would have landed that Horn Leech and been able to take Glaceon with them, that would have been the engage that they were looking for. Now even Kane Lance has to eject over the wall and get away from the support core and Froy.
And now you can see Plaga deciding to still prioritize defending this top zone right here. Shadow Sneak, Ice Fang, Unite move. We get it. They're gone.
Plaga is not falling for any of these games. No. The rotations are being like predetermined, premeditated, and read like a book. Plaga is not leaving anything to chance. They want to take this off. Woo. Okay, we have a Unite that actually hits the Glaceon. They're looking nice engaged by Kira again to save Jax and give them the space they need to work. And now it's the Cerulege dodging the Icicle Spears. No, they get picked back up. We're popping the Unite move and they're going for the push. We've got the Mamoswine rampaging forward. They're going to keep putting the pressure on. Icicle Spears trying to find the back line, but it's Kira that is able to jump back there and put some stress on the Miraidon. Finally, Cerulege goes down. 2 players down the other way, but now Exiled wants their opportunity. Eject button coming back across. Mewtwo Unite. Everybody is so low, and they're pushing forward. They get another knockout. Does Donlux.
Beautiful stuff here. Eldegoss now being caught by the 2. That's the double teleport there from the Mewtwo into the side strike, picking him up there with the Ice Fang. Kira on this Mamo is an absolute force. I mean, the insane plays that have been made because of this Mamoswine. When you talk about what a defender can do in Pokemon Unite, I mean, this is a textbook right here. This is the clinic. This is the playbook. Watch this game. This is how you defend.
We are under 3 minutes. We have every goal zone up on the side of Plaga, which means Exiled is down, down, down on the scoreboard. And now we just have to see how they're going to approach the final few moments.
Regieleki just being chipped a little bit right here, and it's kind of a question as to whether either team really cares about this. Fight's sort of starting, everyone's sort of backing off. You really don't want to make any mistakes here. A lot of damage with the Icicle Spear onto the Trevenant. They may have to retreat, and now they can get this Regieleki for free. They do. Charge Beam not able to get it. Something Exile is going to have to deal with, but there is still plenty of time on the clock. They can deal with this. This gives Plaga, however, the opportunity to reset, and it gives Plaga the opportunity to decide how they want to position themselves around Rayquaza. They are up by a considerable margin. 47-26.
We already see the Blissey early positioning to get vision. Texas is there, and now Kira's on the hunt. And why not? You've been playing so well, I wouldn't be afraid of anything. Ice Fang into the bush just to see if you can catch anyone sleeping. And look at Jax, they're just putting damage on this thing to keep those Icicle Spear charges up. We're going to see where it goes.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to engage here. Obviously, Exiled is the team that needs to make a play, but we've seen a lot of teams ahead here decide to make an aggressive push. Cerulege moving around. Trevenant caught right here, but they are going to back out of this fight. Obviously, catching the defender doesn't necessarily start it. Raise it half.
They're trying to rip, and Glacial stage is set. We're going to see where it ends up. We're pushing forward to Trevenant Unite pops up. Only catches one target, though. Cerulege is popped and goes in. Tries to get one. Charge being back the other way. 2 players down on both sides. We're moving around. Kira used their Unite move to try to get out of dodge, but we're putting a lot of pressure on here. Is this Zacian? Kyluk is looking to make a difference. Mimikyu stays standing. KO streak of 3 for Kyluk, and they're the only ones, and they're going to need a prayer to make this happen. No shot here.
What an insane fight right there. That Zacian doing a ton of work against Exiled. We have, you know, the Mimikyu for Plaga here. Maybe making a big mistake following with that Shadow Sneak so early. We do have the safeguard, possibly getting them out. Luckily enough, because of that safeguard, they were able to make it out. Glaceon now puts some damage onto Trevenant. Exiled on the back foot right here.
Hornleech pushes Kira out of the way. The Charge Beam is going to try to go in as we are looking for a prime target. Finally, Kira goes down, and this is the opening I'd want. Rhydon Unite is striking the earth, but not really finding too many targets, as it's another KO streak of 2 for Jax, and this Glaceon is starting to take over the game. The Icicle Spear damage is insurmountable.
And take a look at this. They are just following this Eldegoss. Eldy goes down. Zacian and Cerulege, the last hope, but there's very little time on the clock. They need Rayquaza, and they need it right now. Trevenant coming back. Cerulege moving in. Ray getting low, but not low enough. 10 seconds left on the clock. Exile does not have a hope. There's no way for them to get out of this. A beautiful fight from Plaga. Rayquaza goes down, and they are moving forward. Game 2 not looking very much like Game 1. Plaga in total control.
Plaga made this stadium feel like their home. They said they would in that pre-match interview, and they delivered. Started off a little shaky. Maybe the keys didn't go into the right keyhole to unlock the door to their house, but once they got in there, they made themselves comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game number 2 for this squad as we start taking a look at the numbers right here. 11 KOs on the Glaceon, 11 KOs on the Mimikyu. I'll tell you, Texas and Kira, these two were the superstars of this game. Yes, there are huge numbers on this squad. Their carries played incredibly well. The Bliss assistance onto Glaceon every time it was targeted to make sure it didn't go down in these big fights, insane. And then that Mamoswine play was some of the best defender play we've seen since Mamo at Worlds.
Yeah, it was terrific. Every engagement was facilitated by them, but credit to a player like Jax on this Glaceon that once Kira, I said it before, set the table for them. Jax, you got to get in there and eat, and that's exactly what they did. 11 knockouts, 92k damage spray.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. I mean, I love this build too on Glaceon. You are constantly applying that curse damage, which I think is amazing. It just sets up teams to not be able to get healed when you are raining the Icicle Spears in on them. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here. Beautiful Ice Fang to start it out. I think this is the point in the match where I accidentally slurred my words and I said Ice Beam.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're watching that Glacial stage being set. Kira with the engage. Cerulege Unite back the other way. Bliss assistance on there to keep them standing as they rage through. And this is kind of where I thought, oh, Exiles might have an opportunity because Kyluk was kind of cracking on.
Yeah, I mean, we had huge moments from this Zacian, right? But Mimikyu being at full HP, being able to fight around it. Of course, that Sacred Sword not catching them there was massive. Had that Sacred Sword caught Mimikyu, we we could be looking at a different story, but Mimikyu able to bounce around the battlefield in some really impressive ways. What a start to this tournament. We've got an interview ready up on the big stage. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, casters. Yes, I am on stage with Texas after an incredible win. Let's hear it for Texas in Praga. Awesome, thank you so much. All right, after an amazing game out there, you're playing really, really well. What was the key to success for beating Exile?
Yo creo que lo mismo que dije al inicio, que era creer en nosotros y quitarle lo que ellos saben jugar.
He said the key to the success was removing the key picks from the other team and trusting in themselves and believing in themselves.
Okay, great. All right, so a really big draft difference. That makes a lot of sense. Now, you all as a team had some incredible performances, all 5 of you, but if you had to pick one player to be the MVP of that last game, which one of you was it? And you can say yourself.
Ah, pues sí, sin problemas soy yo, pero humildemente yo creo que Don Lux desde la primera partida es una diferencia totalmente abismal. Creo que por algo es el mejor ADC de la región sin problemas. Y ya ni siquiera con puro atacante a distancia.
He says he could say himself, but the truth is Don Lux is the best attacker in the region, and he believes he played incredible.
All right, well, the Blissey chose the Mewtwo Y as the MVP. I think that makes sense. Okay, all right. Final question for you, Texas. You're moving on this tournament, now into top 8. What team do you want to play against the most for the rest of the tournament?
Hay dos opciones, es Nouns por cuentas pendientes o DreamMax.
He either wants to play Nouns because he has some pending rivalry against them, or DreamMax.
All right, either a Brazil hometown crowd or a traveling team from Europe. That's going to be awesome. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, Texas. Hope you have a great run. We are going to be setting it back over to the booth.
All right. Well, I mean, what a start for them. Obviously, we have a ton of amazing Brazilian teams here, but one of them knocked out here before they could make it to that top 8. Plaga looking incredible. A bit of a slow start, but once you got it going, once you smacked that dashboard on the car and it started revving, oh boy, they couldn't be stopped, especially in game 2.
No, what a game, what a draft, and you know, I know mentioned on stage was the tongue-in-cheek Mewtwo Blissey, but it was definitely Blissey Mamoswine, without a doubt in my mind. Like that, it was just where the action was. Plaga, great draft, well played, but the work continues because you've just hit the top 8 round.
That's right, the work continues, and this tournament will continue here in just a moment. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more incredible Pokemon Unite action. Don't go anywhere or I'll curse you with my powers.
Or kick you in your hip.
Well.
What's good, everybody? Doob Snacks here with another episode of Snacks with Snacks. We are here in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC, and I've got a tour guide with me to bring me around all of these snacks this go around. So, thank you for joining.
Ah, much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian, and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite.
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
We're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Be nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific?
This is, this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the... Luke.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This was, I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what, okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay, childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes. The vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie, it's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah, why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my personal favorite as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Let's get into these ones here. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Got chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through, right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but...
Turtle on the back.
Yeah.
It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this, this entire package is just two jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get that.
So essentially we've taken your classic snacks and just done
made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to
deep
them.
fried.
Yeah, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really like that.
Okay, good.
Let's rate these things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5, considering everything else is much more solid. Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm going to go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a 5 for sure. Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7. Which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9.
Okay.
And that's because these, despite being first and kind of I kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
That
These
is
were
incredibly
terrific.
good, yeah.
This was sweets. So we've got more to come. What else we got coming up?
Right, so we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks to Snacks.
Stay tuned.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that view,
He found it. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands
Welcome back, everybody, to Unite on LAIC 2025. I'm Sorshan with Zoinks. We're going to be taking you through the second match of day 2. How are you feeling? We got Brazil here fighting each other.
Yeah, Battle of Brazil. Going to be Tuzy Esports versus the Golden Rod Strikers. What's going on, everybody? I am Zoinks in the booth, joined by Soph again for day number 2. It's going to be an epic day of battles. We are now into the single elimination bracket for the top 12 teams. This is going to be some exciting stuff. We are now back in best of 3 territory. We're going to get to best of 5 later. It is going to be a legendary day of Pokemon Unite here at LAIC.
Oh, yes, it will. And we got such an incredible match coming up for us as well, because we casted over Golden Rod Strikers yesterday, and it was just completely blowing out of our minds. Like, this is such a good team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the local Brazil talent has been showing up in spades. Fortunately, last match, we did have to eliminate one of those teams. It looks like we're going to be doing that again no matter what in this next matchup. It's too bad to see the cannibalization sometimes, but that's all right. These teams definitely could go really far in this tournament, either team that is able to take it home. I do think a lot of people have Tuzy in their bracket predictions here. This is a team with a lot of infamous names in this Brazil community, so that's where a lot of the eyes are going to be. But reminder, that Goldenrod Strikers team has pulled out magic before in some of those sets. I mean, they won with Charizard and Venusaur on the squad, so there is definitely some interesting stuff to see from this team up and coming. But we got a lot of great tournaments, matches coming up throughout the day. So other than these two teams, any squad that you're looking forward to, we're going to take a look at what our bracket's looking like so far.
Yeah, so we have on the top 8 decider, the Code and Bad Dreams going into a game 3 in this first round. Very interesting. And as we already watched there with DreamMax and Spragles, Plaga won 2-0 against Exile. So unfortunately, that Brazilian team is not going to be in the competition anymore. So congratulations for the way you got up until now. But our match right there at the bottom, Tuzy Esports versus Goldenrod Strikers. And you still have Team YT versus Team Growth that I know the Spragles was really, really excited about for a name.
Yeah, the Battle of NA. It's going to be interesting. Only 3 NA squads left, and I'm actually looking forward to top 8 a little bit. We're seeing the Fusion versus Plaga lined up as a matchup to be happening. That is going to be LATAM North versus LATAM South. It's going to be a very in-person environment, so that is going to be so cool. I mean, we got a lot of great matches here, but I mean, there's a lot to look forward to in a tournament like this. We already talked about the prizing at the start of the event, but there's a lot on the line for this event. We talked about the trip to Japan, of course, but there is something special about being the inaugural Pokemon Unite LAIC champion. I mean, the first ever event at this location, as well as the kickoff tournament for our Season 4 of Pokemon Unite. I mean, what a way to start your season with a tournament championship.
Oh, I totally agree. It's inaugural, as you said, and just what we have been discussing yesterday, Zoinks, the fact that we're getting East and West all in together for the first time, like so early in the season for 2025, having the LAIC champion going to Japan, as you mentioned, for the ACL finals.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible.
Whoever wins that gets a world spot already.
Exactly. Yeah, a few different changes to how you qualify for the World Championships this year, primarily focusing on international tournament success or the regional final tournament success. So a lot of focus on these big major tournaments, of course, of which this tournament is one. So, like we mentioned, the matchup that we are going to be watching for us first on this stream is going to be Tuzy Esports versus Goldenrod Strikers. I was just on stage able to talk to Tuzy Esports a little bit before their matchup, see how they're feeling, get the vibes. I was talking to their tank player, Salto, and well, I have to admit, I did say, I'm casting, so please make it fun. We'll see if they go with it or not, but I did hear rumors of a certain legendary fiery bird being played in the defender slot, so we might see some Ho-Oh gameplay, a Pokemon that has been remarkably low in usage. Nerfs hitting that Pokemon a little bit harder than I think some of the other Pokemon that got touched in that same balance patch. So Ho-Oh not seeing as much play, but when it is brought to the forefront, it is given this. I love this graphic, by the way. Thank you so much.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's very cool. These are the most common held items we do see on Ho-Oh. The EXP share, the Resonant Guard for a little bit of extra shield in the early game, and that Cursed Bangle for the anti-healing. Ho-Oh has a lot of area of effect damage with its moves, including Flamethrower, even Sky Attack, as you can see here, or Fire Spin, as so as the most common moves. You can do a lot of anti-heal.
Yeah, it's, as you said, just the constant dealing damage with the damage over time and applying the anti-heal is so good in general. And I believe that although we have seen such big nerfs to the former EX licenses, you're still thinking about what makes them good in a couple of ways. Because we have seen Zacian today, he's in plenty Miraidon yesterday, and Ho-Oh still has so much value with the Rekindled Flame on their Unite to bring back their allies into the fray. So it's super valuable, even if the stats throughout the game aren't that great. You know that on team fights, it's still very good.
That is true. Well, we have a lot to look forward to, including an interview that we have on stage with a couple of the players about to be competing. So let's throw it over the stage to hear from our competitors.
Everyone, DreamMax here on stage with Lel from Tuzy. Good to see you again, my friend. And Sunday, Goldenrod. All right, here we go. Two Brazilian teams have to face off here. They have to eliminate each other. That can't feel good for the hometown crowd. But I will ask this. Lel, what would it mean to you to win LAIC in your home country?
Para você, o que significaria ganhar o LAIC no seu país de residência?
Com certeza é um sonho. Sempre quis que tivesse um campeonato aqui no país. E ainda, tipo, com o povo que a gente conhece aqui, tipo, ia ser absurdo, isso é absurdo.
It would be an absolute dream for me. I've always dreamed that there would be this kind of tournament here in Brazil, and with all of my friends here, it would just be absolutely incredible.
Sunday, I'm going to ask you the exact same question. What would it mean to you and Goldenrod to win LAIC as a Brazilian team in your home country?
Ele vai te perguntar a mesma coisa que ele perguntou antes. O que significa para você ganhar o LAIC no seu país de residência?
Cara, acho que também é um sonho, porque a gente gosta muito de Pokémon UNITE, a gente queria muito ter a oportunidade de competir e não tinha um campeonato aqui brasileiro. E por ter a oportunidade de chegar tão longe, mas conseguir ganhar, seria incrível.
I also think it would be incredibly amazing. So I always wanted a tournament here in my home country, and to be surrounded by a franchise that I love like Pokemon, it is just a dream.
That's amazing. One more question, we're going to keep it short. What team do you want to beat in the grand finals to win the LAIC championship?
Mais uma pergunta rapidinha. Qual time você quer absolutamente derrotar dentro deste Latin American International Championships?
Qualquer time que vier, nós vai bater.
Any team that hits in front of us, we're gonna take them down.
Let's go. Same question to you, Sunday. Which team do you want to beat in the grand finals to win LAIC?
Mesma pergunta para você. Qual time você quer pegar pela frente na nossa stream da LAIC?
A DreamMax.
Eles querem muito pegar DreamMax. They really want to get DreamMax.
Let's go. Okay, Brazilian teams knocking out Brazilian teams all over the place. Let's get these players going. Let's get this game under the way. Back to the booth. Under the way. Back to the booth.
All right, thank you so much, DreamMax. Great to hear from you, of course, but also great to hear from our local competitors here. So much rivalry between these local Brazil teams. I love that. Obviously, they're so happy about the tournament being here, being able to play with and against their friends.
Oh yeah, as you said, they all know each other. They all have been playing together for a good old time. That is the squad for Tuzy Esports on your screen. Soto, Leo, Falbi, Max, and Jandeco, who have been playing beforehand on Legacy. So Legacy, if you don't know much about Unite, you haven't really caught up with the previous years and seasons, Legacy has been the #1 champion in Brazil for all 3 seasons that we had so far. So this team is stacked.
Yeah, it's so much talent that has proven themselves both regionally and globally, as well a lot of international success from a lot of these players. But on the other hand, we got some new faces to maybe this international tournament, the Golden Rod Strikers. Liam, Zuemelo, Lizer, Manny, and Mutaka. I probably got all of those correct, so please don't correct me.
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
I'm not winking whatsoever.
Either way, Golden Rod Strikers are a very exciting team. We got the chance to cast them a little bit yesterday in the group stage, and they brought a lot of fun stuff both in draft and in gameplay strategies. They're going to have to bring their A game, though, as we are going up against probably one of the tournament favorites, if you're asking. I mean, Tuzy Esports came out of a very difficult Group A with Exile team, DreamMax, and of course the Tuzy Esports themselves. A very tough one to compete in. Let's see where we go into this draft of game number 1.
Oh yeah, Tuzy Esports on the purple side, Golden Rod Strikers on your orange, as the Slowbro and the Blissey are already out of this battle.
Interesting. A very support core focused ban strategy up until this point. Tuzy Esports now have a bit of a flexible ban. On the other side, Goldenrod most likely going to be locked into that Darkrai, the living nightmare itself. How powerful it's been. It is at the 69% ban rate, which I think is very common and nice.
Very, very common. And Mamoswine, we saw it today earlier, and we're just talking about like how incredible Mamoswine has been recent time, alongside, for example, an Umbreon with that versatility. But the first pick will be a Miraidon, which, to be honest, we have talked about yesterday, thinking maybe we're going to see a decrease in Miraidons coming today because they would be banned, but we're still having a very, very similar strategy around the first pick for purple side and the bans.
Yeah, it seems like with Slowbro and Blissey catching bans, you just
don't have enough to afford on some of those big, heavy hitters in the damage-dealing department. But Tuzy Esports then, of course, will get the Miraidon, like you already mentioned. Blastoise and Eldegoss will round out a few of their other angles. Salto is the one currently holding the Blastoise. That was a role swap as they changed, so we are likely looking at a tank build Blastoise and a different top path Pokemon. That'll be interesting, and of course we could have last-minute swaps back and forth. But Pikachu Umbreon on the other side, currently hovering the Mamoswine defender. I think we're going to see a whole lot of today, as it is so incredibly powerful, and they're going to pair it with the Alolan Ninetales.
Oh, so good. I'm super excited about it. I think I mentioned that yesterday. Just the amount of hindrance you have with this duo, it's just absolutely crazy. The synergy with the freeze is immaculate, and you can just guarantee that your damage dealers, alongside the Alolan Ninetales, of course, are just going to be hitting those abilities every single time. If we see Thunder and Thunder for Pikachu, it's just gonna be stun after stun after stun.
Yeah, I think we most likely see the damage set of Pikachu looking at their item build. We got the Spoon, the Energy Amplifier, and Choice Spec specifically to amp a lot of that damage. I say all of that, and we do change which Pokemon are being held by which player. So we will see if that goes down. Either way, I think the Alolan Ninetales build is maybe the most telling of what we're about to see. Both of auto attack enhancing items in that Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf definitely leans the line of the Aurora Veil Ninetales. We're going to put down that big circle where Alolan Ninetales auto attack speed will increase, but it will also increase the defenses of not only Alolan Ninetales, but any teammate within that aura. It is a really powerful effect when used with coordinated teams. You can bulk up and defend against some heavy hits. That'll be huge. But there is a lot of heavy hitters on the other side of Tuzy Esports. A Miraidon, Blaziken, Dodrio is a terrifying damage core to have to compete into.
Yeah, it really is, Zoinks, and all that damage, well, has to be defended by that front line. We know that yesterday, actually, we saw a couple of teams that were just going no defender, or like no straight up front line, or no healer, just damage, 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 and it worked. Although we were talking about best of ones, and today we have best of threes, and that changes things quite a bit. So already, I believe that getting into this best of three, both teams look very standard on the matchup. Nothing super different coming through here, especially with the likes of the Miraidon, the Eldegoss that has been super high priority. The Leafeon, as we get into a quick pause here, just going through a technical issue. Thank you so much for your patience. As just continuing here, Zoinks, the likes of the Leafeon that has been banned quite a bit, now also showing up some more.
Yeah, it was available for selection there, right? It was one of the final options that Goldenrod was considering. I think they were thinking of locking it into that, but it sounds like our pause has already been rectified. It looks like our team is logged back in, so we'll be jumping back into the game. I know. We're absolutely loving. Thank you so much to our amazing stage admins, people working behind the scenes to make our games run smoothly. Let's get into this game number one, Battle of Brazil, Tuzy Esports versus Goldenrod Strikers.
Super exciting as we get into the game one of this best of three round of 12 topside. We see the Pikachu alongside the Umbreon for this early pathing. The Gossifleur was helping a little bit, the Doduo in the central area, but they're also going to be focusing, of course, in trying to steal away most of the wild Pokemon. Leafeon, they're really, really fast going in. They have the Razor Leaf almost taking the Gossifleur that pops out the X speed. Are they going to escape? Oh, that is a drift and a half. I don't think you're going to survive this one, my friend.
Yeah, that is extremely close. Leafeon can actually just elect to get some attack weight stacks in, so Leon going to have 2 stacks already. The Leafeon, such a powerful pick in the early game, allows it to be able to take both of those buffs in their central area and ignore the ball toys entirely and still get to the Leafeon evolution. It's really powerful, and in fact, they didn't even knock out the blue buff. They did not knock out the Acelgor. That was given to the Alolan Ninetales, who, by the way, is currently on the way to the top path with a 4-player push on the top side.
Oh, I really like this one. We've seen quite a lot of it yesterday with the Alolan Ninetales. Goes in with the Avalanche. What is the build? It's different here. I don't expect that. Now pushing, trying to get the Squirtle. Looking to go for the berries, but it's still going to be a 2 KOs. That Goldenrod strike is guaranteed. And now this top side on 19 out of 80.
Okay, I think we still have the option for the Aurora Veil just to pair it with the Avalanche instead. So not necessarily an on-paper synergistic combination, but it is just good moves all around. I don't think Alolan Ninetales is too upset by this at all. Look at this aggression, though, from Goldenrod Rod Strikers, a double invade, but it is matching the double invade from Tuzy Esports, where Miraidon and Dodrio, after having some success on the bottom path, immediately rotated into the enemy central area. Leafeon is going to go back to check their central and be missing a few things.
Just a couple, but on the other end, as you said, that team was also trying to steal it away. Going on to Miraidon here, it's looking like a 3v3 here in the central area, getting caught up with that mean look, and the first knockout will be done by the Leafeon from Leão. Now pushing out to take down the Altaria, but look at when the Blaziken arrives, well, things just turn a little bit spicy. Fall with a 2KO streak.
Yeah, Fall not too hurt about being trapped in a mean look at that point when they're already channeling their overheat. Hits multiple targets. I think a collateral knockout. One move for 2 KOs. Absolutely huge. Now, the scoring will dump in for a few players of Tuzy Esports, and that Miraidon will use its passive to hack that goal zone. So now the healing will not be there for this team as they try to defend their goal zone. A very unique effect of Miraidon. They do have that Hadron engine. When they use up their AO synergy, when using their moves, they create electrical terrain on the battlefield. If that aura does include an enemy goal zone, it will hack it and reduce the amount of healing that a team can get.
And it's just as close as a Go Hacker as you will ever get in competitive zones.
Please play Nidon. It's so fun. It's so fun. But it's all right. Miraidon's going to cover it for us. Fall in a very tough situation. 1v4, but the backup is already here, so.
Oh, okay. The triple trample gets most of them knocked up in the air. So looking good for Tuzy Esports. Now looking to go after the Umbreon, but the mean look will prevent them from being taken down. Let's now see what will be the overcap here. Not that much, but still just enough to guarantee all of that presence in the bot side to take down the basement Reggie.
Yeah, in the landscape of this game, I think breaking early is totally fine. I mean, these teams are constantly invading. You have the chance to take those lane Audinos or Indeedis that will spawn in throughout the match. But all right, we got Sauto running in with that Hydro Pump spin. Big Hydro Typhoon knocks out 4 players. Maximum range on a couple of those, but it's the Pikachu to strike first to knock out the Dodrio.
Oh wow, although that was really good for the side of Tuzy Esports on the Blastoise, you're still looking for that rapid spin with the damage. The Snow Globe was almost there to take down the Blastoise, but they're going to be taken back instead. And although you have that bright future Meteor Storm, there we go, going out, it just seals the deal for Tuzy Esports. Top side taking 3 KO streak for Falb.
I just don't really have an answer to this Blaziken at the moment. Mamoswine is maybe their best bet, but Falb has been doing a great job of trying to take off fights where they can avoid that main tank for most of the time, avoid those Ice Fangs, not get locked up, and basically just free fight for the rest of it. They are currently sitting at level 12. Another small shout out, check out Sauto's Blastoise. I mean, the amount of things they were getting away from, the amount of defenses you gain from Rapid Spin are tremendous. You are able to survive a lot of different attacks, even including an Alolan Ninetales.
Ooh, Midnight Prawns trying to survive a little bit, but the Miraidon will take it with a Charge Beam. Now the Cotton Cloud Crash manages to seal the deal, and the Emerald 2-step will just allow Leão to have more movement speed, but it's still not going to make them escape. That tier 2 is gone. Tuzy Esports just take all of them down. If I'm not mistaken, that was a 3-for-0.
Yeah, welcome to the mid-game, Goldenrod Strikers. This is where Tuzy Esports composition is truly shining. Your era of Leafeon dominance is starting to slip away as we go into this 5-minute mark. Now look at this pressure that we have from Dodrio. Mazarin making sure that no one can enter into this battlefield. Sauto covering the top. I mean, this is a very coordinated Tuzy Esports currently, making sure they have vision on every single member. Sauto will probably be able to walk away from this fight. I mean, they're buying a ton of time, and they're still not KO'd.
Yeah, Thunderstorm and the Hydro Typhoon also used. Oh, the way they pushed them back! The Snow Globe wasn't able to really connect on anybody on the side of Tuzy Esports, and Zoinks, that foul play on the Blaziken was just absolutely crazy. Now, Lel pushing out here, going for the Leafeon. Leão gets the berries, eating a little bit, but it might just be the end of lunch break.
Yeah, I do think so. You gotta clock out, unfortunately. But yeah, Alolan Ninetales, I think, fully having their move canceled with that Blaze Kick. So they most likely will have quite a bit of the charge left over. Oftentimes in Pokemon Unite, when you have your Night move is canceled by an opposing move, you do keep some of the charge. So Alolan Ninetales will most likely be able to earn it back rather quickly. But that time where they have that window, Tuzy Esports taking full advantage. Yet another Reggie goes over to their side. This time a Reg Ice, and Regieleki will be spawning in. This time, Goldenrod Strikers has no goal zones to catch it on the top side. They cannot afford to let it through. Tuzy Esports reads that, though.
Yeah, they do. It's a very quick read, as you would expect from this caliber of players on the side of Tuzy Esports. But Goldenrod will always take while they can, wherever they can. Although we're still looking at Maxine going to the top side, and no, Dodrio is really fast. Now still trying to get into that backline. Some damage is applied. Look at the Blaze again, gets to the backline themselves. The Milok with the triple trample is huge. A lot of the damage is not actually coming back from the side of Tuzy, as on the Goldenrod Strikers, they still have something to do, maybe not for longer. Yeah, unfortunately, it felt like maybe Alone in Ninetales was going to be able to do something more, Zoinks, but it was not the case.
Yeah, at this point of the game, they're just being out-level scaled too much. The damage numbers, while impressive from that Pokemon, often you just can't compete with a level 15 Blaziken. Falb has now hit the maximum level that you can achieve in this game. Do you think we had a Leafeon back half? But I want to remind you, yeah, Tuzy Esports, remind everyone watching here, Tuzy Esports does win that fight handedly, but again, Goldenrod Strikers were kind of forced into that play to take the Regieleki. I really don't think they made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
That is a win condition that would have opened for Tuzy if the Regieleki was walking towards the home base. It was Goldenrod Strikers had to make that call. They do lose the fight, and they do lose their bottom goal zone as well, so this is becoming almost an impossible situation, but they have found ways to backcap. Leafeon took advantage of the Regieleki, so they got a scoreline of 167, but they are going to need a massive win here at Rayquaza.
They will, and it's 5 seconds for that Rayquaza to spawn. Look at that overheat, already 50% HP on both defenders on the side of Goldenrod Strikers, who will be handicapped for this next Rayquaza fight. Ice Skull Spear goes in, Ice Skull Crash, and then moving into maybe try and find a flank for the side of Goldenrod Strikers, but I just feel like at this point, Tuzy is just guarding out the central area. They don't even need the points because they've scored so much of a lead already.
Yeah, this is what Tuzy's been doing all game as well, just having this Blastoise cover top and the remainder of the team cover the bottom. And this gives Andeko so much room to be able to use this Miraidon long-range poke damage. And all they have is the Wish Healing to try to keep up. And currently, it is just not enough. South to the first one, trapped. That's a Blaziken engaged. That's the first one down. Leafeon finds the first KO.
Oh, Mammoth Smash was actually really good. Now with the Midnight Frost as well, going into the backline, could do something here. Soto is in trouble, but the Rapid Spin still gets them very much healthy during this fight. Now trying to do something more with that Aurora Veil, just caught between a rock and a hard place. This looked like an almost ace for the side of Tuzy Esports. Well, actually, I think it was because Leafeon was out of the battle. They probably already respawned.
Yeah, the good news about Leafeon already respawning, though, is it's a level 14 Leafeon who could try to outsmite this Rayquaza.
Oh, close.
Aerial Ace does dive in, but that will be a Blaziken secure. Falb has been putting up those objectives all game long, and Tuzy Esports now all they have is 40 seconds to rack up some scores. Volt Tackle will hold Dodrio in place, and with that Icicle Crash, that will also lock them away. Won't get that shield. Dodrio, notoriously an incredible scoring Pokemon, will be one of the only members of Tuzy Esports to not have an easy path to dunk.
Yeah, they do now, but plenty of shields still available now that they're not as we speak. It was still enough scored that they are perfectly fine, and there's not enough time with 15 seconds to go for Goldenrod Strikers, but there is enough time for a game 2 in a best of 3. You can always recover, but it is single elimination, so it's either next game or never.
Exactly. And a reminder, everybody, with the format that we have been playing with, Tuzy Esports did choose Goldenrod Strikers as their first round opponent. I don't think anybody is considering that a bad decision with how that game 1 went. They clearly had a good read on what Goldenrod Strikers was attempting to do. That heavy defensive play of the Blastoise up front and center with so much damage reduction throughout that matchup was incredible. I mean, it was really difficult for Goldenrod Strikers to find a major answer. I think we're looking forward in this matchup. Goldenrod Strikers is going to need a little bit more poke damage from long range. That medium range of Alolan Ninetales was strong, but it just never had enough oomph to really get that KO number up.
To be very honest as well, I feel like there was a lack of a synergy on the build path that they chose for the abilities on a couple of the Pokemon chosen on the side of Goldenrod Strikers. I would have loved to have seen the actual build you have with Aurora Veil instead of having the Avalanche. Even with the Mamoswine, something different. Like, I prefer Ice Fang much more nowadays than Ice Skull Crash. But also, at the end of the day, if you have Pikachu with the Electro Ball and Volt Tackle, it just It just feels like you have to be too close to the action. And when you're facing against Falb on this Blaziken that ended 14 and 14 points, it's just too much exposure.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because the decision is, do you try to play into Blaziken with the Thunder set, or do you try to play into the Dodrio with the Voltackle set? I think it was kind of an impossible decision the Goldenrod Strikers were put into. So they're going to have some interesting choices to make in game number 2. On the other hand, Tuzy Esports kind of playing with house money at this point in time. Falb's Blaziken putting up 111,000 damage. Unbelievable stat line from them. 239 points scored as well. I mean, they finished the moveset on that overheat and blaze kick, the kick formation of Blaziken. They were looking incredible. Definitely, I think, the MVP pretty clearly in that game number 1.
We had agree, Zoinks, and especially because when we saw the early game for Goldenrod Strikers, it felt comfortable. As soon as Falb appeared, it was over. The team fights were completely going to the side of Tuzy Esports, and they know just exactly how to read the map, as you have already mentioned, and overall, that just translates into how much it gets difficult for an early game composition to get that capitalized into mid to late game. But this squad for Tuzy Esports and the comp that they had, they were so fine going into late game.
Yeah, they were definitely, they had a lot of scaling available to them. The Blaziken, the Blastoise, both of those really felt like they were totally fine throughout the game. And then the Dodrio was just always a relevant threat for that squad as well. So yeah, Tuzy Esports playing it in an impressive fashion. We saw Falb there on that MVP stat screen, a player that has competed at the World Championships before, so clearly has this live stage experience behind them, and they're showcasing it with how well their play has been throughout the weekend, but specifically in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we had just a little bit of a, a sprinkle of taste because of the best ones. But still, as we mentioned, it was Group A so stacked with completely all Brazilian teams on Group A, and 3 of them being the top level that we would have expected with the DreamMax plus Tuzy and Goldenrod Strikers as that little out-of-the-box option. I still think that they have performed very well in this early game to try to use more of that pressure and their skill potential focus there because it worked, but have a little more of safety net in that mid game because it felt like they were lacking a little bit.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. Now, the good news is Goldenrod Strikers, because they did lose that first game, they got this choice of side they wanted to draft. And right now, everybody's talking about Purple Side. Purple Side is the place to be. You don't have to ban Darkrai, so you were in a good spot. So currently, they can afford their bans are going to be on Blaziken and Blissey. So Tuzy Esports not going to have access to Falb's pick from game number 1. See where Goldenrod goes into this game number 2. That's a Zero Aura hover. So if you really wanted that Pokemon, but maybe later in the draft, it was a player
Still
swap.
time.
Sunday is going to lock up that Umbreon first pick. With the Blissey ban, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I think the ban on the Blaziken is just so necessary here. 14 and 14 is an incredible score that Falb was able to put out on this Pokemon last game. On the side of Tuzy Esports, the Blastoise is being hovered. We saw it being played as well with a Rapid Spin, but it's going to be the Miraidon. Currently in the meta, usually the Pokemon to be picked as the first option on either side.
Miraidon feels excellent into this matchup as well, because if Sunday wants to go with a more wish-oriented healing pattern for their team, that's just simply not going to be enough healing to out-heal the poke damage, but okay. Gone is Alolan Ninetales, and for the first time, the Armarouge is going to be on our broadcast. We almost did a Where is Armarouge segment in a camera-recorded moment. A Pokemon that did receive a lot of heavy-handed nerfs, and that's why we haven't seen it be as popular, but for it to show up in draft with Goldenrod with their backs against the wall, that's an exciting moment, and we got the Charcadet Bros.
We do. They're fighting against each other, and it's going to be incredibly fun. Although we have to point out, as you were saying, Zoinks, that the heavier damage, the heavier side of the nerfs were on Armarouge and not on Cerulege, so Cerulege is still much more viable, considering it has been picked 31 times and banned as well quite a bit throughout the LAIC 2025.
Yeah.
Like the Hoopa and the Pikachu here for Goldenrod Strikers, much prefer, if they do, in this case in particular, just do your Thunder. I want to see the Thunder build on this one. I just feel like you're going to be feeling safer when you have the Hoopa, when you have the Umbreon. But on the side of Tuzy Esports, we might see a Metagross to round up the composition.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Metagross plays extremely well into a lot of these attackers, especially without the ones that are doing auto attack damage. So the more move-oriented play, that's going to be a little bit less poke damage for Falb to have to deal with as they push in. Currently, they're running the weakness policy, focus band, muscle band. I wonder if they're going to put on the attack weight Metagross, one of those scaling Pokemon. Yeah, there it is. One of the best attack weight scalers in the game. I want to talk about this Hoopa pick a little bit more because we were talking about the support game. Obviously, we're going to see Umbreon tank Hoopa support. The biggest threat I think you do have to deal with, I mean, as good as Falb and Max have been on these all-rounders, the poke damage from Jandeko is so strong. Hoopa Portals is a good way to answer it. The problem is you're going to have to be so preemptive with those portals. I mean, you will not be able to be reactive at all. If the poke damage comes in from Rhydon at any moment, Max and Falb are going to be on that, like, white on rice immediately. Like, you have to immediately, or let's say preemptively, put down those portals to actually get any use out of them.
Yeah, you really do, Zoinks. And overall, again, I'm not seeing anything super different from the overall composition. Although we have the Armor Rouge, it fits a spot that we have been seeing fit usually by most attackers in the meta at the moment. So I'm looking forward to see how the Armor Rouge is going to perform because the nerfs were pretty strong.
The nerfs were heavy. What I'm most curious about is moveset, because I think the moveset that was hit really hard was the I think the moveset that was hit really hard was that armor cannon. Or it was the Fire Spin, rather. So that was the really nasty one. Fire Spin, though, a really incredible thing that got changed. But here we go. We have the Armor Rouge running into the top path. The Eldegoss and the Beldum. The Eldegoss and the Beldum going to be hanging out in the central area. We have Hoopa going back to try to do an invade against this poor Beldum. We'll find no buffs there to take. Pikachu going to try to roam towards the top side, and then Hoopa going to have to just retreat, unfortunately. Now we have both sides playing out for this next first fight.
Having a couple of scores coming out here from the Cadet. Going to try to get recontested by, of course, your usual Electro Web, one of the best base abilities in this game, especially in this composition here for the top side.
I've said it forever, like, I don't want to choose a new move. Like, let me just keep Electro Web.
That is so true, so true.
Yeah.
And as I was saying, like, the fact that you don't need to evolve, you have the Pikachu plus the Hoopa, it's quite a lot of the early game pressure with the Mimikyu as well. Let's see how this is going to go down. Zoinks, it's a 4v3 though. Plenty of that was guaranteed for Miraidon, if I'm not mistaken, here for Jandeko, and that is just so useful.
A decent amount for Falb as well on that Metang. Interesting to see the choice to have Metagross go into the central area. Beldum does have a decent clear. You get a boosted auto attack that is really heavy heating, obviously all 3 attacks, but also when you use that Iron Defense. So Beldum can move through pretty quickly, but usually because of its stacking dependency, we see it play in the lane a little bit more. So surprising to see that choice. Miraidon and is going to be playing around on the bottom side, and Eldegoss and Saraledge posturing up here on the top side. This is a scary spot for Tuzy Esports to be into, as Pikachu does have that Electro Web.
Always useful. You also play here with a Saraledge. Can try to at least reposition here for the central area, as the Metang, as you were mentioning, is already there. Most of it guaranteed again for Tuzy Esports, so that EXP advantage is going to be on their side for the orange team. Sunday looking very gnarly there, as they're still trying. All right, nice push here by Jandeko with the Electro Drift, as they're still trying to continue, maybe going for the Umbreon here, but Sunday will escape very sneakily.
Yeah, hidden away in that tall grass as a free recall. Now, another use of those Hoopa portals is a quick rotation to the top side as Goldenrod trying to defend against this Saraledge. Again, there's been very few points scored in the game, which again, for those stacking Pokemon, is really difficult to play with. So the great defense by Goldenrod Strikers is going to work out in their favor in the long run. I know they have nothing on the scoreline so far, but there has been effective use of these Hoopa portals in defense. Impressive stuff. Would not be surprised to see them rotate down towards the bottom side again to play for this first Reggie, but it looks like they're actually, Goldenrod's going all in on the top side.
Yes, they are. With that Hoopa portal, they all re-rotate, and the Umbreon stays on the bot side, so 4v3 at this moment, while Metang is also coming to join them as well to make it an even ground. Now, Hoopa in the front line. So already attacking here for the side of Goldenrod Strikers with 50% on the Reggie. Like who's going to steal it. Maybe it's a 50-50. Mimikyu guarantees it. So Goldenrod Strikers will feel very good about this one. We're still going to be careful. No, maybe you overstayed your welcome, as you have the Metagross with the Unite move as well. And the here computing and crashing, and I think everything crashed on that screen.
And this is what I was talking about in the draft screen, right? Those portals have to be so early because any early damage, Fulb is just going to immediately capitalize. The Unite move locks them in place. Hoopa portal's counting down. ManaBQ almost makes it out, but that gyro ball from Metagross just too strong in the moment. We got Manny doing some early damage. It is going to be that Psyshock armor cannon build, so the more mage-oriented build of Armrouge. A bit of a surprise to me with so many all-rounders on the other side. I feel like the fire spin might be a little more effective, but in the end, I think it's a good call. I mean, it's one of the least touched in the nerfs.
Yeah, for the Pikachu, we also have Vote Tackle and Thunder, so just almost the same as we had the last game as well. Top side, even though it was Golden Rush Strikers who got the Reggie Lecky, Tuzy Esports has already scored 20 on this Tier 2 zone. Now pushing out with the support here are going to be okay, healing up, and very nice. Now in the central area as well with Cereledge, what I feel like the most that is going well for Tuzy Esports are these rotations, and especially the levels.
Yeah, I mean, they're out-rotating Goldenrod Striker, who has a Hoopa, which is very, very impressive to do. Obviously, it's been a little bit better of a defense for Goldenrod Strikers in this game over the previous one, so they can hold on to that, but they are going to need to get an objective on the board in addition to this Registeel, which they were able to capture. So they got the attack buff. They're actually going to start using it as ManaBQ picks up a KO streak of 2 just above our camera. They do land the Shadow Sneak on the Miraidon, but Electro Drift pulls them away. They went a little too early on that Shadow Sneak follow, could not catch them. And the Meteor Storm is going to defend the goal zone.
Yes, it does, just for a little bit, but maybe they're going to go on the offense right now as the Ice Fang takes them inside to that group. Look at the drift. It's just playing Tokyo around here, and they're fast and they're furious, and they can keep on pushing. 4v3 into the zone, and the Cereledge is just huge. Revenant ran for KO streak.
Wow, for family, right? Oh, come on, Metagross, blocking the Penta. That is unbelievable. But all right, huge play there by Tuzy Esports. Huge push for them. Cereledge absolutely crushing it in that last fight. Fob, yes, they stole the Penta, but hey, it was a relevant knockout. We'll take it.
I mean, to be fair, the other day, Spragos stole the Penta from DreamMax.
Oh, so, that's true. We'll never forget.
We will never forget. Ever, ever, ever. Top side, all the members on the side here of Goldenrod on the Reggie Alecki, and Cereledge, knowing that this is a little bit too much to be outnumbered, they're not going to try to contest it, so maybe Goldenrod Strikers could have a little bit of a move, but no, never mind. The move is Electro Drift again, and it's just doing so much, although Armrouge makes a very good call there and takes down Miraidon before they can use their ability once again. The Ice Wing pulls them just right into the embrace of Cereledge, and it's going to be an almost equal trade in this fight.
Yeah, great fight there by Goldenrod Strikers. I mean, Pikachu's Unite move being really clutch, always hitting Miraidon with that electrical strike because it will hit 2 targets at once. They're able to win that team fight against Miraidon and while doing damage to Mammal. And the quick rotation with the Hoopa portal allows them to pick up 2 objectives in a row. So Goldenrod Strikers, while still having 0 points on the board, have secured 2 objectives. You take a look at that Hoopa portal, there was no glowing circle around the outside, which means none of the members are going to recall through it. Instead, they're going to go the old-fashioned way and walk.
A jump pad.
Ah, yeah, that's true. We're at 3 minutes. Jump pad.
I mean, yeah, this is Pokemon Unite, not Pokemon Go. We're not walking places.
Yeah, it's true. I love technology. Jump pads are cool.
Yeah, they are.
All
Diglets are fun.
Sunday trying to get as many souls as they can. Huge Thunderstorm engagement's very tanky Pokemon, absorbing the majority of that damage. Fob gets a ton of shields from 1 Gyro Ball as well. That helps them get in this fight for a little bit longer as Fob actually strikes first. The Eldegoss taking a KO.
Yeah, now trying to escape here, Jandeko. They don't have the Unite move, so they're going to have to just try and walk away. Look at the save from Soto, though. So they're just going to be the defender, just taking it up for the attacker, and that is all fine. But we need to talk about Zoinks, 293 to 0.
Yeah, I mean, this game is Tuzy Esports to lose at this point in time. They have not allowed Goldenrod Strikers to get a single point in, but that is not to say that Goldenrod Strikers has been doing too poorly. They have gotten so many of these objectives. I believe 3 out of 4 available in terms of the Reggies so far in this matchup. But with 2 minutes on the clock, Rayquaza's about to spawn in, and the bottom and the entrance to the Rayquaza pit is going to be completely locked down by Tuzy Esports. Goldenrod, playing to their range damage dealers, are going to try to focus a fight around the top side of the map.
Everybody gathering here on the bot side of the central area. 4 members of Tuzy Esports, having those defenders to protect them just in the front. 80 scored by the Hooper there as a back cap from Goldenrod Strikers, which is actually really, really good at this point. Nice Hooper portal as well. That is not going to come back. Going to get that shuttle pad, that jump pad into the central area once again. And this is just a back and forth for the moment, Zoinks. They're just trying to understand who and where do they need to engage.
Yeah, I don't even think that was a portal. I think they just manually recalled and they got so close to getting caught.
Oh, wow,
you saw Hoopa just standing still. Oh, Phantom Force. But Salto reads the Phantom Force. He's right there to catch it. That's a portal. No Hoopa Unite move for this next team fight as Tuzy Esports strikes first.
Yeah, 15 seconds for the Hooper to come back. Might still be enough. They can stall, but Umbreon is in a very bad spot. Sunday trying to get away from 4 members. Might have just gotten enough attention to maybe reposition the rest of Goldenrod Strikers. Leon is in the bush as the Mimikyu, but they need to be so careful about how they position themselves. The computing crash is going to be coming really, really soon to finish them up. But now the Play With Me comes through as well with the Thunderstorm, and they can do something, but not that much. The damage on Tuzy Esports is just too big with the Miraidon and the Serral Edge. The Hooper wasn't there. You didn't have your support.
Exactly. And then the opposite is true too, right? The damage not quite there for Goldenrod. The damage is there in spades for Tuzy Esports. I mean, they're able to walk over the other side, and the healing they were able to get from Lel's Cotton Cloud Crash actually prevents the Metagross from going down post Mimikyu Unite move. It allows Fulb to stick around for longer. If there was one thing you do not want in a Tuzy Esports fight, is for Fulb to be up and running, especially with a Metagross in the mix. That is so much damage, and that is a Pokemon that can sustain itself through so many moments. So if that Metagross sticks around, it just gets worse and worse. Tuzy Esports gonna clean up the Battle of Brazil 2-0.
2-0 getting into our round 2 of 8. And they continue very, very strong, considering they were top two in their group. This is not a surprise, but congratulations to Goldenrod Strikers for making to the day 2 and having a very steady performance against such a worthy opponent.
Yeah, a bit of a quieter performance from Fulb on the Metagross. Only 3 knockouts this time, but John Deco stepping up to the plate with their Miraidon with 6 knockouts and 62,000 damage. Liam also getting a very respectable amount of KOs in that fight on the Mimikyu. A challenging match to play into, as we all saw, but wow, what a game from Tuzy Esports.
Really love to see it. They are looking very well coordinated. The synergy that we have been talking about, for example, for DreamMax, is also here on the side of Tuzy Esports. These plays, sometimes when we're talking about the charge beam being really good, the Electro Drift is just doing as good.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that play in the fight. I'm so glad we had that replay. The Miraidon baited out the Mimikyu into their entire team by Shedinja Dolling immediately after the Electric Drift. So Mimikyu just appears on a Shedinja Doll, looks around, and there's nobody but enemies surrounding them, an immediate KO to turn the other way. Really clever stuff. Our player of the game is going to go to Max on this Serral Edge, though. Just a consistent force, going with the Psycho Cut and Flame Charge build. So one we don't see very often, but with Serral Edge's passive of after using any of its moves, it gets a boosted auto attack. Flame Charge having 2 stacks means you are just constantly getting those like Yep.
Good.
Our impressions are top-notch.
Right, yeah, I was going to mention, on top of that, we just had Serral Edge just doing so well in regards to securing those objectives. They were there on the spot all the time, and the Revenant Rents to just go through multiple members of Goldenrod Strikers was so effective.
Yeah, I mean, if we're having an award for coolest-looking Unite move, I think Serral Edge is top of the list, or at least top seed in that tournament bracket. Exactly. I absolutely love this. So Tuzy Esports are going to be moving on into our round of 8 teams. I think we're going to be taking a look at the bracket a little bit later so that we can see what their next round opponent is going to be. Obviously, we only know the one so far officially of Plaga versus Fusion, but this tournament is shaping up to be one of the best we've ever had. It's so exciting. Kicking off the season here in Latin America, here in Brazil, is so cool to see. But yeah, Tuzy Esports, I mean, do we have to start considering them a tournament favorite? I don't know, but what I do know is that we have an interview on stage, so we're going to throw it to our caster and our player.
What's good, everybody? DreamMax here, back with Lel from Tuzy with a convincing win over Goldenrod Strikers. Lel, first question, what's the story with the sunglasses?
Léo, primeira pergunta. Qual a pira do óculos?
Cara, eu sempre fui vaidoso, assim, e aí o meu apelido na época de escola era Léo Zica. Zica para os americanos aí é tipo alguém estiloso nessa forma. E aí eu comprei a Juliette, gostei e comecei a usar.
So I've always considered myself really stylish, and in school, I used to have this nickname that was Leo Zika. Zika, for the people who are not from Brazil, means someone who's stylish, has good drip. So basically, I've always been there, and I really wanted a Juliette, which is what these glasses are called. So that's right.
Well, styling, profiling in that first game, certainly. Both games, first match, 2 games. We watched them. You all played great. Getting your day off started incredibly well. How do you think this momentum will carry into your next match?
Vocês começaram um dia muito bem. Como você acha que isso vai proceder para os próximos jogos?
É muito importante. A nossa próxima partida é muito difícil aí. A Nouns, um dos favoritos do campeonato. Então é muito importante pra gente já se soltar, a gente chegar confiante. E é isso, vamos pra cima.
So this next game for us is really big because we're going against what are the favorites of the tournament. So for us, it's really important to cool down, get ourselves feeling a little bit more limber to make sure our fingers are moving real fast, and I hope we're going to do great.
Well, we better give you that time to get prepared to cool down and then warm back up and get those little things finging out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw it back to the booth, and I can't.
All right, awesome to hear from Lel, though. I mean, they had a great matchup to start the day. You got to feel that momentum is carrying you, but the awareness and ability to know we need to chill out, relax, and get set up for our next match because it's gonna be a doozy. I love that confidence and just awareness of how their team needs to operate.
Absolutely, and they were mentioning as well the next matchup. So let's have a look at the bracket when we have that updated for you all. The top 8 is already locked in. Luminosity Gaming versus The Code. That's going to be a banger. DreamMax Esports versus Team YT. Well, to be fair, it looks like everything is banger. Fusion, Plaga, and Nouns Esports against Tuzy. We have to get a update there. Golden Rose Strikers just got eliminated from the tournament. Tuzy advanced into top 8.
Yeah, but to let everybody know at home, the next match we are going to have on broadcast is going to be Luminosity Gaming versus The Code, which is going to be a very, very fun matchup there. I mean, The Code, a team that very much impressed me from yesterday, a team that was not really on my radar at all, but I mean, maybe that just says something about my knowledge of this region. Not deep enough because The Code had some great games. They did have a 2-1 set in that round that was off stream, so we'll have to get a little bit more insight maybe in some interviews about how that first matchup went, but we will see that and so much more of this tournament because LAIC is shaping up to be one of the best events of the season, and not just because it's the first. We're going to cut to a very short break. LG and The Code right after this.
Hi, this is Spreggles, and inspired by the incredible chat message, "Let's hide" in Pokemon Unite, I'm gonna hide here at LAIC. Will you be able to find me? Let's find out. Can you find me? Do you see me? I'm right there. I'm hiding, but really, really good. Oh, I'm such a good hider. I'm hiding like a real pro. All right, last chance to guess. Oh, did you think I was over here? Okay, maybe you did. Next time, let's make it a little trickier. Can you find me? Oh, I'm hiding so good you wouldn't believe it. I feel like I'm almost the best hider at LAIC. One of the best, for sure. All right, I'm about to show you where I am. Did you see me? Oh, I was right over here the whole time. Could you believe it? All right, it's gonna get harder. All right, this last one's gonna be the trickiest one. Can you guess where I'm hiding? All right, I kind of cheated on that one. Did you guess that's where I'd be? This has been Let's Hide with Spreggles. Bye.
DreamMax, so we are back with our savory Brazilian snacks. Soph, talk me through these real quick.
Right, so we got savories, we got a couple of drinks to pair it out because we all know what happened with the paçoca. But next, we have cashews, because in Brazil, cashews, they are castanha do Pará, which is a specific place, state in Brazil. So it's nuts from that state. So it's all local and original. So next, for not just the cashews, you have them salted and also caramelized for a little bit more crunch and sweetness.
Okay,
but still on the same category. Here, you have like a crunchy snack. It's very floury, and I really don't know how to describe it, but it's made with polvilho flour. Next to snacks, we have the corn puff snack. So it's a type of creamy cheese, very different from your usual American cream cheese. And of course, drinks to pair it out. We have matcha. So this drink is so popular in Brazil. You can drink it iced. And of course, you have your soft drink, Guaraná. It is a Brazilian fruit, very delicious and a staple of Brazilian soft drinks. Should we start with cashews?
We're starting with cashews. Let's get into it. I've had a cashew before. Haven't had a Brazilian cashew. Now, I know I sell myself as a professional. My palate is not strong enough to tell the difference between a Brazilian cashew and whatever other cashew I've had. That being said, I love cashews.
Yeah.
All right, now we have the caramelized version of the cashews.
Exactly.
Which, again, despite being a professional, I don't have the refined palate to tell the difference. These are terrific. Sweet and salty, a winning combination every single time. Now, I know this is what everybody's waiting for, which is, what are these things? Soph doesn't even know.
No.
I just drooled. These are awesome. Love these. Not too salty, like pork rinds tend to be. That's phenomenal. It has like little bacon strips on the front.
Oh, do you want to try the last?
I'm gonna need to.
You need this one. Okay.
We're gonna need to.
It's the crumble effect. We talked about it. Next. Soft drink, Guaraná. Thoughts?
That's terrific.
Terrific. You heard it here
Super
first.
refreshing. Very
good.
Okay.
Nice.
So we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna go to. Way to cover the name, but not the gigantic mascot. Hey, boy. These are terrific.
Nice.
I love these too. No, these are great.
Good.
Absolutely love these. You're right, it's nothing like American yellow gas station pump cheese. Nobody thought it was going to. Definitely not me.
It's sweetened as well.
It's like a tea. Literally tastes like a sweetened iced tea.
Give me the scores.
We're gonna go 5, because that's where I said we were gonna start, and I remembered. Mine like a steel trap. We're gonna go 5.5 here. Loved these. 7 1/4.
Good.
6.2, I think, is where I ended up in there. Super refreshing for a soda. Iced tea, great staple, like I said, from Kentucky. I love this. This is terrific too. 6.2, easy 7. I think this is my favorite. And I do think...
Oh, is it better than the other?
No, it's not.
No?
8.15. 8.15.
Okay.
Let's keep it on its own thing. Those were the savory snacks, so. But we have more coming up, believe it or not. We're doing a 3-parter here. Unstoppable, like a trilogy, some people call those. So close it out. What's up next?
Yeah, so we got finger foods right here. So super excited to bring you those, because I think these are going to be the most different to you, aside from the crumbly paçoca, right? Stay tuned for the next episode.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon UNITE Latin America International Championships. We are into the top 8 of our bracket. I am Zoinks, joined by Soph yet again. We're back-to-back matches today. We got some incredible ones. We are down to our top 8 teams. Teams playing over prize money, championship points, and a chance to go out and compete in Japan. So much on the line.
Absolutely, and Zoinks, this is so exciting because being in Latin America, we had so many Brazilian teams yesterday on day 1 for group stage. Getting into here now, we still have so many Brazilian teams. We just had an all Brazilian. Yeah, there we go. We had an all Brazilian match just right now. 2-0 was the squad for Tuzy Esports over Golden Rod Strikers. And getting into our next match, tell us a little bit what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing yet another Brazil team in the code, but also their opponents, Luminosity Gaming, Notorious. We're going to get a chance to hear from both of those teams as we have an interview on stage ready. Over to the booth. Stage. We're the booth.
We're the booth.
Over the stage.
All right,
here we are up on the big stage. I am here with V from the Code and Overlord from Luminosity Gaming. Let's get this thing started. I want to start with you. I have a question for you. How do you feel running into a team that has multiple former world champions on it?
I have to say, the feeling is amazing. It's the first time we got into an international championship, and we fight a lot to be here. We matched against Fusion. It was a really great match despite we losing. We gave it all, and I have to say, for our first tournament together, it's amazing to see Luminosity here and have the chance to fight an international team that is recognized by everyone, has the best team in the history of Pokémon UNITE. It's a lot.
Incredible stuff. I have to ask you, Overlord, father and son back together again. I want to know who reached out to who first.
I'd say it was Kyrios. He brought us back together. But yeah, no, it's definitely great playing with them again. You know, we still definitely have a lot of the synergy from the last 2 years. You know, I feel like we're not really missing out coming back together. So yeah, feeling good.
Amazing. I want you two to strike a fighting pose, take a look at each other because you're about to do battle. I'll strike one too. We'll get a little something like this. All right, everybody, we're going to send it back to the booth here in just 1 sec. Tomojutu, take it away, Zoinks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mr. Sprinkles, for that interview. And it's lovely to see the Code just showing so much admiration and respect for Luminosity, and just also hearing that Kyrios was the one to, you know, just bring the team back together, and Luminosity are looking mighty strong.
Heart of the team, heart of the team. Now, I would be careful of calling him different names. He has been known to kick his co-workers, so I would just tread carefully around Mr. Sparkles. I mean Mr. Spraggles. Okay. But it was great to hear from both those teams. Interesting to hear that the Code is playing together for the first time at this event, so obviously not having too much practice going into this, but having a great tournament run so far. And I do completely agree with their answer about that Fusion matchup. Yeah, maybe it was a loss, but it was an extremely close match, and now that is going to give you a little bit of confidence, and you're going to need a lot of confidence to play a titan like Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, 2 times world champions Luminosity Gaming is the squad they're going to be facing, and as you said, in that Fusion match in particular, it was so close. Right until the end, it's one of those Rayquaza fights where you're like, what is going to happen? We don't really understand, we just don't really know, and it just seems at the last minute, and because Fusion has that extra bit of experience, I would say they had the calm, especially the nerve and the just straight face. Best of ones, this is it, we go in, we win, right? And they made them into a 5-0 squad.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff to see. Now, you and I had the chance to talk to some of the Luminosity Gaming members a little bit last night after their group stage tournament, just to catch up a little bit about how their games went, and of course, what their thoughts are going into day 2. A lot of confidence, of course, from this squad. It was so many accolades to this tournament name. However, they were talking about some of the Pokemon and builds that they were playing. We have not seen everything in the Luminosity toolkit, bar none. I mean, Kyrios has a lot of very interesting attacker choices that they want to bring up. I mean, I don't think there's a defender or a tank pick that Slash is uncomfortable on in the entire roster. I mean, there is a lot of exciting stuff, and I mean, we haven't even started talking about Overlord or Trainers Pokemon pools at that point in time. So Luminosity Gaming, I know they just got a call out in the last interview that Nouns Esports might be the favorite of this tournament, but I think Luminosity Gaming is very close in contention for favorite to win this event.
Absolutely hard agree here with you, Zoinks, because Luminosity in yesterday's games that we had on the Brock. What are they saying? Bada! Good job.
I love the Code's got that energy. It's awesome. We're gonna be jumping directly into draft. So Luminosity Gaming versus the Code in game 1. Luminosity Gaming gonna be leading with this Hoopa band. Now, an interesting choice made by Luminosity Gaming throughout this most of the tournament is right here. This Miraidon ban in the first pick phase has been so common for this team. They love banning this Pokemon. Kyrios' attacker pool is wide enough. They're totally fine with all their other options.
Yeah, and speaking of other options, I'm thinking about the Blissey, I'm thinking about the high participation that we have on the Eldegoss all throughout the tournament so far for LAIC. And this pick that we see on the side of Luminosity Gaming is the priority on the first pick. Leafeon has been banned so much.
And specifically against Luminosity Gaming has this Leafeon ban shown up, right? With Trainer LGC in that roster, you know you need to play around how powerful that pick and that player combination is. The Code not going to go down that angle. Instead, going to take 2 evolutions of their own. Folks, if you like the Pokemon Eevee and its evolutions, you're going to love Pokemon Unite.
You're gonna love Pokemon Unite and the Eevee Festival, and just, you know, the little hearts, the little bubble hearts when you spawn into the game. It's just wonderful.
Yeah.
You gotta love it. Speaking of very cute things, there is our lovely, most preferred, maybe sometimes Wigglytuff, but most preferred round pink Pokemon, as it is the Blissey.
One of many brown pink Pokemon that we have. Slowbro kind of counts in that category as well. But they are going to go with the Blissey and the Dragonite. Okay, so a very balanced composition for the Code so far. Not really poke-oriented, not really team fight-oriented for the most part. Just a very straightforward brawling style. Slash going to be hovering that Snorlax yet again. They've been playing a lot of that in this tournament. And in fact, this Pokemon has seen a decent amount of play. We're seeing the stats right there on screen, 15%. Doesn't really hold a candle to Umbreon's 50%, but it is a dynamite option.
It really is, especially when we saw them yesterday using that with the block and how they were just utilizing that to get people away from objectives, even if they weren't actively using the block to push them out on the really shield, but also just pushing them out in, you know, just a very wide, incredibly aggressive stance, you shall not pass kind of situation. But they round up Luminosity here with the Alola Ninetales that has been increasing in pick rate from the last couple of games yesterday into today.
Yeah.
And speaking of a lot of picks that we have been seeing today, Lucario.
Yeah, Lucario, a fan favorite specifically in this region as well, so making a lot of sense there. Yo, the Goat's got that energy. I'm excited about that. We've got to get their player cams on stream as much as we possibly can. But I just wanted to point out Luminosity Gaming's draft a little bit here. Obviously, this has been the LG style of drafting. No traditional healer on their team whatsoever. Instead, Otter has frequently been bringing attacker Pokemon wielding the EXP share to help their team get their levels, and instead of supporting the team with traditional healing with that damage. But look at how Luminosity Gaming balances around it. A very bulky, defensible composition. We have Curios going with the auto attack based on Alola Ninetales, which leads us into the defense boosting Aurora Veil. Snorlax, one of the highest HP stats in the entire game, can take a lot of damage and dish a lot of damage if we're being honest. And of course, Mew does have a ton of defensive options. Maybe one of the most reliable defensive attackers in the entire game.
Very true, yeah, especially because of the versatility. And on the side of the Code, their roster is just very interesting in regards to going for a more secure-based kind of composition. You have Lucario with the Aura Cannon, you have potential Hyper Beam for the Dragonite on their squad. As we're getting into Game 1 of Luminosity Gaming versus the Code in this best of 3 round of 8 zones.
And look at this route from Slash. Go actually joining the top path push and going all the way to the other side. Actually wants to invade and try to take the red buff first. We don't see this very often from defenders. Oftentimes they try to play down towards the bottom buff, but going with this long route towards this top side allows them to contest the red in the face of the Dratini. Omegian actually going to go and try to face check Slash Can a little bit here. That is a lot of damage to contend with, but they do walk away with the red buff.
Yeah, that bound is just so very powerful. Then you go into a quick nap. It might be taken out, but trainers there could try to capitalize something back here, but it's still very dangerous considering they are outnumbered. Going to the top side, you know the Lucario is one of those Pokemon that just stands their ground so well, even if their allies are not there to back it up.
Yeah, it can hold its own for sure. It's got a few options to use. Obviously, it's passive being defensive, but a lot of its moves having knockback, specifically the Meteor Mash having a nice push, does keep Lucario safe in the early game. A good thing, though, despite an invade, this Dragonair has hit level 5, and a great push by the Lucario to secure a lot of those wild Pokemon.
The trainer, though, very interested in going super deep, and they managed to take this one with the last hit going to Otter. Now it's going to be traded back with a 1-for-1 for the Code, and they need to disengage at this point because you don't want to overextend against Lucario.
Trades are so difficult to play around right now because Luminosity Gaming is in sort of this honeymoon period where Leafeon is going to be the biggest, baddest thing on the map. You do not want to give a Dragonite before the first set of Regis. They got about a minute away. If Hyper Beam is online for the Code, it is going to be such a difficult out-secure job by Luminosity Gaming.
And that boosted attack actually goes to the wild Pokemon and not onto Vizzy. So they're going to be okay for the moment. Still need to be careful. Blissey being there is going to be some good survivability for them. 8-minute mark, central area, Altaria, and they're pushing out very, very deep. And look at the freeze that comes from the Alola Ninetales. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, it's really solid. You get that from all of your moves, your passive ability, and then of course, if you hit a frozen target with your Snow Globe Unite move, you do amplified damage as well. So we're going to see that a little bit later on in the fight. Slashcan with some nice heavy slams and yawns so far throughout our game. But right now, they're just trying to slow down the enemy squad with all these big knockups.
And doing pretty well, to be fair, Luminosity Gaming, and defending that tier 1. The choice in going Surf there to disrupt them by Otta, really nice. They have coaching as well for this fight. Should we continue? The Happy Slam on 3 knockup is just absolutely incredible. Pushing out as well, the Lucario is singled out, and Blissey cannot even get close to there or around there. They're going to fall. 2 KO streak goes to the Urshifu.
Yeah, Vizen is going to go down, and now a ton of pressure into this top side of the map. So Regieleki will be threatening towards that tier 2, and I was talking about this before. There is no Dragonite on the map. There it is. There's the evolution. Of course, it happens while I am speaking. So now the code has a chance to try to hyper beam secure this Regirock. They won the chance of the Regieleki with that goal zone falling. So now they need to all in on this bottom objective.
Looking for it, actually outnumbered on the side of the code, need to be careful. Now, although that is the case, Trainer very much powerful with the Leafeon early game power spike to try to do something more with the Umbreon, but not going to be the case. Luminosity Gaming confirms the bottom Reggie, and they can still go on for a next push. There's the knockup, there is the Heavy Slam, that guarantees a 15 for Overlord.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming making an amazing play by choosing the top path first. They know they can win that fight because Lucario hasn't really got its stacks very much. They know Dragonite is forced into the central area to get their level 8, so they're going to play hard for top side, and then that just opens up the bottom side immediately. Not to mention, Regieleki did land in that goal zone, and Snorlax is able to break it. Great play by Slash. Not a huge overdunk, but you never care about overdunking on tier 2. Open up the path for future Regielekis.
Yes, you do. And opening up the path also gets you access to the enemy central area. The Hyper Beam finally there for us to see on screen, but not really on the objective so far. Now, Trainer on a solo Emerald two-step goes in, takes a 15 as well on this bottom side, and can safely aerial ace away.
Yeah, and great mastery of this Pokemon by Trainer, of course. They have played this Leafeon so much and in so many tournaments, but a great play from them is the early Razor Leaf. They don't immediately go for the Unite move. You need to break that Snow Cloak passive on the Glaceon before you go in for your big damage. They're going to ignore one instance of damage with that passive, so you want to break that first and then double down with the Unite move. Trainer does that perfectly. Glaceon has no escape route.
5 minutes on the clock, and Luminosity Gaming is already 300 odd points ahead. Again, with a steady positioning preemptively on all objectives, going to the top side with 5 seconds for their Regieleki to spawn, and Slashcan just doing the utmost to zone people out every single place. And as you mentioned, the Dragonite is just a little behind the curve. Luminosity will take Regieleki.
Yeah, the code making a really tough decision here, allowing the Regieleki to get KO'd and walk towards their home base because they feel the need to get this major objective on the bottom side. So they have the Glaceon and the Blissey here, but they are going to be outnumbered quickly, as it seems like the code is a bit of a split decision. They are going to abandon this Regirock and now try to defend against the Regieleki, which means Luminosity Gaming is about to go 4 for 4 in objectives so far.
Abandon the Reggie, the Reggie bottom, abandon the Blissey. It doesn't feel really good at this point for the code in this first game of the best of 3, but the numbers can still try to come back around because they aren't that much behind in EXP. Now going into the central area, Blissey will once again go down because of the proactiveness that you have from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, and ooh, look at this. This is a build that we have seen almost none of in this tournament, is Overlord on the Water Bear. So Blue Bear, a Pokemon that we don't see very much at all, their Rapid Strike version, but now it's going to be the Leafeon to actually start things off. Obigan does proceed the Blitz assistance, will allow them to walk a little bit farther, but it's Curios to close the door. Alolan Ninetales, and that Snow Globe has just been crushing it this weekend, so.
He really has, and I'm so happy about it. Love playing A9 myself. Look at the Ice Cold Spears, could try to pull something off here, and it does force out the Power Nap, but still, as you said, the Pokemon with the most HP in the game, they're fine. Even with the block, just swift away.
And Regirock buff as well. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
there was a lot of things.
Active, you're so right.
There's a lot of things working in Slashcan's favor there to get out right. Block, of course, absorbing a lot of the damage with that huge shield you get. That was one of my favorite balance patches to Snorlax in the last few months. The fact that they upped the amount of shield you get while using Block, especially Block Plus. So Snorlax almost at that point now. Will be a free central area clear for what feels like the first time for the Code. Finally, they don't have to deal with LG constantly harassing them there. But it will be Trainer getting a little bit of an edge in with that Razor Leaf.
Yeah, and they definitely can do that because they have all gotten such a great cut from early game to this midpoint, and Trainer is feeling incredibly comfortable. Top side, Luminosity is starting out the Regieleki, and the damage that Overlord can do just by themselves with Snorlax going onto the backline, just pushing the Code completely away from the objective. They can still try to go forward as well. Aura Cannon was used to no effect whatsoever, and now Trainer doesn't even care about taking anybody else. They could go on the 15-minute mark. They can rip that bottom Regi.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming has now created two different win conditions for themselves. We're 10 seconds away from Rayquaza, and there's a Regieleki threatening to home base, which means that the Code has to pay attention to it. Otherwise, Luminosity Gaming, with the score lead they have, could just counterscore. Slashcan's going to lose about half their HP, but look at how they run to the Aurora Veil defense buff. Absolutely great coverage by Kyrios.
So good, and looking incredibly very well executed on this Aurora Veil and all the damage that it comes through with the auto attack build. Now they're defending here in the entrance to the central area. Luminosity Gaming, especially with Overlord there on the water bed. Look at how much damage they can do. The Heavy Slam does not actually connect, but they're still going to be fine for the moment. The Bliss Assistance is on the Glaceon, and maybe Slashcan could pay for it, but no, they escape because Otto was there.
Yeah, the Code's Glaceon, I think, might be the key to success, but it's already gone as Leafeon gets the KO. I mean, they got to play for the poke damage, but their main source of such is already gone. Only Lucario is up and available, and no Unite move to speak of. That is a Rayquaza going over to Luminosity Gaming as they absolutely crush this game number 1.
Opening 1-0 in this best of 3 for the round of 8 is just huge for Luminosity Gaming, and nothing short of our expectations on the 2-times champions, and especially with that last Emerald 2-step, the fight was on their just home ground, pushing out once again. They have all of that AOS energy already dumped on a 811 to 74, and as much as the Code can try to defend this one, it's pretty much over.
Man, Slashcan really stealing the show in a few moments on this Snorlax, I feel like. I mean, Trainer getting those big damage numbers and executes, but the way this Snorlax plays around a composition very good at objective secures is just so impressive. Slashcan basically cutting you off 2 miles before you even approach the objective with some of these blocks means that LG is favored in every single objective fight, and I believe they did, in fact, secure every single objective that spawned in on this map, including the Rayquaza. So, huge start for LG. Is going to be their first match of the tournament. Code did have to play a best of 3 right before this matchup. LG, obviously not feeling too cold. They're starting this thing hot.
Oh, yes, they are. Blazing Flame Kick. We might not have seen a Blaziken in this game in particular, but they were on fire. Especially that pick for Overlord on the Water Bear was very interesting to see. They didn't even feel the need to have the secure option with the Wicked Blow. They were just fine contending with the idea of going onto the team fights and just doing the best they could. The damage from Trainer was 14 and 7 all around. The presence they had from early to late game was beautiful. 128,000.
Wow, I mean, this team is just so stacked with talent, so much so that the conversation often becomes like, is there too much star power here? Are things going to get a little convoluted? But I think when Overlord was talking in that interview before the match, discussing how the synergy's already there, they're not feeling like they're missing anything with this new roster and coming back together, it feels like they trust each other and they cover each other to, you know, you're the carry this time, you take control, and I'll go next game, you know, a bit of a baton pass. And what's teamwork if not that? I love that.
Really like it as well. The Code has been performing really well so far, considering, like you said, advanced into Group 8 after getting the 2-0 there in the round of 12. Here we go. Our player of the game will be Trainer, no doubt whatsoever. The Leafeon was huge, just so huge. 128,000, 39 wild Pokemon knocked down, 6 times scored, and 183 points scored. The Aerial Leaf is just like the Aerial Leaf.
Aerial Leaf, yeah.
The Razor Leaf Aerial Ace, there you go.
Aerial Leaf, yeah, no, you said it already.
I
think
just
that's
the conjunction
that's
of
the
both
new
of them.
exactly, and that's how we call it. That's
Aerial
the new name
Leaf.
of it, and it's official right here.
Yes.
It's actually funny to see a Leafeon stat line with these wild Pokemon KOs included, because actually seeing sub 40 wild Pokemon knockouts on the central area Pokemon might be a little surprising, but because of how good Leafeon's early scaling is, you just simply don't need to clear everything in front of you. So Trainer able to join a lot of those team fights, more interested in the 14 opposing Pokemon knockouts than they were in those 39 wild Pokemon. And if I am going into the draft screen in that game number 2, I have to imagine that the code will be electing for the first pick position. I think you heavily consider a Leafeon ban going into this next game.
Yes, I would totally agree with this one. It has been banned all throughout the tournament, especially as you said, against LG in particular, so you should keep that up. I don't think they're going to pass on this possibility. And like you were mentioning, I just want to recap and maybe back up a little bit on your conversation about the early stages on Trainer with the Leafeon and not going so much for those wild Pokemon. I feel like nowadays, especially in this meta, giving the blue buff to the A9 has been so frequent that you're just trying to convert all of that EXP and extra buffs into your attackers that Trainer just didn't need it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But all right, folks, we already got the draft ready for game number 2, and our hunch was right. So it will be the code taking that first pick position. Luminosity Gaming going to be on the orange side of the draft screen. There it is. Hey, Darkrai up to 70% on the ban rate.
Yeah, we're just climbing and climbing, and we're going to get very close to 100. Miraidon being hovered here by Luminosity Gaming is the first one, as we have seen all throughout LAIC 2025. If you are purple, you take Miraidon first pick. So with Blissey and Mimikyu out of the table, you have a couple of options that you can go for here on the code. For example, denying that Leafeon is most likely and confirmed the choice.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you are not banning that Pokemon, you are immediately picking. And look at how Trainer-focused these ban picks are as well, right? A Mimikyu ban and then a Leafeon first pick. I mean, they are going hard after that player in particular. Luminosity Gaming, though, not going to draft the choice for Trainer quite yet. They're actually going to go with their supportive core. And oh my stars, that is a healer being played by Otter.
Wow, 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 wow. We talked to them yesterday and they were like, we're not going to share all our secrets.
Right.
Very much so. Didn't share it on game 1. Game 2, they're back on the usual supporters, and Hoover is just so powerful. Serena!
First time pick. You can see it in our stats. The pick rate at a 0% so far. So Serena debuting here at LAIC for the first time, alongside a Mew and a Leafeon, where Bosa has the EXP share on the Mew. So also going with this attacker support style of build. And there is where we're going with Trainer. That will be a Zoroark. Now, this does open up a few angles for Overlord. We could see something like the Urshifu again, but we might want even more bulk a little bit later. Who knows where we'll be going there?
Oh, I would really like a Blastoise here on the side of Luminosity Gaming, especially if you go with your ultimate there and the Psychic Slayer as well on the Espeon. That would be really, really good, pairing up with a Hydro Typhoon. But wrapping up here on the side of the code, they go for the Dodrio and the Ninetales as well, also looking at that auto attack build into the Auroraville.
Okay, so Overlord really considering their option. They are going to go with the Gyarados, which is an amazing Pokemon despite its 3% pick rate. It is one of the best. Once you're online, the damage carry is ridiculous. One of the best 8 minutes of any Pokemon that you can really hit, right? Now, the tough part is poor little Magikarp in the early game is going to have to deal with a Leafeon and a Dodrio running after them constantly. That is a double speedster composition for the code, and that is going to mean very aggressive play styles coming out of this Brazilian squad. Luminosity Gaming, to deal with that, is going to have portals, which I already talked about, into dive compositions are tricky. And in fact, I think that's why we are seeing the double speedster emerge, because of that Hoopa selection. But once you go Hoopa Unbound, you got a lot of extra access, right? So that might be a big play for LG.
Makes sense. I enjoy it as well, especially because having the Hooper on your side, not just about the rotation all across the map with the portal, as you mentioned, you have quite a lot of laning, not priority for the Gyarados with you on the top lane, but you're also talking about the Astonish, alongside Electro Web, one of my favorite base abilities and how powerful it is to secure the wild Pokemon plus stunning your opponents. I feel like this is going to help quite a bit that Magikarp.
It's going to be huge. Yeah, so interesting thing about this Gyarados from Overlord, by the way, is its item build. They're going with a Razor Claw, Focus Band, Muscle Band. So no attack weight. Usually stacking is a very popular strategy on Gyarados because of how the way the effort gauge works, right? Scoring is one of those ways that increases your effort gauge. It is a base amount until you score the magic number of 11 points at once, by the way. If you score 11 points, you actually get a bonus to your effort gauge as well. Into a Leafeon Dodrio composition, I don't know if you're finding a way to score 11 in the early game on Magikarp. So I actually don't think this is a terrible choice. I do like the double band play.
Same. Now with the Hooper helping out there on the orange buff as well, as you would expect early on. They are also joining here Overlord. There's the confusion, but yeah, I think it was split around here on the side of Luminosity Gaming, because you need to always account for the little snow dropping from the passive there on the Alolan Ninetales. Yeah, yes, as we see. And there's, oh, for a second I thought there was a gank somewhere. Oh no, there is a gank. Sorry.
No, you're all good. Yeah, so a Alolan Vulpix can do some damage, but I was actually losing over this fun fact. This is great. So this is the first time that Serena has been picked in LAIC 2025. Only one other Pokemon has not been picked in the entire tournament. Oh. That is wild. I actually have no idea. I want to say my guess, production, my guess is Tyranitar.
Tita, maybe Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff's your guess? All right.
No, maybe.
Production, we're locking in our guesses. Tyranitar and Wigglytuff. Thank you so much. Ooh, Trainer getting a big KO and make it 2.
Yeah,
huge chase down. I mean, we have talked about how the draft was focusing heavily on this player by the code. Well, I mean, there's options out there for this Zoroark. And currently 23 points scored. Boo, Vizan on a bit of an invade.
Yeah, that's what you need to do on the trio, right? You need to be running across the map. You need to be trying to get as much of that capitalization in regards to invading as you can and as much score to get that passive going. Look at the burst of Dodo. There's no way. How did they even live on that one?
That was Resonant Guard. Slash Can's Resonant Guard procced and gave a shield to the Espeon. They were walking away with basically only shield HP. That is a wild time for that cooldown to activate, and that is why you equip that early game tank item. Huge.
Really huge. But meanwhile, we see the code was at least trying at this point to take the central area birds, but were contested by Luminosity Gaming, and they trade some of those points back. 101 for Luminosity versus 44 for the code. Considering the code is supposed to be a very early game focused team and composition, this is going a little bit strange from the books.
Yeah, it's been tough for Dulove here, right? They're still stuck on the steam, but finally they find the evolution, but a Portal's bringing a lot of competition real quick. Zoroark's gonna get that first KO, Overlord getting some help. You see that bounce shield means they did find at least one target. Alolan Ninetales slowed down by the red buff from Kyrios' Espeon, and that means there is literally nowhere to run, and Overlord gets the chase down. Trainer getting another, and Luminosity Gaming, well, they're Luminosity Gaming.
They are Luminosity Gaming. I totally agree. Top side, 2 seconds for the Regieleki. Bottom side, Regieleki, no, actually bottom Regi, started by Luminosity with Trainer, as you said. Look at Oba, so close to being taken there, and now they're trying to push as well. You have a nice bounce that comes from Overlord, trying to get even farther into the enemy's backline. But now Serena actually did well, taking one of those Pokemon down, but there's the Dragon Current just to scare them away. The Dodrio could try to do something here, but is still waiting to get something more. Maybe the portal will help. And now Trainer's there, and it doesn't even matter. 3 KO streak just by the blink of an eye, make it a 4. Trainer, and now Luminosity Gaming take down that top tier 1 with a 32 overdunk.
Yeah, Zoroark is ridiculous, but chat, I wanted to update you, and so production did let us know the only Pokemon that has not been picked at LAIC is Cramorant.
Oh.
It is the only Pokemon without a single choice selection. Tyranitar was picked once, but it did not win. So I didn't expect it to. I want to make that very clear. All right, here we go. Zoroark getting another engage here. So.
Yeah, and it just feels really unfortunate here for the side of the code, because with the Mew, you're trying to at least steal something away, make it a flip, get a nice solar beam, but it's not really happening at this point. The Grassy Slide comes through, and they're with the Midnight Bronze, just taking all of that shield away from the Serena, so important in how her passive works, and they're still pushing even more with the Hooper amount. The numbers are definitely to Luminosity Gaming's favor. Look at that Regieleki scoring, and all of the team has the points to even back it up more, make it 17 more. A 9 overdunk on tier 2 opens up the enemy area.
All right, huge play for Luminosity Gaming there, of course, because the scoreline is skyrocketing. But if that Regieleki does not hit, that spells disaster. That is an all-in play by LG because Overlord goes down on that Gyarados. It's a lot of EXP over the Dodrio, but it is worth it to get yourself KO'd for that much of a score increase. We have seen the effect of early game leads going into Rayquaza all throughout our match. I think yesterday in the best-of-1 scenarios, we only saw really one Rayquaza-dependent situation throughout the entire day. These early game leads are paramount right now in the metagame.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's definitely a meta being set here at LAIC 2025. Look at the Dragon Current just comes through, takes down the Mew, looking for, well, it just feels bad at this point with the amount of damage and just XP that they have ahead. 12 on the Gyarados, 11 on the Espeon, and 13 for Trainer on the Zoroark.
And a non-stacking Gyarados, right? That is not even a fully stacked up Pokemon. They did have the Registeel buff for it, a little bit of additional damage, and with the Unite move just used, they probably still had that passive attack buff after using your Unite. But Gyarados is going to keep taking KOs. Overlord looking for double digits this game as they knock out that Zarina.
Super difficult match here for the Code, but they're still trying to keep afloat with 128 points, getting at least half of the score that Luminosity Gaming has built on their own lead. But on the team fights, I just feel like everything is collapsing in the seams for the Code, as Trainer is just absolutely off tracks, just like they were on the Leafeon previous game.
Yeah, they're faith attacking for a ball toy on the other side of the map and still coming back for the portal. I mean, Trainer is feeling good on stage right now here at LAIC, looking for a championship run for LG. That is a Unite move onto the Espeon. It does not get picked up to our spectator client, but they will go down. Zarina takes down the Espeon first, but that is a return KO.
It is now Dodrio, although they're usually the one going to the back line. They're trying to retreat to their own base, and it's not going to be possible as Luminosity Gaming has taken most of the V-Code roster down, and topside is completely clean for them to try and claim Regieleki, or even just bait the Code into trying to do it and just take them down on another fight.
Yeah, we were talking about win conditions a lot in the last game. Let's reference those again here for the Code. Very few options they have, but one of the loss conditions they have is a Regieleki going towards their home base, and right now it is looking like that is exactly the case. They will have plenty of time to knock out this Regieleki at the very least to prevent it from going in because they have a full minute before their Rayquaza, but it's very difficult. Luminosity Gaming is taking all your farm as Slashcan has basically been living in that enemy central area. They got a tent, they got a hammock, they got everything.
Yeah, they do, and they're sleeping nice. Now Regice is being attacked here by Luminosity Gaming. Maybe we'll see a steal from Barbosa here on the Mew. Oh, well, yeah, it was an attempt. They were there. You know, the strategy from the Code has been sound, but they are just behind the curve so much against Luminosity Gaming, and who can blame them? It's just stiff competition.
They don't really have a great answer to this Zoroark either. The only like point-and-click Unite move that could try to slow them down is the Zarina, but Zoroark is a very tricky Pokemon to land. I mean, sometimes they're a ball toy, you know, with Illusion, but that most likely would not get a top level of our players. There is still a lot of difficulty there. Overlord on a huge flank on the top side, but that is being represented by Vizon on the bottom side from Dodrio. So these teams kind of working in tandem around each other, but the defensible position for Luminosity Gaming is locked down. They just need to get eyes on the Dodrio.
Yeah, that Dodrio could have an angle for a triple trample that just goes through all of Luminosity Gaming and can flip things on their head. Zoroark now, Trainer, has to back away, but the amount of damage on the booster attack is actually huge. Now Dodrio takes them down, and Trainer is not on this fight, Zoinks. The Queen Ascendancy on Kyrios is going to be so huge for the Code as they're still trying to push forward. Now the love is there, but they have the shield taken back by the Moonlight Bronze, while the rest of the Code is in the pit for Rayquaza, who's going to get this one, and it is the Code. Are we going into a game 3, Zoinks?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, Luminosity Gaming picking up that Rayquaza with the Hoofed auto attack. Otter able to pull it off. Alolan Ninetales Unite move just barely brought it down. No, I know there were so many moves being used around that Rayquaza pit. I had no idea which way we were going, but LG lock it down. And even if the Rayquaza swings the other way, they had a great back cap from Overlord to put in 100 as well. Would have been close either direction. LG playing to all of their outs. In fact, in this one, it's up to Otter to really get a great secure there, but that came down to the wire, so.
It did, and it was a very slim, very short wire because everything was close up until the very last moment. The Code had a very nice initiate there, taking down Trainer straight onto Curious. That's why I was really thinking that they could turn it around. They started ripping the Rayquaza, and at the last moment, I really thought it was them, but when you see all orange on your screen, and unfortunately for the Code, their members being taken down, this feels like the end of the Code's journey on LAIC. Congratulations for Luminosity Gaming taking 2-0.
Yeah, one more Brazil team is eliminated from the tournament as North America will move on. But it looks like the vibes are still high on the Code. They had an amazing tournament run. Love that. I mean, honestly, they did look really good. That final fight, I don't think timing could have been better. That you were calling it out, Soph. That Mew boosted auto, followed up by the Dodrio. Trainer had a choice of basically becoming immune to one of those instances of damage with Illusion. They chose the Dodrio, the Mew boosted auto hit a little bit harder, and they do go down in that spot. But Overlord with 15 KOs on this Gyarados, Trainer close behind with 13. Not a lot of damage numbers, but when you're just executing the teams that quick, it doesn't matter too much to the squad. Amazing work from LG, but we do gotta give some flowers to the Code on honestly a great tournament run.
They really have. Very excited to see so many Brazilian teams making into day 2, and with such a difficult matchup, the Code did not just throw in the towel. They were playing up until the end, and this play right here with that boosted auto straight into the triple trample was lovely to see. Now Serena going on to Curious. Just talk me through the rest of it because I definitely fumbled with that.
No, you're totally fine. You see here they're playing around that central area. Mew trying to give invis to as many targets, but then Barbosa makes the choice to try to support the Dodrio Zarina at the top. Electro Ball and Alolan Ninetales Unite move. Neither of them can take down the Rayquaza at the right time, and it all comes down to just a Hoopa with an A button press, and the Rayquaza goes down. So our player of the game will be awarded to, surprise, surprise, Overlord on the Gyarados. 64,000 damage in total. We saw that 16 KO number though before we even moved the stat screen. Impressive stuff from that player. One more shout out I want to give to the Code Soph about this game is this game number 2 draft. I really do think if you're going up against a team where you were not favored to beat, a team like Luminosity Gaming, you got to make some big swings in draft, and a Leafeon choice and a Mimikyu ban, and taking the EXP share Mew away from Otter and trying to play that strategy yourselves. I'm not sure how much experience the Code has with that specific build, but either way, they knew they were going up against one of the most challenging opponents they will ever face in this tournament. They took some great big swings, and you got to admire that courage. That's the strategy you have to play while in that position.
And speaking of strategy, they had it on point for that Rayquaza fight.
Exactly.
To maybe take us to a game 3, considering they were ripping while the rest of the squad that could isolate the other damage carries on the side of Luminosity, they were out of the fight. Yeah. But one thing I wanted to point out as well about the Luminosity squad is that in particular, we didn't see that much high damage numbers because they were just collapsing so fast. Trainer on that Zoroark was like one hit down. On top of, you had the Gyarados, you had damage on the Espeon, and you had the Zoroark. So it's going to be split between those 3 carries anyway.
Yeah, it's all family over there. We're going to get to hear a little bit from the Luminosity Gaming squad. We got an interview on the stage, so go ahead and take it away.
All right, I'm back up here on the big stage with the big winner, Overlord from Luminosity Gaming. Overlord, I have to ask you, new season, new and slightly old team in a lot of ways. How are you feeling about this year in UCS?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling really good. Like I said, we're back with Slash and Curious, my old teammates. And I think, you know, bringing in Otter from last year and then Trainer, LGC, it was a really strong player on Nemesis the last couple of years. I think I'd say our roster probably has the potential to be the best LG that we've ever seen. So yeah, I think this tourney would be really important for us because, you know, it'd be it's our first tourney as a team. If we get the win as our first tourney as a team, I think it'd be really big for confidence. But I know I'm really happy with everything is right now. So
Yeah, it's really amazing to see you all back together again, so many of you from that championship team. I have to ask, last year, how did it feel going from the two-time world champ to kind of not making it into groups even at Worlds with this new Luminosity squad?
No, yeah. I will say, after we lost groups in Worlds, for at least a month, there wasn't a day where I didn't think about it. So, yeah, I mean, this, like I said, this tourney is really important. I think this is like, quote unquote, our redemption year. So, yeah, I'm looking really forward to it.
If you win and you go to ACL, you're representing the West, you're representing North America, what team would you be most excited to face down and beat in ACL?
I think there's really only one answer. It's obviously Fennel, but yeah, I mean, I think we can beat them, so.
Amazing. Well, I love to hear it. Luminosity, of course, is back, possibly on top. Overlord, the Lord of the Sword, one of the greatest to ever do it. Give it up for him, everybody. Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Sparkles. I mean Spraggles. And of course, great to hear from Overlord. Genuinely chills on that group answer. I mean, we all kind of see it written on their faces and everything during that competition, but I mean, internalizing that loss and look at what it's translating into, a Luminosity gaming squad that truly looks like they could take on the world.
Yeah, they can take on semifinals for sure, as they are the first team to be confirmed for this stage of the bracket, as we had that 2-0 we just casted against the Code. On the bracket as well for top 8, we have DreamMax Esports versus Team YT. Super looking forward to that. Fusion, Plaga, I mean, all of them are going to be bangers, but this one in particular, super fun. Then, to round it up as well for this quarterfinals, Now Esports versus Tuzy, still up there on my ranks.
Yeah, I mean, you can't pick out a bad match at this point in the tournament. It is too good. We've had so many fun games, and like we were talking about mid-match, a crazy amount of Pokemon represented. So we actually want to take a look at a few of the statistics of Pokemon selection throughout the weekend, because it has been so fun to see. These are the pick rates. Eldegoss, still the champion of LAIC in picks, but Miraidon with a surprising amount still. I made the prediction that will slowly wane off because of a lot of Miraidon bans in day 2, but so far that has not been the case. Miraidon making it through the ban phase and still being exceptionally strong.
Yeah, I would say the same about the Blissey as well, with 41% pick rate, considering that it has been banned plenty of times. Looking super strong for the supporters in this meta. Now going for win rate, we have Zoroark with 100% win rate, followed up by that 80% on 4 matches for the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, there are some really interesting stats on the screen, actually. Obviously, the Zoroark having a perfect win rate. Feel like that might be because of Luminosity Gaming playing it a lot. You know, that might be carrying that stat line. But look at, I mean, we haven't seen barely any Lapras on stream. So clearly in the group stage, it was having a lot of success. Lucario, an above 75% win rate at 10 wins. Very, very impressive. Awesome to see. I think Mewtwo Y with an 80% win rate and only 4 wins means that we are looking at probably like 4 to 6 games or something like that with Mewtwo. So honestly, so many new Pokemon being involved in this tournament. Like we mentioned, literally only 1 Pokemon left on the roster to not be picked. Chat, make sure to let all these teams competing know that they need to pick the Cramorant to fill out the whole roster. That'd be so cool. But yeah, maybe we'll get that eventually.
Maybe, especially because when I think of Brazil, you know, I think of Mazo and I think of Cramorant.
I know.
Right? This is the place for you to do it. Where's my duck?
At this point, I don't know if Mazo doesn't have an iconic Pokemon. We've talked about their Cinderace,
well,
their Urshifu, and their Cramorant. I mean, they got the whole roster on lock. That is awesome to see. But we have so much amazing competition for you today. Make sure you stay tuned in to twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite or youtube.com/Pokemon Unite to catch all of the action all weekend long. Tomorrow we'll be on twitch.tv/Pokemon bright and early in the morning. We will be back with more Pokemon Unite here at LAIC right after this.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. The first stop of the 2025 season has us here live in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. Up on the big stage, you can see DreamMax Esports and Team YT getting ready to go at it. I'm Spraggles, your content cowboy here, yeehaw, and my buddy here, DreamMax, has an important message.
Yeah, I asked production to give us a Pokemon plushie, and a bunch of jokesters back there, they decided to give me a Combuskin, and we all know how I feel about that. Ugliest Pokemon there is, straight trash.
Absolute garbage, according to DreamMax. And if you ask me, this bit is 10 out of 10. We've got some incredible matches coming up for you, DreamMax. YT, DreamMax, this is one that I've been excited to see all day. I've always loved watching YT. We saw some explosive games from them yesterday.
Yep.
DreamMax as well, of course, looking incredible. We've got the hometown Brazilian heroes there against Team YouTube, who, when they are on, they are so incredibly on. Taking Nouns to a very close loss against Nouns, and then an amazing game against Bad Dreams.
Yeah, Team YouTube has been looking good, playing strong. DreamMax, on the other hand, you can say is maybe the favorite Brazilian team, or at least the most known quantity out of Brazil when we landed here in LAIC. And again, Team YouTube has always kind of been on the outside looking in when it comes to qualifying for Worlds. This is a great opportunity to get them a little bit more of that Worlds caliber international competition. We're going to see how they fare.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see these two styles clash. Teams obviously with their own identities and their own ways of playing this meta. I can't wait to see what happens. I wonder if we are going to see our buddy here. You know, we were talking about it before. Combuskin, not ideal, but boy, oh boy, Blaziken really is a force in this tournament. I think a lot of people almost underappreciated it, underexpected what it was going to do, and now I feel like it's really ripping things apart.
Yeah, I think we missed the beat on that because Blaziken is awesome. It never really went away. It got a hairline nerf, but not enough to impact it. We're seeing it take over games. But we've got an interview ready on stage, so let's throw it over there. And that's where the stage is for us.
Yes.
Welcome into the stage of LAIC 2025 in São Paulo, Brazil. I have with me Team YT and DreamMax. DreamMax, yeah, there you go. Phil and Olivo. First off, Brazil versus NA. How are you feeling about fighting in their home ground?
A little bit nervous, but I think we got it. Faced a lot of Brazilian teams yesterday, so we should be ready.
Right.
No, você só
Hey, Olivo. They said yesterday they were going to come out of group stage 6-0. How are they going to come out after quarterfinals?
Olivo, ontem eles falaram que eles iam sair 6-0 da fase de grupos. Como você acha que eles vão sair hoje? Agora sim, vai.
Olha, eu acho que sair 6-0 com certeza é um feito, né, muito bom por parte deles. É bem legal estar enfrentando o Phil, que é um cara que eu já assisti antes de começar a jogar Pokémon UNITE. Então, cara, eu acho que talvez hoje, agora, seja a primeira vez que eles vão perder, né? Mas tá tudo bem.
So, the last time they said that they were going to go 6-0, and that's quite the achievement. But I think that this time might be the first time they're going to lose. It's really cool to be playing against Phil because I've been watching him since before I started playing Unite. So that's really cool for me.
Okay, so last question for you both. So we are coming into best of 3 territory. How has Luminosity? We just play Luminosity. How is Team YT preparing into this round bracket single elimination?
We're going to take it one game at a time. Also, I found out that you could not 6-0 yesterday, so I was 6-0 today.
6-0 today, right, cool. So, same question for you, Olivo. How is DreamMax preparing for now the best of 3s into this bracket of single elimination?
Olivo, como que a DreamMax está se preparando para esse formato que já é em melhor de 3 para esse bracket de eliminação simples? Vai.
Eu acredito que a maioria dos times tinham treinado, se preparado para jogar MD3, porque era o formato competitivo que a gente estava esperando. A gente foi pego de surpresa ontem na MD1 e ainda assim conseguimos sair bem, saímos como primeiro do grupo. Então eu acho que MD3 é a nossa casa e eu acho que não tem como dar errado.
Well, I expect that most teams will have been practicing with the best of 3 format, since that is what is competitive and it's what we were expecting for this tournament. We were kind of taken by surprise that we weren't going to play that yesterday, but we still managed to play out our best games, and we did come out first seed in our group. So I really think best of 3 is our home, and we're going to be absolutely killing it.
All right, thank you both so much. Give me a battle post for you two for this quarterfinals, Team YT versus DreamMax. Casas, back to you.
All right, welcome back to the booth. Sparkles here with, what, Hawaiian Punch Tube Snacks? Is that what we've got?
Sure. I mean, it's, I don't know, dude. Let's just talk about this match.
I don't know. Okay, here we go. DreamMax Esports. You know him, you love him. Mazo, previously from Legacy, one of the stars of Brazil, probably Brazil's biggest player, moving over to DreamMax. We see a lot of his former teammates on Tuzy, but here they are playing on DreamMax.
Yeah, and a lot of names we're familiar with here. I mean, Olivio, we've been interviewing them on and off, of course. Gizine, Mazo, of course. For Zera, Kaduzera, we saw them yesterday. This team, DreamMax, is expecting big things for themselves, but standing in front of them is, of course, Team YT, Aquilo, Phil, Yumus, Chaotic, So Sad, Salmon Fleet.
Yeah, a really incredible team, and when they're on, they're on. We saw one of probably the best Ray fights we've seen of the tournament. Just this massive catch from Chaotic yesterday. The Snorlax heavy slam into a beautiful 3-player yawn, right into a follow-up from the team that absolutely dusted the competition.
Yeah.
They were already ahead, but something that YouTube likes to do is they like to push their advantage. They were already winning this match, and they decided all gas, no brakes, just gonna keep going, and win this match outright, and they did. Then later they ran into Nouns, and it was tough putting for them. They could not take down Nouns Esports. However, they've made it to our top 8 bracket. They're against DreamMax right here, and this should be a crazy good matchup.
Yeah, there was room for error yesterday, right? You could lose one, still make it out of your group. That is not the case today, and a great ban here out of DreamMax Esports. That's exactly what was banned against YT yesterday by Nouns when they won that game on stream.
Yeah, you got to understand, I mean, when you make a play like that, when Chaotic is making those brilliant catches with Snorlax, all of a sudden you are getting target banned. It's a huge compliment, but boy, with that compliment, I hope you are ready to play something else, okay? Don't get flattered too long because you need another defender just as good. First pick on over to DreamMax, and they're hovering Mew currently, but they might be switching with another player.
Yeah, and there could be a premium on Blissey here as the Hoopa was banned as well. So they're trying to cut YouTube away from some of their clutch picks. Umbreon going to be an easy selection as Mew was selected first for DreamMax.
Yeah, interesting. We've got Umbreon, Pika, really strong choices over here for Team YT. Back over to the DreamMax side, you are really hiding your team with the first pick Mew, I've got to say. I'm not exactly sure where you are going with that.
True.
But it looks like our teams have a small issue on the stage. We're going to have to remake that lobby. We'll be back into it here in just a second so these two teams can face off. I'm curious to find out if it was the Mew pick that was they were not able to get what they wanted there. But we'll find out very soon as we figure out what's happening up on stage. Today, running a little smoother than yesterday, I'll tell you that much.
Just a squiz, as Kella would say. I want to talk about Team YouTube. Specifically, I want to talk about Chaotic. Roll swap here. We've seen them a lot on that bot path attacker. And funnily enough, in the final stretch, he was identified as like, Chaotic only has 2 Pokemon they can play. He's like a 2-trick. And Chaotic was like, I'll just beat you with the 2 that I have available. You ban one, I'll take the other, right? Yeah. Well, are we seeing that happen again? Because they roll swapped, and this Snorlax is not at a premium on most of these other teams, but Nouns identified it. We've now seen DreamMax identify Snorlax being a problem, and they're really putting the screws to Chaotic and saying, hey, if you're gonna roll swap and you were a 2-trick in your main role, you've just roll swapped, are you a 1-trick Snorlax?
I mean, that really is the question, right? And it's not good for Team YT if that is the case. If we don't have a deep pool of Pokemon that Chaotic can pick from, they are going to be in trouble. I believe it was Slowbro in their game against Nouns that they ended up playing, and I don't think it was ideal. Like, comparatively, it was not
weird
good.
Scaldbro as well.
Yeah, it was Scaldbro, that's right. Yeah, they were running Scald, so we didn't have the same amount of disruption. There is a big question mark. excuse me, a big question mark there. I'm getting teared up just thinking about it.
It's so
He's only at 1 trick. There is a big question mark there. Are we going to see Team YouTube get exposed for not having a deep defender pool, which is odd given that before it would be played by Phil with a, I mean, ironically, very chaotic defender pool that he could really pull anything from. We're going to have to see how deep the well goes for Chaotic. If they're swimming in the kiddie pool, they're going to be in a lot of trouble right here. But if they have some other picks that they can pull out instead of the Snorlax, I think YT is in a great spot.
I agree. There is one thing that YT can do. We talked about a little bit yesterday, and it is because Phil does have that deep defender pool, and Chaotic used to be the bot attacker. It makes sense that if you're starting to feel like, okay, we're not getting our ideal scenario to make this hot swap of roles work, we can kind of go back to the tried and true. And, you know, Glaceon's going to be there, Espeon's going to be there, A9, excuse me, which is Chaotic is kind of known for, is going to be there. We just saw A9 last game out of Luminosity. So there's other options that they have. I just don't know if they're willing to make that pivot.
Yeah, that really is the question. And one amazing thing that you get with Draft in Pokemon Unite is you get the ability to target possibly a meta choice, right? We see a lot of Darkrai bans.
Sure.
Really, anyone on that Pokemon is very scary. You also have the ability to target individual team strategies, like linchpins of a strategy, and sometimes even more importantly, as we're seeing with this pick against Chaotic, this ban against Chaotic, you are able to target players. Now, if you could, you know, suss out a player on the enemy team that really doesn't have that deep of a pool, they really only have a couple Pokemon that they can play very well with, you can ban away from them, you can pick away from them, and then all of a sudden that team's viability goes way down. We've seen it with a bunch of big teams where one player is phenomenal on something, but the second that one piece goes away, I mean, they're operating at 50%.
Listen, take it from the resident magicians here. You need to have more than 1 trick, 2 tricks. Arguably, you need more than 3 tricks.
Yes, I agree. You need enough Pokemon where they can't target ban you. You get flattered when they do, and you move on to another Pokemon that you're absolutely dominant on. Unfortunately, you know, the way this game goes, it does feel like players have something that they just settle into. It feels like home. It's so incredibly comfortable, and all of a sudden they are running it game after game after game after game. And then you throw this curveball at them, you ban out a defender that you really never expected someone was going to ban, and all of a sudden you're looking at the rest of your choices and you're going, wow, we really don't have the flow with this. We don't have the combos with this. We don't have the setups with this. We haven't practiced with this that much. So it will be interesting to see what he is able to do.
Yeah, well, you can't rest on your laurels. You can't sit back on your heels, right? Just because, and we're going to use Chaotic because we're focusing on Team YT right now.
Yeah.
Like, A9 is historically almost always available. And that's why there's probably, like you said, fall into that comfort. It's like, I've never really had to switch off of this, and I'm so good on it. The team knows how to operate on it. I know how to work within our system with it. But you can't let that keep you from choosing other things in your scrims and your practices. Like, hey, that can be your plan A, but you're gonna need a whole alphabet worth of plans to be able to compete at this level. And then ultimately, I'm hoping their goal is to win the World Championships.
Yeah, of course. The other thing that Team YT can do is have some of their other players do so incredibly well on a certain Pokemon that we all forget about what's going on with Chaotic. So we really need Phil to carry with this Pikachu. We need something to happen with Fui and this Lapras in the top path, so much so that they forget about Chaotic and they can start grabbing that Snorlax again.
Unfortunately for Fui, which, you know, when they're playing Buzzwole, even like when they're like playing Machamp and stuff like that, when Fui is on one in the top path with those Pokemon, even Garchomp, it looks cool and it looks explosive and it draws your eye to what Fui is doing. Lapras just doesn't do that.
I agree.
So we might be seeing an amazing Fui game, but still go be like, but what was that Chaotic thing going on? And we're really putting the screws again to Chaotic right now. A phenomenal player, and there's a reason he's on this squad, and those 4 other players trust him. He's been around the block with this squad for a minute. They have faith in him. He has faith in them, and I can only believe that they've got ways to kind of make up for any potential deficiencies that any of those players have.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're talking about here actually is something that you could see a a lot of top players fall into. You know, your team starts to gel. You start to have a vibe with your strategy, and a lot of people are banning out the meta when you're playing your scrims. You're like, all right, we're getting rid of Darkrai, we're getting rid of Zacian, whatever we think is just a top meta pick, we're getting rid of that, and then we're playing our strategy. Take a look at Miraidon right here, which you and I have been talking about a lot this weekend so far.
Yeah, so it's been played everywhere. Of course, those held items can change a little bit, varying depending. Slick Spoon, Shell Belt, Energy Amplifier is what we're highlighting here. And this is the first event it's been allowed to be played in, and it's boasting a pretty darn good record. And what's impressed me is we've seen both movesets be used. We see the Charge Beam there on the left, but we've seen a lot of Electro Drift as well.
Yeah, Electro Drift seems to be doing pretty well. I feel like Charge Beam, of course, you're looking at playing two very different types of Miraidon. You know, you've got the long range, sort of special attacker, almost mage style Miraidon, as a lot of people would consider it.
That's what I expected we would see.
Yeah, same. And you also have some teams still bringing out that Electro Drift. They're bringing out Electro Drift Parabolic Charge, which plays a lot more like a speedster, way more in your face. It's some kind of like an all-rounder at times because of how tanky Miraidon can be. As we head back into our draft here, so you're going to see the same bands coming out. We'll see the Snorlax moving over to YT. We have the Darkrai. Back over to DreamMax finally. We have Hoopa.
I think the Leafeon was the last one. Yeah.
And then Leafeon as our final band. And our first pick now, we're going to see if that actually was Mew. It looks like it was not.
Oh, I understand. Okay, so the first pick, from what I understand, the monitor turned off, so they didn't even know what they were selecting there. Okay. So that's why we ended up coming to the remake here. And an Eldegoss first pick is wild to me. That is crazy to me because Blissey exists right now, and I think that is such an S-tier Pokemon. If you're banning Hoopa, in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, you're picking Blissey.
Well, I mean, there is a question as to whether or not they think YT is going to play something that really dives in heavy on them that they need to protect with Bliss Assistance. Umbreon, Pikachu, big pickups for YT here. Moving on over to Blastoise and Mew on the side of DreamMax. We're going to see what our next two picks are here for YT. Obviously, there are a lot of Pokemon that they want to grab for Fui, but the nice thing is, it feels like a lot of Fui's picks are low priority for enemy teams.
Yeah, I
got the Lapras being hovered right here, and Mamoswine.
Okay.
All right.
We're bringing a lot of good tools here based on the item loadout that we see there. Not that Phil is necessarily going to be playing the Lapras, but it might switch up to Fui like we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I would expect here. And then we have our final pick over to Sam. We obviously have the ability to grab Gardevoir here, and they do instantly snap it up. But on the other side, we have Urshifu and Blaziken. So we've got some brawling. We've got some incredible secure on the side of DreamMax.
Yep.
And then we have sort of what's, looked like a classic YT combination.
Yeah.
Fui in that top path with Lapras. And I will say, I fully agree with you here, DreamSnacks. I think Fui on Lapras is actually a very impactful pick, but it's not as flashy, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like you're seeing the moments. It's just constant pressure, insane amounts of sustain. It also has a curse item. We see a curse item on Phil as well. So we've got multiple Pokemon on the side of YT with curse items that are being really annoying. You look to our other side here, only one, and that would be for the Eldegoss there from DreamMax. So we have a couple of different strategies that we're looking at here. DreamMax feels a lot more in line with the meta with some fun choices, and Team YT is very much their own.
I want to real quick finish our chaotic storyline. They ended up on Mamoswine, and if we're going Earthquake, Ice Fang, that plays a lot like Heavy Slam Yawn. And you can see maybe the thought process there, a leaping engage and an isolating tool so the team can kind of go in after that big engagement. So, that's something that is a great pivot that Team YouTube did. If Snorlax is your comfort, give it something that operates the same way.
Hey, look at that. We're heading right into the game. We see the big monitors out in the audience. DreamMax Esports, your purple team out of Brazil. Team YT out of North America is your orange team as we head into this best of 3. This is a single elimination bracket here in our top 8. So the loser of this best of 3 is heading home. That's going to be a long flight for YT, that's for sure. So they want to stick around.
They sure do. Good coverage there in the middle to make sure SoSad Sam Sam, again, can hit that Gardevoir unimpeded. And Fui doing a pretty good job holding their own here, playing close to their pad so they can get back at that shield boost and a berry. And now we can actually see the Eevee stacking on the backside here.
Yeah, Eevee looking to make a stack here. They do stack and they evolve. They become Umbreon, getting another stack of that attack weight. Fui pulling back now. Nice fight so far by YT up in this top path. Feels like they're playing very well around, you know, having only Lapras there for a little bit.
Right.
And now we've got this classic rotation that we've seen from them a lot. Pikachu running up to the top path. Sam is also here. And it looks like we have 2 members of DreamMax.
Nice early show by Akilo to kind of draw everybody forward in the nice collapse K opener to Team YT. They're going to keep the push. There's 4 players up. They're already putting a ton of points in. And because of this, Olivio on the Squirtle can't do much. They're going to take all of those Swablu and Altaria. Meanwhile, the 4-man push is happening downstairs. Chaotic trying to hold their own. The Swinub pretty decently healthy, but actually dodges that big wicked blow.
Yeah, really nice stuff in the bottom path there from Chaotic. Again, this has become kind of a classic rotation out of Team YT. We've seen it a few times now already, and it's very powerful. If you're not ready to fight against 4 players early, it's going to be tough. Taking a look at our central area here, I know we've got a brawl in the bottom path. We got something going on in the center as well, as we have a KO on the Pikachu. There's Shifu picking one up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good attempt at trying to get some steals here, but overstayed their welcome. Now Mazo steps up as that Urshifu with a little bit of support from the rest of the team, able to get a KO. And now the Mew knocking out Chaotic downstairs. Seems like the wheels are turning now for DreamMax. They're right back in it.
Beautiful eject by chasing him down, but look at Phil routing them in that moment, taking the wicked blow, but a really nice save there, supporting the Gardevoir. Gardevoir now almost level 8. Phil level 6 right here, which means they have the Volt Tackle. They have the Electro Ball already at 4. So he's online and he's super annoying. We're going to see if he's going to be able to lock this Mew down, and they do.
Yeah, I was watching for Mazo. Akilo actually having eyes on them because Mazo coming down with everybody's attention on Ferzera could have been a problem. Electro Ball goes in. They're going to collapse on Mazo. Nice follow-up, and that's just good, plain, solid teamwork.
This is Team YT to a T right now, to a YT, I will say. They set up combinations and deliver on them so well. I mean, it's really impressive what they've been doing with a lot of these matches here. Just the ability to communicate. Mean Look is up, I hit it, right into Gardevoir, right into Pikachu, right into Electro Ball, and a Pokemon really can't sustain that much damage, especially without a crazy support near him like a Blissey.
Yeah, Akilo just stepping right up just to get some damage in. Of course, playing Wish as well. Gonna be true supporting out here with a little bit of healing on top. And now the Regieleki's getting riffed, but there's a lot of players there. We're gonna go for the 3v4. We're going straight forward. It is secured quickly by the Blaziken. Chaotic taking tons of damage, getting knocked out by this Blaziken, ripped through 2. We highlighted Combuskin. We're also highlighting Blaziken right now. Caught in the Mean Look, they're stuck on pad. Meanwhile, we have Phil stepping up, getting rid of Mazo, I believe, as they were able to deal with Sam.
Yeah, Mazo takes down Sam, and that was huge because if we had that Gardevoir Unite move top, things could have been a little different. Pikachu now trying to run here. Focus Blast from the Blaziken, taking it down. Again, for my money, this is the Pokemon of the weekend, is this Blaziken. However, there are a lot of powerful picks in this meta right now. Team YT with some really unconventional ones, right? I thought we might see more Lapras in this tournament, but so far it's just YT running it. However, Pikachu, also a Pokemon that I thought maybe we'd see more play on, and it's really just been a few teams so far.
Yeah, it is picking up speed throughout the weekend. That's what we're talking about, the life cycle and the meta of a tournament. Akilo has been doing a great job making sure Sam can't get attacked. You actually see the Blaziken always moving forward, trying to see if they can catch Sam, but Akilo is always there in their pocket, making sure to stymie that. Mazo sees a prime target. I don't know if they know that Phil is here as well. Electro Ball and the ball toy, everybody's going to push away.
Yeah, pulling back here from that solar beam. They'll say they got a catch on the Blaziken. It is going down, whether it's the Ice Fang or the Mean Look or the Volt Tackle. There are just so many options for YouTube to catch them.
What's so impressive to me is always Sam's spacing on this Gardevoir. Always seems to be just at the right distance so they can deal maximum damage to the maximum targets. However, never feeling like they are being stressed or pressured.
Here we go. It looks like the Blastoise is the one that was caught right into a Unite move, and look at the precision there from YT. They don't waste a minute. Blaziken comes in looking to pick up some KOs.
Nice backdoor. Mazo coming in straight using that Unite move. You want to talk about spacing. You can't space from something you can't see. Popping the Unite move to big wicked blow, followed up by the Blaziken overheat. And now DreamMax Esports showing signs of life. They absolutely collapsed on YouTube. They kind of gave up a target to get all 3 more back the other way.
Really nice secure there by DreamMax. I mean, that's one of the big reasons that you're running that Wicked Blow Urshifu. The Mew caught in the mean look, having to use its Unite move to escape and make sure it doesn't take enough damage. Blastoise in the top path, all alone up there, able to secure this objective for free. Fui running up there, seeing if there's anything they can do, but they're going to be a little too late as they are going to take some of the Swablu and Altaria, while this Regieleki is walking towards the side of YT. I gotta say, these fights are really back and forth between these crews. I feel like it's really close, and if you look at the scoreboard, that says the same. 146, 149, level-wise, really, really close. A couple of 12s. We got 113 on the Blaziken.
Mean look engage, overheat is too early. Popping the Thunderstorm right on top of the pad. Hydro Typhoon back the other way, just the Mew is down. Electro Ball chases down Kadu there, pushing and forcing them out. Akilo is moving forward, trying to get on top of Alivio. Bold tackle on them. A couple players down. Mazo finally bites the dust. Chaotic down as well. Alivio is just sitting there, been sitting there. And Sam is finally able to close the door. Fui using their Unite move to get into the mix, dealing some damage and stopping that push.
That Lapras Express coming all the way from the top path, delivering a massive KO out of nowhere. You love to see it. And YT defended that extremely well into a very tough squad to fight there on the side of DreamMax. Now we can see Chaotic looking to score, but instead just handing over a KO to the side of DreamMax Esports. YT making their way across the map, looking for some experience right now. We almost have the level 13 on the Lapras. We've got the 13 on the Gardevoir. Pikachu would like that as well. Some nice big break points for these Pokemon.
Something that gives me concern here is these teams are fighting back and forth. The fights feel back and forth, but DreamMax Esports has 3 forms of objective secure, and Team YT is lacking a little bit in that department, which means Team YT is going to have to take a good, convincing team win to really feel good about securing a Rayquaza.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you're running into a squad that you can't feel safe attacking Ray, right? I mean, if any of these Pokemon are around, you've got the Overheat, you got the Wicked Blow, you even got some great stuff from Mew, you know, E-Ball. I think even the Solar Beam has decent secure. Regirock going down. There's a small amount of time on Regieleki, but DreamMax Esports not going for it. Here we go. First Rayquaza between these two teams. 2 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. Extremely aggressive positioning there from Akilo, looking to see if they can catch anyone early, which has been YouTube's prerogative, right? They are just looking for that early catch. Sam in the tall grass, Akilo in the tall grass, just trying to suss out exactly where DreamMax wants to come in. These two teams incredibly close right here. We are tapping Rayquaza right now, and we're going to see if anyone wants to move in. Akilo taking some more damage in that tall grass. They know where they are. The question is, how do they want to engage this? Blastoise caught.
Right in there. Mammothswine goes in. We need to see a Unite move potentially out of Chaotic. They're able to sandbag it and rotate it out. We're spin pumping and we can't deal enough damage. Everybody just walks away kind of unscathed. Big Solar Beam though. Nice engage on the backline. Mew Ice Fang back the other way. And now we're popping Unites. Fairy Singularity gobbles up the Blastoise. Electro Ball is there. Phil is way far forward. Are they going to get taken out? Kadu's gone. That's a key target for Zera's getting chased by the Lapras Express. Doot doot. Here comes the train, baby. Gizen's going to have to rotate out. Just Phil down on the side of YouTube, and they are sending DreamMax scrambling.
Yeah, DreamMax is scrambling right here. We're looking for a massive KO. They get the Wicked Blow. They use the Unite move right up into the air. Catch 2 with the Wicked Blow, and Mazo is now running back. Rayquaza getting low, but they should not keep hitting it with that Urshifu around. They recognize that. They peel back. Pikachu now coming back to the fight, while DreamMax is turning on the objective because they've got some great secure. Phil's going to need to get in here. Blaziken's here. Blastoise is here, and this thing is starting.
Perish Songs are on, and their ticks are on, and the Rayquaza is getting ripped. We're going to have to charge up our moves here. Overheat is there, ready to go. It's too early. Rayquaza Electro Ball, and it's Squee! It's Squee! You want to talk about a show-up play from Lapras? They said, let me show you something right now.
Fui takes that in dramatic fashion in front of an Overheat. It was just charged up way too early. Way too early, and Team YT recognized that, peeled off the Rayquaza, stopped hitting it in that moment. As we have points raining in from YT here, we see members of DreamMax looking to make something happen, but with more points on the board and the score in the top path on the Pikachu, Game 1 is heading over to YT. What an expert moment from YT, peeling off Ray, not putting any more damage, and just watching an Overheat set it up for a perfect secure.
I mean, that game felt like YT's when we first engaged at Rayquaza. When they went for the fight, they got a lot of good targets. Mazo, seeing the way back into this game, was I need to get rid of Sam. If I can get rid of Sam, it'll put up that huge KO timer, and we have a real opportunity. But let's look at these numbers. Maybe we can break that down a little further.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this here. I mean, Phil, 8 KOs, 9 assists. The combination here between Sam, Phil, Chaotic, and Aquilo is amazing. And so they're a well-oiled machine. You have the mean look into the Ice Fang, into the Volt Tackle. All the while, you have this barrage of special attack damage coming from the Gardevoir. All that happening, you have Flea, who's kind of on a solo mission a lot of the time. Yeah. Until he shows up with a Lapras Express, picks up huge KOs, sustains in a massive fight, and of course, secures Rayquaza as a Lapras.
I know we're going to see some of the replays here, but we have to highlight how good the Mazo flank to get Sam was to just start that 25-ish second timer, KO timer. And we're going to see how this fight breaks out here. Olivia playing very far forward, big collapse, checks to see Chaotic go for the Mew, which forces everybody to scramble. Phil and Aquilo push forward, go straight towards Kadu, and they get caught. And now all of a sudden, Ferzera's getting chased by the Lapras Express on the backside, reposition Ice Fang on Gizine, and the chase happens. Now, the whole time you're seeing Mazo saying, Sam is the person I need to get rid of. Absolutely. They have the huge rotation, and they are stuck. They're like, oh no, this is a trouble. Pop up, big Wicked Blow, bang. All of a sudden, DreamMax Esports says, we have a sign of life. We've got everybody back, and we don't have their main damage dealer there. Look at this overheat, though.
Yeah, this is massive. You see the charge up on the Blaziken, and everybody on YouTube waits. Boom! You had the Ice Fang landing, you had Lapras landing, you had an Electro Ball coming in. YouTube played that perfectly at Ray in that moment. It was just too much HP on Rayquaza for the secure.
Of course, your Posk is Phil, gonna be Phil Yumu's here. 71,000 damage on this Pikachu, 8 knockouts. But for me, again, what's so impressive is the way Phil is able to cover for Sam. That has been a through line between Chaotic, Aquilo, and Phil themselves, is how well they can protect so sad Sam.
Yeah, and they did some amazing work with that there in game number 1. I love some of the plays. They're one of my favorite moments in that fight. You saw both teams not wanting to use their Unite moves for different reasons right there at Rayquaza. So you have members of DreamMax who don't want to Unite because they don't want their shields stolen by Umbreon, especially Blastoise. You see it in the moment. The second Blastoise enters the Hydro Typhoon, boom, we have the Umbreon Unite move, stealing one of the most massive shields in the entire game and sending it over to the side of Team YT. Then it was just dominoes falling. Amazing plays from DreamMax to not have multiple players go down in that moment. Mew makes it out, Eldegoss makes it out, and Mazo even picks up a KO for himself. Really amazing reversal. Start of the fight looks great for YT. The fight continues, things look great for DreamMax, but they just didn't have enough damage at Ray, and YT was so patient, ice water in the veins, ready for the secure.
Yeah, obviously a KO is crucial, but we saw it yesterday when we had the fusion dive on Ho-Oh. We also saw it just now. Sometimes a KO would be ideal, but if you can't get the KO, splitting the team so they can't operate as a unite in as a unit in Pokemon Unite. You split them off. I mean, we literally just saw if we popped the Lapras Express just to chase Ferzera on that Mew, just to push them out as far as they could, so they couldn't get in, they couldn't support, they couldn't coaching, they couldn't surf to separate people out, and ultimately they didn't get the knockout, but it bought some time. What they missed and lost sight of was where Mazo was.
Now you're seeing up on the big stage here, obviously, the difference between these two teams. You see YT, they're not celebrating yet. You know, they still have this amazing squad in front of them that they've got to take down. DreamMax in trouble right here, though. Their tournament life on the line. One of the favorites out of Brazil could be knocked out in our quarterfinals. They're down 1 game. This series is single elimination through our top 8. So if they go down, they are gone here. Team YT just needs 1 more win.
As long as Team YT is in this tournament, I think you're going to see that Snorlax ban rate climb. We're seeing Darkrai, of course, banned by Team YT, Leafeon as well. Umbreon is now on the block. So they are really saying, okay, let's go 1 level deeper on these defenders and see how YT has to adjust.
Yeah, and look at this. Not only are they taking away Umbreon, not only are they taking away Snorlax, they are picking away Pikachu. Yeah. This is targeted right here, and this is what you want out of your draft. You want to pick apart every single component from your enemy team that you are worried about. We're going to see how they want to flex. Now, Hoopa is available. We saw them ban it out in game 1. We're going to see if they want to take that over here from Team YT, as they are hovering Lapras and they are also hovering Eldegoss. They move into, let's see, Eldegoss and Venusaur.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting pick here. What else is interesting to me? No Blissey last game.
Yep.
Potentially no Blissey this game.
Yeah, that's right. As we have Hoopa on the side of DreamMax. Obviously, they think Eldegoss was a key factor for DreamMax. You know, a difficult Pokemon to deal with for sure. As we see our next couple picks here over to the side of Team YT, I'm wondering where we see Venu, who is going to be playing it. It could be Fui, but that would be a really interesting one. With Blastoise being locked in by Phil right there, I feel like that is being rotated up to Fui in that top path, most likely. Yep. But YT is unconventional, and I want to see what they're throwing at us. We also could have Sam playing a Solar Beam here. Lots of options for YT right now. The Lapras over on the side of DreamMax is very interesting.
Yeah, we are going to take a pause for the cause here. We think we might have to rebuild this draft. Not too sure where it went sideways. We'll get an update on that when we have it. But the thing that was the draft they were putting together, we need to have a redraft. We're not too sure what went wrong, but we are still pretty convinced that was a reasonable Team YT team. Is impressive in and of itself.
Yeah, I'm excited to see exactly what they decide to lock in here as we remake this draft. It's kind of a difficult situation when you're remaking a draft. You don't know exactly where it left off because you have a lot of information depending on which team you are right here. Either way, I feel like both of these teams have a lot of looks. They have a lot of different things that they can throw at this at the enemy team here. If I'm DreamMax, I am worried about YT, and one of the biggest reasons, I talk about this a lot, I mean, their style is pretty unconventional.
Right.
So you've probably not practiced against it a ton. You've probably not run into a ton of teams that are playing in a similar way.
I am kind of curious about this Blastoise pick still. I think that's where my mind is sticking. We've seen Blastoise kind of come in and out of the meta, either as a straight-up defender, we saw that just a hair last year, or kind of being that all-rounder in the top, taking that spot, which we've already seen Fui, equip themselves with some defenders to run up there with. I don't think that was necessarily the answer.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they want to play this here. Blastoise has seen some play in this tournament. A lot of matches, it's looked pretty decent. It's always it's on the outside of the meta now. Has been for a while since its nerfs back a little bit before Worlds earlier this year. And I'm just curious to see if Blastoise actually becomes a threat again, if it needs more buffs. It feels like it's really close, but I don't feel like it's a top pick currently.
No, I agree. And I think it's in a decent spot. I think when it's good, it's because the draft has allowed it to be that way. And when it's not, it's just fallen off. When it's not, it's because it's acting like a normal Pokemon. Just because it's not necessarily perfect for every game doesn't mean it's not perfect for a game. So maybe DreamMax saw something out of the YT squad and said, this is the well that we need to pull from. Let's get that Blastoise locked in early, and then potentially, if we need to, force it to the true defender spot, or we can actually use it up top.
Yeah, it looks like we're just about ready on stage as our teams are going to be getting back into their lobby, back into this draft. And given how it goes, we're going to be able to figure out exactly where things maybe went wrong in this draft. And we're going to see if we do have something different from these squads here. Again, Team YT in a great position here. One game away from dispatching a top team, DreamMax Esports out of Brazil. This is not the story DreamMax wants, though, I can tell you that much. It's not the story Brazil wants here live. Obviously, they want to see their teams move forward. DreamMax having one of the, brightest spots in the Unite community on their squad, that being Mazo. I think this is a superstar squad, and a lot of people would be very disappointed if they didn't move on, although a few of those people would not be on Team YT.
I just noticed, I didn't see which player it was, but they had the World's Hawaii Pikachu with the scuba gear on, tattooed on their forearm.
Oh, beautiful! And
it looked pretty solid.
Yeah,
it looked pretty darn good.
It's a pretty solid look out of that Pikachu right there.
It's a great design.
Throw the snorkel on him. He looks great.
Yeah, perfect. All right, YT. We've talked about how they've been approaching this game. What is something that DreamMax, you believe, can change up here going to the second game? It didn't feel like they were that far off.
It didn't feel like they were that far off. I do wonder, I mean, when you have these big secure Pokemon, sometimes you don't have a lot of the damage that you were looking for fast enough in some of these fights. The burst is incredible, but if you're not catching them with an overheat, if you're not catching them with a wicked blow, sometimes these fights can get away from you. You know, the enemy's just chipping you, they're picking you up with Pikachu, they're smacking you with Gardevoir a little bit here or there. You miss one of these big bursts and then all of a sudden you're not able to make something happen. Back into our draft, we still see the first pick as the Pikachu on over to Team YT. Oh, and it looks like it was Lapras they were trying to lock in, not the Venusaur.
Okay, that makes sense to me. You know, grab some of the cornerstones of your strategy. All I've seen Fui play this weekend is that Lapras, and we're going Cerulege, Blastoise next, 1-2 punch. So Olivio thinks Blastoise is the answer. Chaotic is currently hovering Slowbro. Hopefully we might see a little bit more of a Surf Disruptive that follows suit with some of the other Pokemon they played, and Phil hovering the Miraidon, which you and I are both fans of.
Chaotic back on the Slowbro, which I think is really interesting, right? I don't think Chaotic Slowbro was bad by any means, but it definitely didn't feel like a powerhouse choice. I love their Mamoswine, yeah, absolutely, last game. Phil, on the other hand, I have seen him on Miraidon. I think it's a great pick for Phil as we're looking for that last spot here over on Team YT. We can see DreamMax right here picking up the Zoroark and a Comfey.
So Sad Sam bringing Armarouge to the table, something that was nerfed and we were not sure we were going to see it at all. We saw just a little sprinkling of it last set. Now Sam says, let me show you what this thing can actually do here. Pick rate of just 6%. Last thing I want to say, Chaotic better be playing Surf on that Slowbro into a into Zoroark Cerulege if they want to be able to do some work.
I mean, the nice thing about Scald is you will be able to lower their attack. It gives a nice little area to it, but I agree with you. I am a Surf believer as well, especially once you hit Surf Plus. Multiple knockups, I think, are amazing. We had a lot of curse items on the side of YT, and they're actually moving away from a ton of them here. Still keeping one on Sam. We still have one on Fui. Phil has decided to swap that, I believe, for the choice specs, and Chaotic as well has the focus band. So less of a reason to deal with your opponent's HP recovery.
Yeah.
A lot of that being because it's single target on that Comfey, so it might just be a little easier to do some straight damage.
The reason I like Surf here is because they've built a lot of traps across their players here. You're gonna have Fui up front, you know, hitting Parasong, maybe even using Bubble Beam. You're gonna have the Surfs, right, which is that continuous CC. And lastly, you have the Cotton Spore out of the Eldegoss that can pop a Zoroark as soon as it engages.
Here we go, game number 2 between DreamMax Esports, your purple team, and Team YT, your orange team. DreamMax Esports tournament is on the line here. One more victory from YT and DreamMax is going home in our top 8. YT just needs one more win. Push forward in this tournament and keep NA's dream alive of winning LAIC and heading to ACL.
A Kilo there with Fui ready to A-press Olivio and Gizine. Funnelby gonna peel back, and I think them settling out right now is probably the right call.
Here we go, back up into this top path. We've been watching a lot of this back and forth in the top path lately. Things are actually going pretty well for both of these squads. Not too bad, decent secures on both sides. Looks like that, you know, Fui is a well-oiled machine up there, able to play Lapras and secure in the face of a lot of Pokemon that I think you would not expect. Sam in the top path. We're not sure exactly what kind of Armarouge we're going to see. It feels like Sam would be playing Armor Cannon, but you just never know. And we're going to see how they want to fight into this Zoroark as it has the Comfey attached.
They should know that that is right there. So Sad Sam pulls up, and that's a late fill with the charge beam, hopefully looking to rail in some damage. No, they can't quite close the distance that they need. However, a good heal by a Kilo covering all 4 players there, which will allow them to rotate alongside for Zera, Kadu, and company.
Yeah, they know that Zeraora can head into their central area right now and cause some real havoc. We have 3 members of YT, and here goes a massive combo 2 go down. Sam's in a lot of trouble right here. The Comfey is going to keep him healthy. Beautiful doll right there from Sam, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make it out still. The dash is coming back from Zera Aura, and they're going to have to avoid them. They cannot.
Hopefully they don't overstay their welcome. Kadu's getting very low. Nice illusion there to turn into an Eldegoss themselves take a buff on their way out. For Zera showing what Pikachu can do. And now DreamMax Esports is trying to make Team YT pay for their insolence.
Yeah, look at this beautiful stuff here. Zoroark is already level 7. You have Phil on that Miraidon, but being only level 4, they did not have the charge beam. Here comes Zera again, looking to punish the Lapras, pick up another KO, and it is on.
It is on, and it is a problem. They are, I mean, it's already level 8. Kadu's level 8 and not really afraid of anything. Gonna go in, gonna poach more experience away from YT. Olivio just waiting in the wings, hoping to hit level 7, and then really terrorize this top path.
It's gonna be interesting seeing Flame charge into this. I actually like it because you're gonna be hitting Zera a lot when it's around you. There's the Psyshock also with a nice knock-up as they move in, looking for this KO, not able to pick it up, chasing it down, seeing if they can get Zoroark, and a beautiful escape right there. They're gonna keep pushing, and they get 1. Can they get 2? Zoroark is in trouble, and it also goes down.
I don't know what Kadu was thinking right there. I do not like that engage back across to try and get some of those Swablu. They put themselves right into the range of everyone on YT, and I don't care how many levels ahead you are. 3v1 with 10% of your HP is not a good look.
I think a Zoroark with a Comfey on it has more confidence than guys who are wearing suits that look like ours.
Fair.
I mean, I'm telling you.
Well, in our defense, we're magicians.
Well, right after this, we have to run and do a magic show, if that's what you mean by magician, yes.
Correct. To be fair, we only have 4 tricks, two apiece.
Yeah, we divvied them up fair and square.
Here we go. Miraidon's ripping through this. Good job dealing with the Cerulege kind of stepping in. No way they let the Zoroark take that. And now a Kilo goes down, and the dominoes are falling. Next is Sam is going to be on the chopping block, and that's easy work.
Now, let me look at that Kadu. We talked about the overextend earlier, but these are the plays that you can make when you've got a Comfey on your side and you're playing Zoroark here live in Brazil. Very little lag in these matches, right? The skill expression is off the charts, and you're just seeing Kadu spend their time in the central area. YT, 2 levels up right now on the counterpart on the other side. Looking for another KO, and they gobble up the Eldegoss.
Poor Aquilo, just like, please not me, give me a break. Armorer's gonna sit on pad. Fui at half HP. I don't even know what they got touched by. Meanwhile, Mazo is on the blue Char Cadet evolution here. Cerulege hasn't been much of an impact because Kadu's just kind of taken over.
Yeah, Kadu moving forward right here, zoning them very well. Regieleki getting very low. Easy secure there from DreamMax.
That was a good little Cotton Spore pop. They're giving them an opportunity on Kadu, but no, we've got Flowery Fields forever. We're going to try and heal through this as they're trying to defend this Regieleki, but going straight into the backline is Kadu. There is no fear. They saw a Kilo with no HP, and they're like, I'm trying to get these numbers up.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. DreamMax absolutely on fire right now. 212.86. They're back in the central area. It's a level 12. What can you do about it? Great doll again, but as soon as they come back, they pick up the KO. Unite move into another. That's a double. Miraidon having to use a Unite move here. Now we're trying to chase down a Comfey with a Unite. Fui looking to get them, and they do finally go down.
You have to leave with both of those knockouts.
Yeah.
You have. I don't care if it was the use of a Miraidon Unite just for a 20% HP Zoroark. You have to get that knockout
without question. And fortunately for YT, catch-up experience is delicious, and it can provide you with some good hundo burgers as the match goes on. If you're KOing a higher level enemy than you get a ton more experience than you do KOing an enemy that is multi-levels lower. So every time that Zoroark goes down, it actually is a huge swing for the side of YT.
Yeah, and they're closing that experience gap very, very well. Just shows that when you get ahead with a Zoroark, it just needs to be caught once. Okay, nice little thunderstorm to help bully off. So Sad Sam's running straight at him. Olivio's gonna pump spin and try to defend this pad. We get a nice Miraidon, nice Hydro Typhoon, caught a bunch, and here comes Kadu for the cleanup duty. So Sad Sam pops the doll, but they're still in danger. We're surfing through, but it's not enough. Kadu triggers, nice trap by that Comfey to pinned down Phil.
Yeah, beautiful fight here from DreamMax, and they are just taking control of this match once again. I mean, every fight is going their way. Mazo online at 13. We have Zoroark moving back in 13 with the Comfey collar, and they are just trying to take down these supports. Another KO onto a Kilo. What can YT do in this moment?
Not much, kid. You know, DreamMax Esports is just looking down the way and saying, this is feeling a little too easy, buddy. Now they're going to rotate up top. They're going to get this Regieleki for free. There's one. Every time I look to the right, somebody on YT's down.
Yeah, it's just so incredibly brutal. This Zoroark has been incredibly difficult for them to deal with. You know, you sneak those picks in late. All of a sudden, you don't have much that you're going to be able to use against it. It feels like losing Pikachu was definitely a problem. The real problem in this match is dealing with this Zoroark. Unbelievably powerful.
YT is going to need Chaotic to step up in the biggest way possible. That slow beam can only hit Kadu.
Yes.
It needs to hit that Zoroark, or this is curtains. So you're going to have the best slow beam ever, probably off the back of a Surf just to close the distance at all, because otherwise Kadu's only going to engage when they want to.
And here we go. We see Zoroark and Ceruledge watching this. Blastoise moving down as well. 4 members of DreamMax here, as we have 4 members of YT with Lapras on the way. We see Zoroark start this a bit. This could just be a moment where they peel back here.
If we came in with Lapras Express, they might be trying to make this the fight.
Oh, wow. That was the Unite move?
Yes, he came in with the Lapras Express. It's gone.
Oh, no.
Yes, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. Maybe there was a call on YT and then they decided to back off it, but now we've lost the Lapras Unite move. You're way down on the scoreboard, YouTube. You're going to need to make a play. Obviously, a slow beam could save the day. But I think that Zoroark is well aware of it, and it's not going to engage until they know that this Slowbro cannot get them.
Yeah, and they're going to target the Slowbro themselves, right? They're trying to charge beam through on the Blastoise. We're sitting here back and forth. No heavy engage yet.
Yeah, nothing yet, as we see the Zoroark hiding in the tall grass on the side of the map of YouTube. YouTube right now looking for Zoroark, trying to suss it out. Ray getting the Hydro Typhoon.
Eject button. Ceruledge picks up a ton of players, and 1 player down, and that's Chaotic without even using the slow beam. Here comes Kadu and Mazo and the rest of the team. Mazo's actually put down. Nice Unite move by Phil to at least get some space. Olivio's getting tracked down a little bit. Kadu's looking for the hunt. We actually see the Flowery Fields Forever has been expended downstairs.
Yeah, Kadu is now searching the tall grass looking for YouTube, and it's about to find 2 members of YouTube. They're sussed out in the tall grass. The Thunder is down, but here comes Kadu picking up 1, looking for another here.
Chaotic can't close the distance, still hanging on to that slow beam, and they have no choice. They need to make a move now, Spraggles.
Now they have to go for Ray. At the same time, as soon as Kadu moves in, they have to put everything on Kadu with that slow beam. YouTube has very little time left. 10 seconds on Miraidon is too much. They have to start this here. Beautiful plays from the Blastoise, keeping them at bay. We have Kadu and the Ceruledge moving around. Here comes Mazu. Here comes Kadu, looking to pick up more KOs.
They're looking to rein it in. That's a big Surf through, but we're running too much at a time. 3 players down quickly. Ray is going to have to be taken, but they need to send players to score as well. Ferzera's going to be able to defend. Ray is getting ripped way too slow, Spraggles. This is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. They need to start sending people to go score now. You need to send more than Chaotic. You need to go score. They haven't even taken Rayquaza off the map, and we've got a back cap.
Unfortunately for YT, they ran out of options. Even if they peel away to score with Pikachu scoring there, they couldn't make it happen. They would need to stop Pikachu, they would need to score, and then at the same time, they would have to also have one of their players peel back for that Pikachu. So you would just need so much coordination, and you'd have to guess at where that Pikachu is. Here's one thing you don't need to guess about, how devastating that Zoroark was. As you look at this right here, 19 KOs.
19 KOs is nasty work out here in the Thea Sky Ruins. I mean, look, there's sidewalks at Thea Sky Ruins because the streets ain't for anybody, but they're certainly for Kadu. I'll tell you what, holy, 109,000 damage.
Yeah, it feels like YouTube could never get a handle of this match. There's just nothing that they could do. Constantly behind as this was going on. Not able to make the Ray fight. Unfortunately, nothing with the slow beam. And what you're looking at right now is a replay of this match, but it's essentially just going to be an advertisement for everybody at home to pick up Zoroark.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Kadu Kadu highlight reel. And you got a tip of the cap to Geezy that's always on them with the comfy, right? Helping facilitate that. But it just looked absolutely crippling.
The question is YT going to change sides? And if they do change sides, how are they going to handle this draft now? This is a very different DreamMax than we saw in game number 1, and it looked fantastic.
It looked, I mean, night and day, right? It looked like we were seeing a completely different. Look at that engagement into the 5-player Cerulege Unite, Spraggle.
Yeah,
that was
insane.
gargantuan. And look at the prio. Look who's down on your screen right now before anyone else. Chaotic. And that means that slow beam is not going to hit a target. And that's what we identified as the way to win the game.
Beautiful stuff right here. Kadu on the Zoroark, the build, attack weight, weakness policy, focus band. They are our player of the game, or our and yeah, they absolutely earned it. I gotta say, these stats at the bottom of the screen for these speedsters, I don't agree with them at all. I would show 19 KOs.
Yeah, 19 KOs sounds pretty darn good.
I'm throwing that to the stats team. I don't think this is as relevant as what happened with the KOs and assists, but hey, that's just me.
That is, nope, that's everybody, I think. I think we're all a little curious about that. But Wild Pokemon, we kind of said it yesterday, when you're playing like this, every Pokemon feels like a wild Pokemon, how easily they were knocking them out. I mean, poor Aquilo.
You could add 19 to that.
Yeah.
You could add another 19.
Poor Aquilo felt like they were 10 of the 19 knockouts. It was just like Kadu running by, and it was like, oh, Aquilo's there.
Yeah.
All right, cool, another one for me, and just kind of kept going about their business.
Just moving through that central area of Team YT, and every time a wild Pokemon was there, they KO'd it, and a lot of those times they were members of YT.
Correct.
Yeah.
Their wild to them doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, YT needs to adjust.
Yep.
Or at least file that in the Rolodex of, oh, that's a strategy they can use against us.
Yeah, so my thought is, what are we banning? What are we picking? Is Pikachu now becoming a first pick for YT? Is that something that's actually going to be banned from DreamMax? It'll be interesting to see how they want to play this. They were outdrafted incredibly hard there in game number 2, so they're going to need to come back from that. It did feel like a match that was already won for DreamMax the second they ban out a Pokemon they don't want to see and pick Pikachu away from them. That was a huge 1-2 punch to YT that they never recovered from.
Yeah, it was really hard for myself specifically to focus on DreamMax, the rest of the team of DreamMax, because how well Kadu was playing, but there was great work up and down the roster.
Taking a look at this, we have our top Pokemon by win rate here in Sao Paulo. We have Zoroark, 100%. Basically, if you get Zoroark and Comfey, and you're in a good spot for it, this thing just wins games. Mewtwo coming in at 80% win rate. Darkrai coming in at 78.
That's insane.
Lucario looking amazing. Obviously Umbreon and Lapras 62%. That's YT right there.
Yeah, it really is. So by pick rate, Eldegoss still sitting on top of the pile here. Unsurprisingly, supports are really rounding out a lot of this, because Pikachu is playing as attacker and support. Umbreon is being played as a defender and a support. Blissey, Hoopa, and the lone Miraidon. 45% pick rate here, 29 picks, and I am completely unsurprised.
Yeah, Miraidon looks fantastic in a lot of these games. Some of the moments that YT had that felt like they could get back in this match were from the Miraidon. There's also no question that losing that Lapras Express was a huge blow to YT, and I'm really not sure what the call was there, if that was just nerves, if it was just a complete mistake. Whatever happened with it, very unfortunate for YT, and a very unfortunate draft for Team YT.
Yeah, it feels to me maybe more of a miscommunication, because we have seen YT take that fight and make that the Ray fight, and kind of use the fact that it's just a hair earlier than maybe the opponent suspects. I mean, we've seen them kind of spring traps on opponents all the time.
Yeah.
So that was kind of unsurprising. When I saw the Lapras success, I was like, this is go time.
Yeah.
They're hitting the button. They're making this the fight. And then it hit nobody, and they all kind of ran away. And to your point, you were like, oh no.
Yeah, oh no. Very bad for Team YT. As we're getting ready for our final draft between these two squads right here, 1-1 in a single elimination bracket. The winner's gonna move on, the loser is heading home. And you can hear this crowd, DreamMax, when DreamMax was popping off there. They were going absolutely wild.
Absolutely.
So YT, first ban is the Comfey. I like this choice because now they're not as worried about the Zoroark, honestly.
Correct.
Without Comfey, it really is something you can shut down. Umbreon is the next ban, and I feel like that might mean we see a first pick Pikachu out of Team YT. We're gonna have to see what they want to do. It does feel like it's a playmaker for them, and it looks like that is what they're going to lock in right here for Phil. Not only is Comfey putting them in a position where you don't want to play Zoroark, if there's a Pikachu on the other side with Volt Tackle, it's a bit of a nightmare to play that Pokemon as well. Pikachu is locked in for YT.
Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of high-octane Pokemon still left. We just saw Miraidon's pick rate is through the roof, rightfully so. They lock in Snorlax, so they take that away from Chaotic. And honestly, Snorlax has been a great defender when we've seen it played.
I gotta say, I love the choice. You know, you're taking away tools from YT. You took away their Umbreon, you took away their Snorlax. They were able to grab their Pikachu here, but now we see the next two picks over to YT. They grab the Eldegoss and they grab the Blastoise. Interesting choices right here. They didn't need to grab a support that early, seeing a support and defender on the other side, but they also would like to hide their picks, just like DreamMax are doing. You know, a lot of the times you might try to bury your carry late into the draft so your opponents don't know what you're up to. We have Phil and Sam. Sam is hovering Ho-Oh, Phil hovering Clefable, which I expect we will not see, of course.
Right.
So we're gonna have to see what you want to bring out here.
Yeah, so Sam's selecting Gardevoir. Normally Sam likes to be on the second pick, last pick of the draft to really decide where they end up. Having to choose Gardevoir here means Kadu has a lot of good speedster options that they can use to get into the back line, and they just selected one right there.
All right, so now the question is the debate of the century. We're finally going to settle it right here. Can this Zoroark win without this Comfey? I personally would be worried if I was DreamMax making that pick. Now, it's not that you won't be able to make insanely good plays against this Gardevoir and this Eldegoss, right? Mammo, on the other hand, if they can land a good Ice Fang, you're in a lot of trouble. Blastoise, the displacement could be absolutely insane. And Pikachu is a serious problem for this Pokemon. Yes, when it Volt Tackles, you can counter with your own Unite move, but you're just so much squishier, you can get punished so much harder, and we're gonna have to see. I mean, was it the Zoroark or was it the Comfey? Was it the two of them together? We're about to find out as we head into game number 3.
Listen, every Pokemon on the side of YouTube has a way to hit the brakes on that Zoroark right now. I mean, even, you know, we were talking about Cotton Spore before out of a kilo. And if Sam catches that Zoroark with anything, it is a problem because the CC chain that they can create is going to very easily overwhelm that full heal.
That's right. The amount of stuns, slows, knockups, also known as crowd control, CC in the business as sometimes we talk about it. It's just going to be really tough for Zoroark. You know, there are certain enemy teams you run into with some of these speedsters and you think, oh man, how am I going to get in? However, an early lead, a little bit of aggression, all of a sudden you're a few levels up. That can look great for DreamMax Esports as we head into our final game of this best of 3. Team YT, your purple team out of North America. DreamMax Esports, your orange team representing Brazil.
They are fighting for their tournament lives here. I just thought of something that might be a clever way for DreamMax to deal with this. You go Safeguard on this Blissey, and you turn Mew into kind of a classic support Mew that we've seen a lot this weekend, using that coaching to really help them along. So, you know, there's tools in the toolkit. We're not saying it's doom and gloom here, but this is not a good look for them to start as Chaotic is putting tons of pressure early.
I gotta say, I love that idea, DreamMax. I think that could work pretty well as we have Chaotic just being really annoying in this central area here. We do have the support Mew, you're absolutely right, as Chaotic is trying to shut down this Zoroark. The nice thing here, this does not really hurt the side of YT much as they are making this play. And you'll also notice there's no light bulb on the head of that Snorlax here, so they're gonna play that as more of a carry. We could be seeing a Flail Snorlax.
Please, please. For your tournament life, Flail Lax? Okay, please, please.
All the birds are here. We're going to put pot shots in as Sam, and Olivio is just taking a look at that next target. Poor Aquilo is having PTSD from the last game, seeing Kadu step up with the Zoroark.
Playing much more careful here, but Zoroark is heading into the central area now with not the same kind of protection. We do have the coaching on the Mew. They're looking for the KO on the Gossifleur. They are able to pick it up, of course. I mean, that is what this Zoroark is going to be able to do. Sam trying to get away from it, but can't get away in time. Pikachu is there, but it's too little too late. Not able to pick up the KO, and Pikachu goes down. Second verse, same as the first, as DreamMax Esports are running away with this here.
Okay, I don't know how this game's going to shake out, but this DreamMax setup right here is a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
It's
It's very good, and they're playing it extremely well. We're going to find out if this is Safeguard as we look at this Blissey right here. It absolutely could be, and it could put them in a really good position. No, it is going to be the eggs.
Okay.
So that is interesting. I mean, look, it's Blissey. It has Bliss Assistance. It has the healing. That's incredible. As we head up to the top path right here, it is a Flail Snorlax.
Let's get it. I mean, you could also have a good opportunity for that yawn as well. I mean, how good is that yawn here if you're just setting up Kadu?
And now we see up at the top path our Wartortle only at 5 here. The Flail Snorlax on the other side at 6. We have the movement from Fui looking to make a score happen here. They absolutely needed that distraction. 26 points, really nice for their XP, really nice for their stacks here, as we have once again Zoroark just punishing YT.
Yeah. Here's the thing, it's doing great right now. How is it going to fare later on when YT finally hits their levels and they start unlocking all their moves? And we're seeing that go to work right now. Electro Ball, nice little dip out of there. It does pick up the KO on the Mew, but Kadu still stands. Cotton score right there, nice little pop. We have to force the Unite move. They get the Eldegoss down a kilo. If Kadu gets out of this, holy, that is larceny. Chaotic gonna Ice Fang down Mazo. Electro Ball there, and Gizin is right. Gizin is right on the corner to give them an egg.
Amazing stuff there from DreamMax. I love the plays from YT. Beautiful eject button trying to make it work, but they just did not have enough of a follow-up. They are down right now, and we have a quick pause in our game right here, as we might have an issue with one of our players up on the stage. We're going to make sure that we get that rectified before we get back into our match. We got to talk about what's going on right now, because it feels like the start of this match has been breathless. A lot of that is because of this Zoroark putting constant pressure on YT.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, how is this Zoroark going to fare when the rest of YT actually hits their levels, gets all their moves, and has everything at their disposal to kind of combat what Kadu's trying to do? The current problem is, they don't have those things, but 2, to get them, they have to play split up, which means you don't have that kind of complete CC chain, that crowd control chain we've been talking about, which means now the full heal is actually just enough.
And here we go. We're getting the thumbs up from DreamMax. Looks like we're getting the thumbs up from YT. This game is going to be back on here in just a sec. Again, if you're just joining us, where have you been? I'm mad at you. Be on time next time. But if you're just joining us, DreamMax Esports Team YT 1-1 in their series. This is a single elimination in our top 8. So someone is going home after this game. Everything is on the line for these two teams moving forward in this tournament. We're right back in the action here.
Yep, we are at the basement Reggie, the first one of the game as we're charging through. Aquilo steps up, and we're going to start seeing that CC chain. Bang, there it is. That's what we're talking about. That's what Kadu's going to have to contend with for the rest of the game here. And there was 4 players for YT ready to execute.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy for DreamMax now that they have that online, but look at the egg bomb from the Blissey. What a steal. I mean, if the other thing was Grand Larceny, I don't know what that is. Grand Theft Reggie?
Super Grand Larceny.
From Nintendo. The makers of Super Mario bring you Super Grand Larceny. Super Grand Larceny Galaxy.
And look at that. Look what that egg bomb and that amazing Bliss Assistance on the Mew with a 6 Surf just did. A goal zone is gone. I think this is maybe a little too cheeky for my blood, but we'll see if Kadu can work the magic again and get out of there. They can.
Yeah, nice full heal from Kadu right there, able to pull out of that crazy situation. But you did see shades of what's possibly to come, a little foreshadowing possibly, right? Team YT really online now with their combinations. We also have a Surf, it looks like a Surf Pump Blastoise. I didn't get to see if they were Rapid Spin or not. So it could be a Spin Pump, could be a Surf Pump, but that's an insane amount of displacement as well against this Zoroark.
at this point, anything to create space and anything to give you just a hair, just a little bit of a window to get your CC chain started. And it doesn't really matter who on YT starts it, just as long as the next person in line is ready to go.
Here we go. We have the Flail Lax up in the top path. YT starting this out as multiple members of DreamMax are making their way, kind of deciding how they want to engage with this. Zoroark needs to be a little sneaky here. They are found. Beautiful plays there by the Eldegoss to try to keep them at bay, and Pikachu's ready.
Right into the mix with the Unite move, able to get a quick KO on Eldegoss, but they're dispatched of instantly, and now the push can continue. So sad Sam, tons of HP, tons of real estate to work, and they're gonna start putting shots on the goal zone. Nice block, so we're actually going flail block for this team here. Phil, with just a sliver of HP left, can't find the Mew in their Unite, and they're put down out of the fog.
Chaotic looking to pull back here up to the tall grass. We do see that this is a spin pump Blastoise, so a lot of displacement, a lot of burst from Fui, and Fui has just been quietly gaining a ton of levels here in the top path, almost 12 as they're moving towards this. Kadu possibly starting the feint here in just a second. We have Chaotic moving in big time Unite move from Mazo.
Right into the middle, but that Zoroark is buckled again. Kadu does not have enough in the tank. They can't battle through this Mamoswine, through this Blastoise, and through the CC.
I'm interested to see what this Flail-Lax is going to be able to do for DreamMax Esports. It's a very fun choice, but we really don't see Flail-Lax in the UCS. I can't believe we have Flail-Lax in the UCS before GTA 6, but here's where we are.
That's exactly where we are. Olivio gonna have to keep getting levels up again, rolled up into the Thea Sky Ruins with no light bulb, which means they are truly playing in kind of a top path attacker type role. Kadu, sliver of HP, going all the way back to score. They're gonna get this 10 in, a little bit of HP boost is gonna be enough to save them. It looks like it's not quite.
Yeah.
Akilo finally getting some revenge.
On our picture-in-picture right here, we've got a big fight breaking out. Actually, incredible stuff here, it looks like, from YT, securing the objective, securing some big-time KOs. Zoroark going down way out of position, looking for just a 10-point score right there. Maybe they were just too low. They knew there was no way they were going to make it back except for Pokemon Center. Here comes Zoroark.
Zoroark is going to try and go in. They have a lot of work to do. Popping their Unite move, can they get a KO? No, they're dispatched of by Chaotic. And now we're starting to see the faults in this plan.
Yeah, it's really tough to play Zoroark into some of these squads, especially one with so much coordination, with so much stun, with so much holding you in place with the Volt Tackle, the Ice Fang, the Earthquake, just so many opportunities to stop Zoroark from being able to make that combo sing. As we see, Fui is now level 13. It's going to give him that Rapid Spin Plus, which is a massive defensive bonus here with 30 seconds left before Rayquaza. Everything on the line between these two teams, and you know they're feeling it as that clock continues to tick. They're well aware that this could be the last Rayquaza that they see for a while here in the UCS, at least until December when we come back online with our monthly cups.
Fui has not been involved in almost anything this game, is almost level 14, and they've still been able to successfully deal with Kadu.
Yep.
That's an important mark.
Yeah, that's very important right here. 148, 131. Everything is on the line. DreamMax needs this to stay in, so does YT. I know this home crowd here in Brazil wants DreamMax to win this. The question is, how are they going to engage? Snorlax moving in, and here they go!
Ice Fang reposition on Mazo. They're taken out. They have to Phantom Force back into So Sad Sam. They pop their Unite move in the back. I'm taking a look if they can get rid of So Sad Sam. No, they dispatch a Mazo before they can do any work. Fui is now just stepping back, taking a break. Chaotic kind of getting blocked on the side, but nobody to follow up. Kadu's still standing. Electro Ball goes in. They're trying to get in the back line. They find Fui. Rayquaza's low is going to take it. Oh my God, YouTube takes it in the mix of all of that. 4 players down for DreamMax Esports. And now all they need to do is burgers.
Yeah, they need to eat those hundo burgers as they are running to the goal zones to score right here. Points raining in the top, points raining in the bottom. Team YT reigning on the parade of DreamMax Esports here. I think we just answered the question as to whether or not this Zoroark would work without the Comfey, and I think this might be the last Flail-Lax we see, unfortunately, on broadcast for a long time here. Perfectly fought by YT. I feel like they zoned them incredibly well, and then when it was time for Rayquaza to get low, they had the classic YT Gardevoir secure that they have practiced a million times. We have DreamMax fighting back in the top path. YT very intelligently pulling back from this fight, making sure that they don't give up a bunch of KOs right here. They're so far ahead that they can only lose if they make huge mistakes.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of money in the pockets of DreamMax Esports. Looking a little anemic. Going to have to go into debt if they want to close this score gap here. And now we're just popping Unite moves. We're getting our score lines up. We have got a power nap out of the Snorlax. Not quite enough.
I love what DreamMax Esports was able to do in game number 2, and I really respect their draft here in game 3. They're such an incredible team, and it's going to be a shame not to see them on broadcast, not to see them any longer in this tournament because they're so exciting. But look at YT, the Phenoms from North America, the team that can take down anyone on any given day with a strategy that feels wholly unique to them. They are moving forward in this tournament.
What a run from DreamMax Esports. You know, you look at a player like Mazo, like Geezing, like Kadu, who just came absolutely unglued for Zera Alivio. That whole squad has been playing well. Unfortunately, I think they just missed the mark by a hair here with this draft. And ultimately, you have to tip the cap to YouTube. They had an understanding of what was happening, and they didn't really change up much. I mean, they've been a CC focused team this whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just expertly played, I think, by YouTube. I love the draft decisions by DreamMax. I don't know if running Flail Lax was really going to pay off for them. It's a very difficult Pokemon, it feels like, to get value from at times compared to Heavy Slam, right? Just the positioning that you're able to get on it. We're watching these early plays here as once again, it looked like DreamMax was just gonna run the table again, heading into the central area. But you talked about it, DreamMax. As soon as we had all of these stuns and all of these moves come online for the side of YT, it was so difficult for Zoroark to make any plays.
Yeah, we literally saw the engagement that they'd look for there on Sam, pop their Unite move and they were gone. And now, look at this chase down. The Ceruledge Unite trying to get on top of Sam does almost nothing. Why? Because a Kilo is right there next to Sam to save them.
Yeah, Kilo's right there. You also had a beautiful Ice Fang and then a Pikachu Unite move here. And now here we see the final moments here. And that's just Team YT. That's their bread and butter. You have Gardevoir ready to go with their moves set up at Rayquaza. It's starting to get ripped down. I think YT gets that 90% of the time. So they were in a great spot in that moment, but it was very close. What a close series. What an amazing series here at LAIC. Of course, I think a lot of people wanted to see DreamMax go even further. Yeah, I know I certainly did. They are an incredible team, but YT is moving on. Player of the game. We talked about this. I mean, Blastoise in that top path all alone and crushing it.
Yeah, those 8 assists came in what, the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds maybe, 51,000 damage as well. That's the problem with leaving Fui alone. If you're not going to deal with me, I'm going to score points, I'm going to take every ounce of farm there is up here, and when I do decide to show up, it's going to be a problem.
And we've got that spin pump build that you see a lot of in competitive play. I think more often in your solo queue games, you're going to see Rapid Spin with Water Spout rather than Hydro Pump, or you see Hydro Pump Surf. But a lot of these top pros are able to get a ton of value out of this because not only are you able to get that first push with Hydro Pump right into the spin, you have Hydro Pump available again, big time burst, big time displacement, and you saw Fui use that expertly every time they were in a fight.
Yeah, and can't understate the secure factor of that as well, which works well when you're trying to bully. We have an interview on stage. Take it away.
All right, we have Phil Yumis here with me. Team YT, the first team to qualify to the top 4 semifinals of Pokemon Unite LAIC 2025. How do you feel just beating DreamMax? To be fair, the one team here in Brazil that was quoted to be definitely on the top 4.
I feel very relieved. They're a very strong team. I'm kind of short on breath because I was yelling all match, but it was a great game and we barely got it. You know, it could have went either way.
It was incredibly close, game 2, game 3, especially this last one when everything was on the line. Tell me, you told me a little bit about the transition between how you prepared for best of 1s into best of 3s. You're getting into best of 5s now. Is there any of the teams that you might meet on the semifinals that you're like, we need to focus on this team because they're so dangerous?
All the teams left here, including the one we just faced, are all top tier threats. Anyone can take it right now. We're gonna take it one game at a time, prepare for next game, and see how it goes.
Yeah, single elimination is very rough, isn't it? And about this last game, how was the thought process behind the draft that you had? Because you took off the Comfy and not the Zoroark. So confident that you could deal with the threat, right?
Yeah, so the Comfy Zoroark is, as seen, very, very strong. So we could not deal with that. We banned out the Comfy. We ended up taking Blast, and I was a little bit nervous about it because Fui hasn't played Blast for like a week. But then he busted out on stage and did amazing. I'm very proud of him.
Good, so very proud of all the teammates. Congratulations for making it to top 4. Back to you guys on the desk.
All right, thank you very much. We are back here in the booth, and as they said, YT now in our top 4. DreamMax eliminated from this tournament. It's been a crazy run so far, and it feels like we're just getting started here, DreamMax. So let's take a look at this bracket here, where we've been and where we're going.
Well, of course, the code dispatch bad dreams. Luminosity sorted them out 2-0. Semifinals, another North American matchup. Luminosity Gaming, YT. Why am I saying another one? Because YT had to take care of Team Growth, the North American team. And of course, we just watched DreamMax Esports go down 2-1 to YT.
We've got Fusion and Plaga coming up next, and of course, Nouns Esports and Tuzy Esports. It's going to be very exciting. North America's last hope. Well, one of them's heading to the grand finals. I can tell you that much right now. The question is, will a Brazilian team make it there with them, or will we see, you know, the phenomenal Fusion or the best EU has to offer with Nouns Esports? It's going to be very exciting to find out who heads to our grand finals.
Top Pokemon by pick rate, like I said, Eldegoss sitting on top of the pile. Cheating onto the screen here is Blaziken. You see that on the far right. But unsurprising that the non-air quotes support Pokemon in Miraidon and Blaziken are finding their way here.
Yeah, really, really strong Pokemon. You see them picked a lot. Pikachu having its time in the meta, which is really exciting here in Sao Paulo. We don't see enough Pikachu on broadcast, that's for sure. And now Pikachu's a top pick.
It certainly is. I think we got another graphic to go through. Let's go through that one. Just kidding, back to us. We are the graphic. We're in 3D.
I assume at some point we will be in 3D. Hey, there we are. Let's talk about this graphic. We're going to be coming back here very soon with more teams trying to fight their way into that top 4. Do not go anywhere. We are live here in Sao Paulo for LAIC. I'm going to throw this at you. We'll be right back.
Yo.
Trainers, welcome here to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. It's time to do some ring tossing. I have here 3 trainers that are going to try and hit 2 targets here. They have 4 attempts to do so, and if they manage to do so successfully, they'll win a training card game pack. Let's have trainer number 1 come in now. All right, good luck. Here we go, 4 attempts. The first attempt here from Juminis. Here we go, the first one, ooh, a miss, but another chance, here we go. And off on the side down the Patricio, and oh no, that's on the Patricio. You need to hit and barely miss. That's unfortunate. All right, well, thank you for participating. Let's have trainer number 2 come in. Hello. Let's go. All right, we have 4 attempts here. You need to hit the Patricio or the Bidoof. And oh, almost the Bidoof on its head. Here we go, almost on the same spot there. Can we get on? Almost bounces off the Bidoof one more time. Can we get the 4th time? And it is it! You got 1 out of 4. Very well done. Thank you so much. All right, and then we have our final trainer coming in. Let's see if you can do it. You need to hit 2 out of 4. Here we go, the first one, and that's a 1. And oh, it just barely bounces off. Can we get it? Oh, it's stuck in the other ring. That's exceptional, I'll admit. Again, okay, well, I've never seen that before. Thank you so much for participating. That was great. All right, that was some ring tossing action. Let's head back to the other Pokemon action.
Besides checking out all of the action on the main stage for the Pokemon TCG, VGC, Go, and Unite, there's so much more that you can do here at the Expo Center Norte for the Latin American International Championships. You can play some of our mini games, go fishing, or play the ring toss. You also have an opportunity to check out how to play the Pokemon TCG for the first time through our First Steps program, where you get a chance to learn the Pokemon TCG hands-on in a family-friendly, fun way. If you want to just take a break, relax, we also have our Pokemon Go lounge area where you get a chance to recharge your phone, recharge your own batteries, and also check out the Pokemon Go action. If you want to try out some of the games on the Nintendo Switch, you can do that also. We have a Pokemon Nintendo Switch area where you can play some of the new games like Detective Pikachu Returns, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Arceus, as well as a couple of other titles. Also make sure that you check out the merch section because we have a lot of great vendors here so you can get your hands on your favorite merch, your plush, or your cards. And we also have a place where you can go take a break, get a bite, and have a quick snack before you get back to competition or get back to watching the action. Thank you so much for taking a look at what else you have to offer here, and casters, back to you.
Hello, I'm here with Tovar. And we're here to do a Pokemon TCG scavenger hunt. So I'm going to ask Eduardo to show us some specific Pokemon cards. Now, Eduardo, do you have a Fire-type Pokemon card with you?
I do. I should have one. Should be over here. I do have a Charmander.
All right. Now, do you have a Dragon-type Pokemon card with you?
I don't think so, because Charizard's not a dragon, so no, I'm going to have to say no.
All right, so then do you have a colorless type Pokemon with you?
I do have a Shiny Pidgeot EX.
All right, well, you got 2 out of 3, so I think you've earned your pack. Congratulations, yeah? Let's open it.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hold this? Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? There we go. Oh, I like this one.
All right, nice color in Articuno. Well, thank you so much, Eduardo, for playing. Yeah, we'll get back to some Pokemon action.
Pokemon International Championships here in Latin America, and welcome back to some Pokemon Unite. We are here with the Unite Championship Series on our first stop of our 2025 season. I'm Spreggles, your content cowboy. I say yeehaw and things like that, and I'm joined by DreamMax. Hello, DreamMax.
Hello. I don't have a catchphrase yet. We've been workshopping it. 3 years, year 4 might be different. We'll see.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out catchphrases. Most of the time we're off camera. We're just writing on a whiteboard.
Just slinging them out.
That's a snack for you? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
That's
somewhere.
A snack.
Hey, all right. Pretty close to something I own. We're going to send it up to the stage right now that you got a brief glimpse of right there. We call that a teaser in the business. Zoinks is up on the big stage with our 2 teams. Zoinks, take it away, my friend. Go.
Thank you so much to our casters. Yes, the stage is so big, and I get to be up here with 2 incredible players. We got Texas from Praga, and of course, we got Zainuz from Fusion. This is going to be a really great match. I can't wait. Now, my first question is actually going to go to Zainuz. Fusion has been one of the best teams in the entire world, the best Western performing team. How important is winning this tournament to secure the Fusion legacy?
Fusion ha sido uno de los mejores equipos del mundo. ¿Cómo de importante es para ustedes ganar en este torneo?
Darlo todo para poder tener esa revancha allá en Japón.
They're going to make their best to be here and secure their title.
All right, awesome. You got to play for the win. I love that. Now, Texas, this is a battle between Latin America North and Latin America South. If you win this matchup, does that prove that Latin America North is the better region?
Soy el mejor equipo en una batalla entre Latinoamérica Norte y Latinoamérica Sur. ganar este torneo, esta batalla, significaría que Latinoamérica Norte es mejor que Latinoamérica Sur.
La verdad es que no, o sea, yo creo que ambos representamos de igual forma y para mí no es quién es mejor o quién es peor, sino es que los dos demos lo mejor de cada uno, ¿no? Porque al final creo que ambos involucramos a Latinoamérica.
They're best in each region, and they're going to secure, and they're equally enjoying and proving that they're best at this game.
Okay, I like that. Best in the region, potentially best in the world. That's awesome. Zainuz, any specific strategies to go up against Plaga?
¿Tiene alguna estrategia especial para ir contra el otro equipo?
Siento que daremos lo mejor simplemente. Siento que solo daremos lo mejor.
They're going to do their best.
All right, just do good. That's a great strategy. How about you, Texas? Any strategies against Fusion?
¿Alguna estrategia contra Fusion?
¿Estrategia?
Contra Fusion.
Pues divertirnos y pasarla bien.
Have fun.
All right, let's just have fun. I know we are going to. I know everybody at home watching is going to as well. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. And the stage is big. That's why I call it the big stage. There are smaller stages out there. I can assure you, those stages are big.
We
They're
said
big.
unacceptable.
Yes.
Bigger stage.
We said make the stage bigger, and they go, we're not going to do what you want us
say.
to do. We were already going to make a big stage.
Let's take a look at Fusion here. By now, you should know these names.
Yep.
They are a mainstay in the UCS circuit and on the World Championship stage. Anemo, Draken, Kea, Tempo, and Zainuz, who we just spoke to.
A really difficult team to beat, as we saw from the AOS Cup, as we saw from Worlds, as we saw from every single one of their monthly cups, and it's going to be hard to stop them here at LAIC. Plaga looking to do that here. We've seen some great games out of them. A little shaky game number 1 earlier, but then they really got online. Don Lux, Roy, Jax, Kira, and Texas.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that Mamoswine Kira play. Every single engagement seemed to lead to a KO. Jax on that Glaceon, curious to see if we'll see that. And of course, on down the line, Don Lux, big plays. I believe it was on Saru Ledge as well. Plaga, again, lone representative here left for Latin America North, looking to make their region proud on the Brazilian turf and keep this run going.
It's amazing that here at LAIC we have so many teams from all over, right? We have LATAM North, LATAM South, we have a ton of amazing Brazilian teams, multiple North American teams are still in this tournament, a team from EU still in this tournament being Nouns Esports. This bottom half of the bracket, very scary. If it goes the way a lot of people would predict, which Plaga is looking to change that, it would be Fusion versus Nouns at some point. There's still a lot of matches before something like that could happen, and Plaga wants to change that course for sure.
Well, of course, they want to be in that equation. They want to push Fusion aside, and I'll tell you who's going to breathe a sigh of relief with Fusion eliminated. Every other team in this tournament, they're like, oh goodness, at least we didn't have to deal with that. However, that would mean you'd have to deal with Plaga, who just eliminated Fusion. But the work needs to be done right now. Plaga, Fusion can't look too far ahead because you still got a best of 3 to contend with.
That's right. You have to deal with what's right in front of you. And what's right in front of you is one of the best teams in the world.
Oh, I thought you said what's in front of them is us.
Well, what's in front of us is
the camera.
And a weird guy. Who's this guy?
Is it Zoinks?
Where's he
Zoinks?
going?
Zoinks.
Forget it.
Zoinks, do we throw it a break?
Do we throw it a break, Zoinks? Zoinks? We're going to have a match here very soon. I cannot wait to see how this goes. I think a lot of people would expect Fusion to move forward here, but we've seen Giants get toppled time and time again here in UCS. With 3 short games in front of us possibly, they could definitely go down. You could go down 2-0 against Plaga right here. I felt like the start of the day, Plaga did not look like they were dialed in at all. Then everything started to shift. Game 2, they looked incredible. So I think if we see that Plaga, they're going to give Fusion a real run for their money.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Don Lux in that first game because it was looking rough, and then Don Lux got 1 catch. They were playing Saru Ledge. They jumped in. They were able to get a knockout. And then all of a sudden, it was like the confidence showed up. And on top of that, a little bit of an overextension that you're able to capitalize on. All of a sudden, the score parity is coming back. The level parity is coming back. Next team fight, a little bit more confidence, and then that train had left the station and it was cruising towards a victory.
One interesting thing from Plaga is the Mewtwo Y. So that was a very interesting look. We haven't seen a lot of Mewtwo Y, but when we have seen it, it's done very well. I wonder how Fusion wants to play into that. It feels like Fusion strategy really in your face, extremely aggressive, heavy carry potential Pokemon with a lot of risks as well. Of course, backed up by incredible support and defender play. So we're going to see how they want to play into Plaga. If we see a classic Fusion game, it could be really difficult for Plaga to even get going.
Yeah, because a lot of that hinged on good engagements by their defender Kira. But on the side of Fusion, you've got the best offense/defensive line in between Kira, or excuse me, not Kira, Kea and Draken. And that's just, I mean, that's something you now have to battle with, because there is no team better, in my opinion, at covering for their carries than that support core.
Yeah, it's been incredible for them, right? And because of it, they've been able to make those razor's edge plays, push further and further and further towards the cliff's edge, where of course at any moment they could fall off, but at the same time they can get picked back up by their support and defender and make massive plays happen. And when you play like that a lot, you put yourself in that position a lot, you start to get comfortable there. Your opponents are very uncomfortable when you're making plays like that.
Yeah, when you're talking about edges, if they're getting bullied, right? So
Yes.
picture you're like Mike and Stranger Things, and those two bullies are bullying you, and they make you go off the edge.
Sure.
Here comes 11, here comes Kay and Draken to pick you right back up, put you back on the edge.
Yeah.
And cruise on forward and end up having a very successful series.
It's been a long time since I've seen the start of Stranger Things, so I don't remember exactly how that
It
went,
is a
but I
bang-on comparison.
Look, I'm not saying you're wrong.
What, are you
okay?
gonna kick me again?
I'm not going to kick him again. I didn't even want to kick him in the first place. We all know I was just showing how high I could kick. But all I'm saying is, even without seeing the beginning of that show in a while, I think the comparison is great. But I wanted to let the audience at home know that you do not need intimate knowledge of Stranger Things to enjoy this broadcast, because I'm right along with you. I've seen it, I've enjoyed it, but I don't remember the start of that show. Now, if you're at home and you like seeing how high people can kick, that's coming up a little later.
That's coming up a little later. I will be probably in a neck brace tomorrow, I guess, if I'm on camera, depending on how high Spraggle's practice kicks have been going and how well he can aim them.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes as we have our
There's
two
a game,
teams getting ready.
certainly.
There is a game certainly starting here very soon.
So it turns out
between
Zoinks actually wanted us to throw a break, apparently, because instead of this rambling.
It could have been. You never know exactly what Zoinks wants. You know, he's an enigma. He's a confusing person. He speaks in riddles, so you're never really sure what he's up to. I'm sure a lot of you have noticed that with his casting here at LAIC. He'll say things and you'll think,
Is that a riddle?
Asking me a question.
Is that a riddle?
Is he riddling me currently?
Is he the Riddler?
He actually is dressed like the Riddler today. Can we have a picture of Zoinks? Is that
Okay,
possible at all? I want to get a picture of Zoinks up on the screen right now, because I do
Zoinks
think he's
is
giving
the Riddler.
Riddler. He's giving Riddler today. I would love to see it if we have a picture like.
Production, can we get a picture of Zoinks? I don't know. This is they're probably. Oh, Zoinks!
Come here! Come here!
All right, Zoinks, the Riddler has arrived.
He's very Riddler coded today.
Tell him a riddle.
Tell him a riddle.
How high can a Ho-Oh jump if it has its Unite move?
How high can a Ho-Oh jump?
That just sounded like a question.
It did say, okay, all right, what's the answer?
Don't know. I'm looking for it.
Get out of here. Go. Get out of here and never come back. He's very Riddler today.
What's that?
Riddler.
That was terrible. Okay. Yeah, noted.
Okay, fair enough. They hated it?
Absolutely hated it.
Okay.
I'm sure chat is treating us well.
The chat loves when we do this. One of my favorite things about broadcasts like this is seeing a moment of us on broadcast doing a bit like this, and a lot of you being very supportive and very wonderful, and a few of you going, why is this happening? Why is this happening right now? Well, let me tell you, it's not going to be happening much longer, because we are heading to draft right now.
Those people are the saviors of the chat. Like, I'm here for competitive Unite. What is this tomfoolery?
Yes. I also love how a lot of them think we are currently holding up the game to do this bit. Could you imagine if our egos were that large as we head in here? Plaga Fusion. Plaga with our first ban, going to be Umbreon. They're also going to have our first pick. Darkrai banned out by Fusion. Blissey on the other side as we see our final ban heading on over to... Could it really be? I was just about to say Machamp. No way.
Oh, shot.
Our final ban is Slow Bro for the side of Fusion. All right, so they don't want to be shut down by that slow beam, that is for sure.
Yeah, but we've seen teams have been able to contend with the slow beam regardless. So maybe just eliminating that from the equation. Froy going to be up top, scrolling through some characters here. We're going to see where they end up. Plaga, again, it seems like they've found their footing. They've got their momentum, locking in Miraidon. Unsurprising, it's looked good this weekend.
It has. It's looked great. Early Miraidon pick right here as we head over to the side of Fusion. They're hovering a support pick, that Hoopa, and we're going to see what they want to take for their next Pokemon here. A lot of options obviously still available. The question is, how much of their strategy do they want to hide with this pick? And it looks like they are locking in that Mimikyu. We've seen some crazy good Mimikyu plays out of Fusion.
We really, really have. Eldegoss, again, pick rate just continue to climb here as we go through this weekend. And Texas is hovering Hoopa. I am like still a little bit flabbergasted at the lack of Hoopa play we've seen this weekend. I think it's just incredible, especially because we've seen a lot of Blissey bans.
Yeah, Blastoise looks like it's coming back into this tournament in a big way. And we talked about this tournament. You know, the meta in a tournament feels like it's living and it is breathing. Players are noticing what is working and they're bringing different things, different looks into these games. Looks like we have a slight issue on stage and we're going to have them remake this lobby here in just a second. They're going to remake the match. We're going to see the draft play out again. We're going to find out if that's a real Blastoise or if that's a fake Blastoise.
Or is it a Waxtoise? I can't believe I said that. Ah! Production, cut that. I know there's a delay. Just please just eliminate. I'd rather it be bleeped and people think I said a curse word than what I just said.
And we're coming back in 3, 2, 1. Well, we're going to find if it's a Blastoise or a Waxtoise. That's what I think.
Terrific. I love it here. Now, what's good for you at home, those of you that love bits, anytime that this type of thing happens, the bits are back.
The bits are back, baby. There's no one that can stop us. I mean, realistically, they could put us on break. You know, they could have someone come in here. That mysterious man from earlier could sit us down and tell us to, you know, what's for. But at the same time, it seems like they just let us go, you know?
Yeah, you know, we're going to take as much leash as they'll give us, and we'll go as far as we can.
Absolutely.
Before getting yanked back by our collar.
That's right. Plaga, Fusion, getting ready to head back into this draft right here, making sure that all of their devices are connecting properly. You got 5 players on both sides here, and you want to make sure that everyone is ready to go, especially a draft. If one wrong move is made, it could cost you the entire game.
Exactly. I mean, we've often said games won and lost often happen in the draft screen, and you can almost see it develop, right? As we're jumping in the game, you can kind of identify some things that were like, oh man, this is not necessarily how I believe this team wanted this draft to shake out, and now they're going to have a lot of good hero plays throughout those 10 minutes to kind of make up the difference.
You know, I want to talk a little bit about a ban that we kind of keep seeing pop up with a lot of these teams. It's not our top ban of the tournament, obviously. That must be Darkrai, right? But we're seeing a lot of Blissey bans, and I think that's very reasonable because of how unbelievably powerful and momentum switching and, you know, fight saving that Unite move is from Blissey. Bliss Assistance really is the total package of a support Unite move.
I agree completely, and the fact that now both of its movesets feel relevant in some way in whatever case they are going to be used in puts it at a premium. Again, any Pokemon that offers flexibility and opens up more strategy diversity throughout the draft gets a kind of a gold star put on it. That's why you see like Umbreon picked so early or Pikachu picked so early, because they can be used in different ways. And really, like you said, try to keep the draft as open as possible so you're making decisions with the most information as possible.
Yeah, a lot of these teams like to hide, you know, from their opponents what their exact strategy is. In fact, when you see Zoroark, Comfey, you are seeing it at the bottom of the draft. It's the last thing they sneak in there. It's something they don't want you to try to counter, right? So the draft, it works in multiple ways. You're banning things you don't want to see, you're stealing things away from your opponent, or grabbing things that you absolutely want to use, while at the same time giving your opponent very little information to base their strategy on. It's, of course, I mean, a cornerstone of a competitive game like this is having the opportunity to shut your opponents down from playing what they want, force them into a strategy that's more optimal for you while they are trying to do the same thing. I think we're ready for draft.
I think we're ready for draft. I mean, it's a big seesaw.
Yeah.
Right? And you got to find equilibrium, which I'm pretty sure is what you're supposed to do on seesaws. It's not go up and down, right? It's just find the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
For maximum fun.
You just want perfect balance on a seesaw. 2 people sitting, looking at each other with the seesaw, not moving at all.
Right, but in perfect equilibrium.
Yes, that's exactly how it was.
How do you spell fun?
How do you spell fun?
Equilibrium.
EQ and the rest. You
Equilibrium.
go all the way down through the rest of the word. I'm not good at spelling.
Yeah, they didn't hire us to spell.
Yeah. In fact, they hired us specifically not to spell. They put it in my contract that I shouldn't be spelling.
You don't spell, and me, I can't read, but I do know words like ecosystem and equilibrium, which I've successfully and probably incorrectly used this weekend.
A lot of hot E words coming out of you this weekend.
It's the word of the day. I'm just tearing them off. I'm just tearing them off.
Wow.
I guess I'm in the E section, I suppose. I don't even know how the alphabet works. I'm assuming E is followed by other letters, preceded by others.
You're nailing it, my man. You're absolutely nailing it. You guessed it exactly right. That's exactly what happened.
Did I know?
I hope you get to effervescent here soon. I mean, there's some exciting E words for you.
Yeah, eat.
Yeah, less exciting, but it is an E word, so you got that as well. I don't know if should I be congratulating him on that? Okay, congratulations.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, production, for taking care of me here. We baited you a little bit. We thought we were going to jump into the game, but we didn't, because the word is, unlike the other bit we did with the Riddler, this one, striking gold.
Yeah, this bit is too good. They're telling us now they are holding what's happening on stage for this bit. But you know what, guys? I don't want to do that anymore. I want to go to draft.
Yeah, we want the game.
We do make
Production,
these decisions.
bring us the game.
Enough of it, guys.
Thank you so much.
Gosh.
Jeez, what are they doing to our poor viewers out here?
Let me tell you, okay? When I'm on a roll, I don't want to cut to draft, except for today. Today I do. So thank you, production, for listening to me, as you always do. We have the Umbreon band. We have the Darkrai band. This is going to look very, very similar because I don't think we had an issue at this point in the draft. Here's the Blissey. There's the Slowbro. And now we have our first pick on over to Plaga.
Well, Froy's going to be leading the charge. You know, last time we went to the Miraidon, that feels like a pretty solid first pick.
Agreed. Yeah.
But again, we saw Blaziken pop in, and I don't know if we're going to see it again this game, but I am curious as to why not, because Blaziken, it seems so good.
Yeah, Blaziken feels amazing here as we head on over to Fusion. Looking very similar as we have Eldegoss, we have the Mimikyu back on over to the other side. Blastoise is still being hovered, and there is a Hoopa. Now back on over to Fusion. Next couple of picks here. We've got the Snorlax, and we have Inteleon.
Okay.
Snorlax seeing some play this tournament.
Okay, all right. That's probably going to get switched around here. I'm assuming it's going to be a straight-up defender Snorlax in the hands of Draken. Anemo going to take Mimikyu. Might see a little bit of shuffling there. Zainu's definitely the long-range precision expert on this team. Inteleon's not going anywhere.
Let's take a look at these final couple picks right here. We have the possibility of a Trevenant. We do have it, and then we have that Blaziken.
That is such a late
Blaziken. Really, really strong throughout this tournament. Final pick over to Fusion. Tempo. We're going to have to see what they want to play. Obviously, Tempo is an amazing carry. We're going to see how they want to build in this match. We have Urshifu as a final pick. We can see these Pokemon moved around a little bit. And then we're going to see possibly what happens on the other side as well as we get ready for our game. Blaziken's been a power horse. Power horse on the other side, of course, Tempo with the Mimikyu.
I'm taking a look here, Anemo on this Urshifu. We saw it a little bit yesterday. Looked great. Of course, Fusion went undefeated there in day one. This Blaziken getting picked so late in these drafts, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it just continues to shock me.
Look, it's an amazing Pokemon, but maybe it's one of those that they feel like they do need to hide later in the draft right now so they don't have to deal with something that they're worried about, possibly some really intense early aggression. Interestingly enough, speaking of really intense early aggression, Leafeon could have been grabbed by either of these squads right here, and they went with a lot of other options. We've seen Leafeon banned out in some of these games, but we have not seen a ton of Leafeon here at LAIC.
Is it worth Texas going across the way and invading a little bit here?
That is a question, right? I mean, it could be. We're going to have to see what they want to do. A lot of Hoopa players do decide to make this play, but of course you can just head up, take that red buff, walk up to the top path with your ally. We're going to have to see what they want to play. If it is an Urshifu in the central area, I think it's a very good call because that Pokemon struggles so hard as Scuffle.
Yeah, Kay is going to give them coverage here.
And here we go. Plaga, your purple team. Fusion, your orange team. The battle between Latin America North and Latin America South is on here. These are your quarterfinals, best of 3. And this right here is win or go home. It's single elimination through this bracket.
Both teams concerned a little bit about the potential invasion, or at least Plaga was. Fusion didn't care. They sent Kea straight into path. Froy putting good pressure with Texas, and Kea kind of taking the brunt end of this as they're desperately trying to make it back to path.
Yeah, pushing back here. They're trying to see if they can steal any of that while they're fighting. A nice bit of experience over to the side of Fusion, however, as that is now pulled away through Blastoise's beautiful water spout.
Yep, quickly trying to get online is the Urshifu, and there they are. They have just evolved. Meanwhile, Donlux level 4, going to be pretty good position here at these 850 birds.
Here we have a moment for this walking trash can, as you call it, Combuskin, to head up to the top path right here. 8 minutes, 50 seconds, they move forward. Here comes the Wicked Blow, securing a ton of that already.
All the Swablu went to a Nemo there with that big Wicked Blow. Great job coordinating the damage output and making sure that they could secure that. And that was in the face of 4 players, Spragos. Plaga committed 4 players to that engagement, and it still all went to Fusion.
Yeah, Wicked Blow is just very difficult to out-secure, obviously. Incredibly high amounts of damage right here, as we do have level 5 on this Mimikyu now, which is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. That Shadow Claw able to just rip through your opponents, doing insane amounts of damage, while also your next basic attacks reducing the cooldown considerably.
Yeah, we're trying to put a portal there. That wasn't to send anybody back. That was, of course, to try and make a play on that wild Pokemon. Draken already in position. So is a Nemo, but we've got a tree. Kira knows what's going on. They're going to see if they can Woodhammer anybody out. They miss everybody, and now the Woodhammer follow-up hits a bunch of players, but there's not enough damage output to really get a KO there.
And what we've seen here, especially with this Wicked Blow or Shifu, is a little bit of a fight, you know, a little back and forth around some of these wild Pokemon, but you're just trying to secure as much as you can and move on. Right now, that is working well for the side of Fusion. They've got the level lead just about everywhere you look.
Well, they're moving 3 players up again for potentially these 720 birds. We've got 2 players left downstairs, so we've got a 4-player up. Kira going straight into the front line. Nice reposition. They get the Mimikyu down. That snipe shot doesn't quite hit a target, but Zynius steps right up for the action and fires a good blast of water into the side of that tree, splintering it mean.
Yeah, and here we go, looking for another big secure here with the Wicked Blow. Charge Beam coming in, not able to make it happen, but they are level 7 now. They do have the Thunder, which is going to be very annoying to deal with for Fusion. Obviously, one nice thing about that Urshifu is when you have the Wicked Blow being charged up, you've got some hindrance resistance there, but in general, that Thunder's on a pretty dang low cooldown. It's following you around. It's a moderately more or less annoying, depending on what's happening, Fire Spin from Delphox.
I was going to say, if Kea takes away that Regieleki, that is wild work. Good pressure, good secure by Jax there with the Blaziken, and that's exactly what you expect out of them. Even if it's just an Eldegoss in the way, you want to guarantee those things. Goal Zone is gone. We are Trick Room Mimikyu here, and the follow-up we're spinning, and was that a Rapid Spin? Was that a Rapid Spin Water Spout?
It looked like a Rapid Spin Water Spout. Blastoise, as this Inteleon is cleaning up this fight. They broke the Goal Zone before Hoopa was actually able to walk through, brought the hyperspace hole in. Blaziken did make it down. Hoopa not able to make it happen here, as we have the Miraidon heading up to the top path now. This objective is going to be an easy secure here for the side of Fusion after winning that nice fight. But you're right, we've got ourselves a Rapid Spin Blastoise. We also have a Trick Room Mimikyu. Trick Room, I mean, the nice thing about it is it's going to reduce the damage from that Miraidon considerably for tempo.
Nice Unite move, able to seal up the knockout on the Mimikyu here. Kea's in a lot of trouble. We are Rapid Spin Water Spout all over them. The damage just too much. Another knockout for Plaga. Now they've got an opportunity on this gold pad. Just a Nemo here, going to have to hold it down in the face of 4. They're looking to push. The Overheater's charge. Nobody's sitting in that kitchen. The portal's down. We might be looking for a reset. No, we're spinning all over them. The Trick Room is down. We're putting the pressure on. Hydro Typhoon kicks up 3. Great position for Plaga here as they're able to get a KO.
That's right. Fusion now pushing back on this fight, seeing if they can pick anything up from this moment after they defended right there. points going for Plaga. Nice KOs for Plaga. It seemed to work out very well for them. And this rapid spin water spout, not something we see a ton of, sort of the carry Blastoise variant, right? They're going to be looking to chase down some of their squishier Pokemon, not worry about stunning them and pushing them around so much as they are looking to pick up big time KOs. And it seems to be working out pretty well for them. Blastoise level 9, 10s on Miraidon and Blaziken here. 11s, however, on the other side. Fusion, of course, with those big Inteleon plays earlier, we've got a very high level Inteleon.
Tempo looking straight into the back line. The Trick Room is down there fighting on the pad. Miraidon is pointing the wrong way here. Now we're just going to have to unleash those Hyper Fury fists on this team and try and get the stuns. Looks like the work is done, and Fusion is content in retreating here. They don't even really care about this Regieleki. Just let it crash, give up the +4, and be done with it.
Yeah, really nice play there by Fusion. It's a 4-point overcap, which is not very much. They're still only they're still down, 84-160 because of a play like that. I love it. You give yourself some experience up top. I think it's a very, very good decision by Fusion. And when you see a play like that, you can see the decision making by some of these top teams rather than just, I see Regieleki, I try to stop it.
Yeah, and taking away that bottom tier 1 allows Fusion to have the good positional advantage from Plaga despite them having the Hoopa. Registeel kind of leashed to the side of Fusion. However, they give up this positional advantage, and Registeel goes back and tries to reset itself. We're going to have to put some damage on, and we're looking at Zainus here to kind of make a nice snipe shot as the Miraidon Unite has popped out. We're looking for Draken, secured by the overheat. The Trick Room is down, but no damage to follow.
Yeah, nothing really to follow up right there. It's possible that they can have a really great stand at this goal zone as we have 5 members of Plaga here. They all decide to peel away. They don't want to take this fight right now. They're just going to secure some of the experience on their side of the map, and there is a decent amount, at least in that central area. Great fight from them, great secure. Overheat, of course, is right up there with Wicked Blow, right up there with Snipe Shot. I mean, these are all massive secure tools. I think Overheat might be the best just because the burst is insane, but Wicked Blow also gives you that level of mobility, plus its combination with your Unite move here. So we could have a really crazy Rayquaza fight if we have all of these Pokemon up, healthy, and ready to go with their big-time secure move.
Yeah, I mean, before Overheat hit the scene, we were looking at Wicked Blow as that secure option, that big, big burst. And having both is certainly leading yourself in a direction to give your team an opportunity on any objective. Tempo trying to figure out where their way in is here. Regieleki's getting ripped. We are spinning on top of it. Trick Room is down. We're going straight for the engagement.
Whoa!
Nice snipe shot by Zainus from the southeast. They take that out from under Plaga, and we're going to see if they look to push. No, they're using their patience again. I like this version of Fusion being a little calculated here. Tempo getting sussed out, able to go over the wall with the Trick Room, eject there, and Kira runs away.
It's a beautiful snipe shot right there. They're making them deal with this Regieleki. 5 seconds right now until Rayquaza. It looks like they're not going to get insanely aggressive and go for it right away, but they are close. They are in position for this fight, and they're letting Plaga just get set up as well. It seems like both of these teams are content with letting the other team get ready for this fight. The nice thing for Fusion, of course, is they are up by almost 100 points, so they don't need to be the ones to really make a big push here. Plaga has to. This gives Fusion the ability to counterpunch, or at least hit them with some massive snipe shots while they're waiting for this fight to pop off.
Kira knows exactly where Draken is, and they know exactly the range on the Woodhammers, landing hits through the walls.
And now we're going to have to see how they want to take this fight. What are they waiting for? What moment are they looking for? Who do they want to catch here on the side of Plaga? Because they are behind. They do need to be the ones to take the fight. We have the Thunder. It looks like it was put out a little early right there. It's going to move through the wall here because we were able to get the vision on Snorlax now. They're pushing forward, looking for a fight. Urshifu with the Wicked Blow. Blastoise in some trouble right here, but they are going to peel back with the Rapid Spin.
They're going to make it through the portal and get a nice reset here. Is this going to be the action that's going to put things underway? Snipe Shot is there. Straight in is Kira. Hydro Typhoon kicks up 4. Trevenite is popped. A couple players mark, make it 4 players. Rings are unbound. We're going with the stuns. The meteors are crashing on planet Earth. The Thea Sky ruins are continuing to be ruined around them. Finally, the Mimikyu is down. Zainus is getting low in the back line. Blaziken's on fire, and it was a gutter pick for this Plaga squad. As now we're spinning to win on top of Zainus. 4 players down, and Fusion is getting melted in the arc reactor here. That is Plaga.
Here we go. The Hail Mary can't make it in, even stopped by the Hoopa. Plaga right now taking an amazing fight, and it really felt like, I mean, they really just felt like they outplayed Fusion right there. One moment that I think was key You saw that Urshifu looking for the Blastoise. They catch a little bit of damage on it. Blastoise goes to head back through that hyperspace hole. Unite move from the Urshifu, just a little too late. Urshifu connects at the same time Blastoise is sent home. The Unite move canceled, not able to get a ton of value at all. Plaga taking game 1 off of Fusion.
In an impressive fashion. In impressive fashion. They were down, they needed to make a play, they needed to get Ray, but because they played so well leading up to that point, yes, they were down by, I think it was about 90 points, Spriggles. They just had to take a good team fight, and wow, did they find their opportunity.
Yeah, they did. I'm gonna wonder if the Trick Room was a misclick. I understand the concept of it, right? You've got the long range from Miraidon, and anytime Miraidon's outside of your range with Trick Room, I mean, you're reducing that damage by, I think it's 75% or something. Could be a massive damage reduction, but also it doesn't give you the same kind of chains with your KOs. It doesn't give you the same kind of surprise, the fear when you jump in with Shadow Sneak. So I don't know, we're gonna have to see. I'd be very curious to find out if that was intentional.
Regardless, that's what they were stuck with there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right, and you know, they're trying to make some chicken salad out of chicken scratch here. My big thing, and I'm gonna shine on it, is Blastoise doesn't get out with any other support aside from Hoopa. And if that defender would have gone down there because you chose a different support, you lose the game. Hydro type kicking up 4. Trevenite popping up 4 as well was huge.
Yeah, I think that might have been a 5-player Hydro Typhoon, actually.
Okay.
I think it might have caught 5.
I mean, it was super impressive. Great engagement by Freud there on the Blastoise. And this is what I'm watching here, the pressure they were able to put on. And then you're just spinning on top of Zainuz, who's too late, but had to stay there, or else then there really wasn't a chance.
We're looking at our player of the game. That is going to be Jax on Blaziken. 36,000 damage dealt. But, you know, these teams weren't brawling a lot throughout this match. It felt like they would show up to an objective, see who could position better, zone the other team out. You got big-time secures on both sides. Blaziken will take it, or Shifu will take it. You'll move on, right? Big-time plays from Blaziken. Again, I really feel like it is the top all-rounder in this game, but we're in a world with a ton of top all-rounders.
Yeah, we're kind of sliding into this double defender meta a little bit, where a double defender, of course, representing a true defender and an all-rounder, pseudo all-rounder in the top path. Something that at Worlds, just a few months ago, looked like a travesty.
Production, take us to draft. Thank you. Here we are, Plaga up 1 game against Fusion, and I don't think a lot of people would have expected this series to start off like this, DreamMax. Plaga right now possibly could eliminate one of the best teams in the world, and you know what? It's a new season, it's a new year for Pokemon Unite. It's time to show everyone that you're either still the best or you're ready to beat the best, and Plaga's out here looking to do that right now. First pick on over to Plaga right here as we see the bands. Umbreon, Blissey for the side of Plaga, Fusion, of course, Darkrai, Slowbro.
Yeah, I mean, note that Fusion chose second pick here. They want the last pick of the draft, so they knew they're essentially giving away one of their band spots to the other team. Now, Miraidon quickly selected first.
Yeah, Miraidon selected first. You and I have been talking about it a lot, on and off camera. It feels like we're just singing this Pokemon's praises all day long. It really has been a star of this tournament here. Hoopa on the other side, I absolutely understand this from Fusion because it was a big difference maker in that last game. Once again, the Mimikyu.
I like the Hoopa priority by Kea, because Kea is a terrific Hoopa player.
Yeah.
And what goes one way can certainly go the other. And if you don't think Kea can make some game-saving plays like Texas did, you're mistaken.
And here we go. We've got the Blastoise once again, and the Eldegoss. That Blastoise felt very powerful, but I got to say, that Blastoise does play better into some of those squishy Pokemon that just can't get away from it as easily, like Inteleon. If it misses a single foul stinger, if you're right next to it, it's going to be really, really hard to get away. As we see Tempo now pick up the 3-headed bird and the tree.
I like Draken on the tree. Takes away an option here for Plaga, as Kira is a great tree player as well. So you're having to put them down a different path. Glaceon quickly locked in by Jackson. We saw a huge Glaceon game out of them earlier, and the Mamoswine going to be picked up, and of course in the hands of Kira, legendary.
Yeah, I mean, this Mamoswine has just been incredible for Plaga. I think this Glaceon is a sleeper great pick for them. We've seen them use it multiple times throughout this tournament here. Final pick on over to Fusion. They could be playing at some great range here with one of their attackers. It looks like they are bringing out the Candle. This is not a Pokemon that we've seen a lot of. Chandelure does get put in, here and there in competitive play. As you can see in this tournament, an 8% pick rate, the lowest pick rate out of any Pokemon on either of these teams' rosters. Currently, Dodrio also pretty low, not seeing a ton of play for this speedster either. I'm excited to see what this bird wants to do. I like playing Dodrio into something like Glaceon at times. At other times, it's very frustrating that you're just within Glaceon's zone of influence and it's able to get you with that Icicle Spear. So we're going to have to see how they are able to play around this. You get an early lead with the bird, you stay in the enemy central area, you start picking up KOs on this Glaceon over and over again. This is going to be great for Fusion. You miss a little bit, you get a little behind, especially with Dodrio. All of a sudden you're getting hit by these Icicle Spears. Every time you're near Blastoise, it's rapid spinning. Things could be really tough.
Yeah, I think Glaceon after its latest buffs is in a great spot. That's why I've tried to highlight it all weekend long. Again, when Glaceon is picked every single game, it feels awful, but there are still games where a good Glaceon pick is like, oh yeah, that's why it would take over games. And this feels to me like it has the real potential to take over the game.
Getting ready for our match here. Plaga versus Fusion. Obviously, we have a lot of supporters of Fusion. We have a ton of people cheering on Plaga as well. And I can tell you who I know is cheering on Plaga. Everyone else in this tournament, because they want to see Fusion knocked out early. It's not that it doesn't mean Plaga's great, but boy, I know a lot of them don't want to run into that squad if they can avoid it.
Absolutely. Tempo going to go straight to the top path here. We're going to see what they can do. Now, we've got the cover by the support player on Plaga to make sure that the Glaceon can get their levels. Jax and Texas coming in tandem here, gonna see what they can do to the Doduo and quickly dispatched.
Yeah, really nice stuff right there, using that eject button just to get close enough so that even if you're using your auto attacks, right, your basics with that red buff, the Dodrio is not going anywhere. In fact, not a Dodrio yet, still a Doduo, and they want to keep it that way, looking for some of this experience. Great cleanup here by Plaga. It's that level 4 Glaceon play that they continue to make, and I don't necessarily love it just because of how I feel like underwhelming Glaceon's 4 is, but its 5 is just as underwhelming, right? It needs that 6 to get online, so maybe this early aggression is exactly how you should be playing Glaceon.
Yeah, and you open up the opportunity maybe with a Miraidon to get to the middle, but that's not what they're doing here. 4-player rotation up, 4-player rotation down. Donlux is now realizing that they are outnumbered here. They're going to have to try and peel back. Let's see what they can do in the face of these 4 players from Fusion. Stepping back up, putting a lot of damage on Draken. We're playing Electro Drift. Look at that reposition to try and pick up Draken.
Yeah, really nice play right there as we have Dodrio trying to chase down this Miraidon. Miraidon's going to try to dash right through it. Tempo moving back in, not able to get away. Nice shit into but they all wait for it. So it's very cute. As soon as you come out, we're just going to deal with you, all right?
Yeah, as soon as you come out, we are going to punch you in the face very hard.
I can tell you that they popped the doll and Fusion was not sweating.
Woo. No, not at all. Okay, Zainu's quickly going to the opposing central here, understanding that they might have an opportunity.
Yeah, and we can see this experience is about to generate on the map these wild Pokemon, the Altaria and the Swablu there in the center. Mimikyu deciding to score. Tempo staying bottom right here, looking for an opportunity to make some plays right now, whereas a lot of teams might fight over that center, and we are actually seeing a beautiful play rough Mimikyu get absolutely destroyed by 4 members of Plaga.
Using the tackle to close the range and immediately Ice Fang to reposition, quality KO, and of course by who else? Kira. We're going with the drive-by attack, the try-attack Dodrio here. Gonna let them to play at a little bit of space and range, keep them safe from maybe Kira themselves.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kira's Mamo is, I mean, truly, I feel like a superstar Pokemon right here. We have the Shadow Sneak go off, but they're not able to secure the KO with the play rough. Another big pickup right here, and it feels like Plaga has their number. I mean, they're playing great into Fusion.
I mean, dragging that Mimikyu back to the Ice Age with the Ice Fang and Ice Shard. I mean, it looked nasty. Finally, an Evo into Chandelure. We got the pressure back the other way. The doll was popped, and the Miraidon is too subsequently. Kira goes down, and now it's just Texas asking what just happened to that awesome play we had.
Yeah, nice little start there, right, by Plaga, but instead it switches right around. Fusion taking down Reggie Rock there in the bottom path. We also have Hoopa, the hyperspace highway, bringing multiple Pokemon up to the top path, one of them being that Dodrio. We've got Zinus, we've got the Bird. They're ripping apart Regieleki. Blastoise looking to see if there's anything they can do here. Here comes the Rapid Spin, but they don't have the kind of secure that they have on the other side of the map.
Putting the Imprison down on their Regieleki was pretty clever there, as they were able to secure that out. And now it's going to just fly in the face, but it doesn't look like Fusion wants any of that. They're going to wait. They're going to actually wait till the Mimikyu can step up and Nemo see if they can make a play. We're going to Electro Drift through right onto Zainus, but the pressure continues. We're in the back line. Mimikyu finds a couple targets, make it 2. 2 players down. Miraidon makes 3. Froy's going to make 4. And now it's just lone Kira because they're scrapping in the middle with the tree.
Guess who's back? Back again. Fusion's back. Tell a friend. I mean, this is incredible here as they continue this push. Glaceon moving to the top path. The hyperspace hole beautifully set up, and no, just barely missing all of them there with the Mamo, deciding not to come back through. Great push from Fusion. Amazing, emergency exit that they were able to pull there with the hyperspace hole.
That would have been the comeback play of the game, was that Kira Earthquake on that. If they were able to pop them all out of it, it would have just spelled pure disaster. But lo, that's not the case. Fusion makes it back and intelligently doesn't come back through that portal.
And here we have Plaga setting themselves up in this bottom path. 5 members right now looking to make a possible play. Hoopa watching the top path with Mimikyu very close. At any moment, they could show themselves and start a fight right here. They are able to catch the Trevenant. Beautiful Earthquake into the Ice Fang, right into the Icicle Spears, and they do go down. 14 seconds now until we have an objective spawning in this bottom path, and they've got some great positioning on Fusion.
Don't forget, Fusion's playing for their tournament life here. If they lose this game, they are Gandhi. They're doing a pretty good job, and I think they found a good pace. It's up for Plaga to keep up with it.
That's right. Well, if they're Gandhi, if they lose this one, they better not be a pacifist right here as they move down towards this Reggie Rock. Here comes a possible Seer. Glaceon picking that up.
Not going to be a pacifist, because that Hoopa's passing fists, son. They got a
Come
couple
on,
knockouts.
too good.
Come on, we got there. Ice Shards rolling through after the glacial stage is set, and Fusion is humming. Yes, we've got the ice types on the Plaga side, but we are heating up on the side of Fusion.
Yeah, that's right. Fusion looks pretty good in a lot of these fights back and forth, but we've actually had some incredible setups here by Plaga. Now, Plaga, I think, had their moments game 1 that looked a little more dominant than this. It feels like Fusion is in, some important, has some important positioning and has picked up some big wins. And I think the change up on the Mimikyu is a huge part of that. Shadow Sneak Play Rough has been a lot better for them, especially into Glaceon, where you can use Play Rough and you can eat some of that damage from an Icicle Spear. That's very nice.
You see what Plaga's trying to do here. They're just not quite able to catch tempo ever and get the knockout on them. Yes, they're getting the Trevenant. They're getting Draken from time to time. Maybe even Zainus here and there. But really, tempo is the one that is harassing them in and out of these fights.
Yeah, here we go. A Nemo in a lot of trouble right here, and they do go down. Beautiful catch right there from Plaga, and I feel like
that was
there's that Icicle Spear. Oh no! Wow, Dodrio barely making it out. And that's what I talk about. Sometimes you run into those games where the Spears just chase you home and there's nothing you can do. And then sometimes you're a level 13 Dodrio and you barely scrape by because of it. And we're going to have to see if that continues to hold true for Fusion. Again, as you just mentioned, Snacks, everything is on the line for Fusion right now. They are betting their tournament life on a Candle and a Dodrio.
Where they're sitting on pattern, they're actually playing a little bit more patient. They know they have a considerable sized lead here. You actually see the Dodrio tempo up top, helping the Regieleki put pressure and drawing attention away so that the rest of Fusion can start setting up and make a play on the basement Reggie if that's what they've got in store for themselves.
Now, we have to remember, Fusion up on the scoreboard here, and this is a position that they love to be in, right? It forces Plaga to make some plays. It forces them to find an opportunity, just as we saw last game, but last game they found that opportunity. So we're going to see what Fusion is able to do here. Reg Ice taking some serious damage. Both teams are well aware that they are near it and able to possibly fight over it, where it looks like Plaga has decided not to deal with it at all and instead just position themselves around Rayquaza. 15 seconds right now until Ray could be the last Ray that Fusion sees for a long time. They need to win here. They need to beat Plaga to stay in this tournament. This is a best of 3, but there are no second chances. It's single elimination here today.
take a deep breath, because this fight means everything to Fusion, and that means they're going to have to do it all again here in Game 3. For Plaga, they want to have a huge upset and carry that momentum through the rest of the tournament.
Tempo looking in the top path right here, seeing if they can spot out exactly where this Blastoise is. What you're looking for here, DreamMax, is a ton of information, and then once you have what you think is enough of it to decide where to fight, that's what you're going to do. Dodrio moving around the side. They may have just seen it there. Blastoise may have sussed out exactly where Dodrio is. We have the Icicle Spears being charged up by the Glaceon, but no one seems to want to light this powder keg and have this fight start. Dodrio engaging with Blastoise a little bit here, but they are pulling back. It looks like we're going to heal up the Blastoise, and now Dodrio looking for a way in from the backside, and they end up pulling out.
Big time flank, but now they know that the back cap might be open and the Rings Unbound is available to them as well. Is that what they're going to go do? Okay, we're back on the backside. A portal's down. Nemo's going to get the reset, but we're stuck in the middle here as the Trevenant tracking it. Have the Meteors fall down. Tempo's going for the backline action, and they take out Jax before they can do anything. We're moving back through. The Rings are unbound. We're going for some back cap scores. They're stretching their lead. Nice little stun. Dawnlux goes down.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Fusion. We had Glaceon catch their Icicle Spears onto that blue buff instead of a member of Fusion right now, and it seems like they are completely in control of this fight. Jumping in with the Unite move, looking to shut this down. Glaceon is back, but it looks to be too late. 30 seconds left on the clock. More points are raining in, and it appears that Fusion is going to be taking this here to a game number 3.
I wouldn't want it any other way, to be honest. These games have been incredible between this LATAM North and LATAM South squad, and I wanted this to go to Game 3. And I don't really expect any matches to be not going to Game 3 moving forward. I mean, these teams are all powerhouses.
Yeah, they are that good. Fusion with a real bounce back performance here in game number 2. You absolutely love to see it, and they played that Ray fight so incredibly
They really did. They really did. Helped out a little bit by the map, right? You said the blue buff caught some of those Icicle Spears.
Well, unfortunately, they went to target it on Dodrio. I think for just a moment, it stepped into the tall grass, and the targeting clipped onto that blue buff, and all of a sudden, those fully charged up spears don't hit the bird at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a very heads-up play by Tempo.
Yeah.
Because they play this Pokemon a lot. 69k damage on the bird, a little bit more scrapping, a little bit higher on the damage numbers this go around, but this was a great game.
Yeah, it was a great game for Fusion. Plaga staying right in there up until that Rayquaza fight where things really fell apart for them. It felt like they didn't have a strategy to deal with Tempo, who was putting insane amounts of pressure on them. You're taking a look at the Miraidon.
Yeah, I don't think Dawnlux found their footing with this Miraidon like we've seen from them when it comes to like Ceruledge, for example, when we were watching them earlier. I don't know if this is necessarily forced to pivot, if this was just an off game, but that is definitely something I'm sure Plaga is thinking about going into this crucial Game 3.
Yeah, as we're heading into our Game 3 right here, we're going to see it looks like Fusion is going to be switching over to our purple side as we head into our draft here very soon between these two squads here. So Plaga going to be your orange team, Fusion going to be your purple team. Obviously that gives Fusion the opportunity for that first pick, and it's going to give Plaga the opportunity to respond here with 2 picks back-to-back. A lot of teams have different strategies around this. Some people love the back-to-back picks. Yeah. It feels like they get to counter a lot. They get to take 2 powerful Pokemon. Some teams have things that they need so much that they want that first pick.
Yeah, it felt like day one, day one we were seeing, earlier today we were seeing a lot of folks choosing to pick first, but now between these two squads, they prefer the right-hand side of your screen.
And here we go, heading into this game number 3 between these two titans from Latin America. LATAM South Fusion, LATAM North Plaga. 1-1, and everything is on the line right here for both of them. If you don't win this match, your tournament is over. The winners head into our semifinals.
Blissey, Umbreon banned quickly. Darkrai, no surprise. Mimikyu, they're going to close the door on that and try and get a Nimmo on something else.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, these are huge bans from Fusion, right? We're seeing a huge core of support and defender play banned out from them, and they're taking Miraidon right away also. So stealing a lot of what Plaga might want in this moment.
I'm taking a look here, Miraidon right up top, as you mentioned, but there's an opportunity to grab this Blastoise, which has seen a lot of popularity, mostly in the last couple matches you and I have cast.
Yeah, I mean, Blastoise has been seeing play in a few different versions. They are going to take it pretty early right here. We've got Eldegoss, we've got Blastoise on over to Fusion. We're going to see how they want to play this next moment. They've been banning out Slowbro in a lot of games, and now it looks like they might pick it so that they don't have to deal with it themselves. We're going to see if that Slow Beam is that scary for them, as we have Hoopa, and our next pick is going to be Crustle.
Very interesting. We are playing at a different pace here for Fusion. This is going to be our first time casting Crustle together, and I haven't seen Crustle in a long time.
I have not seen Crustle in a very long time either, my friend, but it's exciting to see it here from Fusion. Its pick rate is very low, only 6% throughout this tournament. Next two picks on over to Plaga. We've got the Slowbro and we've got the Mew. It's going to be interesting. So we've seen a lot of support Mew in this tournament where players are running that EXP share. They're focusing on coaching, excuse me. They're moving them around with Surf. They're also getting some nice secures with Electro Ball. We haven't seen too many of them play it as a more high carry role, like that carry attacker. So we're going to see how that works. Something with an even lower pick rate than our Crustle is the Buzzwole at 4%. And now finally a Zoroark on the side of Plaga. If I'm looking at these two drafts, there's some really interesting stuff going on. It feels like Plaga is a mess when I look at it.
Correct.
I personally, I'm a little confused by some of the choices right here, but we also have some really kind of oddball choices, it feels like, from Fusion as well. We've not seen much Crustle, we've not seen much Buzzwole. Dodrio hasn't been getting a ton of play, but after last match, I can see why they picked it up. It's going to be a really interesting game number 3.
That can't be understated. I'm taking a look here. Based on the loadout, I don't think it'll go any other way besides that being an attacker Mew trying to deal some damage, set up some KOs for this Zoroark. Now, the pressure that this Blastoise and Slowbro are going to have to put on as a front line to facilitate Jax is going to be critical, because if Jax gets caught by anything on the side of Fusion, they're gone. And we saw that happen last game when YT was able to easily deal with a Zoroark that didn't have a comfy.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see. One thing I will say about the Mew, it plays pretty good into the bird. Okay, so against Dodrio, the boosted follows it around no matter what, so it's not like it can get away from anything you're doing right there. And Electro Ball is really solid against it. You're going to ruin its sprint gauge, and at the same time, you're going to get those sure hits. So not bad into Dodrio. I'm really interested to see this Zoroark. It feels like it's feast or famine out here. Yeah. You're either eating good or you're eating nothing. It could be a huge mistake to run this without the kind of support that some teams have with the Comfey. As we head in here to our game number 3, Fusion, your purple team, Plaga, your orange team, Latin America South versus Latin America North, seeing who can make it to our semifinals.
This is win or go home, and what a game this is poised to be. Quick pressure on Anemo, able to make it back to their pad as Kira has taken this Slowbro top.
Yeah, we've got the Slowbro top with the Mew. I mean, a really unconventional path up here, but it looks like things are actually doing pretty well for him, securing a lot of that experience away from the other side. of Nemo in a little bit of trouble right now too, having to back away from this fight. Fun stat fact, Crustle coming into this game with a 5-1 win-loss record, and it was banned one time.
That is banana lands. That is, LAIC is off the charts with this type stuff. All that to say, I'm glad we get to experience some Crustle if everybody else has gotten to.
Yeah. Thanks for giving us a little Crustle. Finally. I don't really know who I'm mad at here.
Thanks, production.
Jesus. Here we go. Big fight happening right here. Looking to see if they can pick up the KO. They don't, but they pick up all of that experience there, DreamMax, as we have Tempo waiting in the tall grass right here, seeing if they're going to make a play.
Kira just chucking some pot shots, see if they can find anybody. And Jax doesn't know that they are getting sought out. They are collapsed on E-Ball back the other way, like you called out. Tracked Tempo incredibly well.
You know, I think Tempo did pop out of the tall grass a couple times, so it honestly felt like Plaga was baiting them at one point to move in and fight this. It did seem to work out pretty well for them. However, Dodrio is back. Nice body block there, protecting this Hoopa. And here comes the Zoroark looking to make something happen. Eldegoss on just about nothing here. Dodrio looking to pick pick up the KO, looking for the boosted, and they get it.
They get it, but at least they weren't caught on what was coming the other way. Okay, tempo KO streak of 2, cleaning up the trash out here. You thought that Jax might make it out, but they just found themselves at the end of 3 heads.
Yeah, Dodrio making some big plays with that tri-attack. We have level 7 right now, so we're going to be able to see that jump kick as well. The bird is online, but it is going to need to watch out for this Mew. This Mew is going to be really hard to deal with at times. As long as it is close to it at all, you're getting boosted and you're getting an Electro Ball. It's exactly what Plaga wants to do to shut this player down.
Freud just getting vision pretty much, right? See what I can cheese out of this side of the map. They spin, didn't quite win, but they're able to make it back, which in and of itself feels like a W.
Yeah, here we go. Zorak up in the top path, looking to put some serious damage onto the Hoopa, but getting KO'd right back the other way. Again, it is hard to make some of those Zorak plays without the safety net of your Comfey.
Nice little surf back through. They're going to be able to get this. I thought so. Zainus playing at a good range and just showing the depth of characters that Zainus can play, right? We saw the Miraidons before, kind of switching hands around, but Zainus is playing all these ranged characters incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Miraidon has been a bit of a force in this tournament. It's a great thing to see. We finally get to see some of these former EX Pokemon let off the leash. We get to see him play. Dodrio moving in here, seeing if they can pick up a KO. The tri-attack just a little early from Dodrio right there, so it wasn't able to get the extra damage onto the Zorak. Looking for something on the Mew right here. The secure coming out. Buzzwole takes it.
Buzzwole takes it surprisingly, to be quite honest. I didn't think with everything they threw at it, the Buzzwole was what would come out ahead. Now Jax is looking to get into the back line. They pop their Unite move. They don't see anybody. They get a couple KOs, make it out with a sliver of HP, and now Zainus has to kind of give up the pad.
Yeah, and here we go. They're going to push forward right here. They're going to score. I think they just used that Unite move to actually weather the storm a little bit with that Unite move shield. Charge Beam coming out here, stopping some of the scores. We've got a 30 going in here. Zorak putting a few more points on the board so they can also stack. As we look down to the bottom path, Crustle and Buzzwole scoring down there. 92-119. Things aren't working out too bad on the side of Plaga for this Zorak. It's had some plays where it's missed, and it's had some plays where it made it happen. Earlier, when we saw a team not bring a Comfey to a Zorak fight, it did not go well.
Yeah, fortunately for at least Jax right now, there's not as much CC as that other Zorak was staring down. Nice little engagement here. Buzzwole has been knocked out, and they're putting some pressure on this 3v2. Not quite going to materialize yet.
You know, I gotta say, this Mew has been playing great. You wonder what this Mew is going to be like. You know, we don't see a ton of it right now, and I feel like they absolutely made a great call bringing this in here. It is an awesome counter to Dodrio, and it has just been taking pot shots at everyone on the enemy team. Nice big Hydro Typhoon gets Buzzwole. Buzz in some trouble, but trying to get a KO back the other way. Here comes Dodrio to make something happen. Eldegoss up into the air as Dodrio's going to chase.
They're going to have to chase indeed. Popped up, pushed down, put down, knocked out. Popping the Unite move is Buzzwole. They can't quite get Kira. They use their slow beam to sustain through. Have they weathered the storm? Yes, at least for now, as the Crustle puts some points in just one, and it looks like they're still trying to just stack in the face of Plaga.
Yeah, they're trying to break this goal zone, get it off the board right here, and then pull back. They are ahead here, 138-119, and it's where Fusion loves to be. It feels like they, you know, make their way to the late game, always a few points ahead of their opponents, which gives them a huge power advantage as you move towards the end of the game. Your opponents now have to be the ones to make a decision, and oftentimes, if they make a mistake and you notice it, you could really capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. Nemo has been going in with this Buzzwole, have a couple moments to shine here, but it hasn't really had the impact that some of the other characters that Nemo has been playing so far.
Fusion right now and Plaga both looking at their tournament life on the line. In about 2 minutes here, we're going to see Rayquaza, and it could be the last Rayquaza. Well, it will be the last Rayquaza that one of these two teams will see. Let me tell you, the story of Fusion is a wild one. Heading over to the AOS Cup, getting a massive win right there, making the name for themselves as one of the best in the world, and then doing incredible at the World Championships. It would be a shocker if Plaga was able to take them down right here, and it would be something that I know a lot of the other competitors in this tournament would love to see. Fusion winning this right here once again keeps them closer and closer to winning LAIC and puts them more on the map as the team to watch in the West. We're gonna have to see if they can make something happen here as we have the Reggie spawning in the bot path.
We're putting down the Rock Tomb. Tracken is eviscerated, popping their own Unite move. We're rabble rousing, now we're running straight at them.
On the backside is Jax. The slow beam is there on the Dodrio. Dodrio is dealt with. Spinning to win in the middle. Can they actually deal some damage on some targets? Finally, Buzz and Dodrio are down. Plaga looking to push, and they are going straight after Zynus. Kea, Draken, and Zynus all playing at a range here. You can see all those score bars getting racked up. Don't forget, Fusion, until the World Championships, hadn't lost a tournament last year, and now they're about to potentially be eliminated by Plaga in this very intense Game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just the amazing thing of seeing multi-region competition, right? These teams might not run into each other in any of the tournaments. In fact, they won't run into each other, of course, in any of their monthly cups. So you might not know exactly what you're going to play into a team like Plaga. And then at the same time, Fusion at times seems absolutely unbeatable. One thing for sure, this Zoroark so far has paid off for him. Right now, members of both teams are looking to charge their Unite moves, get as much experience as they possibly can, and get ready for this final fight. It feels like they have had this Dodrio's number with a combination of Slow Beam and the Mew. Now, just 15 seconds or so until Ray.
Taking a deep breath, we're getting set up. Good position here by Kira up front with this Slowbro. They are quickly thundered out, and we have a Rock Tomb put down as well.
2 points separate these teams, 2 minutes until the end of this match, and here they are possibly moving in.
Nemo's caught there on top of the portal. They get shoved out. They have to use their Unite move. Rings Unbound. Here comes the Dodrio. Meet Roadrunner right into the middle, but it's the Buzzwall Nemo that goes down first. We're looking for a chase. We're trying to get the stuns on the backside is Kia, but the Blastoise is just spinning on top of Zynus. They go down. Plaga's taking an amazing fight. Tempo's gonna have to reset. They have no HP. Draken X Scissors through Freud, and now Plaga pivots to Rayquaza. They have the full team up minus the Blastoise. Draken is surrounding. They're looking to make a prayer play with a Rock Doom. They throw it in, but it's taken by the clutch Zoroark.
Wow, Plaga winning a massive fight right there, zoning them out completely, almost taking down Dodrio, and now they are moving to score 181-283. This game is not over if they can stop some of these scores here, but it looks like Buzzwole is not moving. I think Fusion has possibly given this up here, not trying to break these shields.
Yeah, I think they see the writing on the wall, and after Nemo got caught in the middle, missed the portal, and had to use their Unite move to stay around, that was kind of the beginning of the end for me.
Wow, well this is not the Fusion that we saw win AOS, and this is not the Fusion that we saw at Worlds, I can tell you that. While they looked incredible as a squad, taken down here by Plaga, really, you know, making a name for themselves out here, Gambit style at LAIC. Incredible stuff. Plaga gonna take down Fusion in game number 3. An amazing team, but without question, DreamMax, this is an upset.
Yeah, we've got Rings Unbound here to try and make some sort of push, but look at all those Ray Shields still existing as we wrap this thing up with Eldegoss Unite move.
10 seconds left, the clock is counting down, and Plaga, I mean, I don't know if they're feeling lucky, I don't know if they're feeling, you know, just accomplished. They knew their strategy was gonna work, but look at that here. Taking down the unbeatable Fusion, and I think it's shocking the world. Even Overlord's clapping them for him.
They played a heck of a game. We see maybe their coach, their manager, or just a super fan of Plaga's jumping in the front row, carrying that cheer for that team. You see them right there clapping overhead. Well-deserved, well-fought, well-played, dude.
Yeah, that is actually Caster as well. I was talking to him in the audience a little earlier. He says he's a very angry Caster sometimes. I said, well, maybe you don't need to be so angry.
Well, listen, I wasn't even that upset.
I'm a kicking caster.
Yeah, you're a kicking caster. You're a kung fu kicking caster.
What a match, man. What a match for Plaga. What a run for them so far. Taking down, I mean, the scariest team probably in this tournament. There are a couple that people had their eyes on. And of course, Fusion is always in the conversation as one of the best to do it.
Taking a look at a little bit of our replays here. Plaga trying to siege this goal zone. Hydro Typhoon is up, and Anemo going in, able to get their KO on Mew here, but not much else. Able to sustain for just a moment, and this was kind of where we thought, all right, Fusion's kind of grouped.
Yeah, Fusion felt pretty good here. Nice slow beam to, you know, stop this moment. And here comes our fight. We got the Slowbro up in the air. It uses its Slow Beam on Crustle, which felt like a horrible moment. Massive Eldegoss Unite on 3, however, as Dodrio moves in. Mew with a beautiful Unite into Electro Ball. Dodrio is going to have to run away from this. Blastoise continuing to spin on to the Miraidon, not able to get tempo right there. They do go down, but that was the only member of Plaga going down. They turn on Rayquaza and they take it quick.
Yeah, 65k damage, 9 knockouts for your Posk.
Yep.
Your Donlux, who's been switching on a bunch of different characters, and that Mew shined.
Yeah, Donlux looked incredible on Mew. I was wondering, you know, it's a question mark of a Pokemon for me with a lot of these teams. We've seen a ton of different looks out of it. It doesn't always feel like it's the biggest playmaker in some of these games, but there it was, and I really feel like it countered Dodrio incredibly hard. Throughout the game, they were ready to take that bird down every single time it showed up.
Yep.
And now, Plaga moving forward towards our semifinals. Shocking.
Shocking indeed. Fusion's got a lot to think about in that. One standout to me, of course, was just the Buzzwole pick in general. I mean, we still had other all-rounders existing in that space, namely Blaziken, right? So that's something that they need to kind of think about and hold on to as they watch the rest of this tournament and see how it shakes out. But we've got an interview on stage with our winners. Take it away.
That's right, I am on stage here with Praga, with Texas, who is bouncing with joy after that victory. A very intense match. That might have been one of our closest matches on stream we've had yet. How did it feel to win that tight of a set against Fusion, of all teams?
Partido tan igualado contra Fusion.
Esta era la final adelantada, la verdad. O sea, era lo que nosotros queríamos. Yo por eso quería otro oponente y la verdad es que lo respetamos mucho.
They respect very much their opponent, and they wanted to be the finals, but instead they have this.
All right, awesome. You're now in top 4 position. That is a huge place to be for Latin America North. Awesome. I always ask this question, who was the MVP of that last match on your team?
¿Quién fue el MVP ahora que avanzan al top 4?
Frank, sin problemas. Él lo único que quería era jugar Glaceon y jugar Zoroark, se los dimos y él habló solo.
They let Frank play Glaceon and Zoroark. That was wonderful play.
Yeah, that was amazing. The Zoroark without the Comfey as well, a big risk. I mean, what was the thought behind that decision in draft?
¿Cuál fue la decisión que tuvieron con el draft?
Dejarlos incómodos, la verdad es que los estuvimos analizando un poco y sabíamos que el Mimikyu no era tan destacable y nosotros era jugar a nuestro juego y ya estaba.
They wanted to play their game and they tried to make the opponent uncomfortable.
All right, well, I think you did just that, and now you're in top 4. So congratulations, Texas. Congratulations, Praga, and we will see you all next time in the top 4 position. Back to you, casters.
Very much. Zoinks, we're back here in the booth. We have more incredible Pokemon Unite action. We are going to be making it all the way up to our grand finals today. For our grand finals will happen on Championship Sunday tomorrow. We have some incredible games coming up right here. Taking a look at our bracket. Next, you're going to see Nouns versus Tuzy Esports, which is going to be exciting. That's Brazil's last chance here in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's going to help solidify our semifinals, which don't forget are best of 5.
Yep.
So we have the NA matchup in the top half of the semifinals, and whoever wins this needs to knuckle up against Plaga.
Yeah, that's right. Luminosity Gaming versus YouTube will also be coming up here. Plaga versus question mark will be happening very soon, and we're going to find out what that question mark is right now. Will it be Zoinks? Is he really the Riddler? We'll find out when we come back from a short break. Oh my gosh, what a good one.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon International Championships for Latin America. We are here in São Paulo, Brazil, playing some Pokemon UNITE, kicking off the UNITE Championship Series between two absolutely incredible squads who have fought their way to top 8. What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined by Soph for the final best of 3 of our stream from this point on, or this match forward. Every match will be a best of 5.
Yes, it will be. The semifinals are just this close for Nouns Esports or for Tuzy, as we are getting into, as you said, the last bit of our quarterfinals. I'm just still trying to figure out how do we get to this stage where we are on top 4, scenario, close, really soon, and we don't have DreamMax and we don't have Fusion. I'm losing my mind!
Man, a lot of these top picks have fallen off. There's still a few of the Titans kind of kicking around, but if there's one thing about this game that we cannot stress enough, it is the last hope of Brazil to have a local championship title is about to compete. Tuzy Esports, the final representatives of the Brazil region, are going to be competing against, let me check, Nouns Esports. You got this. Don't give up hope yet, Soph. You cannot give up hope yet. I know this Brazilian crowd is not giving up hope either. I mean, the energy that this crowd has been bringing for the local teams has been phenomenal. I mean, there were some Nouns supporters out there too, but you just couldn't tell by how much they're getting drowned out by the local love here for Tuzy Esports and, of course, the other squads from Brazil that have been competing today.
Yeah, the crowd is always going to support them, and I was, to be fair, just listening to the crowd. I thought that game in particular, when DreamMax got knocked out by Team YT, I was coming out from the green room, and I heard everybody cheering. I was like, oh, I thought it was a 2-0. It's not a 2-0. The Dream, it's alive. And then it just crushed it and, shattered on the floor, crumbles.
So there's a bit of trauma in the booth right
now.
There is. But we are working through it. But like we said, the hope is not gone for Brazil. There is still one team remaining, but we've talked a lot about that team. Their opponent is going to be Nouns Esports, the only team that was traveling from Europe to compete in this event. And of course, we have talked about this team for years at this point. Nouns Esports, one of the few organizations that as a banner has been around in the UNITE Championship Series from the very beginning, runner-ups in the first ever World Championships in 2022, and then of course have made Worlds in both years following. Slightly different rosters than maybe that original one, but honestly not that far off in terms of that original roster. So very cool to see the Nouns family supporting for so long and becoming just a cornerstone of competitive Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah, and they have all the potential to do it again. Last year was a little bit more, tumbles, but this year, 2025, is already looking so solid for them because of their results in the group stage, considering we had a 5-0 for them, didn't we? 5-0.
We actually had 3 groups that all had an undefeated team make it out.
Yeah, 5-0, 5-0, 4-0, and and a 4-1.
And 4-1. A 3-way tie at 4-1 in Group A,
Yeah, 3-way tie. That was fun.
Yeah, very exciting day 1 of competition, obviously. But speaking of those undefeated teams, we did just eliminate one of those as Fusion took the loss to Plaga. And honestly, one of the closest sets that we have had all tournament long. So exciting. I mean, completely different compositions between games 1, 2, and 3. Those teams were going after each other in the draft screen. Was really exciting. Nouns Esports and Tuzy Esports have had a long time to sit backstage and watch the previous game, but they haven't been just sitting idle. I have seen both of those teams, especially the players kind of responsible for a lot of the in-game shot calling or draft calling, with open notebooks. And we got notes. We are studying up. So there is definitely going to be a precedent set for some very, very interesting choices made in the strategic front in this matchup.
Speaking of strategy, Zoinks, we have to note out the fact that one thing that has remained a steady strategy all throughout LAIC 2025 is the purple side first pick Miraidon.
Yeah, it has been ever present. I mean, we see Miraidon in so many games, and the fact of the matter is you got to take it early or the opposing team is going to take it. So that slot, it almost feels like a VIP reservation for that Pokemon at whatever local restaurant that it wants to attend. So that Pokemon will most likely be making its way into this matchup. However, I've heard rumors in this team discussion that one of which
Nouns, has actually been talking about leaving the Darkrai on the table. And I've been saying this all weekend long. It has felt like a permanent ban for most teams. However, the only one that I have heard that has not been considering that is Nouns Esports. So we'll have to see what this team is thinking. I believe we have the interview ready on stage though, so let's hear from the players and one of our casters.
One of our casters, that caster's DreamMax. I'm here on stage. Lel, Tuzy, Toon, Nouns. Let's ask some questions. Lel, you are the Brazil's last hope, the Brazilian last hope. How does that make you feel taking on the mantle of your entire region?
Esperança do Brasil. Como você se sente tendo que carregar todo esse peso?
Não, com certeza tem essa pressão, né? A gente está representando todo mundo aqui, todo mundo torcendo. Então, pode ter certeza que a gente vai dar nosso melhor e vamos tentar representar o Brasil aí para ganhar esse campeonato. Pô.
So that's definitely a big weight to put on my shoulders, but you guys can bet that I'm gonna do absolute my best to rep you guys and make sure that we take home this crown.
Tamo junto. Toon, are you going to lose any sleep when you eliminate Brazil's dreams of winning LAIC in their home region?
I'll probably get more sleep.
He's going to get more sleep. That's a nice, cold answer. Lel, last question for you. Are the nerves going to be a concern going into this matchup?
Léo, você tá preocupado em estar muito nervoso para jogar essa matchup?
Sinceramente, eu tava mais nervoso antes, mas desde que eu fui ali pra trás, eu tô bem tranquilo. Eu acho que o time tá bem tranquilo também. Então, se a gente perder, não vai ser por nervosismo. Tamo focado e vamos pra cima.
So I was really nervous in the backstage, but once I got there and I sat down, we actually were able to cool off a little bit. So myself and my team are super ready to give it our all. And if we lose, just know it wasn't because we were nervous. They're just a really big opponent to face on.
Okay. A lot of respect being shared in one direction, a little disrespect thrown back over the fence here. Let's throw some cold water on the Toon hot energy here. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride is Nouns Esports, kind of falling short and never winning the big one. What does this do for the Nouns organization and your team to win LAIC?
I mean, I like Japan. I like representing EU, so we're going to try our best. People kind of look down on EU, and you kind of see that in the players. So winning would be really big for the region. So that's a big motivator.
It really feels like both of these teams are carrying the mantle of their region on their shoulders. I'm about to throw it back to the booth. Tamo junto.
All right, we need a Toon podcast stat. I mean, please get that man to yap even more on a microphone. I am ever present. I'm gonna get more sleep? Hello?
Man, when you saw my face, my heart just sank down. And then Lel was like, I was a little nervous, but we sat backstage, and then I just felt like I'm super comfortable and I'm super, super confident.
All right.
And I was like, yes.
Well, if Toon's words can bounce off the cool and collected armor of Tuzy Esports, that's going to be a great look for them. Let's take a look at this Dynamite roster from EU, though. A Desu, Gatlu, Toonslim, Soregu, and Brov HD. This is one of the hardest teams to kind of pick and point to a player that hard carries this roster. They're such a well-balanced team, all incredible in their own roles, and they have carried this team a long ways.
Yes, they have. Tuzy Esports looking like Soto, Lel, Falb, Max, and Jandeco have plenty of experience themselves as well in previous seasons of UCS here in Brazil, top tier of the local regionals, and well, this is tough competition. It is, but still, it's the last shot of Brazil. I need to have hope. Don't shatter my dreams. I'm begging.
This team's got a lot of pressure on them. They might have kind of self-centered, have focus in on this match ahead of them, but I do think that energy has got to be to carry this region at least into a semi-final performance. Give this Brazil crowd a best of 5 with the hometown heroes, which they have now become, by the way. This is an open message to everyone in São Paulo. If Tuzy Esports wins this tournament, they get their drinks for free. I
Yep,
think that
on the
has
house.
to happen.
I'm paying.
Exactly.
You heard me. You heard me here. I'm paying.
Okay, yeah, that is legally binding, and she will have to do that.
Exactly.
But we'll see what happens after this event, because this, honestly, all storyline and stakes aside, even if we're getting down to the brass tacks of what is going to happen in these 3 matches that we're about to watch at Pokemon Unite, I'm actually so interested in some of these meta decisions, because Tuzy Esports has been a very, I don't want to say one trick, but almost rote composition. They don't flex out of their common picks too often. We're seeing very similar stuff from them. On the flip side, Announce Esports is a team known for a ton of flexibility and known for a wide variety of compositions, but in this event, they've also been kind of staying to the straight and narrow when it comes to the draft screen. So I think this first draft is going to set a lot of the precedent for this match.
It definitely will, Zoinks, and just like Luminosity as well, now Esports have that wide pull on under their sleeve. And oh, wow, Adesu, you're playing twice? That's fun.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that correct on screen shortly, but hey, 2 Adesus, I'm not arguing.
Yeah, me neither. Look at the little Dragonite. He's just a little guy.
But all right, so Nouns Esports, because of their position in this bracket, did get side choice going into game 1, so that would put them into that first pick position. They are not going to be banning the Darkrai. Instead, it'll be Tuzy Esports picking that up, but I do like Tuzy's choice to ban away this Hoopa. It feels like a bit of a race to Eldegoss at this point in this draft, but Nouns Esports is going to go for the Umbreon first pick.
Right, so going differing from that Miraidon first pick on the purple side, we have a Miraidon first pick on the orange, with that Umbreon being the first selection for Nouns Esports. The Eldegoss, as you said, it's coming through, especially Blissey, Hooper, not there. You need them. But does this push, well, Wiggly, does this push maybe a potential composition for Speedsters that just allows a Comfey to come through?
Yeah, that could be. I mean, especially with all those other supports being eliminated from this draft screen, I think Nouns Esports has got to start considering that. Tuzy Esports are really focusing in on what Nouns Esports likes to play as well. That counter pick of this Greedent, also taking that Miraidon. I mean, kind of punishing Nouns Esports a little bit for not first picking it, but okay, that is a Ho-Oh locked in. A Desu, the final player on this squad to lock it. It is an EXP shared Sylveon. So a very interesting team composition. We could potentially be looking at either a top-packed Umbreon or Ho-Oh, and seeing as Toonslim is currently not character swapping, I think we are looking at a damage-focused, lockdown defender in that top path role.
Yeah, the Ho-Oh, they're having the attack weight plus the Aeos Cookie, looking to really have that presence in the early game, get the XP, stack, and maintain some control around the area to allow for Gadlu on the Dodria to also rotate. But let's have a look at the Tuzy Esports squad as well, because you have, with the Miraidon plus the Eldegoss, just that powerhouse of a composition. The Blaziken here, I think, is a perfect addition. The fact that we are also targeting the Greedent against the Gadlu is a special play. I think it works out really well. And the Slowbro together with it, you just have quite a lot of control. So in this case in particular, I need range, I need Charge Beam on this Miraidon, not Electro Drift.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get it, unfortunately. Not with the battle item that John Deco has got equipped. That shit Ninja Doll. I think they will be leaning into the dive, but I mean, I kind of agree with you. Some poke damage would be nice here, but John Deco believing in their team's ability to maybe help them out after some of these big dives. I think the most interesting thing about this draft in particular to me is Nouns Esports, with the first pick grabbing Umbreon, you know that team understands Miraidon is not going to be in their hands. What that means is this is Nouns Esports' battle plan against Miraidon. This is their game plan, right? Oh, exactly. They must have known this is where this draft was going to go. Felt like Nouns Esports, by choosing first pick side, was setting the pace there. So let's see if this Ho-Oh is a practice tech. But all right, everybody, we're going into game 1. Tuzy Esports, the Hope of Brazil, versus Nouns Esports.
Here we are, the final moment for us. Best of 3 quarterfinals to decide if Brazil remains on 2025 LAIC for the first time ever that we have Pokemon Unite in this international championship. Top side, we're looking at that Gossifleur just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance there, taking the enemy EXP, and so is the Greedent, but getting very highly punished by Gadlu. Here on this top side, we don't have the Dodrio in in the central area, actually, it's just a Mimikyu.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that. So the fact that they're giving an entire rotation up to Mimikyu is really interesting. They want to get to that level 5 as quickly as possible to get that first move choice. Sorayu will have it. We'll see which one it is as they get closer to the enemy squad. And with no little mini dash, I have to imagine it is the Shadow Claw option.
Getting to that 850 here for the birds to spawn on either paths. Still looking at the Combuskin being around. With the Miraidon rotation as well, this could be huge. We'll see what is the ability they choose, and they ended up going for the Charge Beam, as I mentioned, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, no, there it is. There is the Electro Drift. That boosted auto just really hits from far out there.
It does, yeah.
And there we go. Tuzy Esports strikes first. This will be a big play into the top side. A Desu gets caught by a Blaze Kick. I don't think they expected Fall to make that full rotation up to top, but silver lining for Nouns Esports, they are keeping up pace and score, which means that Toon's Ho-Oh has to be very close to full stacks.
Gotta love a good Kirby chance rotate, don't we? All love it. Getting here to the top side, it really just wants to punish the aggression that you can have with the Dodrio early game. Now pushing out once again, especially with the greed and help of that Elder Ghost. As soon as Tuzy Esports can enable this Combuskin to become Blaziken, the damage is going to be coming through. And bot side, that is a lot of aggression, so close to taking down the Miraidon, but they're still going to survive while you have Soto taking that front line and just defending the attacker.
Ninja Dull haters in shambles after that play on Jekko, able to dodge all of the flamethrower of Toon Slim, and they were able to keep up this fight, the battle of the former EX licenses in the bottom path. We'll keep an eye on that one, but right now we got to take a look at what Max has been able to do on this greed, and already at level 6 is very, very strong, but Gatlu's outpacing them currently. A lot of damage on this goal zone as Greedent's diving for berries.
Yes, they are running out really fast, especially when you have their heals coming from the Elder Ghost. You can survive. There's a gold. Oh my god! Wait, Blaziken just but the skin of their teeth survives with the eject button. A Desmond in a very bad spot with the Electro Drift will take them out. And now just the Dodrio is available. Going for the berry, it's going to chomp it away, but this zone is just about gone.
Oh, very small overdunk, and if any, and that goal zone does break. Nouns Esports does hold the lead, and they did break the bottom tier goal zones. This will be a Regieleki focus. Tuzy showing their hand. This is where they want to play for the majority of the game. Around that top side with scoring pressure. Nouns Esports a little more interested in the scaling. Regirock defense buff for the entire squad. Let's see where they rotate after. They're going to try to cut off Tuzy Esports from a central area invade, but now their decision are split. Defend against Regieleki or keep this fight. Sorayu chooses fight.
Oh yeah, and the fight is actually really good for Nouns Esports. There's a 2 KO Shriek there for Sorayu on the Mimikyu, as you said, potentially going after Soto as well, but that is a tanky slow throw. Does it connect? It does! 3 KO Shriek and a heavy hitter there from Sorayu.
Such a good play. Actually angles all the way to the left to get more walls and tall grass in their way to extend that Shadow Sneak range. This 40 score into a 4-point goal zone would be huge, but Tuzy Esports is starting to respond.
Yeah, they have a mighty defense coming here with the Electro Drift. Now they have even more damage as well, but it's traded 1 for 1 when Sylveon takes that back. The Rekindled Flame will help on the side of Nouns Esports as well, and Tuzy Esports will get outnumbered. There is the Moonlight Bronze that is definitely taking out most of the shields. This is not looking good for Tuzy Esports. The Fairy Frolic will continue. They have the Mystical Fire, and unfortunately Tuzy Esports could not defend. This goes on 36 overdunk.
Oh, Nouns Esports is getting a whole lot of points, and it's a big overdunks on both sides of the map. It's going to be really difficult for Tuzy Esports to recover from, but KOs will certainly help in that manner. Max's Greedent has been a relevant threat this entire matchup, whereas Gendeko's Miraidon has had to catch up a little bit in terms of how the early game in the bottom path went.
Yeah, and it's a clear depiction when you see the bright future Meteor Storm getting used just to chase down Sorayu on the Sylveon. It's quite a lot of resources just for one Pokemon. 20 seconds for bottom Reggie, 15 for Regieleki, and it looks like again Tuzy Esports is focusing the top side to get even more goals.
Yeah, we do have the Slowbro Unite move finally online for Tuzy Esports. They hit that level 9. Slow Beam can be utilized to try to grab an individual target, but the choices are going to be difficult when it comes to Nouns Esports. You got Dodrio, maybe even a Mimikyu, or if you want to try to KO a Ho-Oh before they have the chance to use that Rekindling Flame in a Unite move, it could be an option, but seriously, that is a tough choice for Slowbro to work with.
Definitely is. We have 3 members on the bot side for Tuzy Esports trying to contest a potential Reggie Rock, but it was secured very swiftly by Nouns Esports as well. But they are heavy committing on this one. They take the Mimikyu, so it's a very good push. 4v3 here on the bot lane. And then they have the triple just going through all the entirety of the orange team. And Tuzy Esports trying to find the damage. The berry flop just doesn't hit anybody on that note. Pushing out once again, but the Rekindling Flame is available for Toon if necessary. They're still going in. The Bright Future Mewtwo Storm is not actually hitting mostly anybody. Just the Mimikyu gets the knock up there, and they're still trying to escape because it became a fight where Tuzy Esports is trying to defend themselves instead of push forward. But they could kite just one person out on that back end.
Bruv with an absolute fight-saving play on the Umbreon earlier on in the goal zone. Mean looks the Miraidon mid-Electro Drift, which substantially reduces the amount of range you can dodge at. You are stuck at the edges of that Mean Look circle. Great play there, and in fact, it allows Toonslim to play aggressively on that Ho-Oh, basically 1v4, ultimately getting KO'd, but bought just acres of room in that bottom path for the rest of Nouns Esports to play with.
And it really goes to show how impactful that was by Bruv, as you said, on the Umbreon, considering that we mentioned Miraidon was feeling a little behind the curve. It's now level 13. Exactly. So it's a really, really big target on that backs, pushing out very heavily onto Nouns Esports. But on the backline, you almost saw Godlu taking that one with the Dodrio, but it's not really possible. Foul. He is taking them down with Sareu as well. And now 3v3 might be in a bad situation as they're still trying to push forward. Desu is kiting them with a mystical fire. They have enough damage, 3 KO streak for them, and it's Nouns Esports wins the fight.
These are just knockout battles between these two teams. It's a war of attrition every single team fight. Multiple defenders on both sides of the map. So much HP. Healing available from Eldegoss and the Umbreon. And Sylveon, definitely one of the tankiest attackers we have in the game. It really is who can survive the longest in some of these team fights. When that comes down to Rayquaza, it is going to favor whoever has the points lead. And currently, that is Nouns Esports in a major way.
Not just that, but they have just gotten the Rage Ice as well, Zoinks, and that's going to massively help them, especially with the Umbreon. And as soon as you get back with the Rekindling Flame, very well used by Toom. If they can manage to connect that one, Tuzy is still kind of stuck in their own central area, goes in very deep with the Blaziken. The Bright Future Meteor Storm is also not hitting, so he whiffs Zoinks.
Yeah, that's 2 Unite moves utilizing. The Eldegoss also using the Cloud Crash. Now it's going to be time for Tuzy to take a refight, but they're retreating currently, and Gatlu's going in.
Yeah, the triple shepherd was actually huge for the side of Nouns Esports, and they're in the back. They're getting to the attackers, and it might be just enough. Magazine is tanky, but they cannot take that much. Nouns Esports is looking to continue the fight. There is the Rekindling Flame, and the numbers are not going to be good for Tuzy, as they're still trying to kite their way out. But a lot of damage that comes from Adisu, that has to be tanked, and you just don't have enough. The reach is not there. The Blaziken cannot connect. The overheat is not enough, and it's almost an ace. If not, it is an ace for Nouns Esports.
Nouns Esports takes them all down, and now that means Tuzy has only 1 minute to catch up in this game, with Max getting caught in this Mean Look because of Nouns' incredible aggressive positioning. Things are looking bleaker and bleaker for our Brazilian heroes. Nouns Esports locking this game 1, well, not quite up, but in a huge fashion.
Looking incredibly strong, 316 to 100, but I cannot let my dreams be dreams. I need hope, and I'm still going to be looking at this 1 minute left and see if we can do something about it. Electro Drift goes onto Godlu, does a lot of damage on them, and they're going to shut it down, but it's just one player. Mean Look straight on that Electro Drift, as you have pointed out previously, and as well as that, there's your Shadow Sneak that was coming around the map. Do we have enough damage on the side of Tuzy? And maybe we do. Look at the damage that comes through the Rayquaza. Are we going to manage to take this one down? Do we? 24 seconds, and we can score! Keep on moving, Brazil! Bora!
They gotta get 400. That's gonna be at least a Hundo Burger in for either the Sylveon or the Umbreon. A split decision. In fact, they might both score. We only have 10 seconds left. Tuzy Esports is still behind. They gotta get these points in. Sylveon attempting to score on the top side. Umbreon on the bottom. 78 for Slowbro. 100 goes in for Sylveon. And Desu makes it happen. Max gets more in. We gotta wait for the final numbers.
Speechless. I cannot breathe. I want to cry. I'm just so nervous.
office. What is going on? The camera's on Nouns. I don't like that. Flip it back. No, production. No!
And there it is.
Man.
There is the finale. Nouns Esports.
Oh, that was close. That was so good.
562. A very close call. Tuzy Esports makes the correct decision to play around the Rayquaza. Nouns Esports, Gatlu goes very deep into the enemy territory, but towards the bottom of the enemy central area. Therefore, it draws a lot of the members of Tuzy Esports to knock them out. So Ho-Oh is able to go to the top side and score and really help that score line. Of course, then the rotation of a Desu and Rogue to attempt to score. Split Maridon trying to do damage on both sides, but honestly, credit to Sean Deco for how long they were able to stop those scores. A Desu got that 100 points in literally at what felt like 9:45 at the clock. Huge, incredibly close game, but Nouns Esports just able to edge it out.
This is the level of Pokemon UNITE that I expect from the high caliber of these two teams. And I will say it was so close. You pointed out at this, so I really want to highlight them on that last play with the Sylveon, the 100. It was already going to be enough, but it just gave them even extra edge. This triple jumble, Zoinks, was so essential, and that's what you usually expect from Gatlu, right?
Oh, it's so good. He's one of the best carry players. Watch Soreyu's Mimikyu here, by the way. Any other day, that is an into-the play. They went 1v4 into the backline, but due to this creative draft decision of having a damage-focused Ho-Oh, Soreyu can make that play, pull all the enemy of Tuzy Esports into one spot, and they are totally fine because ToonSlim can just resurrect them with Rekindling Flame. It is a really cool decision that it's not exactly a safety net, it's an intentional decision, but it works out so well for Nouns Esports. Player of the game, we got to award it to a Desu though. These attackers with EXP share, they're all the rage, but a Desu particularly loves the fairy version.
Oh, yes, and it works out so well. 86,000 damage, 11 knockouts for them.
On the support role.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And you mentioned it earlier, Sylveon, considering it's one of the tankier attackers, even if you go Calm Mind or you're going Draining Kiss, you just have so much to do with your mobility as well. With the Mystical Fire, it just allows for even more gameplay and survivability. Going into your second game draft, because we're speeding through Electro Drift style, Tuzy Esports, starting with Hooper as their first battle.
Electro Drift Style is going to be the name of my first album, I think.
Oh my god, yeah. Can I
album name, yeah.
Can I do a featuring?
Yeah, you get royalties as well.
I get royalties? No, I want to be in the
now we get
album.
the test. Does Nouns Esports lock in the Darkrai ban like every other team, or did they allow it to go through? No. Nouns Esports leaves Darkrai up on orange side. That is a Mimikyu ban into Tuzy Esports. We have to find some new creative Pokemon. We've seen things like Zacian out of this team. I think we can definitely see a little bit of Sword Dog. We'll have to see, but it's a Blissey first pick. Nouns now could take the Maridon for themselves.
Yeah, they could, and to be very honest, they should, considering how strong it is at the moment. But they go for the Darkrai. Yeah, there you go. Maybe that was another option that just hiding through the curtain. Yeah, so that's going to be the Darkrai plus the Umbreon, and it's just going to be so difficult to get away from Nouns Esports. If they do mean look, for example, and then you have your worst nightmare as well to lock it down, you can just get there if you are Darkrai from such a big distance, because it's going to be there, set, waiting for you.
I got my literal worst nightmare on the right-hand side of the screen, with, of course, that being its Unite move name, and a bit of a figurative one on Tuzy Esports side. Mewtwo Blissey alongside of a Pikachu. It's going to be making a return to Thea Sky Rowan's here. Tuzy Esports has had some success on this build, but I think Mewtwo overall, despite its low pick rate, has been boasting a great win rate in today's tournament. That being said, Nouns Esports now have a Darkrai and a Maridon on their team, which ironically kind of work against each other due to Maridon's passive of Hadron Engine making electrical terrain where Pokemon can't go to sleep, and then Darkrai, we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
And such it.
Wait,
okay.
What in the world? They're just going for the
EX?
power picks. Well, to be fair, you have the Mewtwo wide there on the side of Tuzy Esports that we know. Whoa. We have Clefable and Blissey. So you got Moonlight, for example, and then straight into your safe, your helping hand and your safeguard for Blissey to help out the Mewtwo wide. I was thinking Greedent could be a good choice here as well, because you kind of need somebody to survive, but also just make people tilt, because you need to allow the Mewtwo to be doing damage, and then Falb can also just connect it there with the Pikachu. This is very interesting, but now it's just, I don't know what this is. This is like a EX exposition.
Yeah, this is an ode to the past. I
Yes,
think,
I guess so.
Of the horrors that we all have played. So that is going to be a very terrifying team on the side of Nouns Esports, clearly, with the power level they got in this draft. Tuzy Esports, I love that you called out that Clefable Blissey, Soph, because this Blissey is a brand new look at the Blissey. You mentioned they're not going to have access to their healing moves. We are looking at tank build Blissey, Buddy Barrier, leftovers, and EXP share. So we've been talking about Pokemon selection as we're still only missing one Pokemon in this entire tournament. Someone please play Cramorant. But I'm actually kind of curious on some of the held item usage. How close are we to all the held items being used? I'm going to start asking players to play Rocky Helmet, and oh no, then I really am cursing teams.
Maybe, and then you get your Go Hacker as well, asking them to do it, and then everybody is truly cursed.
Battle items we might get closer, actually. Battle items we might get closer, that'd be tough. But all right, so here we go. Game number 2, Tuzy Esports, Hope or Brazil, with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, this is match point for Nouns Esports. They need to close this out to continue into semifinals as the last match of quarterfinals that we have on LAIC for Pokemon Unite this Saturday. Going to the top side is Gadlu on the Zacian, and this is a different style than we have seen Zacian today and yesterday even. We don't have a Comfey.
Yeah, no Comfey to pair with it. A Desu will be on the Umbreon this time around, so we'll have a little bit of support in the path, but not the same as hand-holding for the entire matchup, for sure. But a Desu and Gatlu's relationship certainly runs deep. That support and damage duo, I mean, it's one that is worldwide renowned.
Yes, it is. Quite a lot of the EXP was confirmed by Max on the side of Tuzy here on the top side. Now pushing out to the bot is Darkrai immediately going out with him right on, and Mewtwo gets denied, eliminated.
Yeah, that is a devastating pattern of effects. I mean, that was a rock slide stun from Bruv into a hypnosis sleep from Soreyu, into all the damage that follows up after that. So, I mean, these powerhouse Pokemon, early game, late game, they're just fine. They're hitting air right now. They're ready for these Swablu Altarias, and they're going to rinse through those. Nouns Esports off to an early start, but Tuzy's chance to respond.
Yeah, very nicely done with a 4-person rotation to the top side, and they managed to score quite a bit, 29 out of 80. On top of that, Nouns Esports is getting very aggressive here on the side of Tuzy's central area, stealing most of the wild Pokemon and the buffs included, scoring down here too, so there's plenty of that rotation that you know and love from Nouns Esports.
Yeah, they love this aggressive play pattern, especially once they break the goal zone, so looking forward to that. And all right, we do have clarification of Soreyu's build. It will be that Avoid Dark Pulse, I believe, as they jive in yet again. Pikachu trying to do its best to keep up in the damage front, but they simply cannot. Clefable's healing not enough either, and Bruv and Soreyu combo for that damage. Yet again, Nouns Esports early Pidgey gets the worm, gets the Wurmple. Man, there's a lot of Pokemon out there, huh? Either way, Adesu gonna try to create some space as the rest of their team gets some scores in, but nobody gonna take full advantage. Instead, it's Tuzy jumping on Gatlu again.
Yes, they are. There's the damage that can come through from Soreyu on the Darkrai, but oh, what a Rock Tomb. But it's not going to really block Max on the Greedent as they can just dodge away. Bruv just waiting for somebody to be close and just catch them out. Darkrai, very close, and Soreyu is doing damage straight onto the backline. Mewtwo, Jandeko is in trouble, but you have 2 supporters. That might just be enough to save you. It is for the moment, as they are deep within 4 players of Tuzy Esports, and Soreyu just decides to leave.
And look at how Tuzy Esports is playing that. Despite that Dark Pulse getting big AoE damage, they still are bulking up as a group to try to play around this Clefable and the Blissey. So the safeguard is close, easy aim to cleanse that sleep. This is a very difficult job for Soto on this Blissey. We talk about how it's one of the best matchups in the Darkrai, but it is not an easy one to execute. Your timing's got to be great, your aiming's got to be great. In those clusters, it can be tough. Really, really good stuff from Soto so far.
Definitely is, and again we see Nouns Esports not just confirming that Regieleki, but pushing out with the Umbreon in the enemy central. Bot side looks a little interesting when you have 3 players of Tuzy, and they're still trying to understand what is the optimal moment to go for the Regirock dunks.
Yeah, Tuzy Esports, you're right, playing this extremely passively, just don't have the damage numbers, or maybe even the healing numbers to really contend with that Miraidon, Crustle, and what was a Zacian down there as well. Simply too much early game damage. They really need this Mewtwo Y to get online and start mega evolving and really hurt Nouns Esports. I mean, they hit the level break point. They're at 8. They would love that infinite Cyburn to match.
Yeah, that they definitely would. Now, for potentially taking and getting a Desert caught off guard here, even with the eject button forward, but the X speed that was also popped by them makes the Umbreon escape, and that was all. Wow, that Rock Tomb is very annoying. But yes, just making everybody just get away from the Regirock, and that's what they get for Nouns.
Yeah, Tuzy Esports just have to play this one so safe, and Nouns Esports basically has all the real estate on the map. Miraidon Unite move doing some damage. Gatlu trying to follow up, and the unstoppable effect does deny the Volt Tackle. Gatlu just walks away.
Okay, looking Mega Evolve there for the Mewtwo, trying to get closer. But look at how much zoning that can be done with a Charge Beam there on Toon. And unfortunately, Jandeko couldn't really get close to the attackers.
This is one of the best Crustle games I think we've seen all tournament as well. It feels like a defender that has been very, very absent from a lot of our metagame, but when you're trying to keep that Miraidon damage numbers up, as long as you can keep them in range, which is a very large range, but Rock Tomb is going to help Toon Slim out a ton on that Pokemon. So you can see Toon Slim comment to the team too. They're confident in this victory. They're ready. Tuzy Esports need a way back into this game, and it's going to have to come for this Regieleki push as Bruv has locked down the bottom path.
Plenty of levels in advantage to Nouns Esports as they're going to the top path and pushing out forward, especially with Sarayu there, but they managed to go on the other side. And look at that Thunderstorm that actually does so much for the side of Tuzy. Now going Mega Evolved, not just yet there for the Mewtwo. Jandeko gets stunned by the Regieleki. What are you playing against Brazil? What is that?
No, they got to make this decision. They need to focus on the Regieleki, so they sent the Greedent in to buy some time, but they just simply didn't buy enough. Regieleki now at about half HP, but in danger of resetting. Rock 2 splits the team. Lel does get the secure, so one objective in their way, but now Gatlu's getting into your back line.
Yeah, we gotta love the supporter attacks. Taking them, look at that Rock Tomb, and it's just huge with a Charge Beam. And Toon is just going to do a cleanup of the house. Sarayu is also following forward very deep into the enemy lines. And with that Rock Tomb, once again, you just gotta talk about Bruv in this game.
Oh, these Rock Tombs have just been phenomenal. Not only are they trapping enemies so they can't get away from the Miraidon damage, they are splitting the team in really fantastic ways, and you need to do that against a Clefable. If you can separate the Clefable from some of their carries, that Pokemon is basically, you know, up the creek without a paddle. So that is all you gotta do. Love what Bruv is pulling off here.
Going to the bot side, Tuzy Esports thinking about potentially contesting this, but nonetheless, the Gado had already started this, so Reggie still is on 50%. Maybe will reset, and it does, so that was just enough time to stall, and we need to see Jandeko doing damage for the side of Tuzy because it relies heavily on it. There he goes with the Meteor Storm, doesn't really hit anybody, but the last one will, and the Thunderstorm just to get a little bit extra shielding will just be enough, and Bruv might be in danger. They take this one first, and going into the back as well. The Greedent with the Berry Flop is not going to connect at the end. Is going to get taken as the side of Tuzy can just claim the Reggie steal.
All right, hope for Tuzy Esports here with a team fight win as well as an attack buff across the whole squad. Getting Nouns Esports' tune would be huge here. And there we go. Dunducko's able to do it. Mega Mewtwo wipe, but they're in danger. Very aggressively pushed up. Side Strike gives them the space they need, but now it's Sarayu's turn to enter the battlefield. Dark Pulse gets some vision, but with Salto available and safe in that position, they won't have anyone sleeping to take a full damage advantage of.
Safe is what I want right now. Tuzy saw that they would overextend if they remained on the bot side, and they left. It was just enough. Win the fight, take the objective, and just try to clean up your own side of your wild Pokemon in central area. There is a Regieleki that has just spawned in 15 seconds for Rayquaza. It could be enough time, but Nouns is not showing any interest in it.
Yeah, we only got 10 seconds until Rayquaza. Instead, you got to try to take the resources that are a little more easily available to you. A few Unite moves to pick back up. Notably, Toon Slim does not have Miraidon's Unite move, and as I say it, I speak it into existence. The yellow dot appears. Miraidon, it's got the Meteor Storm.
Yes, they do. And if they can connect more hits than they have been in his previous fights, it could be just devastating for Tuzy Esports. And as you pointed out, if they are too clumped up together, it could be terrible for them. Bruv, they're taking so much damage, but it's quite a lot of attention on the defender on the side of Nouns Esports. Sarayu also takes plenty, but Wish will just get them back up.
Yeah, I like that dot. Maybe you could bait out a bigger Unite move. Maybe Falb goes in for a Volt Tackle, but neither will be the case. Thunderstorm doesn't get as much damage I think they were hoping for, and that will be a big push to the backline. Sarayu down, Darkrai first. Tuzy starts this battle.
Moonlight is just doing quite a lot for the side of Tuzy Esports. And look at that last hit on the Meteor Storm was definitely very necessary for Nouns Esports, but they're falling at the seams. And look at the Mewtwo. Jandeko could do this one, but it's a 1v3. There's the Blissey, and you have your safeguard. You can do more. Yes, you can. And Brazil Tuzy Esports. That is an ace.
Every member of Nouns Esports is in the respawn zone as Tuzy Esports needs to knock out this big green dragon, and the hopes of Brazil are still alive.
The dream! Zoinks the dream! Let me hear you, LAIC São Paulo, Brazil! We still have a chance!
Bora!
Bora!
Tuzy Esports fighting until the end, 30 seconds before the end of this matchup, with a few Rayquaza shields left available for Tuzy Esports. This one is as good as done. Darkrai taken down in that team fight before it could really accomplish anything, spelled disaster for Nouns Esports, with Mega Mewtwo Y basically being untouched by any other attacker. It was Tuzy Esports' runway to walk, and wow, did they do it well.
Protect the Mewtwo, protection, Deku double supporter is what you want to see. That is game 3 on our last quarterfinals.
Nouns Esports just lost a game with Miraidon, Zacian,
and
Darkrai. What is this LAIC tournament? Tuzy Esports at a 609 scoreline. We're going to game 3.
It's game 3, baby! Zoinks, this was so good! I cannot even believe how incredible those last team fights they were. Jandeko, as you pointed out, completely untouched. And when Lau comes in, Soto, you just have so much assist. It's 126,000 healed by the Clefable.
Well, doing it for all the support mains out there, of which I know there are many. I hope you're all excited for Psyduck. I know Lel certainly is. But absolutely crushing it in that manner. Take a look at this scoreline. Being held sub 3-digit points for the entire match. Only 81 to work with. I mean, an incredible early game from Nouns Esports, but that final team fight, just a few too many things went wrong. And Tuzy Esports, I mean, what didn't go right for them in that final fight?
All went well. Tuzy, up, alive, running, excited, hype, fire, heat.
Yeah.
It's everything that we want. And
adjective.
Exactly. Insert here. And Zoinks, I need to mention as well. Let's have a look at the replays while we do so. So I think there was something a little bit maybe misplaced by Bruv in how they positioned on that team fight, because just before all of this had happened, he was very much out of position, and when it happens, they just take so much of the HP bar just before the fight actually starts.
Yeah, it's an interesting place, right? I mean, obviously they're split. They're trying to protect Gatlu a little bit. The rest of the squad tries to retreat to this goal zone, but the weird thing is they don't make it there. That is the benefit of having your tier 1 goal zones up, by the way. Congratulations to Jandeko for our player of the game.
Yes.
But a common misconception, I think, is when players think that having your tier 1 goal zones up is actually a detriment because it's easier to score on. It's actually not the case in competitive play. They're easier to defend, and they're actually a great place to retreat to get easy healing. Your teams do always want those first tier goal zones up if available, but Tuzy Esports plays a really nice play, especially with Jandeko's Mewtwo. They actually use teleport to cut off that retreat and make it so they can't even step up to that goal zone without getting hit by Max's Greeted or potentially the Mewtwo.
Let's breathe.
Yeah.
Everybody breathe.
I realized I jumped around so much that my microphone was like behind my head. So if you couldn't hear me, everybody, I am so sorry about that. That is because of the
excitement.
It's because of the momentum that I bring to the cast.
Yes. It's all about that. LAIC, this is the type of action that we wanted to see in
100%.
Brazil on their home country. Tuzy, bringing this to a game 3 is just as exciting as we saw with DreamMax and Team YT, taking it to a game 3 as well.
Yeah.
But we are hoping, you in the audience here at São Paulo LAIC, you're hoping for Tuzy to take it to semifinals.
And what a wild draft. Like, easily one of the craziest drafts I think that we have ever seen. They leave Darkrai up for Nouns Esports, knowing that they most likely will not be taking it from Tuzy. So they're like, well, we'll grab it ourselves. And then things continue to get crazy. Blissey tank, Clefable support? What year is it? I mean, unbelievable draft strategy into this game too. I feel like
Nouns Esports kind of thought they had the read, and then all of a sudden, Tuzy was like, no, we got a big plan for this final fight. It's knocking out Sorayu before the battle starts, but it's a great plan.
I mean, and it worked. And
Yeah,
it worked.
100%.
We were talking about, like, sometimes it felt like Jandeko was a little behind the curve on the Mewtwo, but still, it did not matter, Zoinks, considering the Blissey and the Clefable.
Yeah.
You get the levels, you're at least, 12, you're
Sure.
fine. 12 is fine.
Exactly. I think one of my favorite combinations that Tuzy was able to pull off in that last game as well was the combination of the Thunderstorm and the Infinite Cyber, right? The Mewtwo Unite move and the Pikachu Unite move works really, really well. Pikachu's Unite move creates a giant aura around it where Thunderbolts rain down from the sky, hitting 2 targets at a time. You can try to spread and kind of scatter and get out of that AoE to dodge those lightning bolts, but when everybody's stunned via Mewtwo's Global Unite, it is very difficult to escape the wrath of Pikachu. So, I mean, the mascot combo really crushing it in that last game.
It surely did. And Zoinks, I think this last game is not going to be anywhere different in regards to level. Of course, that is a given.
Sure, yeah.
But in regards to strategy, I think it's going to be just as creative.
Yeah.
Because Nouns were betting on a very, damage-oriented composition with all of the former EX licenses plus Darkrai as well. It's just... I don't know. I think we kind of saw something similar with DreamMax earlier today when they were betting on having the Zoroark, and I think it was a Speedster as well alongside it.
Yeah.
But not the Comfy.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, it's funny that I think the drafts in game 1 and 2 have both been won by creativity. We announced Esports pick kind of the attacker or brawler Ho-Oh, and then we had the response of the Clefable. So interesting stuff. Nouns Esports is going to lock in a Pikachu ban, so forcing Tuzy into kind of uncharted territory. Pikachu's pick rate extremely high in this tournament. Its ban rate extremely low.
Which is very different from what we had seen previously, I think, prior to this last patch for LAIC, so it makes sense that is a little bit lower in priority. Nouns Esports, for the second time that we saw today, an Umbreon being picked as priority for the purple side.
All right, Jandeko is going to go back to the Miraidon, and Leo will always be picking up that Eldegoss. I think this is an identical draft to game number 1 that we have seen, at least in the picks, not necessarily in the bans for either side, right? So we are seeing very similar stuff. Also, where in the world is Leafeon, folks? Have not seen that Pokemon in a few minutes, but we have seen these damage dealers, Dodrio and Mimikyu, making a name for themselves out here.
Yeah, I'm about to make a name for myself here. Zoinks, I think that in regards to what we had yesterday with so much Leafeon ban, just makes it feel like it's a best of one fear, right? Because if you only have one shot, one opportunity, we're just making so many quotes here. We kind of fear.
They're all original.
They are all very original and copyright protected.
Yeah.
So, yes, yesterday we had plenty of Leafeon in the ban bench. But because we are going into a best of 3, I think players overall just feel like they have better predicted strategies to deal with these threats more so than just one time, because sometimes these Pokemon just get really strong and out of control, but best of 3 you can come back.
Yeah, totally. All right, so it's looking like Nouns Esports composition is going to be identical to what it was in game number 1 in that matchup. For the rest of the teams, it's Tuzy Esports here with their composition very similar. However, we now have Sarah for Max over the Greedent.
Right, on both sides, as you mentioned, you have the Mimikyu plus the Dodrio for Godlu and Toonslam on, again, the damage dealer Ho-Oh, which is the game that Nouns won in this series in particular. So we expect them to have that synergy and the strategy on lock. But Tuzy Esports having the Miraidon this time. I think in that match in particular, they went Electro Drift, didn't they? They're going to go again with it because of the Shenandoah. I learned a lot from you, Zoinks.
No. I mean, no, you totally got it. Don't worry about it. Now, one other item build. I've been pointing out a lot of item builds today. I feel like I have been like a broken record here. But taking a look at Max's Sarah-Ledge build, and I think some previous tournament play from them as well. I think we were looking at a Flame Charge Psycho Cut Sarah-Ledge. You know, not very often do you want to leave the Phantom Force in the move select screen for how powerful that move is, but when you were going into a tanky team like Umbreon Ho-Oh, you need a little bit more auto attack damage and shred damage, and with that Flame Charge and of course Psycho Cut shredding defense, that might be the play. But so here we are, game 3.
It's the last moment for both of these teams to either go home and maybe visit São Paulo in general, or maybe just cry in their room, and for the other team to go to semifinals to be casted just a little bit by myself, Zoinks, Striggles, and DreamMax. Going to the top side, Zoinks, Adesu on the Sylveon again, taking plenty of pressure and blocking that focus band.
Yeah, getting a little bit of HP back, but trying to make it back. They will safely retreat to the goal zone. So no early knockout. If Max was able to pull that off, I think we'd be looking at a Sarah Ledge at this moment, but still on the chart at level 4. But look at this rotation from both teams' central area. Seems to be focusing in on the bottom path. Sarayu the first one to arrive. Combustion going to be a little late.
As the damage comes through with the Miraidon, Jandeko is taking a very good stance as attackers go recently. And Tuzy takes this one in the bot side. Now that they are even numbered, it could be a little bit of a problem. But Adesu still not on that full Sylveon.
Yeah, and they made that rotation to the bottom path, right? So leaving Gatlu alone defend against 2 players who so far is doing okay, seeing as Tuzy Esports has 0 points scored. And might change now as Sarah Ledge keeps attempting to do so. Gatlu trying to stop them from stacking for as long as they can. Well, that option will fade as both Lel and Max able to put in some points.
Tuzy's super aggressive in this early game, and I really like this stance overall, especially with the Sarah Ledge. As soon as you turn into that evolution with the Miraidon on the bot side as well, you can just do that really, really well. Considering Adesu was still trying to turn into Sylveon, get that level 4. When they go to the bot side, as you mentioned, they lose so much EXP, and the pressure that was done to the Doduo, still a Doduo going to the top side.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to really connect anything.
Yeah, it's been a really difficult lane to Sarah Ledge, and now that they got their evolution, it's just way favored against this Dodrio matchup. So we're going to see the adaptation of Gatlu just to be hunting down any wild Pokemon that they can. Adesu just gets hit in the tail end of that overheat and is down to about half HP, which means the stacking game for Tuzy Esports is looking great. This might be the first example of a great early game lead from Tuzy Esports we've seen, but now Esports, yet again, this bottom path with the Ho-Oh is becoming phenomenal.
It really has, but I want to highlight once again how much power that Falb with a Blaziken can have across lanes, especially with a Sarah Ledge as well, to help out immediately. Max there on the melee range damage. Bot side though looking very interesting as the next Swablu spawn pushing out forward with a flamethrower. It does sting a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's hurting. Toonslim obviously putting on a lot of attack damage items to make that impact even higher. I'm glad you called out Falb here, so because the rotation, it seems wherever Falb is, Tuzy Esports is following. A good play pattern. I would not dissuade them from doing so. Regirock down to about half HP. The secure option they're going to be looking for is Blaziken. Right now they're focused on Toonslim.
Yes, they are still on level 7, so no rekindling flame, and that is going to be a very nice push by Tuzy Esports as they can confirm the Regirock in the fight.
Wow, Tuzy Esports gonna get on board that Regirock. Regirock played itself, trying to leash, get its HP back, but stuck upon its own rock. I mean, we've seen Regirock knock out tournament players. How about knocking out itself? We got everything on the board.
Yes, we do. Looking at so much burn damage here on the Eldegoss, and the mean look just confirms that fate. 7 to be scored here on the bot side, but they don't have that much to finish it off. I mean, they do, but not with a lot of overdose.
Yeah, and last time we saw this matchup, I felt like Tuzy was a little more desperate to get overdunks, but they haven't gotten any. Now their scoring game pattern is way better. Tons of points in so far. Now Esports, though, getting a little bit of wind beneath their sails as they get a couple of mid-roaming knockouts, and they're going to push towards this top-tier goal zone. It'll be a 5v3 most likely.
It appears maybe they got a little too overexcited. Revenant ran in the middle of many of the players of Nouns Esports, potentially just to escape and resettle with their own teammates. But as I was saying, Zoinks, it just feels like maybe when they got the Regieleki, Tuzy Esports collapsing on this goal, they were just like, okay, we can do anything, and they just collapsed in the central area, which is something that Nouns really knows how to do, is punish your mistakes.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit more experience for that, so now that is closer, but at the very least, Tuzy Esports' Regieleki push was well warranted. They have a huge lead now, 201. They spot a Desu in this spot. Obviously, a Mystical Fire Sylveon is going to be able to walk away from that fight, but now we can take a fight in another spot.
Yeah, into the enemy central area we go. Midnight Bronze is going to do quite a lot, but it doesn't help that much when you have that Meteor Storm raining on your head. And that is 2 Pokemon down already on the side of Nouns Esports versus 1 for Tuzy. Still pushing forward, and Deku feeling good, but maybe not that much. Mystical Fire for Adesu making work, and Sarayu as well on the 2 KO Shriek there for the Mimikyu, and Godlu coming back on this fight, just turning it on his head. Soto does escape.
Not a word of a lie, I think Soraya was at half an HP before that engagement, but when they land that Shadow Sneak, they immediately jump in, and due to Mimikyu's natural lifesteal, alongside the buffed Shadows, the Shadow Claw lifesteal, they were able to keep up in that fight, actually turn that around, take 2 KOs. Obviously, like you're right, with the help of a Desu to pull it off in the first place, but that's massive. Now it's just going to be Ho-Oh defending the top side, as Tuzy Esports, for the first time, feels like they have complete control of the map. Lel goes down, but sometimes you got to just kind of consider Eldegoss a moving ward.
Sometimes it is just a healing cotton buff, basically. Topside is the next objective as Regieleki is on the board. Nobody's really going to start attacking it.
Yeah, I don't think Max knows that they've been spotted. Is an interesting spot to be here. I don't think they knew that Adesu was in that tall grass. I don't think it'll actually come to anything. It seems like both teams passing each other like ships in the night. But again, yet another objective for Tuzy Esports. Brazil, you need 1 game to make it into top 4. And I gotta say, you're doing it right now.
Yes, you are. Max caught in the mean look as they have collapsed that Regieleki, just looking to go through the bottom and get that nice potential dash over the wall. But Falba now gets the overheat but misses. He's not going to hit anybody. The Meteor Storm comes through. Going to be a lot of help for Tuzy, but Brav's still standing, and also Adesu. But if your backline has been accessed by Max on the Sterile Age, you're gone. And pushing out to tier 2 with that Regieleki as well. They almost got it with the buff too, but it's still going to be enough. It's going to be a huge overdunk if they can. No, 4 more, but it's just quite to take down a tier 2.
Gatlu and Bruv trying to get some experience back the other way, but that chase down by Fall is going to take down the 3-headed bird. None are going to reemerge, and that will be Tuzy Esports walking away from that push scot-free and having both of the goal zones in the top path shattered.
319 to 139. Almost the same score, just reverted around for both squads here as 2 minutes 30 almost descends upon us. 10 seconds for the bottom Regi just spawned, and Nouns is very much interested in it.
It feels like Nouns Esports is really struggling playing from behind in this matchup. When they are not the pace setters, they do feel a little more uncomfortable. On the other hand, Tuzy Esports, they're sitting pretty. It will be a Regiseal buff. That is going to be a monumental change for this next team fight. Sorayu in particular might be able to get a little bit closer to a KO and then capitalize with their Unite move to set up for a solo moment. It's an early defensive positioning from Tuzy Esports. They cannot allow a double fight with the Ho-Oh to happen, and they're starting off strong. Sorayu down!
That down with a triple trample goes Godlu, but they're going to be taken if they can get to it. Now with the Meteor Storm, they snipe it down, and that's Shandeka for you and Tuzy Esports. There's still many players of Towns Esports that's still standing, but they can try to do something when they have the Ho-Oh. The Rekindling Flame is still available, but the damage that comes from Tuzy is too much. Get them, Valve! And with that overheat, you know that you can still do more on a team fight. Bruv, Toon, they are almost down themselves. Can they do anything else on this play? The answer is they cannot! And that is Tuzy Esports who take an ace once again against Now.
A really delayed one. I mean, the Ho-Oh Unite move happened, but it took so long to knock out the Ho-Oh and Umbreon. Those stacking items paying off in a major way for this Ho-Oh makes them so bulky. Sorayu does not find the Miraidon with that Shadow Sneak. A very important miss shot there. John Ducko gonna be safer for a little bit longer. Slowbro, no Unite move. Blaziken obviously will always have theirs. Eldegoss has gotta be close after that KO. Now we have Adesu trying to gain some space, and Bruv doing just the same.
No Unite moves available for the side of Nouns Esports, and a technical pause! Excuse me!
All right, well, we'll try to get that sorted out as soon as possible. Obviously, not the spot you want to see it. Really, really frustrating, but this is a very intense match, a decider match to see what team goes into top 4. This is going to be a tricky spot to be. We saw that refight in the first place. Toonslim using that Rekindling Flame really early because of Sorayu going down so fast. They basically immediately snap up that Unite, resurrect the Mimikyu, but then they're able to take down Gatlu and Sorayu immediately after. It was just this double down that was really tough to deal with. So we're going to be getting back in the game as soon as we possibly can. One of the closest matches, closest finishes we have seen in this series by far. It really could be anybody's game between these two squads. We cannot remind everybody enough. Tuzy Esports playing for the heart of the locals here. The only hometown crowd still left in this tournament.
Pokemon Unite at LAIC 2025, and Tuzy is your Brazil representative. Nouns is your only EU representative from beginning to end. But does it end here? 200 points ahead the Tuzy Esports have on just under 1 minute left on the clock.
Oh, what a crazy anxious moment. I can't even imagine what is going through those players' heads right now on either side of the battlefield in this moment of just tension while they are waiting to play their game and decide their tournament fate. We are in a single elimination format for this tournament. It is winner take all from the get-go in this series. So we will be jumping back in very, very shortly as soon as we get the go-ahead and we know everything is all sorted. So it's been one of the wildest matches that we have ever casted together, I think, in terms of gameplay, battle plan, and I'm talking drafts. I mean, from start to finish, we have seen, this has been a wild ride between these squads.
Yeah, it's in general, not just the matches, the series, the meta, the comps. We're talking about the actual story that is being built right here at LAIC São Paulo, Brazil, and how much this means to Tuzy Esports, the last remaining Brazil team on Pokemon Unite LAIC. This is just so much pressure, as you said. And to be honest, when you said I cannot imagine what's going on through their heads, I was going to say, you cannot imagine what's going on through my head.
Right, yeah. For me, it's a lot of numbers. I'm trying to count to 100 as fast as I can at any given time.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm really working on it really hard. Yeah, thank you so much.
Good job.
It's kind of like a mindfulness exercise I've been trying to employ.
Okay, do that before bed.
Yeah,
it's good.
I'm trying to lean into this whole Riddler persona that they're trying to give me over there on the other caster booth. I don't know.
Is there?
I think I don't know what a riddle is. I think it's really what it comes down to. Yeah, it is challenging. It is challenging. But okay, so let's recap while we have a second to take our breath here. After this incredible best of 3 series, we started in game number 1, and now Esports bring this really creative Ho-Oh choice from Toon Slim into the bottom path with the attack weight and the Aos cookie playing very bulk, very offensive. They're able to win that one pretty handily. Didn't feel like Tuzy Esports really had the answer. In game 2, Nouns Esports makes a big swing in draft by leaving Darkrai available, knowing that they will most likely get the selection for it as soon as it enters into the battlefield. They get that, and the Zacian, and the Miraidon. I mean, they get a crazy trifecta, and if you haven't seen game 2, they lose that matchup. The Mewtwo Y Blissey, alongside of a Clefable support to try to give them a little bit of extra healing, is enough to send them into game 3. So Tuzy Esports trying to pull off a reverse sweep of this best of 3. Now we are 1 minute away from a conclusion of this matchup.
There's something about this match that just gives me so much optimism for Tuzy Esports, because they had the lead early on. You said it yourself, Nouns is not really used to being behind and playing mid-game from not having a lead. 200 points is nice, it's steady. At this point, if you can just try to stall and deny the raid by not having it actually be taken, or if you defend your points enough, that could just be enough of a lead, but still, it's too much. The action there on the central area was just steaming.
Yeah, it was so intense. I mean, what a game. We're going to be getting back into it as soon as we possibly can, everybody. Obviously, a frustrating situation for the teams, us, and everybody involved, but we will be completing this series to decide who moves into top 4 of our LAIC, who will go on to play against Praga, by the way, not Fusion. Let's take a look back at a few of the other matches that we were talking about throughout the tournament. I mean, Praga taking down Fusion, big surprise there. And then, of course, we got Luminosity already in that position. A lot of great teams left in this event.
Team YT that took down DreamMax. That was my, you know, it's very ironic. Let me tell you something. When I was thinking about top 4 for LAIC, everybody, Zoinks, I was thinking my dream grand finals was Fusion and DreamMax.
Okay,
they are both out, and this upset still has my tummy a little upset.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's still a lot to look forward to. I hope we can get you through the sickness, but here it is, Luminosity Gaming, like we said in that semifinals, poised against Team YouTube, an all North America semifinal here at LAIC. Cool to see those teams making the trip out. YT, an absolute dream Dream Crusher win against DreamMax Esports with that 2-1 victory. Plaga with the same story, I think, behind them, taking down Fusion into one fashion. And obviously, we're waiting on the result of our final top 8 match.
And qualifiers having 3 series that were game 3 is just so exciting overall. It was a tough one for the Code in particular, fighting against Luminosity, but it was still such a huge run that they had from groups into quarterfinals. Of course, Luminosity looking very much impeccable through that 5-0, and no, actually, that group was the one with 5?
Or they went 4-0.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it was a great run. Also, I mean, yes, it is a very difficult opponent for the Code to play into. I thought the energy the Code brought to it was really cool. Yes. I saw on socials a couple of their players actually posting right before the match just how excited they were to have the chance to play against Overlord. I mean, that's just kind of a cool feather to put in your cap, that the chance you get to play against the best of the best in-person event. I mean, that is so cool and awesome for the Code to make it into a top 8 finish. I mean, this is kicking off our season, of course, for these in this event at this tournament. We're going to be seeing a lot of regional focused events online coming up very, very soon. So, I mean, the chance that we've gotten to see so much Brazilian talent at this event, I mean, if that doesn't excite you about some of these online tournaments for Brazil, I don't know what else will. Like, there are so many squads now that I know are going to have a huge fan base up and coming going into this season.
Oh yes, regular season for UCS Brazil is going to be poppin'. All of these teams, got to give a shout out to Goldenrod Strikers, Exiled. Who else did we have that didn't make it, that did really well in groups, but just unfortunately couldn't make it to day 2? So many teams, Group A, who were literally 6 Brazilian teams, so much excitement.
AXK, Goldenrod, I mean, there's a lot of really, really great talent within this scene, and I'm so happy that we're finally here at LAIC, able to showcase how incredible it truly is. So it's been awesome to be here at this event. I've been really enjoying São Paulo as a city. It has been a blast.
I'm very glad.
But it has been so fun to watch the Pokémon UNITE competition. Quick reminder of the format, everybody. We are looking at today. We are in day 2. And it's a single elimination bracket. We are in the final best of 3. Going forward, it will be best of 5s for 2 more matches. And then on Sunday, we will have our finals bright and early in the morning at 9 a.m. BRT to see who will play for the first champion of the Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, in general, because we are the first game in the broadcast in the Championship Sunday, and because this is the debut of Pokémon UNITE on LAIC. We are everywhere now, so it's LAIC, NAIC, and EUIC with your respective AOS Cup and final stretch just before you get to Worlds. This is so exciting, and kicking off 2025 here together with my just best cast of friends in the world. This has been a blessing.
Yeah, it has been fantastic. I mean, this event is always so awesome across the board. I mean, it's so cool that Pokémon UNITE is a brand new edition, but we got streams for every single game. I was actually in one of the breaks. I was over there and I was playing Tatsugiri fishing with a fishing rod, and they got little Tatsugiris in sand.
I love that.
Was I good? Absolutely not. It's actually way harder than it looks. I challenge any of you to go over to the Tatsugiri fishing and try to break my record. I got 1.
I'll try to do that.
Okay.
Are they tiny? Are they very tiny?
No, actually, they're pretty big, and it should be easy. But the fishing rod is harder than it looks. Yes. But as a child at heart, I really did enjoy the game. It's a lot of fun. We got mini games going on, and honestly, the space has just been so full of excitement. The crowd has been packed all day long. A little bit louder when the Brazil teams are playing, but honestly, the fans for every single title have been glued to the screens of these games because these matches have been amazing all day.
Yeah, Expo Center Norte is the venue where we're having LAIC in São Paulo, Brazil, and everybody is just enjoying all titles. As you said, you got Pokemon Go, you got Pokemon Unite, you got Pokemon the trading card game, and Pokemon the video game. So it's just all of it at the same time. You got the big screen, so you can just, like tune into everything at the same time. If you are just new to the country, I hope you are enjoying everything. If you are watching us through Twitch, make sure to always be there on social media with us. And we are being broadcasted at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. But tomorrow, when twitch.tv/Pokemon to open up bright and early 9 a.m. BIT, like you said, Zoinks, for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, LSE is great. Celebration of all things Pokemon, all things Pokemon Unite, and how sparkly Spraggle's suit is, which is
Mr. Sparkles.
incredibly sparkly.
Yes.
Yeah, it is bright, it is stunning, and it did blind me when I first tried to walk into the venue. So, if you want to see sparkly suits, make sure to come to some of these in-person events. It's an absolute wonderful time. But let's get back to the game at hand here. So, for what we've been discussing, it is Nouns Esports versus Tuzy Esports. You mentioned it. Nouns Esports, the only representative of Europe at this event in its totality, but making a great run. And Europe has been an interesting region to talk about. Didn't have the best performance at Worlds in Yokohama, but actually at the World Championships in Honolulu did a little bit better. A top 8 finish for the region, and then with how fierce the competition was this year, I don't think anyone can really discredit a top 8 finish. It was a great run for them.
Oh yeah, even today and from yesterday, getting to top 8 on LAIC, you cannot discredit all of that from all the competitors that have been playing across all titles. And as you mentioned, it's such a heavy weight for Nouns to be the only EU representative plus Tuzy, the only Brazilian representative now in our bracket. So mental pressure, responsibility, crowd, excitement, you know, it's everything. So
yeah. I am really interested to hear a little bit more from Tuzy Esports following this matchup about what this matchup just kind of ended up being. I mean, obviously there's so much pressure going into it, but we talk about Brazil and how exciting these teams are to hang out with each other and be friends, but they're also rivals, you know? They are ex-teammates that were also participating in this tournament that potentially didn't make it as far as them. But folks, I got great news. We got the game.
We're dropping hot, baby. Let's get into our last game of this best of 3 between Tuzy Esports and Nouns Esports. Straight into the central area. We have no time to rest. No rest for the wicked as Gadlu takes down the Sterile Edge, and Nouns Esports just become the great team fighting power that they always are. But now, when that Blaziken coming through, and they running situation, Falp, 3 KO streak, and you can just attack the Rayquaza now, but there's Gadlu, and Gadlu actually survives, so they could finish the Rayquaza, but can they do it by themselves?
Well, maybe.
I think they can instead of trio.
There's 20 seconds left of the clock. Gatlu has to do this and score. No other teammate will be able to respawn. That means Gatlu would need to then score and score even more after that. This might be an impossible situation for Nouns Esports. Right now, Tuzy Esports, you gotta thank Fulb, the absolute hero of Brazil, is sending you into the top 4. Tuzy Esports stays alive.
Tuzy Esports semifinals is yours.
Unbelievable. One of the craziest moments that we have ever had. I mean, we waited a minute for it, but wow, was it worth it. Tuzy Esports eliminate Nouns. Fulb KO streak of 3 after watching their teammates go down. And let's listen to that crowd.
Tuzy Esports, you deserve it. That was a best of 3 of a lifetime. Thank you all so much rooting for Brazil in this competition. Everybody watching us from home in the audience here at Expo Center Norte. And Nouns Esports, thank you and congratulations for getting into the quarterfinals just as clutch as it was. You are a giant of a team, but Brazil, you stand strong.
What a match. I mean, it's going to be hard for me to pick a favorite match other than this one throughout the tournament. I mean, what a showing. Fulb with 8 KOs, 103 points scored. Gatlu keeping pace at 9. Soreyu's Mimikyu not quite feeling up to snuff in this matchup, and with that, Nouns Esports will be eliminated. I mean, Toon Slim not able to sleep as easy as maybe they thought they were going to.
Yeah. That is the worst nightmare of Nouns Esports. It's Tuzy Esports. Brazil takes semifinals into our day 2 of LAIC. Going into the replays, we have Spraggles coming in with a wow face, and that is all that we know everybody has stamped on as well.
So this is what I was talking about, that super early Ho-Oh Unite move forced out because the Mimikyu goes down. Then they decide to go back in, and they do knock out the Miraidon, but that Surf turn and the Psycho Cut from Max works together perfectly to knock them out. I mean, Sylveon's now going to fight on one side, but Bro's too low to join
win this battle, and it's just tuned to buy time. Obviously, things get a little wacky and wild from this point on, but look how long it takes these two defenders to go down. Saraledge getting knocked out. I honestly thought that might have been where it all went wrong. With Saraledge getting KO'd, I thought it was over, but this is the moment right here.
It's Fab. It's Fab on the Blaziken on a 1v3. It takes a 3 KO streak, starts out doing that Rayquaza, and that is the most deserved, worthy of the opponent's player of the game, Fab!
93,000 damage for the Blaziken, a Pokemon that we must remind everyone, Spraggles has been saying, is absolutely giga strong and should be in every single game. Fob making a great case for just that. We got an interview on stage. We're gonna throw it there. Take it away.
DreamMax here back on stage with who else but Lel, because Tuzy is on one. Tuzy, 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 Tuzy. Woo! Listen, Lel, heck of a match, hell of a match. I'm not going to pull any punches here. How do you feel after a crazy set, an absolute wild ride, and of course a pause in Rayquaza?
Léo, como você tá sentindo com essa partida absurda, esse jogo maluco que vocês tiveram e essa pausa nos últimos 53 segundos de jogo?
Cara, é muito emocionante, tipo, a gente sabe como é que é até chegar aqui, tipo, a gente passa por muita coisa e, nossa, velho, tipo, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo, velho, só, tipo, pela torcida.
It's such a wild ride. There aren't even emotions to explain what I'm feeling right now. You all know how much it takes to get here, and I just really want to thank every single person who's out here cheering for us.
Well, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Lel, the job is not done. You still have a best of 5 in front of you, and hopefully, for you and the hometown fans, a grand finals best of 5 tomorrow. What are you going to do to prepare and get locked in for the next set?
Léo, como você e os meninos vão se preparar para o próximo jogo, sabendo que vocês ainda têm uma melhor de 5 para enfrentar?
Esse jogo foi muito estressante, tipo, é muita emoção, então a gente tem que abaixar os ânimos agora, temos que reunir, respirar para manter o foco, voltar para a próxima partida, que é muito importante, é a mais importante do dia, para a gente chegar na final amanhã e representar o Brasil.
This game was really stressful for us, so what we need to do now is sit down, relax, take a breather so we can be absolutely locked in and take us to finals tomorrow.
Listen, styling, profiling, that's Lel. I'm DreamMax. Let's keep this tournament going. Back to the booth.
The booth is ecstatic. Myself, Soph, Zoinks, we just lost our minds with this quarterfinals. Semifinals confirmed for Tuzy and the Brazil Dream. I still have it, I believe in it, and I knew I could.
What an amazing showing. Let's take a look, and we have our top 4 solidified. Our semifinals be the Battle of North America on the top side. It'll be Luminosity Gaming versus Team YouTube. And on the bottom side of the bracket, it will be Plaga versus Tuzy Esports. Latin America North versus Brazil.
That is the absolute most incredible scenario that you could have for a potential grand finals on either end. NA versus Latin America. Of course, Brazil, although being a separate region, it is part of Latin America as a whole.
Of course.
We're looking at the win rate now for the top Pokemon. 90% with 9 wins for a Zoroark.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like the top 2 on this graphic are the most interesting because where are they? The Mewtwo and the Zoroark are both incredible Pokemon, and knowing the teams that we have in top 4, I think it is very, very likely we'll be seeing more of both of those Pokemon. Praga loves that Mewtwo, and honestly, North America loves Zoroark.
Well, and Tuzy loves the Mewtwo with
True.
double supporter.
There we go.
That was just so fun. But you know what's fun as well?
What?
Just catching up with us for semifinals that is just dropping in a little bit. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Yes.
The 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships was the most competitive tournament Unite has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day one, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1 though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell. They were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. A new region was going to win the championship no matter what. The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and beautiful teamwork. In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokemon Unite World Championship trophy.
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of São Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokemon Unite trainers are gathering to vie for a share of over $500,000 in total cash prizing and vital championship points that could help earn them a place at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. For the first time ever, Pokemon Unite's tournament will take place over 3 days. On day 1, the group stage will commence, where up to 32 teams will be placed into groups and battle it out until only the top teams remain. On day 2, the bracket stage will take place, pitting our top competitors in a single elimination bracket until we are left with our 2 finalists. All matches will be best of 3, with the exception of our semifinals, which will both be best of 5. And new this year, LAIC 2025 will be home to Pokemon Unite's first ever official appearance on Championship Sunday, where our 2 finalists will compete in a tournament deciding best of 5 set. We're about to kick off the inaugural LAIC Pokemon Unite event, so stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live and find out who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion.
welcome back to the Pokemon Unite. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here live in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This tournament is getting crazy right now, Doob Snacks. We are in our semifinals. This is Luminosity versus Team YT. And now that we're here in the semifinals, these are a best of 5.
Without a doubt, I'm super excited that they flew us all the way to Brazil to talk about two teams that you and I cover all of the time. But that's not to understate that this might be the biggest matchup between these two teams in the last 3 years plus, because this one punches their ticket to the grand finals of LAIC and the opportunity to become the very first Pokemon Unite LAIC champion.
Yes, not only will they become that champion, they could, of course, become that champion when they head to Grands. They also would have the opportunity to compete in the ACL finals. Now, one thing we do know is a North American team will be heading to those grand finals because this is NA head-to-head right now. Luminosity Gaming, the 2-time world champs, 3/5 of their team, I should say, the 2-time world champs, and then Team YouTube. Team YouTube does feel like Luminosity's kryptonite. Often a team that seems to have them figured out at different times throughout this competition. We've seen them get beaten by Team YT in many scenarios. So this is going to be a really crazy matchup heading into Grands.
It really is. So let's not hold back and let's get it up to the stage for an interview with these teams before we kick this thing off. That way.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, we got the battle in North America about to go down, and I got two of the biggest yappers in the region on stage with me. Very excited. Phil, I want you to talk directly to Spraggles for a moment. He said that you are the kryptonite to Luminosity Gaming. Is that true?
We're the kryptonite to all the teams here.
Okay, counter kryptonite. I like that a lot. Now, Overlord, I mean, Spraggles saying they're your kryptonite, but YouTube, I mean, they haven't won in a bit. How you feeling?
I mean, last time we played them on land, we 2-0'd them, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
All right, win record speaks for itself. Now, Phil, a lot has been said about Luminosity Gaming. Are they overrated?
Well, they only won Worlds twice. Couldn't do it the third time. A bit washed. I think we'll be all right.
All right, the wash call is there. Any specific strats or maybe of a specific player that you think you need to shut down on YT to win this game?
I think in order to win this game, we need to make sure Phil doesn't get Garchomp. I think that's the key to them winning this game.
All right, no Garchomp, and that means an LG win. I love it. Great yapping, boys. We're going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Yes, I did say that YT was kryptonite for LG. We're going to have to see if that's true. Now, of course, LG has had many times where they've run into YT and beat them, and this is looking like a mean Luminosity squad.
It really is. They have been banging on all cylinders here, clicking on all cylinders, whatever that expression is. Cylinders are being abused by LG. That's right. How good they are right now, and they've had a pretty close to flawless run in this event so far. I don't even think they have lost. They 2-0'd last. They haven't lost this event.
I don't know if they have lost in this event.
They 4-0'd yesterday, and they got the first round bye, and they 2-0'd. They have not lost a game this weekend.
Looking pretty perfect right now, and we're going to see if YouTube can be the team to disrupt that. Now, as we head towards our grand finals again, both of our semifinal games will be best of 5. So you've got to win 3 of these matches out of the 5 to move on. If you do that, you will make your way into our grand finals tomorrow. One thing we know for sure, one representative from North America will be there. Will it be Luminosity or will it be Team YT? We're going to find out very soon. Now, our other semifinal looking pretty amazing. Plaga, versus Tuzy Esports.
Yeah.
Being out in the crowd, seeing Tuzy beat Nouns in that moment, I mean, this place was shaking with that energy.
Yeah.
It was insane.
I never thought I'd be able to get a crowd chant going in a Pokemon Unite interview, but it felt very easy.
Yeah.
Because that crowd is electric, and they love their region squads and back them indefinitely. Because all the teams that have been eliminated that have played against these squads all weekend long, they were there cheering their head off for Tuzy. But
Yeah.
right now, ahead of us, we are dealing with the clash of North America here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Both teams traveling a long way. And actually, I crossed Phil on the way here. He's like, man, if we make it to the grand finals, we all have to rebook our flights. We didn't think we'd make it. And then he's just like scampering towards the stage. For what it's worth, Phil doesn't talk like that. He streams a lot. You can tune in and get a real indication of what his voice sounds like. That was just my interpretation of it.
I guess Team YT doing a reverse secret right here, not booking a flight as if you will win. Kind of a bold move from Team YT. I feel like you book your flight assuming you would win, but hey, what do I know, all right?
We're in the booth.
We're in the booth. They're the ones up there on the stage. They're the ones in the arena, the gladiators competing. We're just that weird king that's kind of like, that guy.
that's the noise that makes
he goes, meh. That took me out of the movie. I'm not going to lie to you. Everything else felt pretty realistic, but he went, meh. I said, you know what? Enough of that. Speaking of enough of that, it should be enough of this. We're waiting to head up to the stage for draft very, very soon. We've seen what YouTube's bringing. I feel like Luminosity has offered us a lot of different pictures of what their roster is going to be. YouTube, however, feels like it has a couple staples that if they are not getting, they might not be winning. I'm talking about Pikachu. I'm talking about Snorlax. Those seem to be really important picks for YT. Umbreon, very high up there as well.
Yeah, another individual I crossed because the whole team was going to the stage. I bumped into Chaotic as well. And they're like, you know, I feel like I'm turning around on the slow, bro. My Mamoswine's in. So I feel like as I've played more, I've built more confidence across my defender picks, which in and of itself opens things up, right? Because, you know, sometimes a player on your team needs the other four to pick them up and say, okay, like this player is having an issue here. Maybe we tailor our strategy a different way. But the confidence is there. They're ready to go. And it was kind of felt across all 5 players.
Yeah, I think the Mamoswine, to me, when I saw that from YT, it feels like they unlocked another gear, right? They were doing whatever they were doing with the cylinders earlier. Now they were unlocking additional gears in this car.
Clearly mechanics in the booth today. That's actually our day job. This is our for fun thing, but we run, again, if you recall, a car sales lot, used car sales lot, but we're also the mechanics for that lot.
We wear a lot of hats around here, everybody. Speaking of wearing a lot of hats, somehow that should tie into Luminosity. Luminosity right now is looking pretty flawless, as we've talked about. They're not dropping any games. Kyrios/Overlord back. Of course, we have Trainer on that team who is looking pretty incredible. And Otter flexing to a really interesting role for him, right? Otter has been an attacker for a very long time. Now kind of bringing that skill to the support role. And we see a lot of top players when sort of new teams are being made, they're moving around, kind of flex into different roles, and they're taking all of the valuable stuff they learned from their previous role and bringing it to their new role. We have that happening on Luminosity. We have the same thing happening on YT, where we see multiple members of YT switching roles, even though they're not switching players. It's pretty interesting, and I think it is unlocking some new play styles with these teams.
Yeah, let's talk about Luminosity for a second. I mean, Otter slotting in. We just lost all our monitors. For those in the booth that can hear us, and we're back.
Hey, we're heading to draft,
we're heading
baby.
to draft. That was intentional.
Yeah,
they were surprising us to surprise you live.
Beautiful.
We did it in the draft here, as we see Luminosity on the left, Team YT on the right. Quick point I was going to make, Otter switching to support. We've actually seen them play more attackers that they used to play in the bottom path as support. Espeon, Mew is there as well. And not to mention that they've unlocked all of the support characters that they get to play, which by their own admission, they're all really good.
Here we go. First ban on over to Pikachu. Not surprising at all. Darkrai right back the other way. Again, that's kind of a given. Slowbro, the final ban here. YT looking to ban out Leafeon. And now the real question is, are they going to snatch away this Snorlax also and just kind of really hamper Team YT in this moment? Trainer deciding what they're going to pick up, as we are taking Umbreon right away for Slash. Slash, as I've said, for my money, maybe the best Umbreon player in the world.
Yeah, and really proved it at the final stretch last year when Slash was really anchoring kind of the upstart young guns of G and able to bring them to a world championship invite. And most of it was playing Umbreon and really carrying the game.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to play this. Fui hovering the Lapras. Aquilo not making their decision yet. Final couple of seconds right here, and it looks to be Hoopa and Lapras possibly for the side of Team YT. And it is not. They switch in the Snorlax. They are going to take that before it's possibly taken on the side of Luminosity. Now, Otter has the Comfey highlighted right there, but I don't know if we see a play like that so early. We have Miraidon picked up by Kyrios right here, and finally Overlord locking in the Urshifu.
So really going into these high octane picks, specifically I'm focused in on Miraidon, while YT is taking a different approach. We just want to make sure we get our stuff.
Yeah. And we're going to see exactly what that is. You know, I got to say, and here comes Alola Ninetales, so this could be very interesting. I got to say, when they take away Pikachu and they take away Miraidon from YT, they could be in a tough spot right here. Final couple of picks over to the side of Luminosity. Trainer, trying to figure out what that's going to be. We could see a Mimikyu right here, but no, they do decide to go with the Zoroark. Finally, Otter playing that support Mew that we've seen a decent amount here today. And then Sam looking for their final pick.
Clicking through, seeing what that option is going to end up being. And remember, their success against the Zoroark with no Comfey was a bunch of crowd control. We've seen that work earlier today in a different matchup. So sad Sam, gonna go with Armarouge.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. We saw Sam play Armarouge before, but it actually looks like they've just flexed it over to Phil. So if that's the case, maybe we don't see Fire Spin this time, and instead we see that Armor Cannon. It performs a little better in Path. At the same time, we could be seeing Phil playing Fire Spin. It does play decently well into Zoroark because the entire time Zoroark's dashing around you, it's kind of caught in that spin, right? Now on the other side, So Sad Sam is running the Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil build, or at least the Aurora Veil build, I should say. You could change that first move to Avalanche if you would like, but with that Muscle Band and that Rapid Fire Scarf, we are going to be seeing an Aurora Veil Alola Ninetales.
There's a lot of fun pathing opportunities that have just opened up for YT, right?
Yeah.
You know, Phil has been bot path attacker. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the middle with a little bit of support, or even maybe split, just so they can get the A9 down to the bottom path quicker, and then you leave kind of the central area to be flexed into by whomever needs experience in the next moment.
Now, obviously, this being a best of 3, you have a lot of time for these two teams to suss each other out. Excuse me, a best of 5. You have a lot of time for these two teams to suss each other out, right? One game is not really going to put so much of a momentum advantage onto one team. So we're going to see if YT's combination here of what Luminosity is bringing is something they want to continue bringing throughout the rest of this tournament. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. These are the semi-finals here at LAIC. A best of 5 competition between these two amazing squads from North America. The former world champs and the team that can somehow take down the former world champs time and time again. They really do give them trouble.
Going straight for the invade is Aquilo, putting tons of pressure on Trainer early. Nobody rotating to the center to help Trainer. They're leaving them up to themselves to say, you got to figure this thing out.
Well, it looks like the buff was already taken there. Aquilo not able to get the secure away from Zoroark, so they are going to be able to evolve as they take those two Bunnelby in the top path here.
That's a nice, safe way to do it. Aquilo going to roll up top and kind of make this a 3v3, but as we know, YT likes to over-pressurize that top path and send a 4th member up. Trainer kind of has their homework done, though. They're ready to jump as soon as Phil shows their face, and I'm just waiting for Trainer to say, go, go, go.
Yeah, here we're going to see how they want to play this. They can find the Hoopa, and they do. They move in for this fight. We do see the Dazzling Gleam as they're continuing to push. Overlord coming in with the Rapid Strike Urshifu, something we have not seen much of at all in this tournament. And the Zoroark tries to pick up a KO, and they cannot.
Trainer getting dealt with there is not a good look. That's decent experience. Phil's still struggling to evolve right on the edge of level 5, and they're going to need to tick over quickly.
Yeah, they're going to walk through this center right here, see if they can get a little experience, and they do. Sam and Phil hanging out in that central area, just making sure that somehow the Zoroark does not come back and give them a real problem. Up in the top path, we now have Otter, and we have Fui going at it with Aquilo up here to support. So the support Mew, the support Hoopa in the top path with Fui staying here. Trainer now making their way down to the bottom path, getting ready for this fight here in the center.
Nice, we're going straight for Kyrios is charge beam, I believe, as they're moving and pressing forward. Nice reset through, but they're fighting on the backside. Phil goes down, level 5 Armarouge easily taken care of. Chaotic is by themselves. Boosted auto and E-ball hits Aquilo. They're on the verge of getting knocked out. I believe they're about to go down, did they? No, they made it out. I can't even see their HP bar. Chaotic catching the receipt for the Aquilo that escaped.
Sam has a really interesting strategy here. I mean, I do think Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil is being slept on pretty hard in this meta. The incredible amount of stuns that you're able to output onto something like Rapid Strike or Shifu or Zoroark makes it really hard for them to combo into your team, right? It's just constant annoying pressure here. We do have the additional stun from Armor Cannon. We do see that is the Armor Rouge that Phil has decided to play right here. On the other side, Kyrios on that Miraidon already level 8.
That's going to be tough to contend with. You know, Kyrios is just going to be able to swing around the map and start putting a ton of damage in without putting themselves in danger. Another portal down, going to sleep on it is Chaotic. They get the reset. Slashcam pivoting back. Kyrios getting collapsed on it. Able to avoid the heavy slam though, but YT taking the positional advantage around this basement Registeel. We'll see how they deal with it. Chaotic takes a little nap in front of everybody, but the fight rages on.
Whoa.
No, Slash almost with the huge reposition.
Yeah, that was almost massive for LG, but they are still able to take control of this fight here as we see them positioned well around this Registeel. Registeel getting ready to go down, and it does to Aquilo with the steal.
Nice play by Aquilo. Something I want to mention that flew a little bit under the radar was Overlord having their Unite move and just comboing out Phil Yumus with that. And now the rest of the team has to rotate up top now that Aquilo was able to cheese out that basement Reggie.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Registeel indeed. Another great play, almost pulling them out of that hyperspace hole, but not quite. They are coming back into a Miraidon Unite move, eating all of it right there from Kyrios. Beautiful play as YT is just completely eviscerated.
I mean, finally making it back to Earth from your trip to the moon. You find out a meteor's about to strike. That is a rough look, and that goal zone is gone. 165 to 59. LG is all gas, no break.
That's right. Take a look at this right here. Urshifu, level 11 already. While the fights are going okay for Team YT in some of these moments here, level-wise, things are looking bad. I mean, Luminosity is just crushing it all over the place. Their Miraidon is level 10. Their Zoroark is level 10. And again, Overlord on that Urshifu, level 11.
They're waiting for their opportunity to pounce here. All grouped together is YT on the pads, going straight into his LGC trainer, and Slash using their Unite move to get on top of Queef. Queef's gonna have to push forward. Overlord pops another Unite move, and they're racking up the hits, taking care of Aquilo in that mix. Going back and running away is Slashcan, and they did a lot of damage, but something that we saw there, and a team like LG can do, is put the pressure on you on the T2 and have every single member make it out.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. A lot of teams would overcommit there, and I think Luminosity very intelligently said, it's not gonna work. We tried our best. They've got too much defensively here still. We're gonna pull back, and we're gonna fight them again in a more advantageous spot. You don't wanna give up these massive level leads by throwing a few KOs to your opponents at a fruitless fight at a tier 2.
Yeah, 170 to 59, and we're posturing for this basement Reggie. The Thunder comes out. Heavy slam by Chaotic, can't get Slashcan sorted. Nice block is up, but Slash is kind of being relentless. Putting a little pad down, heavy slam to reset. We're going to roll back through. Back into the back line. Aquilo forced to rings unbound. They're going to look for the stun. They catch Trainer. Trainer goes down. Chaotic steps up and deals with it. Charge beam is out. That is gone. Snow Globe is popped. And now we're trying to make a nice Christmas scene out of this Luminosity team. But it's a KO Shrika 2 from Kyrios. Cheesing everybody out on the back line. Collapsing on Chaotic. KO Shrika 3 for Kyrios. And I think it's safe to say, welcome back to the UCF.
Yeah, wow. There you go. Luminosity taking this. Phil having to pull back towards his goal. Not really able to make much happen here. Armor Rouge really not putting up much of a fight as Trainer's coming in with that big time Unite move. That's another one down on the side of Team YT. And again, these fights are going well for YT for a little bit here, but the level advantage from the side of Luminosity, and then the final pushes to get them the objectives and secure the big time KOs for Luminosity are just too much. They're being out-leveled incredibly hard right now. They need to get a ton of experience.
Otter just hanging out, hooks up the light screen, E-ball comes through, deals some damage. I don't know if they're able to take anything, but they are certainly giving Team YT fits.
Yeah, I mean, Slash is now just in the central area of YT, trying to seal away as much experience as possible, hopefully starving out YT from being able to make a play, being able to get a secure right here. And it looks like, looks like he was able to get it right there. I mean, we were waiting for it, and he was able to actually take that away from Phil. Phil, level 12. You look across the map there, we have a level 14 Urshifu on the board. We have nothing close on the side of YT.
Yeah, 14 feels normal. I'm like, sometimes I ask, where does Overlord find this experience? Like, you know, just kind of level 11 at 5 minutes. Like, what is he doing?
One thing I've noticed about any team that Overlord is on, because this player carries so incredibly hard, they feed him very well. Anything that's up that can be taken by Overlord, they're going to let Overlord take it and hit those huge breakpoints. He's about to hit level 15 in just a moment here before Rayquaza. 10 seconds now until Ray hits the board. And I got to say, YT is in a really horrible spot. It's going to be very tough to win this. If they can get a nice moment where they move in, hang out in the Aurora Veil for all of that damage reduction, and stun multiple members of Luminosity, we could see a big win for them, but it's going to be hard.
Flash going right through the barrier there, the big wall by the Blastoise. We are going straight up with the Lapras Express into the middle. They're trying to catch Curios. They're putting tons of damage on. Here comes Sosa at Sam. The rings are unbound. They can get a stun in the middle. Popping the Unite move is Slash. They tried to get some shields. Overlord is low too. Here come the meteors from the sky. 10-hit streak and Overlord's in the back line. Phil is way low, but they're going for a re-engagement. Make it up to 20. Can't quite legally get a drink yet, but that is enough hits for this moment right now. LGC sorts out the Armarouge, and guess what? That's the whole team gone.
That's right, the whole squad's gone. They're ripping down Rayquaza right now. Unite move from Trainer. They take Ray. Game number 1. It looks like it's heading over to Luminosity. It's going to be hard to stop these scores. Mew pushing in. Nice heavy slam. Nice block. Ninetales trying to stop it. Another knock up here, but no, they cannot stop the scores. That's 100 points going in. A minute left. It's definitely not impossible, but if they don't stop Slash, this is going to be brutal. Now that's 491, 97. More points in the hands of Overlord, and it looks like game 1 is slipping through the fingers here of Team YT.
491-97, you said it, about a 400-point differential. That's 2 KOs that they needed. 3 players down, and Curios is hiding out with their shield steal. Aquilo just hopped right over him. That's going to be 80 points going in rather quickly, and that's a hard number to overcome.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. They do have some decent timers on the side of LG, but we only have 30 seconds left. I don't think the team is going to be able to make something happen right here. We've got chaotic looking score in this bottom path. Fui with the Lapras Express brings in a Alolan Ninetales into a beautiful Aurora Veil for some stuns. It looks like LG is just playing this extremely well, giving them the space they need to try to score but never actually make it happen as Curios rips them apart on this tier 2 goal zone. Luminosity Gaming takes game number 1.
That was a very good game out of Luminosity, a very convincing game at that, and nice picks out of the team, right? We always saw Slash pushing forward, but who was right behind them? Otter with the coaching, able to help them get in and out, just being a harassing core duo, always living on the side of the map of YT.
Really nice stuff there from Luminosity. It felt like they had total control of that match, and they really had a great control of what was happening from the draft here, able to take away a lot of the components that they thought Team YT needed, most specifically that Pikachu and then that Umbreon.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Curios here. 103,000 damage on Miraidon, and again, completely unsurprised.
Yeah, looking incredible. Slash setting up a ton of great plays, as well as Otter. Overlord hitting that level 15, going to be very difficult to take them down. Trainer not feeling as large of a factor in this particular game, but we didn't have a lot of factors on the side of YT either.
No, that's the truth. Here we're just going to see them show what the squad can do. This is actually when Aquilo, I believe, comes back and kind of cheeses the basement Reggie for the team, trying to give him a chance. Lapras Express to bring everybody in, but that was just kind of the beginning and all for nothing.
Yeah, they jump in. Nice start to the fight here. Slash is in trouble, has to use a Unite move to peel back, still goes down. But in this moment, we have a Miraidon Unite move that was unbelievable. I mean, they hit so many members of YT with that as it was going. It set up a huge win for them. We now have Zoroark jump on in. Player of the game, or the if you will, Curios.
Yeah, like I said, 103,000 damage, 9 knockouts critically, 3 or 4 of those coming right at the end during that Ray fight. When, to the credit of YT, they found a way in, they got a decent engage, able to take care of Slash and set themselves up with a player advantage, but you called it out. Those meteors crashing into the Thea Sky Ruins hit every single soul that YT had on the map.
Yeah, beautiful plays there from Curios, an attacker that I think they desperately were missing last year on Luminosity. You know, when Kyrios is on, he is one of the best attackers in the game. And you're seeing that here up on the big stage in our semifinals. Now, this is a best of 5, so these teams are going to have another opportunity at a game here. And even if YouTube happens to lose another, it's still not over. You got to win 3 of these games in this best of 5 to move on to our grand finals. Championship Sunday, tomorrow morning. Be there. Cancel your plans. I don't care what it is. It doesn't matter if you're going to the doctors. Cancel your plans.
Cancel your plans. Action item for everybody, like we said, be here. Tune in for our first time on Sunday, and one of these 2 teams' first time on Sunday as well.
That's right. Both of these teams getting ready for it. Ban of the Pikachu. Ban of the Darkrai looks like it's coming. We've got Leafeon, we've got Mew banned. This is interesting. So I wonder if Team YT is saying, okay, I want to see what else Otter can throw at us here.
No, absolutely. You know, Otter has played other support attackers, forced them maybe into the conventional wisdom of a support. I don't know. Luminosity Gaming's pockets are deep, the well is deep, and certainly they don't play in the kiddie pool.
Yeah, that's right. As we see Umbreon here locked in for YT. That's a power pick taken away from Luminosity, but Slash happy to steal the Snorlax as well. Now we're looking at our next 2 picks here. Lapras looks to be something that YT is just very comfortable with, wants to lock in. We didn't see a huge impact from Lapras in that last game. It does feel like Lapras is a silent factor often in these YouTube games, and then you'll notice after the fact that, wow, this thing is just showing up in important moments, over-leveled, and ready to help the team win.
Yeah, maybe that's Splee's whole strategy. When it goes well, all right, I'll fly under the radar a little bit. When it doesn't go great, I'll fly under the radar a little bit. It's really hard to see which way that's cutting sometimes with Lapras specifically, because they just leave Splee in the top path all game long.
And now we have our final couple of picks heading over to Team YT. The Gardevoir being stolen away by Kyrios is obviously a way to shut down Sam from not grabbing this in the final pick. We have a pretty classic lineup of having that mean look ready to go and not wanting to let that Guardy get to do all of that crazy damage. So instead here, Phil grabbing the Metagross, and then finally we have the Eldegoss picked up as a support. So we can see Chaotic flex into this Umbreon. At the same time, we see Sam on Miraidon, and Phil is going to play this Metagross. I've seen him kind of flex it into the bottom path. I've also seen him take central area with it.
I want to see this Metagross have itself a game. I think the Pokemon is underrepresented for the strength it actually presents when it's on the map. Counterpoint, looking across the way, I really like Luminosity Gaming's draft here. Just on paper, it looks strong, pretty well-rounded.
Yep.
But when you start considering the factors of the things they're able to take away from the other team at the same time, I'm very confident if I'm LG that our draft went the way we designed.
Yeah, I think they have a great draft. I like YT's draft as well. It's a little unconventional, but they have a lot of power there. They have the Umbreon, which I think is a massive factor in a lot of these games. I'm really interested to see Otter on this Hoopa. I think it'll be really cool to see Otter playing something like that, and it feels like another one of the Pokemon that he could just be mechanically very good at.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of stuff going on with Hoopa between, you know, if you're going Phantom Force, putting the portals down, but also, you know, using your Magician ability to pull berries to your side, which a team like LG can use creatively, right? You pull a berry to your side to actually give somebody, namely Slash, the speed boost from the passive of the Snorlax to help it engage into fights better. So there's random things like that that mesh well with LG's draft.
Here we go, getting ready for game number 2. Luminosity looking to put another win on the board here. Again, they're undefeated today, and they want to keep that going all the way into our grand finals. Team YT needs to pick it up a little bit, or they're going to be heading home pretty soon. Here we go, game 2 of our semifinals. Team YT, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. 1 game up for Luminosity. One of these 2 North American teams will be heading to the grand finals here at LAIC.
Just a little bit of a babysitting role here for Otter as Overlord gets into the top half, starts taking these bunnies, and of course ensuring that this Cub Food doesn't get the break speed off it too early by YT.
Yeah, it's a really difficult Pokemon to get online, especially if you put a lot of pressure on it, right? It's already at 4 1/4 though, so it's doing pretty well with the experience that it needs. That does go over to the side of Luminosity, and we almost have Urshifu online. With these two Bunnelbys walking, it's very, very close. It's going to be tough for YT to deal with.
Yeah, on the other side, you mentioned Phil might take this Metagross into the central area. They've hit level 5. They are Matang, Trainer just hiding out with this Mimikyu, trying to get an idea of where this YT squad is, and hopefully looking to pounce.
Here we go. We have Sam walking up, Mimikyu ready to fight them here, but they do decide to move forward instead, pushing back towards So Sad Sam, having used the eject button to get away right there. Fui now routing them, and they go down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good engage, good attempt follow-up, but with the eject button, they have just enough in the tank to turn around, flip the script, and get the knockout for themselves.
Yeah, now we have multiple members of Luminosity heading back through that hyperspace hole. They trade the Lapras for the Mimikyu, a better trade for the side of YouTube, no question.
Yeah, I agree. Trainer can't be too excited about what just happened there. However, they're finding value downstairs. Kyrgios scoring as the Curlia in the bottom path.
Yeah, we can see we still have a little Eevee on the board here. They need some of that experience so they can evolve. They do get it. They evolve into Umbreon. Overlord now fighting in this top path, trying to pick up a KO here on the Lapras. Lapras not able to get the KO, and not a KO for the Urshifu either.
Nice little charge beam there, Phil follow up, and they're able to just quickly spin on Kyrgios for a moment there. Sitting in the bush is, of course, Slash just putting pressure on, trying to heavy slam back to a berry, and a Kilo getting credit for that KO.
Yeah, and sometimes when you go down as a supporter or defender, your job is really to be the one who goes down instead of one of your carry Pokemon, right? So we don't see the Gardevoir go down. Instead, they trade the level 5 Snorlax. A much better trade in the eyes of Luminosity.
Of course, a quick 3-person rotation back up top facilitated by that Hoopa, and they're going to see if they can play the numbers game here in the face of a Kilo and Fui. Overlord just running straight at them, pushing them back and going right on top of those birds and getting the experience for themselves.
And here we go. They're ripping through it. A level 8 trainer heading down to this bottom path there. A level 8 Overlord. Level-wise, things are looking pretty good, but it's actually a bit better for YouTube in game number 2 right here. Slash putting up a little bit of a wall. The Thunder moving in. Overlord starting to rip right here.
Going right on top of Chaotic. Chaotic gets put down quickly. Into the back line is Overlord. They're trying to get to So Sad Sam. Aren't really successful. We just saw the Coliseum go up by the Metagross, calculating, doing all the math, and finding some KOs. Heavy slam back through by Slash is not going to do enough. They're going to throw up the block and retreat.
So they're not able to get the objective, but it does feel like YouTube had a very good fight there, picking up a few KOs, and it looks like YouTube is very close to Luminosity right now in level. A lot closer than game number 1. LG not running away with this one yet.
No, not quite yet. Kyrgios in a good position, though, to pounce on an unsuspecting member of YT. I just saw the Shadow Sneak rope in from a range of far away. Otter going to kick around, going to see what's going on up top, and we're kind of slowing down this pace a little bit.
Yeah, it actually feels like Luminosity is, getting hurt a little bit by some of these engagements, and they are deciding not to play so aggressively. I say that as Overlord moves in, looking for a KO right here. Phil into the top path, trying to make something happen. Caught by the Gardevoir Unite move. Gyro Ball is not going to give a big enough shield, and now we are scoring in this top path, looking to break it with a real nice overcap for Luminosity.
Yeah, Luminosity 164 to 23. Yeah, they slowed things down. All they were really doing is waiting for their opportunity. They found it, they jumped on it, and good on Trainer for sticking in the pocket with the Mimikyu. I mean, they were getting really low, enough so that we're able to bait in Phil on the Metagross, leap right over, get the KO on Trainer, but what that caused was an awesome reaction by LG to get those knockouts and score.
Now we have Otter here, level 9. And I think the question really is, are they going to use this to push this goal zone, or are they going to make themselves a force somewhere else on the map? We have this Unite move available, but it looks like it walks.
It walks right in. Block attempt by Slash helps out. That pings in, and we've got the Overlord using the Unite move. 22 hits, racked up on the Water Bear. They're still hunting down Fui. We're going with the Parasongs. Now we're going Rings Unbound. I don't know if it's to save everybody, bring everybody through to score their points. Yes, they're closing out that goal zone. The block by Slash is giving all the time in the world for this team to get out, but Trainer wants to stick around and get another one. They go straight. They hit the Eldegoss with the Shadow Sneak, but it didn't follow up there.
Yeah, I think they said, all right. I think we did pretty good here. We don't want to give up a KO right now. 23-72. You know, earlier I talked about how YT has historically done pretty well against LG, that they were at times their kryptonite. Well, I didn't say that Luminosity was necessarily Superman. Might be Spider-Man right now. Kryptonite doesn't even affect them.
No, it does. It's just a weird rock.
Yeah.
Who gets bungled out by a weird rock? Not LG, apparently.
Not LG. Not the Spider-Man of Pokemon Unite.
The newly dubbed. All right, Overlord pushing forward. Chaotix just has to sit on pad. Slash has done a great job not using block for anything, but getting the team out. Nice fairy singularity, gonna pull people to the middle, 2 players down in an instant. You didn't even see their health bars go away. They just went 100 to 0. Aquilo gonna crash land a little bit, and they are getting chased down by Overlord. And now you see the support of all the Pokemon just chucking stuff at Overlord, trying to slow them down. The thunder is not ringing true.
One thing I love seeing Overlord on this Rapid Strike Urshifu is I feel like a lot of people have written this Pokemon off, that it's pretty horrible. And I remember talking about this recently thinking, I think this thing could still be pretty good, but the consensus was it was bad. Well, it doesn't look too bad to me.
No, not at all. Overlord able to take the full brunt of a Metagross Unite, use their Unite of their own, and actually come out ahead, and a couple KOs to boot. Even in the mean look with the meteors raining from the sky, they can't get a knockout on Overlord there. And I believe that is the first domino you need to knock over if you want to break the tower that is Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Luminosity right now not putting a lot of pressure on this Regieleki. YouTube needs them to immediately. Whether they get it or not doesn't really matter for YouTube. It cannot be walking to their main base close to the 2-minute mark. It unlocks another win condition for LG. We're going to see if YouTube can make anything happen here in this top path. They could zone it out right now, but Overlord is currently scoring 50. This is pretty devastating for YT. They're going to try to get rid of it now, but they've waited a little while here. And if it goes towards their side, this could be a big mistake, moving towards this fight right here.
Big Rings Unbound, going to put some pressure on. And if they can send this Regieleki, they bought the time they needed, and it goes in. Are they going to escort it all the way and force YouTube to have to deal with them in their face? Overlord runs away. Heavy slam by Slash gives the separation. Trainer is still in the pocket, and Curious' support gives him 2 KOs, make it 3. Metagross getting credit for Mimikyu back the other way, but you have to think Luminosity's in the advantage here. Yeah. 207, 206, 205, 204.
This is so hard right now. 95, 190. I mean, the clock is ticking down. Regieleki walking towards their main base. If they just let them take Rayquaza, it's over. If Reggie walks, it could still be over, and it goes down regardless. An absolute clinic from Luminosity Gaming. This match was not even close because it looked like Team YT was actually playing the former world champs today.
And look, Regieleki might hit 2 to make all the scores following up free as well. 452 to 95. And I'll tell you what, that scoreline is not indicative of how one-sided this game actually was.
No, I mean, what an incredible match for Luminosity. Full control over the entire thing. It felt like YouTube just really did not have a shot as this continued. Beautiful plays at that goal zone, at that tier 2, I should say, in the top path early, breaking that tier 2, putting YouTube in a horrible position, even with multiple members down. A minute 6, it's going to be really hard to make something happen. They don't have enough Eos energy. They're going to need to KO more members of Luminosity as they make their way towards these goals. It's going to be really hard to deal with the Snorlax on goal.
Yeah, Snorlax on goal and with block as well. Just able to just sit in that mean look and boink them all away here for a couple seconds. Doesn't even take the portal back. They're okay giving up that goal zone Spraggles. There's no sense in laying it down for that one when you can easily defend the next.
Yeah, and the problem is there's just not a lot of points for YT. There's some points now on the ground, but they all came from YT after they were knocked out. Luminosity defending the goal zone easily. It was a valiant effort, but it looked like it wasn't going to work out for YT. You got to give it a try, though, as YT goes down 2 games here in our semifinals.
Now all of Luminosity Gaming just scampering towards the home goal zone, see if they can make this wound a little bigger and rub some salt in it too, and Otter makes it just in time. 26 there. Everybody's standing. They've got a real chance to make this look ugly.
And here we go. The points rain in as they've been doing all match. Luminosity Gaming on a high here. They are crushing it. YT is in dire straits.
Yeah, back against the wall. I don't know how they're going to have to bounce back from this, but the draft strategy that they've cobbled together has not hindered them at all.
No. No, not at all. What a great steal. Kyrios on the Gardevoir. I love the play. They took Snorlax, they took Gardevoir. They're just taking everything from YT. YT has some tools in their toolkit, but a lot of them are being stolen by Luminosity as these matches are going on. Sam coming out there with 80,000 damage, but on the other side you got multiple 80,000 damage. Overlord, Trainer, and Kyrios.
Yeah, spreading it around between those three attackers. We saw that earlier out of a team like Fusion that also has a great support core, which lets these other Pokemon off the chain.
Now I like Fui on this Lapras, as we're seeing a replay right here of that moment early. Oh no, not the moment early where they caught him, sorry. This is the moment where YT gets caught at that tier 1. I'm liking this Lapras, but I do feel like there are a reasonable amount of games where it's not as impactful as maybe some other top path Pokemon would be. I wonder if Fui has anything else that he's planning on playing.
Yeah, I've not seen Fui flex to anything else all weekend long. If you have seen it, please correct me. But this Lapras is a linchpin of their strategy.
Here we have Kyrios, the Paraga. Once again, 81,000 damage, 11 knockouts, 347 points scored. And you can see consistently playing a curse item, the attacker player here on Luminosity Gaming, making sure that whatever HP recovery they have on the other side is nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's been working out great, as now they are one game away from being in your grand finals tomorrow. The NA representative dispatching another NA representative, and quite unceremoniously.
Yeah, if you're a fan of NA, you got to be pretty excited about either one of these teams moving forward, but I think a lot of people would say that the team that has a real shot, especially as they move forward to our grand finals, and then again possibly to the finals of ACL, would of course be the champs, Luminosity. If Luminosity makes it through this trial against YT, makes it to our grand finals tomorrow, they're going to be a difficult team to beat, and I think they would be a stellar team at ACL.
Yeah, there are only a couple teams on this earth that have that grand finals experience on a stage like this, and LG is one of them. Yep. On a big, was the stage bigger, even bigger stage than the big stage, the world stage, and they've won twice, like in a violent fashion, 3-0ing both times.
I am going to have to check my notes. Obviously, I'm measuring a lot of the stages, deciding whether or not I think they are a big or a bigger stage. Right now, I do believe we're out on a big stage, but it could get upgraded to bigger after I do some calculations.
We'll have to check the schematics.
We're going to have to check the schematics.
For sure.
As I've said many times, production, can I get the schematics of the stage? Not a crazy request. I'm casting the video game.
Wow. It sounded reasonable to me, as the other person that likes to look at schematics. That being said, let's talk back about YT. They need to adjust in a big way. First game did not look like that second game. It looks like they got further away from their objective here of trying to bring some parity. And why ask questions when we can just find out?
Yeah, we're going to find out what YT wants to do right here. They're getting their first pick as we head into our draft. Everything's on the line for them right now. They're going to need to figure out a way to shut down Luminosity. But man, when Luminosity is on, it just feels like an unbeatable team. Doesn't even feels like it. They kind of win the world championships when they're on.
Yeah, it just kind of is. Luminosity Gaming looking to eye up banning that Pikachu, which I think is a great choice. And we're going to reset because I don't think you want to ban Garchomp off rip.
No, it looks like we got a problem with one of the devices on stage. Our players are going to have to reset, get ready for this draft again right here. And not much has transpired, so I'll be curious to know exactly what they are looking to play as we get back into game. Again, YT is going to need to make some huge adjustments here. They are getting handled quite handily by LG.
Yeah, that's what you do with hands. You handle things, and LG is handling this situation very well. They have struck down all of the cylinders. They have shifted to the next gear, and now their hands are handling.
And speaking of, you know, the car, I think the grand finals are in their windshield, and for YT, they might be in their rear view mirror, unfortunately, or side view mirror. They're seeing it from...
They're seeing it from an angle that's not conducive of arriving there as a destination.
Correct. They might be seeing it in a backup camera.
Yeah, it's rough.
You know, not every car metaphor works.
We're finding that here live at LAIC.
Sao Paulo, Brazil for the 2025 season, and not everything can be related to a car, ladies and gentlemen.
But if you are looking for a used 1992, I'm just kidding, I won't go through the whole thing.
Well, you know, part of me wishes you did, but part of me is glad you didn't. As we have YT Luminosity up next, we are waiting for these teams to lock back in. These are your semifinals. LG up 2 games in a best of 5 right now. They're feeling great, smiles all around. We can't see Otter, but I believe he's smiling even harder than the others.
Either that or he's taking a nap like in that player picture he has. I will say, can we tip a cap to the absolute flex of Slash wearing his world's champion jacket on stage?
Yeah, it's a pretty bold move, you know? Everyone's got the LG jersey and Slash right there, flexing that he did, in fact, win Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
Which is the highest placement you can get.
Yeah, winning the World Championships is #1. It's even bigger than a monthly cup.
As it turns out. Game is being remade. We're going to take a pause for the cause here, obviously on stage. We are not. We're still in the booth, and they have authorized us to do 6 to 7 more car-related bits. What are your thoughts on that, Cowboy?
All right, well, I feel like we could do something with the tires, you know? I feel like YT right now, they need to get some traction out here, okay? They just can't seem to grip to what's happening right now. They're sliding all over the place in these matches. They need to tune up that suspension, or they need to get a better set of tires. And when I say tires, of course, I mean a better strategy heading into draft.
Yeah, those tires lacking traction, strategy lacking traction as well. On the other hand, LG rolling.
Yeah, absolutely rolling. They're on cruise control to the grand finals.
They are indeed. They are trying to leave YT in their rearview mirror. I think that's 4.
Yeah, it's even better. And you know, if they're looking in their rearview mirror and they're seeing the grand finals, you got to remember that objects are actually closer than they appear because they're just 1 game away from these grand finals. How many did we hit? Is that 5 so far?
It feels like 5, and the last one will be top off your windshield wiper fluid before the winter months.
Yeah, it would be smart to do that. And you know, I always like to just have some napkins. Keep them in your glove box. You never know what's going to happen.
Non-perishable snacks in case you get put into a bad position. You're stuck. Having a little bit of sustenance is important.
Yeah, and not a bad idea, too, if you have young children, you have a car seat in the back. When you're vacuuming out your car, pop out that car seat. You're going to be surprised at what you find in there. Go ahead and vacuum that as well.
It's like an endless realm of just void that stuff falls into. There's parents out there that know exactly what we're talking about, and they understand the recommendation we're making.
Absolutely. And you can see YT right here. Obviously, they have our audio in their headsets, taking all of these, you know, car metaphors.
Yeah, Curious laughed.
Curious loves it. He loves
he's like, that. Those are good.
YT loves
he's like,
LG loves it.
Yeah, Curious is like, I've been in a car.
Yeah.
So a lot of these make sense to me.
Honestly, if you've been in a car, a lot of these are home runs.
Just banger after banger after banger. No crash test dummy needed.
Not at all. Luminosity right here. Team YT. We're getting ready for it. We had an issue with one of the devices. As soon as they're locked back in, we are heading back into draft for game #3. And if it looks anything like game 1 and 2, DreamMax, Luminosity is punching their ticket to Grands, and they kind of had a little bit of a cakewalk on their way to Grands. I mean, not that they didn't run into great teams, but boy, it didn't seem to phase them at all.
No, not at all. And we kind of see when LG's making these runs, they don't tend to lose games, right? They're never another game 3, another game 3, another game 3, just eking it out, just eking it out. It is dominate, 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 win.
Yeah, and here we have LG getting ready here. Team YT. They've had an incredible run here at Sao Paulo, but they might be cut short before they have an opportunity to see those grand finals. A great start to the season, I have to say, for North America, however. Making it pretty deep in this competition. Multiple NA teams signing up, and a couple of big names, YT and LG, with the possibility of heading to Grands, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a good start off from a shaky region, given that Worlds performance we just saw. And honestly, leading up to Worlds, all of year 3 for North America felt very in flux. very nebulous. Weren't quite sure what was happening. There was a lot of roster swaps, but this has to feel good for these two squads at the very least. Get some solid footing with a good performance in front of a big crowd at a big event.
Yeah, here we go. We have our players. It looks like we're readying up here, and everyone's getting set to head back into draft. Obviously, the wind is in the sails of Luminosity Gaming being up 2 in this best of 5 already. Just one more game before they can head to the grand finals live tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Team YT is going to start with the first ban here as we get ready for our draft.
Well, I was going to say, this is the moment we'll find out if the guard chomp was intentional or not. Quickly going to Urshifu makes sense.
Yeah, and here we have a ban of Gardevoir on the side of Luminosity Gaming. We're going to see what YT wants to ban right here. They decide to go with the Mimikyu. Final ban for LG if they don't go Darkrai. Okay, it looks like they are going Darkrai. This means we could see Pikachu snapped up for Team Mewtwo.
And it feels to me if they snap up Pikachu, that is playing right into the strategy that Luminosity Gaming was hoping they would.
Possibly, right?
They're dangling that carrot. If they don't go with it, Luminosity Gaming has a chance to choose Pikachu right now and give themselves a great Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing what they want to pick here, is it going to be the Umbreon? And it is the Umbreon.
Unsurprisingly, taking that away from Slash, giving Chaotic an option, but we've also seen Aquilo play it as well.
And here we have Miraidon locking in and Trainer locking in that Leafeon. This now gives them the opportunity to get a lot of what they are looking for right here. We could see Phil pull out the Pikachu, and it looks like we do, as well as the Snorlax. Right now, this draft is going very well for YT. They just don't have that final component that they'd be looking for, which is Gardevoir.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, I think, expected every single one of those picks, right? When they selected Leafeon, Miraidon, they're like, okay, we know we're giving up Pikachu, Snorlax. Now, how are we going to use our last 3 picks to combat their 3 comfort picks on the other side?
And we can see Slash deciding to take away the Lapras. We have Sam on Candle, and it looks like this Blastoise is going to head on over to Fui, and I don't think they're too upset about it. Honestly, I mean, it has not looked great in the past few matches. I love the play by LG here to steal away something valuable from YT, but I think YT got a lot of what they were looking for here.
Yeah, no, I mentioned earlier, I don't think I've seen Fui on anything but Lapras. That's not true. We actually watched him play one Blastoise game, and it looked pretty solid.
It did look pretty good. He was doing very well within that top path. They ended up winning that game. Final pick on Luminosity is going to be the Gyarados. We've not seen a ton of Gary this tourney. Only 4% pick rate from Gyarados, which is a little surprising to me. I'm also surprised we're not seeing something like Blaziken as well, which I think if Overlord's having fun with something like Rapid Strike or Shifu, Blaziken is right there. But Gyarados, a little more deliberate of an all-rounder, which I've noticed Overlord really excels on those from time to time. The Lord of the Sword, if you will. Aegislash is a really deliberate all-rounder, and Gyarados feels, interestingly to me, I think it feels similar with how you have to play around your bounds and how you have to play around Dragon Breath.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree with that. One thing we need to talk about just quickly before we get into match, that's Chandelure. Sam going back to that Chandelure here, using Imprison in some clever ways. We've seen that earlier today. How do you think this Chandelure is going to pan out?
Yeah, that's the question, right? How devastating was it taking Gardevoir away from Sam? We're going to find that out very soon because the rest of this looks pretty good, and I think with how well Fui was on Blastoise earlier, that shouldn't trip them up too much as we head into game number 3 here. Team YT, your purple team, Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. These are your semi-finals. We are going to decide who is heading to the grand finals tomorrow. Team YT is down and almost out. One more win for Luminosity, and they have punched their ticket.
Completely splitting the central area up here, grabbing a buff and then rotating down is LG. Going to be able to keep some decent pressure on. How fast can they get Gyarados online? That's my question.
Yeah, and that's going to be very important. Trainer right now looking to make something happen. Aquilo in a lot of trouble here in the center, pulling back, using that vision right there to make sure that they weren't able to do something to the Chandelure. Now we have Trainer running up top, and it looks like Aquilo is going to be okay back at this tier 1, jumping in. If they could pick up a KO or an assist near that Magikarp, it would be massive to fill that effort gauge and give them Gyarados.
Yeah, that makes it almost all but guaranteed, right? When you get a quality quality pick like that. Trainer kind of baited leaving and now is sitting back to rotate up top for these 850 birds. See how they can help out Overlord get online.
Yeah, we're going to see which kind of Chandelure we have right here. It's a flamethrower Chandelure, so it has less damage overall in one burst, but the burst is huge. Catching it with the mean look, I mean, it is going to be hard to miss when you've got a mean look and a flamethrower comboed together.
Yeah, Overlord just forced to kind of get to Gyarados the hard way, knock out Wild. Pokemon didn't get to easy cheese it up, and now we've got 25 seconds to what people consider kind of like the point at which you should probably be there.
Yeah, you're going to want to be there at about 8 minutes. If you're lucky, obviously, and you know your opponents make a big mistake, you can walk in with a big-time flail, pick up a KO early, and just start dominating with that Gyarados. But it looks like it should be online here pretty soon.
Yep, Chaotic just squaring up against Slash downstairs as it looks like all the players are meeting in the middle for a 4-person skirmish over those birds. They populate on the map, all the moves go in. Straight into the back line is Trainer using that Razor Leaf to put damage on, and Aquilo blinked out of existence. Heavy Slam by Chaotic is going to force them into the line of fire, and they're going to go down two KOs for LG opening this game up.
Yeah, it looks like LG started off really strong right there. We do have a level 7 on the Chandelure, so they're not doing too bad either. Heading up to the top path, we still have a War Turtle up here, and that is not going to be able to defend very well against this squad from Luminosity Gaming. Impressed by the fancy footwork from Fui right there, though. Wow.
Yeah, able to withstand that onslaught is impressive in and of itself. Quickly backing is Curious on the Miraidon. We're going to jump right in. 4-person push with low HP bars. If they can get there in time, they might be able to rack up some KOs against YT. They're able to stop the push 2v4 Spragle.
Yeah, amazing stuff here as Curios is now down here in this bottom path, pushing forward. 4 members now of Luminosity looking to get some great positioning here before this fight. Gyarados staying in the top path, seeing how much experience they're able to get. Regirock already at half as we see YT moving in.
Oh, nice Electro Ball, but it's the Razor Leaf secure. Emerald 2-step. Doing tons of damage. Follow up, Pikachu's down. Chaotic's gonna have to take, Chaotic is taking a nap, but they're gonna take a permanent one sent to the Pokemon Center.
That's right, we've got the 40 points here from Trainer, and they're deciding possibly to keep this goal zone up. They're gonna keep the Leafeon down here so that it can continue to get some of that juicy experience in the bottom path. Scoring 1 right here, and now possibly looking to get some more XP. As we head up to the top path here, Overlord almost at 9, almost unlocking that very powerful Unite move through Gyarados, where you're able to dive under the map and pop up and create a huge fight for your team.
In the mean look, tons of damage raining in on Overlord. They are quickly dispatched up. Mew Unite is out. Otter's pushing the pace, trying to surf the Blastoise away and combat water with water. Unfortunately, it doesn't do quite too much. The Thunder tracking through Team YT.
Ooh, nice mean look right here. Mew's in a lot of trouble, and it does go down as well. Man, when YT nails that mean look, they converge on that location so well. This is the YT we were seeing earlier today, but
nice.
take a look at LG.
Lapras Express into the Emerald 2-step, and that's a heck of a combination that results in 3 KOs instantly. Hydro Typhoon is up, but that Blastoise is down, and now we're sieging the goal zone. A moment of life from YouTube, snuffed out like a violent pillow getting smothered over your face.
Oh
they
my God.
absolutely throttled them.
Yeah, incredible fight there from Luminosity as they've been having all day. This feels like the best we've seen YouTube in this series, but that doesn't mean that Luminosity isn't still running away with this game. 43-188. We have Regieleki moving towards the top path. Gyarados moves in with a bounce into a Unite move.
Aquilo uses their Unite move and pops up his Gyarados right after it's expended. Moving forward, Chandelure gets a KO on Overlord. That's not bad, but Pikachu and Umbreon were both down. Regieleki on the doorstep. We're putting the pressure on. Heavy Slam is not going to find Slash. They're able to push away, and the quick rotation bottom for the Basement Regi.
Yeah, and here we have the Leafeon running bottom. We have Miraidon running bottom. Mew is down there as well. It looks like Leafeon's going to be able to get this with no one from YT showing up. Easy secure for the side of LG. They're ahead on the scoreboard, they're ahead level-wise, but this one's a lot closer. In fact, Chandelure is level 11, keeping pace with level 11s on the side of Luminosity. It's just that Leafeon that is now 12.
Nice mean look by Aquilo. The follow-up attempt is there. We popped the Mew Unite again just to get out of dodge. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anyone. Otter now caught in the mean look, finally going to be dealt with. Thunder's tracking all over Chaotic, and Overlord's getting vision.
Yeah, and it looks like Overlord's just watching this fight right here. It looks like they're peeling back, so Overlord can now find something on the map to eat. The man's hungry. He needs to become a big old Gyarados. Lapras Express bringing it up to the top path. You wondered how Overlord got so much XP. They're literally using Unite moves to ferry him to experience.
Well, you know, use it if you got it, as some would say. And now Gyarados is going to be up there. Overlord up top, just getting vision, watching. They know where Aquilo is now. Phil also knows where Gyarados is as well. Mean look is there. Tons of damage put in with the Imprison, and that's an easy knockout for YouTube.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. As soon as they hit that mean look, they all converge as a squad. It is obviously something that they are very practiced at right here. Now we have the Miraidon Unite move coming down. Slash caught in a mean look, but they're not able to capitalize.
Solar Beam comes through, but it's really the Miraidon Unite that's the difference maker, taking care of Aquilo. Chaotic going straight into the back line. They're just running away, so hopefully somebody else on their team makes it out alive. Finally dispatched out, but that at least gave the time for Phil to hang out and take witness of what's happened.
YT looking a lot better in this match, but every time YT picks up a KO, it seems like Luminosity has an answer for it right here. Pikachu KOs the Mew. That's Phil taking down Otter right there, but it doesn't seem like too much of a big deal for Luminosity. Regieleki walking. They're looking for more XP on the map. A little under-leveled for Overlord right here, as we are definitely looking for him to have his level 13, and it looks like they're actually feeding a lot of the experience over to Kyrios so they make sure that they can get that Unite move back online.
Yeah, that's going to be critical, especially the way Kyrios has been using it in these last few games. Regi's going to be easily taken. We've got 25 seconds until potentially YouTube's last ray of the tournament.
That's right, YouTube's last ray of the tournament, maybe their last ray of sunshine for a little while, as they are going to feel pretty bad about not making it to Grands here. They've had an incredible run, but they ran into the world champs. We're going to have to see how Luminosity wants to play this. Slash getting some vision. In fact, they're both in the tall grass just kind of looking at each other like, you're here? Yeah. You're here? Yeah.
I am here also.
All right, here we go. How is YouTube going to play this? If they get a massive catch, especially on that Miraidon, something good could happen for the squad. Obviously, this is tough. They're way behind on the scoreboard. They've had some great moments throughout this match, but their tournament is on the line. All of LAIC for YT comes down to this. For Luminosity, this could get them to Grands right now. Snorlax backing up with block, looking for their opportunity to move in. They're going to need to take it at some point. Fui eating an Electro Ball and a boosted attack from Mew. We have the Charge Beam out from Miraidon, and still, we're patient. We're looking for our fight. When will YT decide to engage right here? Because they are going to need to make a decision at some point. Mew coming down with the Unite move, pushing towards the squad.
Huge serve, freeze edge. Phil is so low, jumping on Aquilo. They're knocked out. That's Pikachu down quickly. And we know Aquilo has no HP. The block separates Slash. Hydro Typhoon gets Trainer a little bit, but that's not going to be enough. A nice pop by Chaotic, but that is not enough either. In the mean look is Slash Can. Here comes Kyrios with the pot shots, fire from long range. Charge Beam. They're actually flipping on top of Rayquaza here, forcing the other team to work their way in. Aquilo's still around, but so is Otter, so is the rest of the team. Miraidon Unite is used, Chandelure is low, and taking care of is So Sad Sam. There's no fear in the eyes of Luminosity Gaming now. There's nothing to fear, not even the main characters, Pokemon Pikachu, because you're getting dumpstered on and gone. Holy smokes, Spraggles.
There we go. Luminosity looking to score top, looking to score bottom. 27 seconds left. They stopped the scores top, but they're still up 43 to 310. Luminosity has the tournament in their hands right now, and there's no way it is slipping through their fingers. YT could not figure out how to beat Luminosity. They are the Kryptonite, and Luminosity are the Spider-Man.
Are you kidding me? Popping a Mew Unite to circle around and surf two players from the choke point into the hands of that hungry Miraidon, and it chewed them up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
There you see it. Luminosity Gaming, the two-time world champions, will be heading to the grand finals here at LAIC. Dispatching an incredible team in Team YouTube, but it didn't look too tough for them. Luminosity looks like a force.
No, they literally just clicked the YouTube file, drug it to the recycle bin, and dropped it in, deleted them permanently forever. Holy smokes. Yeah, Luminosity is going to be a tough team to beat.
Yeah, I actually think this Luminosity squad is actually pretty good when you think about it.
I've thought about it,
actually,
and
when you think about it, they're actually pretty good.
Thought about it, confirmed.
You know, when you think about it, they're actually really dang good. The world champs looking like world champs once again. Damage, again, big numbers from Curios, as we've seen a few times here, right? Curios absolutely popping off on that Miraidon, stealing away the Lapras. Slash really doing some work here too. Overlord and Trainer, interestingly enough, from a damage perspective, aren't absolutely crushing in that match. They're making huge plays, especially when they're chasing down that Pikachu in the final moments. Phil uses that Unite move, and Gary immediately diving under, just waiting for that big KO. It was really tough for YT to do too much in that match, especially after, as you said, that beautiful Mew Unite into Surf. We're gonna send it up now to the big stage, which might even be a bigger stage, with Zoinks. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, the stage did get bigger, but maybe, who knows, maybe the teams will make it even larger in the future. I'm here with Overlord after a very intense Battle of North America, a 3-0 finish. I mean, that feels amazing. Now, Luminosity headed towards a championship match. It's not exactly something new. You have found yourself in this place quite a bit, but for the first time ever, you get to rest for a night and then play on Sunday. I mean, is there going to be anything different about a grand finals performance for you tomorrow?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't expect, no matter what team goes to grand finals, it'll ever be a 3-0, especially after both teams get to rest and they get to do some prep for tomorrow. So I think tomorrow's going to be one of the best international grands. The players are going to be full rested. They're going to have they're going to be sharp. They're going to have good drafts. So it's going to be exciting for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. We are all waiting for that grand final, and you're going to find out your opponent very quickly here, as we're going to have Tuzy Esports going up against Praga. It's going to be a very intense matchup. Not even who do you want to play, who do you think you're going to play? Any predictions from Overlord?
Oh man, I feel like that's so hard to predict. Both of the teams looked very, very good today. Obviously, Plaga beating Fusion, one of the top teams, and then Tuzy beating Nouns, which is also one of the top teams. So I don't know. I honestly think the game could go to 5. I think it could be anyone's game, but.
All right, well, you'll catch Overlord front and center watching the whole match, I guarantee it. It's going to be awesome. Now, final question. I mean, Luminosity's played a whole lot of stuff throughout this tournament. You got one more match guaranteed for this event. Any special spice that you've been hiding? Any secrets that LG still has in the tank?
We'll just have to see tomorrow, I guess.
All right, still more questions and riddles. Back to you two, Spraggles and Doob Snacks.
Thank you very much, Zoinks, a.k.a. the Riddler of Pokemon Unite. What an incredible series for LG as they get ready to head to our grand finals. We should talk a little bit about the player of the game. We should talk a little bit about the bracket so far. Our is Trainer.
Luminosity Gaming, stats, 500. I don't know why I just started reading left to right. I'm an idiot. Leafeon with Razor Leaf looked great. Trainer, this is a Pokemon, they actually kind of brought Razor Leaf into the meta way back when everybody else was playing Solar Blade. Unsurprising, they're still with this Pokemon. Unsurprising, they're having this performance. Unsurprising, this team is winning.
Yeah, I mean, LG just looks incredible here. And here is our bracket. It is almost completed. LAIC is almost in the book. Luminosity Gaming looking pretty dang flawless. 2-0, 3-0, making their way to the grand finals. Now, down in this bottom set, you just heard Overlord talk about it. It's so true. Fusion taken down by Plaga. That's an upset. Nouns Esports by Tuzy Esports. I would say that's probably an upset as well. So you've got two giant slayers getting ready to go into the grand finals against the giants themselves, the world champions. I can't wait to see who is going to win this thing. We will be right back with our final semifinals match of the day. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't you dare go anywhere. Don't you dare.
Don't. I guess we're not going anywhere,
I don't think
actually.
we're going.
2024. We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Welcome back to Pokémon Unite at 2025 LAIC São Paulo, Brazil. I'm Surf Chen, Zoinks is with me, and we are going to be having the pleasure to cast for you the final semi-final of the day. And this is going to be an incredibly exciting one because we got Latam North versus Brazil.
Oh man, in a semi-final single elimination position. The winner of this goes on to play in Pokemon Unite's first ever championship Sunday. The loser will finish in a top 4 spot, still a respectable spot, but I think if you asked either of those teams, neither of them are considering that as a viable option.
No.
You gotta go to that grand final and try to compete against, I mean, a world-class Luminosity Gaming.
Exactly, the first team to be confirmed for grand finals, and it's no surprise to anyone whatsoever that Luminosity got that run through this bracket of single elimination the way they did, a 3-0. You know, it's just the power that they have, but it also just wards whatever these two teams, whoever wins in the semifinals, will face on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, these two teams we have got in front of us are incredible. We have Plaga, we have Tuzy Esports, and we're going to hear from both of them as we have an interview on stage with the content cowboy himself. Take it away, Spraggles.
Yeah, okay.
That's right, we're here up on the big stage. I am here with Plaga and Tuzy Esports in your semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last chance for Brazil to make it to the grand finals. I am going to start with Plaga, an incredible team that could be dream killers right now. Texas, how do you feel about going up against Brazil's last shot here at LAIC?
¿Cómo se sienten al ir contra Brasil en la última oportunidad que tienen en este torneo?
Motivados y felices porque se han dado las cosas, la verdad es que me siento inspirado.
Super happy, super shocked for this.
Amazing. And of course, Lel, I have to ask you, one last chance for Brazil. How does it feel to have this entire arena cheering for you?
Léo, essa é a última chance do Brasil. Como você se sente sabendo que tá todo mundo aqui torcendo por você?
É incrível, uma sensação incrível, incrível.
It's absolutely amazing. It's just amazing.
This series is going to be incredible. I know this audience has a favorite. Give it up for these two teams right now. These are your semifinals. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Spraggles, for getting some thoughts from the teams. And yeah, I think it's what we could all expect. So excited to be competing in front of a local crowd in terms of the Brazil team, but Plaga stepping up to the plate, very excited to compete against this very team that's on a hot streak.
Yes, they are. That was such a best of 3 that we casted for quarterfinals that Tuzy took down Nouns Esports. You heard it here. Brazil taking down EU's only team at LAIC so far.
Yeah.
And it was a banger of a Game 3.
One of the most incredible Pokemon Unite matches that I think both you and I have ever had the pleasure to cast. I mean, I was having so much fun. You can imagine how much fun Soap was having with the results of that matchup. And we are going to be looking at yet another showcase of these talents from South America. Obviously from 2 different regions, but teams that have played against each other before in scrimmages, of course, and practiced against one another. But now is the real deal. A chance at a championship is on the line here. So much. We got prize money, championship points, and potentially a trip all the way to Japan that we are competing over. But I think right now, the only thing occupying our players' minds are what is exactly in front of them. A best of 5 against one of the best teams from their respective regions.
Yeah, Latam North looking strong with Plaga, all that run through the group stage into single elimination in its bracket. That has been just the same level, I would say, that Tuzy has been performing.
Right.
So this is not unbalanced at all. It's just the highest level, breaking the glass ceiling for both of these teams that they need to get there. But we know that the Brazilian crowd is just going to add that extra little bit of encouragement to Tuzy Esports.
Yeah, Praga might be playing a 5 versus 6 out there on the battlefield the way it feels sometimes, but I'm sure there is some Praga supporters out there in the crowd as well. I think we saw some of them vlogging before this matchup was even set up, so I know the energy is going to be there for both of our squads. I mean, and we were talking about what is this matchup going to look like? Is it an underdog story for one team? Is it an even matchup? I think we're all deciding on that even matchup, but I think what proves that even further is the accolades in this tournament that these teams have achieved. They're both giant slayers. I mean, Tuzy Esports knocking down Nouns like we already talked about, and then before that, it feels like we're forgetting a little bit of recency bias. Praga knocked out Fusion of this same event. I mean, these teams have proved that they're capable of beating absolutely anyone. So now it's unstoppable force versus a movable object time.
Yeah, yes, it is. And to be fair, I think the both forces are going to have equal power, and one side will need to outbest the other on this best of 5 that, to be honest, is not going to 3-0. It's going to a Game 5.
I know. Oh, it's going to be so exciting. We talked about a few teams in this bracket who we have kind of criticized their draft decisions by being a little bit straightforward and similar. That criticism is not applicable to these two teams at all. I mean, we watched the Clefable Blissey Core win a Game 3 to send Tuzy Esports to this position. So the creativity in the draft mode will be excellent, and we know the gameplay and mechanics are going to be there to back it up as well. So we are truly in for a best of 5 treat, a chance at Championship Sunday. Again, I keep saying it, the first time ever that Pokemon Unite will be showcased on a Championship Sunday. You want to be the first one to have your face on that card.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. And of course, because this is not just the first time for Championship Sunday for Unite, the first time for Unite in LAIC in general, in Brazil, this means everything to Tuzy Esports and to me and to the crowd and everybody at home rooting for this squad. But Plaga, as you said, just showing a lot of resilience and so much willpower to take down the giants of Fusion that, to be honest, including with Luminosity, Nouns, and DreamMax, we're on my top 4.
I know, yeah, we're getting down. It's very exciting. Let's hone in on these two rosters, though, a little bit and how they like to play. I think the first matchup between these rosters that I want to talk about is going to be the tank matchup. I think we are going to see some very, very interesting stuff. Kira on Praga has showcased that they are potentially a top in the world level defender player on any Pokemon you give them, on the Mamoswine, on the Trevenant, things like that. But Sauto is right behind. And I think the most exciting thing about this matchup in particular is they share a very similar Pokemon pool. A lot of Mamo, a lot of Trevenant, and then even Snorlax. So there is going to be very similar strategies, which might lead to a very aggressive draft, trying to take enemy Pokemon away in this exact screen as we get into the draft of game number 1.
Yes, we do. And Zoinks, you are talking about strategy, and it starts with the ban phase. Umbreon on the side of Tuzy Esports plus a potential Hooper, and that Orange side, Darkrai ban, 75% ban rate.
All right, this is the first question. What do we ban? And it's going to be a respect ban to Fulb immediately. Blaziken not allowed in that game after the offense of the previous matchups. Not going to happen. Now, I was questioning if the Miraidon was going to potentially be a ban choice, especially with how Jean Deco has been playing so far this tournament. Instead, it's going to pass, but it will be a Blissey first pick for Tuzy Esports. Lel, a phenomenal Eldegoss, is going to go with the Blissey first pick. A pretty big surprise to me.
I really like this actually because you can go for your usual soft-boiled depending on the rest of your composition, but if you can and have a chance to potentially fit in that Mewtwo Y that we saw previously.
That's a great point.
Exactly. You can just switch up with your held items into that Safeguard and Helping Hand, and that is just all good. The Miraidon you mentioned comes through for Plaga alongside a Mimikyu.
Okay, so one team going with the school of thought of the Miraidon. I think you were dead on with Tuzy Esports, most likely leading into a play pattern of the Mewtwo Y plus the Blissey. Two very powerful attackers in their own right. We'll have to see how that matchup actually plays out. Double Defender is the next selection for Tuzy Esports. Max has showcased a few Pokemon they like to bring into the top path, namely Ceruledge, and now this Greedent that we have seen again and again. A lot of success from this player on this Pokemon. But that Glaceon might be the stuff of nightmares. Darkrai's banned, but Glaceon from Jax has been wild this tournament.
Yeah, it just makes everybody freeze on their stands, and to be honest, on this side for Tuzy, I wouldn't be... Oh, right, we have an Inteleon.
Okay, I mean, Inteleon has not seen very much play in this tournament at all, only sitting at 5%. We have seen primarily the Snipe Shot build, which I think that will be a repeat. Kira on their iconic Trevenant. This is interesting, with the ability to block Mewtwo Y into this composition. They are going to leave it on the table and instead lock in the James Pond.
Yeah, we have the Pikachu on the side of Tuzy Esports that I think wraps up really well considering how we have been seeing them play. A little versatility that you can have with Thunder or going into Vote Tackle. To be honest, we've seen mostly Vote Tackle in yesterday and day 2 today. But on the side of Plaga, this is such a strong composition because of the highlights you mentioned there on the Glaceon in the early game. Miraidon, they're just going to do so much. Either the Electro Drift or going Charge Beam. The Mimikyu as well that has been constantly in the bends. Instead, is going to get picked here. And overall, Trevenant is a solid defender, but when you have Eldegoss with it, you just heal that much more.
Exactly. So this feels like one of the first times that we've seen a good, honest front-to-back composition from both of these teams. We have the Pikachu and Inteleon on one side, Miraidon, Glaceon on another. There is going to be so much constant poke damage from both of these rosters that they're going to have to try to play around. I mean, the healers have their work cut out for them in this matchup.
Yes, they do. And it's funny you mentioned that because it's usually the play that we have that is not front to back includes the speedsters, right? Because they want to go for the flanks. We've seen plenty of Dodrio, and sometimes the Leafeon one is not banned as well. So all of those options are interesting. But when you go back to the basics, that front to back you mentioned, Tuzy Esports versus Plaga in your first game of your best of 5 semi-finals, deciding who will be tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of heart on one side, but there's a lot of energy and skill on the other. This is going to be an extremely challenging match for either one of these rosters. Max on this Squovet does get the first score of the game, and therefore gets their double stacking online already. But an aggressive response from Plaga has put this early Glaceon evolution into the enemy side, and Texas on this Gossifleur sporting the red buff will be slowing the enemies with every single auto attack due to that, as well as Eldegoss's passive ability of the Cotton Down.
And you just love that. At least I do. I don't know about you, Zoinks, but I just love that attack based not just on the held items, but usually on the play style, like you mentioned, with the red buff and the passive, just going for the attacks and just making it work. 3v3 here on the top path as it turns into a 4v3 to Plaga as they guarantee most of that. No, actually, we have Greedent taking that one, but might be paying that with going to pay a visit to the doctor in the Pokemon Center, but it doesn't happen. It's going to get delayed. It's going to be instead a Chansey who gets taken down, and Plaga with just them getting here now. John Deco a little bit late to the party, Zoinks.
Yeah, they'd slowly rotate to the top, but I mean, Max is going to go down as well. Lel kind of punished for body blocking a lot of the Icicle Shards in that early fight, and unfortunately could not sustain against the aggressive damage that Plaga was able to follow up. But there's the response immediately. Fulb on a total roll swap onto a Pikachu with the Volt Tackle. So we are confirming kind of the lock them down build. I think the energy amplifier on Pikachu makes a lot of sense there. I think they're also rocking the buddy barrier in this item build. So Pikachu wants that extra shield whenever they dive in, and every time they dive in with Volt Tackle, they want to be thunderstorming.
Yes, they do. Looking at the Ice Cold Spears here, coming now from the side of Plaga, this Glaceon can always do so much in the early game, but check that Inteleon on level 7, 6 for both Pikachu and the Greedent as well on the side of Tuzy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very even matchup, and I know there's not as many team fights as maybe we've been getting in matches past, but with these front-to-back compositions, that's what we're looking at. Both teams essentially playing a poke composition, but a Volt Tackle could change all that as Froy is locked down.
Wow, the Mimikyu just completely combusted. But when you have Charge Beam as well on your side, Greedent is going to get slowed and taken down, followed up by the Pikachu. So it's a 3 for 0 on the top side for Plaga.
Yeah, this Glaceon Miraidon damage duo is truly terrifying. And with Max only level 6 on the Greedent, they don't really have any backline pressure to displace them. So the Miraidon and Glaceon can play very far forward without fear of getting knocked back or locked down by any Pokemon on the other side, bar maybe the Pikachu.
Top path, we have the Regieleki taken because of that push. The Plaga guaranteed taking that tier 1, many of those knockouts. Although that was the case, Tuzy still wandering around the map a little bit, just maybe trying to get the central area experience instead of going straight to that basement Regizoinks.
Yeah, Tuzy got a lot of catching up to do in that regard. Also in the scoring pattern, though, the good news for them is the objectives start to spawn. They do have some great secure options, namely in that snipe shot Inteleon. First chance of the game to try to do so will come up a little bit short as Miraidon knocks out that wild Pokemon a little too quick.
Yeah, Ice Shot is just really following them around with the Ice Cold Spears to finish the damage as well. While they are going with the Meteor Storm, they are looking very much comfortable. 3v2 turns to a 4v2, and Plaga just completely obliterates this top bottom path.
Yeah, Froy goes for, or sorry, not Froy, Falb goes for a Volt Tackle onto the Glaceon to try to lock them down, but due to that Snow Cloak passive still being available, they're able to walk away from that hindrance completely scot-free and still keep free firing the Icicle Shards into the back line. Right now, Fraga's got really the answer to everything that Tuzy Esports wants to do. They have such a lack of engage on their team outside of this Greedent and maybe a kind of a greedy eject button slow bro play. Tuzy Esports is going to have a hard time finding the front door.
Definitely. Front door is looking a little far away considering that Plaga honestly has been doing a great job overall up until this point in taking advantage of that top to bottom rotation and into going into enemy territory. But now Tuzy finds themselves in a little bit of a wave of calm, and they can try to get that EXP back that you mentioned they need as well.
Yeah, we've now hit the midway point of the match, so Unite moves are going to be available for basically every Pokemon at next big at the team fight situations. We know these teams are experts at farming and making sure they use them at the right time, so you can imagine those yellow dots are going to be available. Notably though, Freud does not have the play with me, and a great body block of the Shadow Sneak by Soto on this Slowbro. One of the best things you can do as a defender in the Mimikyu matchup is always be in front of them so the Shadow Sneak cannot hit your back line. Great coverage by Soto, but at first miss, it'll be Blissey picking it up and Trevenant from behind.
Oh my what? Look at that flame coming out with the Trevenant. He has your Z-Zoinks, and he's going to do so much work for Plaga, but you still have your Bliss assistance for Tuzy Esports that goes into the backline and helps them out. But on your screen here, you have actually Eldegoss just farming away, going for the Inteleon, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to kite back from the Trevenant as they still need to get away from the charge beam. They do. They still have a slingshot that could get them to safety even further, so they are going to escape, but the Regieleki is Plagas.
Yeah, that will be their fight win. I mean, a lot of trades both ways, so the experience is going to get a little wild, but definitely the objective and scoring pressure are in the hands of Plaga. So, great push by them, and this could be walking towards tier 2, but again, they don't have a lot of pushing pressure. I was talking about Tuzy Esports composition not having a lot of engage. Same could be true by Plaga, but they made up for it with an amazing rotation. Kira's Trevenant goes on this huge flank and is able to horde unleash from behind. You don't need to find the front door. When the back door, you got keys.
You do have keys, and you have full X's, completely unlimited there, Plaga. I literally just saw that whole leech coming through, and I was like, yes, this is how it turns it around, and it was so well executed. Now, over the wall goes here with a jump pad, but you need to be careful. Although Greedent can escape, can they escape just this enough? Buddy barrier on their storm that comes from Pikachu can help quite a bit. Belch is going to do some damage as well, but the Wood Hammer will just get them to be a little bit slower
and the eject button might have just saved Kira, but still, look at the Miraidon. They are very low considering they need to take a berry. They're still going to be standing, but that Trevenant is down.
Oh man, this fight just took a little bit too long to put pressure on Dawnlux. I mean, Max absolutely popping off in that fight. 2 KOs with that greed, and the Unite move making that cooldown almost immediate on those belches again and again. I don't want to make that sound, our other commentators already did that for us, but it was absolutely crushing it in that fight. But they get to the goal zone, and the pressure that Tuzy's been feeling up until this point of the game, it makes them want to score on these goal zones, and they just simply cannot with that long-range charge beam from Miraidon. Great goal zone coverage, and Plaga is going to be holding on to this lead headed into our final stretch.
Going to the top path is what they are doing, 15 seconds, but it will be shy of 12 seconds of a difference between that and Rayquaza. They are definitely going to go for a heavy position there. If they can take it down, that would be huge for them. Now looking at Tuzy, they're just going for the Eos energy, just going for the EXP, and the gauges on. They use the Unite moves. Regieleki will be taken down here by Plaga, so there's going to be a little bit of extra lead for the orange team.
Yeah, there's still a couple of absent Unite moves before this team fight. Eldegoss not going to have theirs. Greeded did just finally charge that one up. I'm sure Lel's going to be on the fast track to making that one happen, but Kira going to body block the Slipshot to protect Texas's Eldegoss.
Slapshot's doing quite some damage even to the frontliners, as you just said. Zendeko doing well at that, but you need still to be careful because on the other end, you have the charge beams. Careful, you have the, oh my word! The slow beam goes straight into the Eldegoss, and that Volt Tackle just tackles the Glaceon. It's huge. The Meteor Storm might be able to slow it down for Plaga, but it looks like this is Tuzy's as they're going into the backline. The belt will do damage onto the Miraidon. The only person really standing is the Trevenant. Kira trying to escape, but it's a 1v4, and they can survive for a little bit. You know how much sustain this Pokemon has, but it's not gonna be it.
Okay, Kira is gonna go down. 2 KO streak for Lel, getting involved in that fight. The Blissey Pops earning them a few KOs. Now, Plaga's only win condition in this match is to out-secure the Rayquaza. Cotton Cloud Crash sky high. They have stopped hitting the Ray right now, and Inteleon Sunshot is impossible to be body blocked when Lel and Salto are in the way. Tuzy Esports, with a real tough time in the early game, have found a way to come back.
Easy and completely restrained play there when he saw the Cotton Crash, Cloud Crash, as you said. Stop hitting, don't aggro, don't rip, because that cooldown is just gonna come off in just a little bit. The timing was perfect. You have your dunks, and although Plaga had that much points, almost around 200, you have your Hundo-Buggers, you have your Rayquaza shield, and Zoinks, this is looking mighty good for Tuzy in this best of 5.
Yeah, this is the win condition that we talked about for Tuzy Esports composition, was the secures. Inteleon a lot better than anything that Plaga had on the table. A great slow beam engaged from Soto is followed up by a perfect thunderstorm from Fulb. Fulb truly doing it on any class of Pokemon in this tournament. All-rounder, defender, attacker. Fulb can do it all, and Tuzy Esports is starting our series 1-0.
This is the start that we were looking for. The crowd is cheering for you, Tuzy Esports. You are 1-0 up, and this series has just begun. Best of 5s will take at least 3 games, but we know that Plaga was already doing so well in this game. That Kira play earlier, that is something that you need to be careful about, especially on 100,000 coming down by Miraidon.
Yeah, Dawnlux is truly a world-class attacker player. I mean, we've seen them dominate regional tournaments and world championship games on Mew and things like Inteleon themselves. So to see them on a brand new powerhouse attacker, I think comes at very little surprise. But this is one of those big team fight moments that Tuzy Esports started to catch up with. This is the moment right here. Slow beam onto the Eldegoss. That means there can be no Cotton Cloud Crash from Texas. And then with no support Unite move, that means the damage from Tuzy is just sticking a lot more. Fulb just completely gets to walk over the other side. I like this play, the eject button by Dawnlux to apply a little bit of pressure, but too little, too late. Attacker goes down, and Tuzy Esports locks it up from here.
Yeah, there was really nobody to defend Dawnlux, as you said. The Trevenant was there, but all of the fight, you did not see Miraidon doing any damage. This is the wrong name on your screen.
Really?
Is it?
Yeah, no, I believe this is Max.
Oh, it is Max, okay.
Their in-game name slightly different, but no, this is the correct player.
Oh,
so
yeah,
Max
Max Z,
on
Max
this
Z.
green. Yeah, Max on the green with 96,000 damage taken, which is our defender stat line, which I think is so funny. I mean, Greedon, your whole job, especially with this Covet Belch style of play, is to make sure that you are pushing and constantly annoying the enemy team, which means they are going to hit you with a whole lot of hurt. That's where the Aos Kuki and Focus Band come into play, and why we start seeing stat lines like the one in front of you.
It just works out so well with the composition like we saw from Tuzy. They were playing all around what they had. The Pikachu plays at the end, as you mentioned, going in, wasn't just the Vote Tackle in the Thunderstorm, there was the Thunderstorm into eject button into Vote Tackle that just really just made everything come true. Starting off with the slow bro play as well on the slow beam, and that's what we were mentioning. The fact that Miraidon was just so isolated because first you had Eldegoss going down, and then second, I think it was one of the other frontliners, and you couldn't do anything if you were Plaga to try and have Miraidon doing damage. So that was so well executed by Tuzy.
Yeah, team fights in the first couple of minutes are the whole reason that you draft Eldegoss in the first place. That auto attack damage in the early game and its Unite move is game-changing in team fights. But if you have the opportunity to eliminate that Pokemon immediately, you're gonna take it. So, amazing call by Saotao to take that slow beam call out and immediately grab a Pokemon that was otherwise out of position and totally shift that team fight in their favor. There were a few times where I felt like Praga could technically turn things around. I mean, Kira was lasting quite a long time on the Trevenant, knocking out a couple of Pokemon. But Tuzy, I mean, right now it's feeling like a little bit of main character energy up there on the main stage.
Yes, it's the hero arc. We are ascending to Pokemon greatness into Championship Sunday is the goal, is what we have on the horizon. And the Brazil crowd buff is definitely happening and helping. So Tuzy Esports going with a 1-0 up in this series for the best of 5 just already feels so dang good. Now Tuzy starting on the purple side because Plaga actually chose orange.
Okay, electing for the orange side. Not too worried about their bans. I think this is probably a deny the Miraidon strategy. I think that is what Plaga wants to lean into. Last time in this position, Tuzy Esports was picking up the Blissey with that first pick. We'll see if that happens again. Otherwise, it is going to be that Blaziken repeat ban. Plaga feeling pretty good about that. And honestly, with how the first 8 minutes of the match went, I don't think you can be too upset with it either. I feel like running it back is the correct decision. Lel going to pick up the Blissey with this first pick. So again, a repeat of what we have had in the draft up until this point. And we're going to keep things straight up. Donlux and Froy locked in on their iconic picks of this tournament. Mimikyu at 25% rate picked overall, and Miraidon at 53%. So much Miraidon.
Yeah, we're looking at a Greedon potentially coming here for Max once again, and it does with the Slowbro. We might be having just a solid running back here, which to be fair, worked out for Tuzy, but we also know that Plaga just headed up there for most of the game as well. Power on power.
Yeah, let's not get it twisted. That was Plaga's game to lose going into that final stretch. I mean, they were absolutely dominating for the majority of that matchup. Tuzy was really struggling, but they found an opening, a couple of them near the end, were able to pull it back. But the confidence has not been dissuaded in either of these teams in current compositions. This is where I do think you might see some flex. Jean Deco is hovering the Inteleon, which they played last game. You could counterpick the Glaceon away from Jax, which has been an iconic pick for them throughout our tournament. But it does look like we have a small issue on stage. I'm not sure if that will dissuade our draft or if it won't. We'll get word from production on that. But either way, we'll treat this draft like it is happening right now in front of us. Plaga with their final pick, hovering the Glaceon. Have to imagine that'll be happening again, which will be an identical draft for our game number 2.
Mirror matchup is what we call it, and it's very, very interesting considering both teams are just considering we did well. Plaga had the lead. Tuzy, we did well. We got it back. We got the win. So in this case, what do you think could go differently for both sides that could change the pace of it all? Because Plaga had it well in the beginning, but then just fumbled the ball a little bit.
Yeah, I think Texas is going to play a little bit safer against a defender the caliber of Saotao. I really do think you cannot disrespect what the slow beam can do in some of these team fight interactions, so you got to play around it a bit better. However, the early game, I don't think there's any changes that need to be made. I like this 4-player rotation from Praga into the early game on the top side, especially with Kira's Trevenant. Even if there's still that phantom. You saw them be a relevant factor at that first showing. I do think if Praga wants to, kind of tune up any moments throughout their match, it is slowing down Max's greetings a little bit, which has been devastating for teams to deal with, and Max has been absolutely popping off with that Pokemon. So I think we're going to see a lot of good greeting play 2 games in a row.
Yes, we will, and it's so interesting as well because into LAIC, I thought we were going to be seeing quite a lot of greeting. Yesterday, not that much. Today, much more present, which, to be honest, I appreciate. That battle just is doing so much damage right now, and the usual nuisance that you have. Game 2 is on your screen. Tuzy Esports on the purple side, Plaga on your orange. And how are things going to fare in an identical matchup?
Yeah, let's run it back. Let's see if the results will be different. Something definition of insanity, who knows? But we are headed into the battlefield. Texas will roam towards that red buff yet again, and we've been seeing this all tournament long. The blue buff over to the attacker, especially when you have an evolution in the central area.
Topside, very interesting here with the already very fast rotation from Jax on this Glaceon. The Electro Web doing some work on the Glossifleur, but you still need to be careful considering the level 4 means Ice Cold Spear, and it does damage. Froy was already there, so it helps out them wrap it up. 55 to 80 on this point. Now on this goal is already how much they got themselves ahead.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose too. I mean, losing the Pikachu because of the Squovet tackling away from the Icicle Shards, couldn't body block anymore. And now that means that Froy has a red buff on this Mimikyu as well as the Eldegoss. That is a lot of slowing effects in this early game they're going to have to contend with. Not to mention the X speed was already used by Max in that first little interaction on the contestable ball toy.
Altaria taken as well here on the top side and full focus of this 3-person rotation that has stuck around for a while bot side has been just a little bit quieter. And interestingly enough, we didn't see that 4-person rotation from Plaga just like game 1.
Yeah, I think they wanted to get a little bit more experience on Kirov. Looking at the levels in the bottom path, I think it's been going great for Tuzy Esports. I think Jean Deco's Inteleon is going to be fast approaching. On the other hand, Miraidon only at level 5. Dawnlux hunting for those level 7 spots.
Yeah, and Texas is very much interested in going in a 1v1 against the Blissey because you know how much the Eldegoss can do. Now getting to that 8-minute mark and with the Greedent finally turning into Greedent on that level 5. They are pushing out here for the central area. Soto might be taken down with the Icicle Spears, and they do. The Altaria is still standing, but in a very bad spot is the Blissey. 2 KO Shriek goes to the Glaceon, and this looks to be Plaga's to take.
Yeah, just a really good fast rotation. They outpaced Tuzy Esports in a major way. You saw Max showing up at the very end of that engagement, but unfortunately a 1v5 situation would not benefit them at all. Sauto will help this defense. It's a 4-player defense right now. Texas will have a difficult time escaping, but not when they got the backup from Froy. Big Shadow Claw to take down the Slowbro, and all of a sudden Praga feeling a little bit good about how they're running back to the goal zone.
Neko has arrived as well, so backup is here. Vote Tackle to take them, make them into place. The snipe shot does land on the Eldegoss, but it's not going to be just quite enough to finish them off. Froy going on for the Blissey, but they're not going to commit any further at this point with the level 7 that you had already for the Glaceon and the Inteleon. I think just Plaga utilized those power spikes a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing their early game lead really well. Lel is able to avoid that Shadow Sneak, so no danger onto the Inteleon. That means that John Deco can try to out-secure this Regieleki with a snipe shot. We've seen that happen before. Everybody getting in the way of the body block. Yeah, I think Praga has learned their lesson. 4 players jump in front of that red line, and they're going to be pushing this Regieleki towards Tier 1.
Yes, they do. It collapses, and it's going to be an overdunk. Well, a perfect 1 into a 29 overdunk. Huge for Plaga now on 109 to 43. Rotation that comes from the orange team just as well, going into the actual not going for bottom Reggie and actually going for a full-on push on Tier 2.
Yeah, Tuzy Esports are going to split because of this. We're going to have the Greedent into the enemy central area. Now we see this push onto this top side. It will be Inteleon getting 1 KO, but can't get a whole lot more. Jean Deco is going to defend the goal zone, but that is so many points that have already rained into that Tier 2. Right now, Praga could lose 3 members and still consider that fight worth it.
It feels like the same strategy that you had there for Plaga on game 1 remains on game 2, but just a little more aggressive, just a little bit faster. Tuzy Esports going to the bot side to take down that red Giants. It's going to be uncontested, so for them at least they guarantee a trade of objectives overall, but their zones, they were exposed, although they also did that to the side of Plaga. In the bot side, just the amount that was dealt there with the 174 is just, well, 72 more.
Yeah, exactly. Them numbers. Ooh, Max will get locked down by Kira for a whole long time, and that is so much poke damage. Even a Bliss assistance isn't enough to turn the tides of that little mini fight. That skirmish. Lel is going to run back to the goal zone, but this is a push by Praga. Look it up. I don't know if they know they're in that tall grass, but now they do.
Yeah, sneaky vote shackle, and you're going to have to pop your Cotton Cloud Crash, getting you away, but also knocking the enemies up. The Meteor Storm will have quite a bit for the side of Plaga. The first KO in this fight goes to Jandeko. They're sniping them away, but the Phantom Forest also comes through on the side of Plaga. That is Donlux in the middle of everybody, but they end up escaping. But how so, Zoinks?
I can't believe it. I mean, I was about to start criticizing the whole point of Donlux sticking around and backing up Kira, but they're both walking away from this fight. That's ridiculous. An eject button with that charge beam gets so much damage, and wow, what a team fight there for Praga. Now, so let's talk a moment about how we get here into a battlefield like this with the identical compositions from game 1 to game 2, and honestly it feels a little bit like confirmation bias. Praga saying we don't need to change anything, our early game was dynamite, we were winning, and then Tuzy Esports won, so they're like, we don't need to change anything. And honestly, I don't really know if I believe it in the way of Tuzy Esports, but they are still in this matchup in a major way. 140 points, they are not behind by a large margin, and they are catching up in EXP in a few major spots. Namely, they have a Pikachu who is the level leader in the lobby.
Oh, level 12, great highlight there. Well, you have still level 11 for Plaga, looking very equal overall. In level 12, that also comes through for Jandeko and the Inteleon, so this fight will be interesting. Thunderstorm straight onto the back, and that is the Mimikyu down. Followed up is the Elder Ghost, and finally, Tuzy is sniping them down. Go Jandeko, you can follow them and you can just take it. That is a hit and a half, 3 KO streak for Jandeko.
I know we're playing a MOBA, but that was kind of a 360 no-scope there for Jandeko. Didn't even charge that last snipe shot, just immediately from the hip and able to take out for that final KO streak of 4 for Jandeko. I mean, when you are Bliss assistancing an Inteleon who goes on to frontline, I think Tuzy Esports has found some momentum in this composition. Yet another basement Reggie goes to their side. This time a Reggie Rock buff, and for a double defender comp, that's huge.
Nice go shot there to take down Slowbro, but now Tuzy Esports is feeling mighty confident in their team fight skills, in that team fight power spikes, and just in the level of accuracy on the snapshots from Jandeko. Not getting caught up here, between a rock and a hard place, one might say. Going down is the Greed, and with 10 seconds to go for Reggie Alecki, that doesn't bode well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult one for Tuzy Esports to play. They basically have to give it up, even more so now, as their support will go down. Honestly, not a huge plan at all. You actually want to get knocked out in that situation as the Blissey. You only have 30 seconds into the final stretch, and you get a whole lot of Unite move charge by getting KO'd. Oftentimes, you will see the supports run into the enemy line at this 230 mark, so that's why we're seeing that happen.
Yep, Belch straight into the back line as well, forcing out the Carbon Cloud Crash. There's also Meteor Storm to lock them in place, but Tuzy still standing, going out for this back line, and they take down the Mimikyu. Could go for even more Zoinks, but they are trying to follow them into enemy territory. It looks like it's a little too dangerous. The charge beam might take the Greedon down. It's almost there, but the hero are escaping. They run and they run.
No shot. Unbelievable. I should say straight shot as Inteleon is able to take down that Trevenant. That is 2 Pokemon down. That Mimikyu going down earlier on in that fight is now going to make Tuzy Esports have a very clear angle towards this next team fight. Miraidon, Eldegoss, Glaceon, that is a fragile group of Pokemon. If they can make this dive happen now, it'd be huge, but they're electing to get Fall the Thunderstorm back, sending the Pikachu into their own central area to farm and get some EXP. Falb really needs to get this Thunderstorm. They got the energy amplifier. It should come quick.
And it should be okay as well with a snipe shot just to zone Plaga away from the central area. But you are now charged up. The gauge is there with a Thunderstorm and going up to the back line. Mimikyu does not make good use of it. The Thunderstorm, as we mentioned, is there with the Glacial Stage just on top of it. But look at the 2 KO streak. Jandeko is on fire. Make it 3. Continue there on the back line. And Tuzy hero for Tuzy confirmed. Is this it, Zoinks?
Jean Deco cannot miss. This man has hit every snipe shot that we have ever seen. Also, I'm looking at the player camps. It's the funniest thing on earth to see Lel going calm down. Of all players, maybe the best pop-offs we've ever had in recorded Pokemon Unite history. We're going to want to be like, guys, we got this, we got this. But Jean Deco with a hero play there on the Inteleon. We were trying to call out that Mimikyu play, so that you said they didn't get much use out of. They found the Inteleon with the Shadow Sneak, and Lel, frame one, Blissey Unite moves to that Inteleon. They cannot lose their hard carry on this Pokemon, and it pays off huge. Jean Deco walks away with 3, Max with 2, and like you called, a team ace, and Tuzy is up 2.
This is match point for Tuzy Esports and the chance for Brazil to be on Championship Sunday for LAIC 2025 in São Paulo, Brazil. This is a historical moment of Pokemon Unite, and Zoinks, you and I, and you in the audience, and everybody watching, you are a part of it.
That is true. Now, I think I do need to play my role of the bias caster here a little bit. This is still a matchup that we are going into, but yes, you are right. It feels like the power of the energy and the aura is with this team right now. I mean, another great start for the Praga squad, but come up a little bit short. Jax on this Glaceon game after game is crushing it. 8 KOs. Froy with 7 this time around. A little bit less of a hard carry from Dunlops. They passed the baton to Jax for that last game. But again, they've got to figure out these final team fights. Froy going on that Mimikyu play without the help of a Blizz assist. In fact, being on the other side and hard countering is a huge risk. If they get the Inteleon, maybe things change, but that is such a tough coin flip to take in a final stretch moment like that.
High risk, high reward, and to be very honest, much more risk than reward because we know the result, but straight off the bat, you have a Blissey and a Slowbro that are going to be just surrounding that Inteleon. Look at that.
Oh, I'm looking at that moment again, and it wasn't even just the Blizz assistance. We also had Fall covering there. I didn't see the full tackle onto the Pikachu as well, so it was a full dive, full counter dive from the squad, and then, I mean, at this point, it's just a shooting range for Inteleon lining up the enemy squads. What a play out there. LAIC, I hope you're enjoying our semi-finals match as Tuzy Esports is making it look good for the hometown crowd.
It's a heck of a lead for the Brazilian squad, and everybody watching here know that this was a dream. On quarterfinals, we made it. Game 3, we got it back, and now we are 2-0 up. Oh, how that feels good.
Yeah, well, for Praga Esports, the road is not completely gone. It is a difficult journey, but reverse sweeps, I shouldn't say it out loud, that is physically cursing it, but it could potentially happen. Latin America North are in a very difficult position if they want to stay in this tournament. They have such a long road ahead of them. 3 games in a row, and with the context of games 1 and 2 behind us now, so I think the first question I have to ask is, do we see yet again an identical draft phase from both these teams?
Do not do that. Okay. To be very honest, I think that Plaga needs to be careful about how they deal with Phelps Pikachu. Yeah. Because it was so incredibly powerful. You think of the Pikachu because of your usual idea. It's an attacker. It's just
this is the previous.
Okay, good, fun. Thanks, production. That's awesome. Right. That Pikachu was so great, especially with the energy amplifier, right? And because you're running that Buddy Barrier as well, you're just making sure that everybody survives on top of having that Blissey, one of the best supporters right now, the Slowbro. So everything was very well coordinated. And I see a smile on your face. You want to talk to me, Lawrence?
No, I was just trying to look over the shoulder of this player to see what the draft's looking like so far, because I think we are into the draft of Game 3. We are going to be cutting over to it, and unfortunately, no cool UI for this one, but we are going to get to the draft still. So Darkrai going to be first man, Blaziken, Umbreon the others. I think it is fair to say that it will be a repeat of the Hoopa Man. We're not too sure. Either way, Umbreon, Zashi, and Venusaur being covered right now. I doubt we see that one again.
Right, so we have confirmation as well that on the side of Tuzy, it's a Darkrai and Hoopa ban.
Okay, great.
So it makes quite a lot of sense. Interesting on that Blaziken as well, which is also very well targeted to Falcon.
I know.
So this guy is just popping off. But Jandeko, such a highlight and MVP for that match, absolutely.
And but now on a new build, we're seeing a totally new draft, folks. Game 3 is when we shift it all up. It'll be Umbreon first pick from Kira, which they've been on this Trevenant, absolutely dominating in a couple of these games. Haven't really found that same spice in this matchup in particular, so a change felt necessary. Froy as well, going back to this Blastoise, which I think they have had so much success with, so I can't really criticize it at all. And Lel is back on the Clefable.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you have Blissey band, Hoopa band. Well, the other side had Eldegoss. That's the next best thing, is it not? You're going to go for the heals, and with the Miraidon, you also need to be, in this case, we were seeing an eject button, so if it is Jandeko on that, it would be a charge beam. And are we looking at double beam? Is this it?
Ooh, that would be really interesting. It's a lot of poke damage. Both these teams do like that front-to-back strategy that you and I were talking about, so, but, I mean, the Pikachu is going to return to the battlefield. I do think the Clefable is most likely in response to how much Glaceon that we have seen. Glaceon is one of the best Pokemon in the entire game. When those compositions were really, really powerful, I'm thinking like EUIC a year ago was maybe where that composition was the strongest. Clefable was one of the best Pokemon in that metagame at mitigating that damage. Poke damage is really great when you got an AoE heal that is tremendous, that can hit multiple targets, right? You can really try to fight fire with healing.
Yeah, and you have a good amount of HP as well on the Clefable, so it makes quite a lot of sense. You can heal them, you can tank and block a couple of the shards yourself, and if they are going for Icy Wind, you can just use Gravity. So it's a win-win.
Exactly. You got lots of options to work with here. So we're going to be jumping into Game 3 very soon. It's exciting to see a brand new draft between these two teams. I mean, we've been seeing the same thing run it back twice, and I do think that it was on Praga to actually change things around in the first place, right? You know, you're down 2-0. You got to make some kind of swing if you want to make it to Championship Sunday. Ooh, spooky teams. All right, they're back. They're back. I'm not afraid anymore.
To be fair, it just looked like what I see when I don't have my glasses on.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, but also very spooky.
That is true. That is true. All right. Well, like we said, we are in a win or go home situation for Tuzy Esports after 2 incredible games. And here we go. LAIC, game number 3, Tuzy Esports versus Plaga.
Match point for Tuzy Esports to potentially lock themselves into Championship Sunday of 2025 LAIC in São Paulo, Brazil. We see once again the Gossifleur going onto the central to guarantee the help, and in this case, that level 4 quickly for the Glaceon.
Yeah, not many things changing on the side of Plaga. We talked about all the shifts on Tuzy Esports side, but it will be a few player swaps on Pokemon. Donlux on the Pikachu this time around, so I imagine we are going to be looking at a Donlux with the Thunder build. Would be more likely to be.
Makes sense to me. 3-on-2 there on the top side, and because it is a little bit different than your usual top that was played by Tuzy in the previous games, you are maybe, oh, all right, Falp coming in through 3v3, just with the, you know, just the bullet seed.
Yeah, full, but with that Venusaur, the Ivysaur at the moment with some early pressure, we do see the first move locked in of the Sludge Bomb for this Ivysaur. So we are looking at a Venusaur. Early damage race is going to benefit Froy in a major way. They found the War Turtle evolution. Donlux lands the web, but Electro Ball's the other target, and unfortunately that will be no execute for Plaga.
Ooh! Donlux actually takes them down with the Electro Ball, as you were mentioning, but also gets taken by the other electric type Miraidon. We'll confirm that one. Yet another, actually, to the Clefairy. And Lau, look at the healing pulse. Are you escaping? No, you're not.
Yeah.
The slow demise.
Yeah, with that pollen puff sticking to you, it's a little bit of a fluffy time bomb that you got to deal with, and not in the fun way. So we're gonna have to go back.
Good fun way about time bombs.
Oh, fluffy ones, yeah.
All right.
Okay, cool.
We got the graded evolution from Max, so we are going to unlock the Covet moveset, so it can be a lot of movement and, of course, a lot of disruption available. This has been sort of the sleeper carry of this matchup so far. I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of game-changing moments from the Greedon, but everything always seems to start with the Greedon.
Yeah, I would say so, because to be honest, I think we've seen quite a lot of whiffs on the very valiant flop.
Yeah.
But still, usually when you have Covet, when you have Belch, you're still going to be very relevant. Topside though, just as I say that, we have a 1-for-1 trade with a 2 KO streak going to the Venusaur. And although you have a couple of points on the side for Plaga, we also know that much of the EXP is on the hands of Tuzy with a level 7 Venusaur.
Yeah, that's true. All right, lower third is right. Chat, let us know what team you want to make it into day number 3. And I guarantee the in-house crowd will be letting us know as this match progresses when we get closer to that Rayquaza, I tell you. The first objectives are going to be up first, as the Regieleki seems to be the favor of both of these teams. There'll be 2 players from Tuzy Esports on the bottom side, but look at this, the Miraidon rotating towards the top side, but with a very slow rotation.
Rotating to the top side, as you said, but the numbers are looking mighty good for Plaga, but they're trying to push in. They have the beam to potentially steal this one, but the Electro Ball will be there with the Glaceon as well, and Jax will confirm the objective. Going onto the backline is the Umbreon, and Kira is feeling very much comfortable. The Ice Skull Shard is not going to take the Clefairy, so the Moonlight is still available. The Regieleki, though, it does collapse, so some of those goals go to the Pikachu. They get just a little bit more, but it's going to be just the last bit of this push, as Kira is most likely not going to survive.
Yeah, the unfortunate Regieleki hitting makes us a little bit different, but so far Tuzy Esports absolutely crushing it. Fall with a Sludge Bomb hit 3 targets, which means the special defense of all those Pokemon were reduced, meaning Slowbro, Venusaur, Miraidon all doing amplified damage, meant that Plaga really didn't have a chance in that team fight. Now they're going to swing back the other way though. Eldegoss strikes first, and the Glaceon with their Unite move, Glacial Stage, hurting real bad into Tuzy Esports.
Yes, it is, but look at that snipe once again coming from the Venusaur, and Falb is now down themselves while the side of Plaga is defending this top tier 1. Maybe Tuzy Esports went a little too deep, and that might just be the case. Lel is just like, okay, I guess I'm EXP, and they're going to follow me in this game in particular.
Yeah, that was a lot of Unite moves used as well, and reminder, we still have a basement Reggie that is untouched up into this moment. So the Regieleki utilized by Plaga to get that top goal zone, but yeah, poor Lel at least has follow me this time and is able to dive away with a little bit of move speed as they make it back down to the bottom side of the map, which, I mean, so far these teams not showcasing any favor towards this buff.
Yeah, not interested in the slightest. In the bot side here, we already have the attackers for Tuzy. On the side of Plaga as well, Glaceon, the Pikachu. They're going to start with a Burden Anger. Look at that Pikachu with a slow beam to completely neutralize, but the eject button away will save them for the moment. And that is a Clefable down themselves, but the damage still runs from Falb, and they can just try to push them out. The Snow Cloak is going to be disabled for the moment, and when you have that Miraidon close by, you can still zone them out.
I cannot believe they didn't go down there. Slow Beam and Venusaur, that has so many resources, forced out. Air eject button backwards by Falb, has to go and hide within their team, but the backline is there for the Umbreon, as there is a huge play from Kira to knock down a couple of targets. But now it's Max's turn during the fight, and that Greediness got a KO streak at 2, most likely going to go up to a 3, but Miraidon going to take that away. Finally, a big push by Tuzy Esports. Hydro Typhoon to respond. All it's going to do, though, is buy some time.
Yeah, it buys just a little bit for the moment, because Tuzy played that fight so incredibly well on the bot side zones because of the Meteor Storm coming out by Jondeko. The impact was just huge. They can defend this one, don't overextend, and again, nobody's really touched Regirock just until this point, and Plaga is going to take that one for themselves, while Tuzy is just trying to go for one step ahead.
Yeah, with Falb going down in the early moments of that fight on the Venusaur, most likely because they used that double Unite move engagement on Pikachu and got nothing, they unfortunately could not have the staying power in that team fight to force their edge. Even despite Max's amazing efforts on the Greedon, they just didn't have the toolkit to really do the job. But great scoring pressure all of a sudden from Tuzy Esports. They get a big dunk in from the Venusaur on top side, and Max threatens 48 as well. Good rotation by Glaceon to be able to shut that down.
Going to the bot side, Fable in a bad position, but this follow me Moonlight build has been able to tank a little bit, but in this case, not just enough. Look at the backup that actually comes out with the Gvardeninger as well, and the beam, but it's going to be completely dodged by that scoring animation. The Cotton Cloud Crash will go in as well, and it doesn't look good for Tuzy, while Plaga, he's just feeling great in this push. But on this bottom side of the map, that was still greeted really, really healthy for the longest time, but Tuzy can still come back when they have the rest of their allies to cover them up. So
Texas has been put in such an impossible situation. They're forced to be everywhere with this Eldegoss healing, and they simply can't. As Bob putting up more KOs on the board as well. Venusaur absolutely crushing it. The poison damage onto the Umbreon will reduce its special defense, and that's what John Deco trying to take full advantage of it.
And they do it really, really well. Now they can just move on to the top side, take their Regieleki, because it's still 30 seconds for Rayquaza. But it just looks like they're going to go for what you would expect with a wild Pokemon, recharging your gauges, you just use your Gvardeninger, you gotta have it back, Falb.
Yeah, Venusaur needs its Unite move back, because what's about to happen, a final stretch. Right now, Tuzy Esports at 2-0 for Plaga to stay in this tournament and try to make a run for Championship Sunday. They will need to win this game and stop Tuzy in their tracks. But so far, this immovable object has shown no signs of slowing. Big push, that's a green and engage, so.
Yes, it is, and they're going very, very deep with the Meteor Storm as well, and the damage that can come back from the John Deco's charge beam. But Plaga still standing strong. You have the healing with the Eldegoss, and the slow beam goes onto them, and they can still remain for a little bit, but the knockup is huge with the Hydro Typhoon for the side of Plaga. Tuzy Esports is collapsing at the seams, but are they though? No, they still looking mighty good, and it's only the Pikachu who's standing, and there is nothing that cannot move this object. Tuzy Esports is your unstoppable force.
Unreal engage from Tuzy Esports. Things get a little crazy. They're not able to knock out that Blastoise despite so many resources going into them, but it does not matter. Max's Greedent comes up clutch in one of the biggest moments we've seen in this tournament. That Berry Belly flop hits so many targets. Huge knockup. Now, we have a minute left on this matchup. That is one Rayquaza shield broken, and the lead is still in the hands of Plaga. A minute left and one Ray shield down. Maridon also not able to score. This is getting dangerous for Tuzy.
It really is, and now the defense coming out by Plaga is
Valel's gonna get
standing.
found.
Oh my word! This is not.
Unfortunately.
Oh my word. Okay, thank you so
right.
much for your patience. This is keeping everybody at the edge of their seats.
Yeah, it's a difficult position, and right now I actually think it's favoring Plaga. They were able to break a couple of Rayquaza shields already and force a very tough situation. Lel had the Rayquaza shield, but hiding in that L bush because of the jump pad play does reveal where they are. So it's going to be very difficult for Lel to arrive at a goal zone and still have Eos energy to try to dunk. So unfortunately, once we get this tech pause sorted out, we'll be jumping back into the match. So far, it looks like our teams are ready to go. So hopefully it'll be a very quick pause, but this is going to be a very interesting end game. Reminder, Plaga needs to win this game to stop Tuzy Esports, as they have the 2-0 advantage right now. Brazil in the lead, and we are going to be jumping back into the game. 1 minute remains.
The action is on your screen. The shield is there for Lel as they're trying to score the Hundo Burger, going over the X-Speed and the Moonlight, but I don't think they're going to be able to get there.
No.
Here's the Eldegoss on the top side, though. They managed to take
They
it.
get it.
It's at 100.
They
It's
get it.
289 to 224. If they can continue defending on the 30 seconds, because you see a push on the bottom of your screen. It's Glacial Stage with Dunlocks, and you're looking at them trying their best to stop Brazil. But can Brazil be stopped on that tracks? There's still 15 seconds to go.
This is the final chance for Plaga to bring this series back into favor for them. Lel shuts down the first defense. Jump pad defenses are back. Blastoise attempting to score. That's 30 points on the top side. It's going to become incredibly close. Pikachu scores 8 as well. Small scores going in. Brazil, can they hold on to this lead? More scoring attempts. We have to wait until the final tracker.
It looks to be incredibly close, but I do believe that it was still enough on the side of Tuzy. Let's wait for it. The camera is showing us. It is giving us a sneak peek. It is Tuzy Esports, your grand finalists. They're going to be playing on Championship Sunday against Luminosity Gaming.
And could they have made it? Nails for all on the edge of our seat. But Tuzy Esports is the one sitting pretty, as they are going to be moving on to play against Luminosity Gaming on Championship Sunday.
This is the way that Brazil wanted LAIC with Pokémon UNITE to start. And this is why they delivered. All the crowd and the hype and the energy that the fans can give to these players, it helps. And it does, and it did. Congratulations, Tuzy Esports, for making into the grand finals. We will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, what an incredible run from this team. The amount of teams that they have had to compete with to make it here, going up against DreamMax and Exiled in their group in really tough matchups, and their bracket didn't get any easier either. They had to start in a round of 12, and then they went on to knock out Nouns Esports from our event, and now Plaga. I mean, so many amazing squads are at the feet of this team right now, and Tuzy Esports, they got one more team name on that bounty board.
A best of 5 is what's on that bounty board. It's a best of 5 tomorrow. Championship Sunday, the first one ever for Pokémon UNITE on an international championship, on an LAIC match. Oh my God, this is everything that everybody could have wanted, that I could have wanted. The clutch on that last bit, great push by Plaga to try and score it down. The way they melted those shields was just huge, but the lead that they created, Tuzy, was just that much better.
I mean, the entire squad too, right? It feels like every single one of those games, we were calling out a different MVP level play. I mean, we had Fulv, of course, on an unbelievable tear throughout this tournament, but Jean-Deco's Inteleon in that game too is just legendary. And then it was Max's Greedent in this game 3 that completely turned the tide of that fight. And okay, well, I mean, Soto's got to get in that column as well with the game-ending score as well. The only Pokemon on the side of Tuzy Esports who is able to dunk after Ray. I mean, team fights are great. You win the game by scoring. Soto remembered and capitalized.
They did, and that is all that matters. Having that finish line on your horizon and knowing that is the prize, and the prize is being a part of the $500,000 prize pool. And I believe we have interview ready on the stage with Tuzy Esports. Take it away.
All right, hello everybody. I'm up here on the big stage with Tuzy from Brazil. Let's go! They will be heading to our grand finals tomorrow on the official Pokemon channel against the former world champs, Luminosity Gaming. We're gonna give them a moment to talk to you all right now. Take it away.
Eu só queria agradecer a todo mundo, mano. Pô, muito... A gente sabia que ia ser muito difícil, mas, pô, do jeito que foi, mano, inesquecível. E é isso, amanhã, final, a gente vai pra cima pra representar vocês, galera. Vambora!
He just wanted to thank everybody who's been cheering for him and for his entire team. And most importantly, he is promising you guys an absolutely fantastic finals game tomorrow, and you're not gonna wanna miss it.
Are there more?
Eu não sei o que falar, não. Pô, estamos há 3 anos nessa jornada aí. Primeiro campeonato internacional que a gente está na final, tô muito feliz. Muito feliz que tem tanta gente aqui para compartilhar isso comigo também. Obrigado pela torcida por terem ficado até agora. É isso, vamos para cima amanhã.
He's just at a loss for words. He really just wants to thank everybody. After 3 years in the making, they finally got into a finals, and they're really excited, and that's really all he has to say.
Cara, muito feliz pelo meu time aí, todo mundo tá jogando muito bem, cara, tô nervoso demais, mas queria agradecer a todo mundo que compareceu aí. O Brasil tem uma força imensa no Pokémon, mesmo eu tendo parado de jogar e a galera me receber nesse time, e vocês com a torcida, tipo, muito foda, vão pra cima, go Tuzy nessa porra.
This was a really skilled game on their part, and they really respect how their opponents brought their best game too. He knows this was really hard, but he just really wants to thank from the bottom of his heart everybody who's watching on stream, at their own home, here supporting the players, just making sure that they feel the love.
Queria agradecer em primeiro lugar a Deus e a minha família, meus amigos, sem eles eu não conseguiria. Meu time que é maravilhoso e esse cara é muito bom, mano. Esse cara é muito bom, mano. E é o Max RJ, né, vida? Arigato, thanks.
He wants to thank, most of all, his friends who are here supporting him, and also his teammates, who he said is really pretty, but I wasn't supposed to say that.
Alô. A honra, a glória a Deus. Muito obrigado por tudo. Ainda não acabou, né? Amanhã é o principal, mas já é uma conquista chegar até aqui. Eu agradeço a todos vocês que torceram. Agradeço ao meu time. E aqui é o Brasil. Tamo junto.
And last but not least, a message from Fabi just to say that he wants to thank everybody that is supporting him, and most importantly to say the big show's tomorrow, but getting to finals is already such a big accomplishment. And what else did he say? Que mais? Já agradeci. And that's it.
Okay, amazing. One more time for Tuzy, everybody. Tomorrow morning, you are going to see the best from North America against the best from Brazil in our grand finals. I'll see you there. Take it to the booth.
Thank you so much, Spragles, and thank you for the kind words to the public and everybody. Yes, we got the way the crowd was cheering for Fab, so deserved, and all the journey they have to get to this place at LAIC, the first time that they go into a final for an international, and it's such a pleasure to be able to be a part of this moment. Luminosity Gaming will be the competitors tomorrow against Tuzy Esports. Zoinks.
What a tournament we have had. I mean, to see teams like Exile make it here into the top 12, Fusion announced to go out in the top 8. I mean, the storylines have been wild. Team YouTube to make it into top 4, and then of course, the grand story, Tuzy Esports making it all the way to a grand final position. It'll be one best of 5 to decide our champion, but wow, what a start to our season.
It is. It is, and from yesterday to today, up until the very last moment, and tomorrow when we're going to be announcing all the information, so you can catch Championship Sunday and not lose any single moment of the action. It has been incredible, meta-defying, if you could say as well, and this was a heck of a performance from Tuzy Esports.
That's true. I mean, this game is so fun to watch and play competitively. So, reminder to tune into our grand finals tomorrow at 9 a.m. BRT on twitch.tv/Pokemon, or same for the YouTube address. And also, if you really enjoy this, feel free to go to start.gg/Pokemon UNITE if you want to sign up for a team and compete yourself. Season signups are starting. The AOS Cup online qualifiers are happening very soon from now.
Yes, just right on down the corner in December.
Exactly.
It's so close. If I'm not mistaken, it's the 1st of December, is it? Is it not? I think it is. So
asking me to remember a date is a bold
choice. I might be mistaken, but I think I'm not. So go ahead and sign up anyway.
True.
Whenever the tournament is. Will be in December. That one we are very much certain of. And as we already said, go check all of the streams, Twitch and YouTube. Follow us everywhere. Pokemon Unite, Unite Esports as well on socials, and just don't miss anything.
Absolutely. And if you're tuning in for just great Pokemon action, we got you covered, especially in the giveaway format. LAIC 25 Top Asbolt, or I've been told is Topaz Bolt. Doesn't really matter when you're typing it into the code. It's the same either way. If you play TCG Live, you can get that card for free with that code, as well as if you watch Pokemon Trading Card Game on Twitch, you can earn some of these really cool Ogre Pond themed Twitch drops for TCG Live.
Oh yeah, and next you also have drops coming out for the Pokemon video game for Scarlet Violet, the Shiny Pelipper with the Wide Guard LAIC 25. Haha, nailed that one. Good job, me.
Good job, us, because this has been so incredible for everybody involved. And tomorrow, it's just going to exceed anything. If today exceeded, can you imagine tomorrow? I can't. I mean, I'll try to dream
imagine. I am so excited. I mean, I'm going to be the first one in the seats in the front row to be watching that grand finals tomorrow. It is going to be an excellent, excellent showcase of Pokemon Unite. That's going to do it for Soph and I in the caster booth for this weekend. It's been amazing taking y'all through some of these games. I've had an absolute blast. But Soph, it's your first time here in an in-person event in Brazil. So please, Soph, take it away. How'd it feel?
I am feeling just beyond thrilled. Thank you, Zoinks, for all the games from yesterday to today. Tomorrow, you will catch us at 9 a.m. BRT with Spraggles and DreamMax on that grand finals. And it's going to be a pleasure just to watch and catch everything. Thank you all for watching us here from the venue and from everywhere around the globe. Oh, I love that shot. That's so nice. Right, we'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday on 2025 LAIC for Pokemon Unite.
Bora!
Bora!